After obliterating the base, Ning Ran was reborn. Initially, she intended to play the role of a hoarding little hamster, feeding the scoundrel and the vile woman who caused her demise in her previous life to the zombies, and then simply lay back in the apocalypse. However, she unexpectedly found herself entangled with a frail, yet formidable figure. This individual, not only slightly deranged, could also feign a pitiful demeanor. Just moments ago, the formidable figure, drenched in blood and thirsting for vengeance, instantaneously transformed into a pitiable creature, calling her name with a sense of grievance. The figure exclaimed, Ranran, do not fear me. Ning Ran thought to herself, well, considering his handsome appearance, perhaps it is not entirely unacceptable. Yet, this formidable figure seemed to possess an uncanny familiarity. Ning Ran pondered, but could not recall. The figure lamented, Ranran, have you truly forgotten me? Chapter 1. The Destruction of the Base. In the dim, damp confines of the basement, the stifling air rendered one breathless. Bound by iron chains, Ning Ran fixed her gaze intently on the collapsed figure of Su Lian. Su Lian feigned composure, teetering in her towering heels, and after a startled scream, she trembled as she leaned against the wall. Steadying her nerves, she resumed her earlier mocking demeanor. This is a specially crafted iron lock. You, a cripple with severed tendons, cannot possibly break free. Do not waste your effort. Su Lian's voice trembled as she spoke, glancing anxiously at the chains binding Ning Ran. Despite being a cripple, Ning Ran managed to exhibit such vigor that it nearly led Su Lian to believe she might break free from her restraints, causing her considerable fright. What does it matter if you possess special abilities? What does it matter if you are the most formidable ability wielder in the peace space? In the end, you will still become a prisoner. Why have you done this? Ning Ran's voice was hoarse, her beauty still astonishing despite the torment she had endured. She and Su Lian had grown up together in the orphanage. After the apocalypse, had it not been for her, Su Lian would likely have been left with no trace at all. Yet Su Lian conspired with Zhou Xianyu, the leader of the peace space, to betray her, leading her into a horde of zombies and inflicting severe injuries upon her. They even spread rumors throughout the base that she had betrayed them, inciting the populace to revile her. They had severed her tendons and imprisoned her in the basement. Who told you to excel in every aspect? Why do you possess abilities while I do not? Su Lian glared at Ning Ran with a face full of jealousy, pausing for a moment, her tone tinged with a hint of exhilaration. However, I will soon be engaged to Brother Xianyu, and I will become another master of the peace space. Meanwhile, you will languish in this dark, damp basement, tormented by the absence of both humanity and divinity. Ning Ran gazed at Su Lian, whose face contorted into a sinister smile, and let out a derisive laugh. A scoundrel like Zhou Xianyu, who dabbles in numerous affairs, is probably only someone you could ever admire. To stand out among his many lovers, I must extend my congratulations to you. Su Lian, struck at her most vulnerable point, felt her smile shatter. She grasped a searing iron brand nearby and began to approach Ning Ran step by step. What of it? Even if I rely on a scoundrel, I shall still ascend to the highest echelons. Do not blame me. If blame is to be cast, let it fall upon your own formidable strength, which poses a threat to Brother Xuanyue's position as base commander. Thus, Brother Xianyue seeks to eliminate you, and I merely act in accordance with the circumstances. Ning Ran, blood pooling in her mouth, seized the opportunity to spit it onto Su Lian's face as the latter drew near, caught unawares. Su Lian stumbled and fell once more to the ground, her visage smeared with blood, her vision rendered hazy, leaving her only able to hear the sound of chains rattling. With all her strength, Ning Ran finally broke free from the worn iron chains. Since sustaining grave injuries, her abilities had been rendered useless. The spatial realm had also sealed off, inaccessible for the time being. Fortunately, during her days of desperate survival, the space within her had begun to recover, albeit slightly. It was only then that Ning Ran could painstakingly use her spatial cutting ability to gradually wear down the specially crafted iron lock. Su Lian, after much effort to wipe the blood from her face, opened her eyes to find Ning Ran, with the iron branding iron gripped in her arm, inching toward her. What do you intend to do? Ning Ran resembled a hellish Azura, her disheveled hair and bloodless lips rendering her extraordinarily sinister. Su Lian, her limbs rendered useless, could only crawl toward Ning Ran with great difficulty, terrified and retreating in haste. You cannot harm me. I am about to be engaged to Brother Xianyue, and if anything happens to me, he will not spare you. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Ran forcefully flung the iron branding iron clasped in her arm, striking Su Lian's delicate face directly. Accompanied by Su Lian's piercing scream, Ning Ran's tone dripped with disdain. Oh, that waste? I regard him with utter contempt. Without my assistance, would the Zhou family's established peace space exist today? Had it not been for Su Lian's tearful pleas for her to stay, she might never have remained here. Regrettably, the very residents she once sheltered had turned against her, brandishing their weapons and uttering harsh words, all due to a baseless rumor. Now, she harbored no desire to protect them any longer. How long could the peace space endure in this apocalyptic world, and how long could Zhou Xianyue maintain his command? A mocking smile graced Ning Ran's face. When Su Lian first set her sights on Zhou Xianyue, she had advised Su Lian, recalling their shared upbringing in the orphanage, that Zhou Xianyue was not a good man. In retrospect, it seemed she had meddled unnecessarily. A scoundrel deserved a wretched partner. Su Lian, clutching her face in pain, curled up on the ground, and once she regained her composure, she lunged at Ning Ran, madness in her eyes. Ning Ran sidestepped her, gasping for breath, and spat out another mouthful of blood. She was gravely injured, her tendons severed, and after enduring days of torment, she had reached her limit. Time was running out. The wooden door to the basement swung open once more, light spilling onto Ning Ran's face, prompting her to squint uncomfortably. As the light vanished, Zhou Xianyue and his subordinates burst in. Upon witnessing the scene in the basement, Zhou Xianyue's body tensed, his gaze warily fixed on Ning Ran, who lay on the ground. Recalling that Ning Ran's abilities were temporarily out of commission, he felt a measure of relief as he continued into the basement. Zhou Xianyue approached Su Lian, intending to assist her, but upon seeing her condition, he paused momentarily, retreating a few steps and allowing his subordinates to step forward. Su Lian's face was swollen like that of a pig, blood streaming down and staining her clothing, rendering her a pitiful sight. Lacking strength, she was supported by others, her eyes filled with rage and resentment, fixed intently on Ning Ran. Zhou Xianyue was taken aback by Su Lian's helplessness. Even now, Ning Ran, reduced to a state of disability, had managed to do this to her. Your face. Upon hearing his voice, Su Lian turned to Zhou Xianyue, tears streaming down her cheeks. In the past, Zhou Xianyue might have offered her words of comfort, but now, witnessing Su Lian's state, he found himself unable to muster any sympathy. How did you get so hurt? It seems prudent to postpone the engagement ceremony. Su Lian, upon hearing this, desperately attempted to refuse, but Zhou Xianyue offered her no opportunity. Observing the severed chains, he gestured commanding his subordinates to approach and restrain Ning Ran once more. The individuals trailing Zhou Xianyue exchanged glances, hesitating until Zhou Xianyue's urging compelled them to step forward. Ning Ran had single-handedly vanquished an entire horde of zombies, ensuring the safety of the peace space. Despite her current injuries and inability to utilize her abilities, no one dared underestimate her. Ning Ran smiled derisively, surveying the individuals within the basement, instilling a chill in their spines. I shall have you all buried alongside me. Blood gushed forth again, clouding her vision. Aware that she was on the brink of death, Ning Ran resolved to self-detonate, intending to harness the explosion's power to obliterate the entire peace space, ensuring that those who betrayed her would meet their demise alongside her. Chapter 2. Rebirth. Ning Ran abruptly opened her eyes, greeted by the sight of a familiar yet strange ceiling above her. Rubbing her eyes, she beheld the warm and pristine bedroom, which was unmistakably the very house she inhabited before the apocalypse. What on earth was happening? Could it be that she was merely dreaming? After all, she was certain she had perished. As Ning Ran moved her healthy body, she found that her tendons in both hands and feet remained intact. Glancing at the time displayed on her phone screen, she pinched her thigh with ferocity, a sharp pain causing her to gasp involuntarily. An incredible thought reverberated in her mind. She had been reborn, returning to 2 months prior to the onset of the apocalypse. Reflecting on the grueling 7 years she had fought for survival during the apocalypse, tears began to well up in the corners of her eyes. She dashed barefoot to the bathroom, staring into the mirror at her delicate, youthful face, momentarily lost in disbelief. This was her visage at 19. unmarred by the tribulations of 7 years of hardship endured to safeguard the lives of the entire base. The face before her was vibrant and breathtaking, eliciting admiration from all. Ning Ran slid down to the floor, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. After several minutes, she regained her composure and rushed to the guest room. Grabbing the woman lying on the bed, she yanked her hair and delivered a stinging slap. Su Lian, caught off guard, felt pain radiating from every part of her body. Ning Ran, fueled by fury, unleashed a torrent of blows upon her, exhibiting no mercy. Ning Ran, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike me?
Indeed.
I am striking you. Having trained in martial arts and endured 7 years of the apocalypse, Ning Ran had honed her physical prowess. Although her abilities had yet to awaken, she could easily overpower Su Lian or even a group of robust men. Once she had vented her anger, Ning Ran calmed down. Grasping Su Lian's hair, she unceremoniously tossed the disheveled woman out the door. Closing it firmly behind her, she returned to the guest room, hastily packing Su Lian's tattered belongings before flinging them out as well. Not a single word was exchanged. She locked the door, denying the wretched woman any opportunity to return and hurl insults. Ning Ran seized a cup of water from the table, gulping it down as she reminded herself not to resort to murder. After all, this was still a society governed by law, and taking a life was a crime. In her previous life, Su Lian had become infatuated with Zhou Xianyue, a scoundrel, and they quickly formed a bond. Following the outbreak, when Ning Ran awakened her powers, Su Lian desperately pleaded for her to remain at the safe base to protect her, claiming that without Ning Ran, as a powerless individual, she could not survive. Considering their shared upbringing in the orphanage, Ning Ran ultimately agreed to stay, offering her strength to safeguard the safe base for 7 long years. Yet, all she received in return were scornful words and the betrayal of Su Lian and Zhou Xianyue, the duplicitous pair. Now that fate had granted her a second chance, Ning Ran resolved to live for herself in this new life, severing all ties to the fates of others, including those of Su Lian and Zhou Xianyue. The memories of her torment in the basement still haunted her. The agony of having her tendons severed felt all too real. What did it matter if they had died once? Ning Ran had no qualms about ensuring their demise once more. Coming to this realization, Ning Ran extricated herself from the memories of her past life, her gaze falling upon the dark green jade bracelet on her wrist. Growing up in the orphanage, she had been approached a year prior by someone claiming to be her long-lost grandfather, wishing to meet her before his passing. Initially skeptical, her doubts faded upon seeing the frail, white-haired man lying on a hospital bed, her grandfather. He revealed that her parents had perished in an accident, which had led to her being lost. He had searched for her for many years, only to find her shortly before his death. Ning Ran devoted herself to caring for her grandfather for 3 months, after which he passed away, leaving her a staggering inheritance and the jade bracelet, a family heirloom, urging her to cherish it. In those brief months, her grandfather had bestowed upon her a sense of familial love she had never experienced before, and though fleeting, she was immensely grateful. With a fruit knife in hand, she sliced her fingertip, allowing her blood to mingle with the jade bracelet, which then vanished into her body. In its place, an immense space materialized within her mind, an expanse as vast as 50 football fields, reaching infinite heights, permitting her to amass resources, without limitation. Time within this realm was eternal, freeing her from concerns of perishable goods. Though the space could not accommodate living beings or expand, it could distort dimensions for attacks, enabling her to swiftly sever a horde of zombies' heads. Had she not been gravely injured in her previous life, preventing her from utilizing her abilities, she would not have faced such a dire fate. Now, gazing at the immense fortune left by her grandfather, she realized that in her previous life, she had discovered this space only after the apocalypse had begun. This time, with such a monumental advantage, she was determined to exhaust the wealth in accumulating supplies. In this new existence, not only would she survive, but she would thrive, living solely for herself. Scoundrels and harlots, the protection of the base, away with them. In this second chance at life, she would not be foolish as she had been before. Gathering her thoughts, Ning Ran opened the refrigerator, hastily consuming a few morsels to stave off hunger before stepping outside. With little food at home, she intended to find a restaurant where she could indulge in a hearty meal. After the apocalypse, Resources had dwindled, and it had been ages since she savored fragrant, steaming dishes. As she approached the elevator, she spotted a disheveled Su Lian squatting beside it. Upon seeing Ning Ran, Su Lian limped towards her. Ning Ran, why did you throw me out? You know I have nowhere else to go. How could you be so cruel? And you actually hit me. How dare you? Aren't you afraid I'll report you for assault? Ning Ran regarded Su Lian, struggling to suppress the urge to strike her down once more. This is my home. You reside here by my grace. If I wish for you to leave, then you must go. Planning to report me? Be my guest. Just know that I could easily expose your affair with Zhou Xianyue, his ex-girlfriend, and tarnish your reputation. Su Lian glared at Ning Ran with a fierce intensity, as if she could devour her whole. Ning Ran offered a disingenuous smile, relishing in Su Lian's flustered state. The money I lent you must be returned within 2 days. Or I shall have no choice but to involve the authorities. And do hurry along, or I will charge you with trespassing. You can't do this, Ning Ran. We grew up in the same orphanage. You can't treat me this way. Once, Ning Ran had taken pity on Su Lian, having shared their upbringing in the orphanage, offering her kindness, a home, and support. Yet, her genuine affection had culminated in a tragic fate. In this new life, if she were to show any softness towards Su Lian, she would be nothing short of foolish. Why shouldn't I? Ning Ran's eyes were cold, sending a chill down Su Lian's spine. The elevator doors closed, leaving Su Lian in stunned silence, unable to fathom how the once compliant Ning Ran had suddenly transformed into someone so resolute. Chapter 3. Stockpiling. Stepping out of the community. The bustling crowds outside enveloped Ning Ran in a wave of nostalgia. She took a taxi to a well-known restaurant for a meal, settling into a private booth. She ordered an extravagant feast and savored every bite. Sated and content, Ning Ran began to strategize her plans for stockpiling supplies. After much contemplation, Ning Ran ultimately resolved to directly stockpile supplies in the resource-rich country Y. This strategy not only ensured discretion but also afforded her the opportunity to amass a cache of weapons and medical supplies during her stay. Upon exiting the restaurant, Ning Ran made her way to the real estate office, intent on listing her current residence for sale and relocating to a suburban abode. She was acutely aware that her current living situation, under the watch of Su Lian, posed a risk. The potential for Su Lian to resort to nefarious deeds in retaliation was ever present. Having endured 7 years of apocalyptic chaos, Ning Ran had become profoundly distrustful of human nature, particularly in the case of the shameless Su Lian. Perhaps spurred by Ning Ran's earlier threats, Su Lian promptly repaid the borrowed sum, which was likely procured through her charms with Zhou Xianyu. As the most favored among Zhou Xianyu's bevy of lovers, the wealthy scion was more than willing to indulge her. After accepting the funds, Ning Ran promptly blocked Su Lian from her contacts. After concluding her business at the real estate office, she returned home to gather all usable items into her spatial storage. She purchased a plane ticket and flew overnight from City C to Country Y. 5 hours later, her flight landed amid the midday sun, the heat overwhelming. Ning Ran took a taxi to her pre-booked hotel, eschewing the immediate rush to procure supplies. Instead, she spent the afternoon strategizing and surveying potential locations, setting out the following morning. Her first stop was the outskirts of the city, where she secured 30 enormous warehouses, followed by a visit to a large farm known for its abundant fresh produce. Ning Ran negotiated directly with the farmer to lease a significant quantity of vegetables, securing a discount as the farmer eagerly prioritized her orders over others. After leaving the warehouse addresses for deliveries, she paid a deposit and proceeded to her next destination. In one day, she visited 5 large and medium-sized farms, also arranging for several batches of large shelving units. By the time she returned to the hotel, she was ravenous. After dining, she set an alarm and fell promptly to sleep. The next morning, she inspected the first batch of goods delivered by the farmers, stored them in her space, and then visited several ranches to place orders for substantial quantities of meat, eggs, and dairy products, requesting that they be packaged and delivered to the warehouses in stages. Over the course of more than half a month, Ning Ran dedicated herself to the relentless pursuit of supplies, amassing a staggering variety of food, enough to sustain an entire town for 5 years. She also gathered saplings and seeds, considering their potential future utility. Yet, In her 7 years of survival, she had witnessed frequent calamities, extreme heat, bitter cold, and hostile environments that rendered cultivation nearly impossible, even for the most resilient of humans. With her food supplies secured, she turned her attention to clothing and equipment. She visited several garment factories and scoured outdoor supply stores throughout the city, purchasing everything she could. During this time, she also contacted several water purification plants to arrange for bulk orders of drinking water. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, she would awaken to a unique water-based ability, which allowed her to manipulate water molecules within living organisms, unlike most common water manipulators who could only use water for offensive purposes. While she had no shortage of water post-apocalypse, she prudently stockpiled drinking water for unforeseen circumstances. Ning Ran also ordered bed linens, skincare products, and an extensive array of hygiene items, including toilet paper and sanitary pads, enough to last 100 people for decades. She even cleared out several supermarkets, ensuring she had comprehensively stockpiled supplies for all aspects of living. Observing her dwindling bank balance, she felt no regret, even fearing she might have spent too little. A month passed amidst her industrious endeavors. After a brief respite, she planned to use her remaining funds to procure a cache of firearms, pharmaceuticals, and fuel before hastily returning home. Although countrywide did not impose restrictions on firearm sales, ordering in bulk proved to be a challenge. Therefore, she engaged a reliable intermediary, who facilitated her acquisition of a significant arsenal, medical supplies, and gasoline and diesel, enough to fuel a small-scale conflict. 3 days later, after overseeing the delivery of an entire 30 warehouses filled with firearms, medicines, and fuel, she settled the final payment and boarded a flight back home. She refrained from lingering in country Y, remaining vigilant against the possibility of betrayal. Upon returning, Ning Ran booked a hotel for her stay. The real estate agent called to inform her that a buyer had been found for her property. The offer was satisfactory, and without hesitation, she agreed to sell. Having nearly exhausted her funds, she calculated that with the proceeds from the house sale, she had approximately 180,000 remaining. After resting for a day and a night in the hotel, she checked the time. Less than a month remained until the onset of the apocalypse. Despite the looming deadline, Ning Ran remained unfazed, her extensive stockpile providing her with a sense of security. After freshening up, she donned a violet starry dress and made her way to an auction house located on the outskirts of City C, where a significant auction was set to take place that evening. In her previous life, Su Lian had possessed no abilities but owned a small storage ring, which, despite its limited functionality, was a coveted asset during the resource-scarce apocalypse. Su Lian frequently boasted about it, claiming that without her protection, the ring would have surely been stolen. The ring was acquired during an auction that Su Lian attended with Zhou Xianyu, and as Ning Ran entered the auction hall with the staff, she observed the bustling crowd and proceeded to her reserved box. Although the ring held little value for her, given her own hidden spatial abilities, Ning Ran was determined to acquire it today, intent on intercepting Su Lian's advantage. In this new life, Ning Ran planned to conceal the existence of her internal space, using the storage ring as a clever decoy. She was aware that such storage devices were not unique. A handful of individuals in the apocalypse possessed similar spaces. In her previous life, she had observed that these storage rings were typically made of a specific type of jade, albeit mixed with impurities, unlike her pure emerald bracelet. Ning Ran surmised that the purity and size of her jade bracelet allowed it to merge with her body and wield spatial distortion abilities. Within the confines of the private room, Ning Ran languidly listened to the staff downstairs as they introduced the auction items. Her interest was piqued only when they presented a pale green jade ring. The staff, adorned with a black mask, elaborated on the ring before commencing the bidding. The opening bid for the jade ring was set at 200,000, perhaps due to the poor quality of the jade. Few were inclined to bid. A middle-aged woman raised the bid by 50,000, at which point Ning Ran recognized a familiar voice. Turning towards the source, she beheld the all-too-familiar figures of Su Lian and Zhou Xianyu, the scandalous couple. Su Lian increased the bid by 20,000, and when the staff called out 27 million twice, Ning Ran instructed the staff outside to raise the bid by 1 yuan. Thereafter, with each of Su Lian's increments, Ning Ran would add a single yuan to the bid. After several rounds of this contest, Ning Ran ultimately secured the storage ring for 500,000 and 1 yuan. As Ning Ran watched the staff deliver the pale green storage ring into the private room, she shook her head in regret at the sight of Su Lian, who was seething with anger, yet forced to maintain a facade of composure before Zhou Xianyu. Had she known, she would have only incremented by a dime. For that wretched Su Lian was hardly worth a single yuan. With her prize in hand, Ning Ran paid little heed to the remaining auction items and departed the auction venue. By the time Su Lian, in a fit of fury, came looking for her, Ning Ran had long vanished from sight. Under the shroud of night, adorned with twinkling stars, Ning Ran returned to her hotel, ordering a plethora of takeout. After satiating her hunger, she stored the leftovers in her space. She adorned her left index finger with the pale green storage ring and, after a moment of contemplation, mimicked the previous method by offering her blood to the ring, yet it remained utterly unresponsive. Observing the jade's impurity, she pondered deeply. In her past life, such imperfect jade storage spaces only emerged after the apocalypse. Could it be that the ring space would only activate post-apocalypse? Unable to unravel the mystery, Ning Ran decided to relinquish her thoughts, knowing that one day, answers would come in due course, and there was no need for haste. After the apocalypse, densely populated areas like the city center would soon succumb to chaos. For safety, Ning Ran rented a quaint villa in the northern suburbs of City C, an area still awaiting development, significantly less populated than the city center. This villa cluster, having remained relatively secure and untouched during the initial onslaught of the apocalypse, was the only haven left in City C. The villa was conveniently located near the ring road, allowing for a swift escape in case of emergencies. After inspecting the property, she immediately paid a deposit along with a month's rent to the realtor, aware that by the next month, she might be unable to pay rent, as there would likely be no one left to collect it. Surrounded by vacant houses, Ning Ran quickly arranged for a renovation crew to fortify her new home. Nearly half of her remaining funds, over 130,000 yuan, were spent on reinforcing the villa. The newly installed doors and windows were the sturdiest available on the market, impervious to even the slightest scratch from an axe. The walls were heightened, electric fencing was installed, and all glass was replaced with bulletproof materials. Not even a fly would be able to enter. Ning Ran compensated the renovation crew generously to ensure completion within a week. Each day, she inspected their progress and subsequently headed to restaurants to collect takeout. Under the guise of a group purchase, she ordered hundreds of meals from various establishments. During her free time, she also raided several supermarkets and tea shops, placing bulk orders for her favorite snacks and beverages. A week later, upon the cruise completion and after settling the final payment, Ning Ran vacated her hotel room and moved into the villa. After tidying up, she took out the packed garbage and noticed several delivery trucks parked outside the neighboring villa. Could it be that someone had moved in? After observing for a moment, she saw 3 men emerge from the neighboring villa once the trucks had departed. All appeared to be in their 20s, strikingly handsome. One had a scholarly demeanor, a gentle smile that belied a shrewdness in his eyes. Another exuded a carefree, rebellious charm, while the man standing behind them wore a deep V-neck satin shirt. His facial features were exquisite, with long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes. His high nose and aloof demeanor conveyed an air of nobility. As Ning Ran scrutinized the trio, they too perceptibly caught her gaze. The amiable man with a gentle smile nodded in her direction, to which Ning Ran politely responded. Disposing of her trash in the nearby bin, she feigned nonchalance as she retreated to her villa. The aristocratic man continued to observe her until the iron gate of her villa closed, his fingers absent-mindedly rubbing a pink hair tie held in his left hand. Boss? Upon hearing Duanzhe's voice, Pei Xiu averted his gaze and turned to re-enter the villa, leaving only the word check. Lin Yan, appearing equally clueless, gazed at Duanzhe in confusion. Check? What does the boss want to check? Duanzhe sighed, pointing at the boxes at their feet, replying evasively, moving things. Lin Yan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Are we checking the people delivering our items?" The truck driver could be a spy. Duanzhe, upon hearing this, shook his head in exasperation, a forced smile playing on his lips. Effortlessly lifting a cardboard box from the ground, he chose not to engage with Lin Yan's lack of intellect and turned to leave. Lin Yan felt a chill from Duanzhe's laughter. Convinced that his superior was better off without a smile, Ning Ran secured the door to her villa, her brow furrowed. She sensed that the three men who had moved into the adjacent villa were not ordinary and decided it prudent to remain vigilant. The distance between the two villas was not great, and after nightfall, Ning Ran armed herself with a shovel and made her way to the back door of her small garden. The back doors of both villas faced each other, separated by merely a few dozen meters. Under the cloak of night, she opened the reinforced heavy iron gate and began to dig. Initially, she had contemplated having the renovation crew seal this area off entirely, but reconsidered, thinking it wise to keep both doors accessible in case of emergencies. Thus, she had left the door intact, installing a reinforced iron gate identical to the front. As Ning Ran was engrossed in her excavation, the back door of the neighboring villa suddenly swung open. Chapter 5, Moon Viewing. Lin Yan emerged, wielding a shovel identical to Ning Ran's and equipped with the same tools for digging traps. The two shared an awkward glance from a distance, and Lin Yan was the first to stammer. What a coincidence. Looking up at the overcast sky, he clumsily added, I came out to admire the moon. Is that so? Ning Ran replied, somewhat skeptically. Uh-huh. Lin Yan nodded affirmatively, his intelligence momentarily returning as he inquired, and you are? I'm also admiring the moon and, coincidentally, planting a flower. The two exchanged nonsensical pleasantries, each lying through their teeth. Ning Ran gripped her shovel tightly, contemplating the odds of incapacitating him silently should he choose to attack, ensuring that the other two would not be alerted. You go ahead and enjoy. I have errands to run, she said, preparing to retreat. Lin Yan felt a chill creep down his spine. After speaking, he swiftly closed the back door and slipped away. Ning Ran meticulously covered the earth at the doorway, secured the heavy iron gate, and turned back towards the villa. Upon returning, Lin Yan carelessly tossed the shovel outside the garden and dashed into the hall to gulp down a bottle of mineral water. Duanzhe and Pei Xiu were engrossed in conversation when they heard the jarring clatter of the shovel hitting the ground and turned their gaze towards Lin Yan. Didn't he go to dig a trap? Why is he back so soon? Duanzhe remarked, approaching Lin Yan. Lin Yan sprawled across a nearby chair. You wouldn't believe it. I ran into that beautiful little sister next door. Noticing Duanzhe's confusion, Lin Yan continued, that little sister was also digging a trap. Looking like a doll, and surprisingly, she wielded the shovel with more finesse than I did. After catching his breath, Lin Yan pondered aloud. Why is she digging a trap? Could it be her beauty makes her wary of wolves in sheep's clothing? Indeed, the girl was strikingly beautiful. It was no exaggeration to say that Ning Ran was the most stunning person they had ever encountered, a beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. Pei Xiu rested his right hand on his left wrist, his distinctly knuckled fingers absently brushing against a pink hair tie, lost in thought. Duanzhe chose to disregard Lin Yan's incessant murmuring and speculative chatter, his expression gradually turning serious. Ning Ran's villa, characterized by its impeccable decor and her evident vigilance, inevitably aroused suspicion. The three men, each harboring their own thoughts, were clearly not in sync. The following morning, Pei Xiu scrutinized the documents Duanzhe had provided. Glancing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the adjacent villa, Ning Ran's face repeatedly flashed through his mind. Her younger self. Her present self. He had finally found her once more. Duanzhe knocked and entered, noticing Pei Xiu gazing out the window in a daze. Boss. The renovation team has arrived, and the back door will be reinforced. No need, Pei Xiu interrupted, passing by Duanzhe without a glance. Duanzhe thought he must have misheard. How could the girl from the neighboring villa, who seemed so suspicious, escape his boss's attention? Just as he was about to inquire further, Pei Xiu had already disappeared downstairs. The off-road vehicle Ning Ran had ordered was delivered to her doorstep. The vehicle, modified and reinforced, was capable of withstanding even a collision with a zombie. After purchasing the car, Ning Ran still had over 200,000 yuan left. With only 19 days remaining until the apocalypse began, she planned to explore restaurants and food streets, stocking up on delectable treats, spending her remaining funds. The workers unloaded the container into the yard of the villa. Just as Ning Ran bid farewell to the workers and turned around, she saw the affluent man from the neighboring villa approaching her. Pei Xiu stood before Ning Ran, gazing at her with a multitude of complex emotions brewing in his eyes. Ning Ran found the man peculiar. At nearly 6 feet tall, he lowered his head before her, appearing pitifully on the verge of tears without uttering a word. Do you need something? Pei Xiu nodded in response, momentarily pausing before shaking his head.
I.
He began to speak but quickly fell silent again. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, his nervousness causing him to stutter. Opting for silence, he prepared to speak again, noting the confusion and wariness on Ning Ran's face. Pei Shiyu. Ning Ran momentarily registered surprise, readying herself for a confrontation, only to find that the man merely wished to introduce himself. Moreover, the name Pei Shiyu sounded somewhat familiar. She recalled that in her previous life, there was a formidable ability user by that name at the first base. The first base was an abbreviation for the first human survivor base. In her past life, during the 7 years of the apocalypse, the first base was one of the few that survived and thrived. Information about ability users was tightly guarded at the first base, aside from names. Ning Ran was not well informed. All she knew was that this Pei Shiyu was extraordinarily powerful, regarded as the strongest ability user in the first base. Had she inadvertently encountered a significant figure? With a hint of uncertainty, Ning Ran hesitantly introduced herself. Ning Ran. Pei Shiyu nodded, averting his gaze towards the wall. His ears flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet Ning Ran's eyes. Seeing Pei Shiyu standing still, Ning Ran politely gestured before retreating back to her villa. The 3 men who had just moved in next door seemed far from ordinary. Ning Ran had observed that they all appeared to have undergone specialized training. Additionally, Pei Shiyu's demeanor towards her was quite peculiar. Locking the front door, Ning Ran noted a large shipping container in the small yard of the villa. She gathered her tools and opened the container, revealing a modified off-road vehicle. Changing residences now seemed impractical, and her funds were nearly exhausted. She would have to take things one step at a time. Should any anomalies arise, she could swiftly escape in her vehicle. After all, she possessed a spatial ability. And as long as the 3 men had yet to awaken their powers, even their martial prowess would not necessarily surpass hers. After sending off the renovation workers, Duanze sought out Pei Shiyu to report on the progress. The passage leading to the villa's deeper basement was dim, the sound of wind palpable in the air. Last night, an assassin had attempted to attack, and after failing, they had been confined to this secret underground chamber. As Duanze traversed the passage, he followed the faint glow of distant light. The closer he approached the basement, the clearer the sounds within became. A series of pleading voices faded, abruptly silenced by a piercing scream. Duanze pushed open the iron door to the basement, where Pei Shiyu stood before a blood-soaked corpse, a sharp knife in hand. A trace of blood marred his face, and a chilling, indifferent smile played at the corners of his lips, resembling a bloodthirsty demon arisen from the depths of hell. The bright red blood continued to flow, the corpse still warm to the touch. Duanze regarded Pei Shiyu without uttering a word, accustomed to such scenes. Just moments ago, the boss had stepped out, and upon his return, something seemed off. He rarely took matters into his own hands unless his emotions were in turmoil, either overly excited or deeply enraged. Chapter 6. Encrypted Information. Pei Shiyu tossed the surgical knife aside casually and picked up a clean white cloth to wipe the blood from his face. When he spoke again, his expression was devoid of emotion, his tone icy and chilling. Dispose of it. Ensure no one discovers it. Understood. Duanze, familiar with this scenario, responded without a hint of surprise. Boss, more assassins have been dispatched. Should we take any measures? No need. A few hours ago, I received news that the man has already been eliminated. Eliminated? Duanze's tone registered a hint of shock, a rare flicker of surprise crossing his otherwise placid features. Previously, the 3 of them had received their final mission as mercenaries, to steal the security code of a high-level laboratory in a certain country. During the execution of that mission, they had inadvertently intercepted an encrypted message. A renowned doctor on the international stage had detected a dangerous, mysterious factor in the cosmos. One that was swiftly approaching the planet and would soon make landfall. A mysterious force has descended upon the planet, the precise consequences of which remain shrouded in uncertainty. However, the Doctor's research surmises that it is highly likely to inflict a cataclysmic blow upon the human realm, heralding an apocalyptic era. The Doctor endeavored to report this alarming news, but was intercepted by a fellow researcher who sought to usurp the Doctor's findings for personal gain, resulting in the Doctor's brutal demise. In a bid to prevent the premature disclosure of the impending apocalypse, this unscrupulous researcher dispatched assassins to pursue the 3 individuals involved. Yet, Just days prior, a student who had served under the doctor clandestinely transmitted evidence pertaining to the apocalypse that had been preserved in the doctor's possession. The researcher's conspiracy was ultimately unveiled, leading to a death sentence. After sending out the evidence, the messenger student tragically took his own life in the advanced laboratory, which was subsequently reduced to ruins. A few hours ago, Pei Shiyu received this distressing news. However, he pondered, why had there been no discourse regarding the apocalypse from the outside world? Duanzhe found himself perplexed. Such a significant upheaval should have stirred considerable commotion beyond their confines. Pei Shiyu remained focused on cleansing the blood from his hands, speaking with an air of detachment. The information had been suppressed by those in the know, as the notion of an apocalypse was too harrowing, likely to incite widespread panic. Even if the claims were true, the informed parties would be loath to release the information lightly. Duanzhe hesitated, unsure of what to articulate or what actions to take. He heard Pei Shiyu continue, unperturbed, stating that those privy to the information had already begun clandestine preparations. This implied that the doctor's discoveries were indeed legitimate. Duanzhe found himself musing to himself. Previously skeptical of the apocalyptic tidings, it now appeared increasingly probable that such an end was imminent. How are we prepared in terms of supplies? Pei Shiyu's inquiry jolted Duanzhe back to the present. Everything has been discreetly relocated. Our supplies are now stored in the basement of the villa, he replied. Additionally, the renovation crew has just departed, and the security measures have been reinforced. Pei Shiyu nodded, discarding the blood-stained towel and casting an indifferent glance at the lifeless body on the floor. He instructed Duanzhe to sever all external communications and conceal their whereabouts from today onward. Furthermore, he insisted that the news of the apocalypse be leaked to the upper echelons of various nations. As for their belief in it, and the measures they would take, that was no concern of his. After all, Pei Shiyu possessed no tangible evidence to substantiate the advent of the apocalypse, and the majority would likely remain skeptical. Moreover, he was not one to meddle unnecessarily. Within the confines of his own interests, he could do no more. The hollow echoes of footsteps reverberated in the dark, lightless underground passage as Pei Shiyu's silhouette gradually faded into the shadows. Ning Ran ventured to a nearby restaurant for a meal and took the opportunity to procure several hundred portions of food. Driving the delivery truck, she felt an unsettling sensation that someone had been following her in recent days. After navigating several turns, she parked the large truck in a secluded corner and ensured the area was truly deserted before entering the cargo area to stow away the hundreds of meals. The rental period for the truck was nearing its end, and fortunately, Ning Ran had managed to squander the remaining 200,000 over the past few days, leaving little need for further stockpiling. Thus, the truck would no longer be necessary. Upon returning the truck, Ning Ran took a taxi back to the small villa, paying the driver with the last remaining 86 yuan and 96 cents, leaving her pockets emptier than her expression. Turning around, she was unsurprised to find Pei Shiyu standing by the large iron gate. Ever since that day he had inexplicably approached her for an introduction, he had steadfastly awaited her outside each day. Initially, Ning Ran had been wary, but each time Pei Shiyu merely handed her a meal box without waiting for a response before departing, leaving her numb to the routine. Moreover, the meals Pei Shiyu provided were genuinely delectable. At first, Ning Ran had taken precautions, discarding the food directly into the trash. However, one day, enticed by the enticing aroma wafting from the meal box, she succumbed to curiosity, inspected the contents with her tools, found no poison, and tasted a morsel. To her surprise, it was indeed delicious. Having endured 7 years of the apocalypse, she ultimately could not resist the temptation any longer. As she accepted the meal from Pei Shiyu, she intended to call out to him, but in the blink of an eye, he had vanished again. Gazing at the pink meal box in her hands, Ning Ran sighed. Upon returning to the villa and opening the box, she discovered her favorite dish, braised pork ribs. After satisfying her hunger, she felt a twinge of guilt for consistently accepting his generosity. The trio, though peculiar, did not seem to harbor any ill intentions towards her. After all, they could not possibly wish to fatten her up. Ning Ran rummaged through her space for some fruits and snacks, carrying them outside. Just as she closed the door, she returned to retrieve a knife and a gun, concealing them in the pockets of her attire. She then approached the door of the neighboring villa and rang the bell. The door opened swiftly, revealing Lin Yan. Upon seeing Ning Ran, Lin Yan's eyes brightened instantly. He took the items from her hands and warmly invited her inside. Hello. Hello. My name is Lin Yan and the one seated on the sofa is Duanze. Ning Ran nodded, introducing herself to the two men. Duanze rose to greet her, and Lin Yan encouraged her to take a seat. As Ning Ran settled onto the sofa, she noted how, in just a few short days, the two had grown somewhat familiar with her, despite their initial demeanor suggesting otherwise. Chapter 7. Pursuit. Ning Ran noticed a bowl of instant noodles on the coffee table. Intrigued by the juxtaposition of receiving braised pork ribs while these two were relegated to instant noodles, her curiosity only intensified. You eat this? She inquired, pointing at the bowl. Upon mentioning food, Lin Yan's expression shifted to one of lament as he began to recount their recent culinary misadventures. Our boss has developed an obsession with cooking lately, but all his successful creations have been sent to you, while the failures have been left for us. Fortunately, their leader was astute. Armed with a cookbook and having learned from Duanze for merely a few days, he became self-taught. However, the delectable aromas wafting from the kitchen still did not include him. Lin Yan cast a resentful glance at Ning Ran. Ever since that day, their leader had been acting strangely, akin to a love-struck individual, constantly gravitating towards Ning Ran. He began to suspect that Ning Ran might have cast some sort of spell over their leader. Moreover, one day, Pei Shi returned from delivering a meal to Ning Ran and proceeded to discuss arrangements for the aftermath with him and Duanze. He mentioned that they could take some supplies stored underground if they wished to leave, as he intended to follow Ning Ran from now on. Pei Shiyu had always been akin to a cold, emotionless machine, even resembling a somewhat deranged killing machine. Both Lin Yan and Duanze were astonished that Pei Shiyu would go to such lengths for Ning Ran. When the three of them undertook missions together, had it not been for Pei Shiyu, they would have perished long ago. Pei Shiyu had saved their lives, and as they had no family ties, they felt no compunction to leave him, having already resolved to follow him. If Pei Shiyu wished to accompany Ning Ran, they had no objections, for they were uncertain of where to go themselves. However, they were somewhat puzzled as to how Ning Ran had become so significant to Pei Shiyu in such a short span of days. Upon further inquiry, they discovered that their leader had indeed developed feelings for the young lady. Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. When he and Duanze had asked about it, their leader had blushed for the first time, nearly incensed with embarrassment and ordering him to dig a pit. He had intended to get to know Ning Ran, yet Pei Shiyu forbade him, insisting on delivering meals daily without fail. The meals our leader prepared are all for you. He doesn't let us eat, Lin Yan lamented, casting a contemplative glance at Ning Ran. He pondered for a moment, realizing that Ning Ran would soon be their future sister-in-law. Observing their leader's infatuation, he surmised that she would undoubtedly have him wrapped around her finger. If he could win over Ning Ran, wouldn't he then wield a significant advantage, no longer fearing punishment or toiling endlessly to dig pits? Lin Yan felt rather clever, and the more he contemplated, the more his lips curled into a smile, even laughing aloud. No need to worry, we can order takeout outside. It's just that this fellow isn't eating properly and now finds himself famished, resorting to instant noodles, Duanze remarked, casting a glance at Lin Yan, who was lost in thought before returning to his book. Ning Ran, having overheard their conversation, was increasingly perplexed. She had no prior acquaintance with Pei Shiyu. So, why was he so intent on bringing her meals? But, why does your leader keep delivering food to me? Upon hearing this question, Lin Yan looked up at Ning Ran, his eyes widening in surprise, while Duanze, who had been quietly reading, also focused his attention on her. You don't know? Our leader is pursuing you. Pursuing me? Indeed, pursuing you, Lin Yan replied confidently, while Duanze regarded Ning Ran and pondered for a moment before inquiring. He hasn't just been delivering meals without saying anything, has he? Ning Ran thought for a moment and realized that the number of conversations she had had with Pei Shiyu did not exceed 10. Duanze picked up a teacup from the table and took a calm sip before explaining, It's normal. Our leader is a man of few words. Normal? Hardly. Ning Ran felt as though the world had become surreal. Even if he were reserved, surely he wouldn't suddenly begin pursuing someone. It almost made her suspect that Pei Shiyu intended to poison her while she was off guard. Just then, Pei Shiyu entered the room, holding a flashlight. In his hand was a box filled with an assortment of insects. His face was dirty, and a green leaf was stuck in his hair. giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Clearly taken aback by Ning Ran's presence, he paused at the entrance for a moment before stepping inside. What are you doing here? And what about the lunchbox? Ning Ran pointed to the pile of fruits and snacks beside a small pink lunchbox he had brought. Pei Shiyu nodded, moving closer to hand her the box filled with fireflies. For you. Ning Ran felt stiff, hesitating to move for fear that the lid would come loose and the insects would escape. Don't you like it? Pei Shiyu noticed her rigidity and asked in puzzlement, recalling that Ning Ran had enjoyed such things as a child. With a stiff smile, Ning Ran found herself doubting the authenticity of Lin Yan and Duanzhe's claim that Pei Shiyu was pursuing her. It wasn't he that she disliked it. She absolutely detested it. What girl would have an affinity for insects? Carefully, she returned the box to Pei Shiyu. I have something else to attend to. I'll be leaving now. You can keep this. Ning Ran hurriedly departed, having intended to investigate the three of them, but her confusion only deepened. Pei Shiyu rubbed the pink hair tie in his pocket with one hand while holding the box in the other, his expression a mix of bewilderment and disappointment. As he had believed she would like it. Pei Shiyu rushed to the door, and just as he reached it, the sounds of a struggle echoed from outside. Ning Ran, having studied martial arts and possessing 7 years of experience from the apocalypse, had been training whenever she had the chance during this time. Her stamina, reaction speed, and agility had reached their peak. When faced with the sudden onslaught of a man in black, Ning Ran handled the situation with ease. In a matter of moments, she had kicked the assailant 3 meters away. The man lay on the ground for a moment, then struggled to rise, pulling a knife from his waist. Pei Shiyu rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Ran. She found herself entirely shielded by Pei Shiyu, and upon hearing a muffled groan, she looked up to see blood seeping from his right arm, the white shirt becoming strikingly stained. Duanzhe and Lin Yan, alerted by the commotion, quickly emerged and subdued the assailant. Chapter 8. Ning Ran, don't be afraid of me. In the midst of Ning Ran's momentary daze, Pei Shiyu forcefully extracted the knife embedded in his arm and approached the man in black. He pressed the cold blade against the assailant's face, the silver steel glinting ominously. With little hesitation, Pei Shiyu plunged the blade into the man's flesh, blood spraying forth and splattering against his white shirt. Ning Ran observed him, noting that the once timid man in her presence now bore a completely different countenance, one that was bloodthirsty and frenzied. Who sent you? Pei Shiyu's voice was devoid of warmth. The man in black trembled as he confessed, Please, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. A woman named Su Lian paid me to scare this girl. I never intended to harm her. Please let me go. Pei Shiyu pressed the knife deeper, eliciting a grimace of pain from the man. Ning Ran stepped forward to stand beside Pei Shiyu, questioning the assailant. How did you find this place? Su Lian came to look for you. I heard that you sold your house, and she bribed the agent to find out where you're currently living. Ning Ran's expression darkened at the revelation. Having sought convenience, she had used the same agent for both purchasing and renting this villa, not foreseeing that it would lead to such a predicament. How long have you been following me? 2 days, the man replied, sweat beading on his forehead, whether from fear or from the pain of the knife twisting in his arm. Ning Ran nodded, the time frame aligning with her suspicions, signaling for the man to continue. Your sensitivity is remarkable. On several occasions, you nearly uncovered my presence. Fearing your suspicion, I resorted to waiting for hours to seize an opportunity when you were alone. Where have you followed me? Nowhere specific. I typically linger outside this villa district, but today that woman, Su Lian, issued me an ultimatum, prompting me to take the risk of locating the villa where you reside, and subsequently following you to a restaurant. Pei Shiyu slowly twisted the knife's handle. The agonized voice of the man in black echoed, and had it not been for the surrounding empty villas, his cries might have attracted attention. I truly followed you to that restaurant. Nowhere else. Ning Ran sighed in relief upon hearing this, observing that the man in black's reaction appeared genuine. He indeed did not know his precise whereabouts each day. Please let me go. I will comply with whatever you request. Ning Ran regarded the man in black, momentarily deep in thought, resembling a beguiling sprite. If that is the case, then whatever Su Lian has commanded you to do to me, you shall return it to her twofold. If you can accomplish this, I might consider sparing you. Agreed, agreed. As long as you release me, I will agree to anything. You had better keep your word, or else. Ning Ran's voice was laden with menace, instilling a chill in the air. She produced a pill from seemingly nowhere and forced it into the man's mouth. Once the task is accomplished, I shall provide you with the antidote. Pei Shiyu abruptly withdrew the knife, its bloodied blade pressed against the man's face. The man in black nodded fervently in compliance. And only then did Duanzhe and Lin Yan release him. The man scuttled away in a panic, while Duanzhe and Lin Yan perceptively returned to the villa. Pei Shiyu lowered his gaze, observing the blood on his hands and the bloodied knife, his body shuddering slightly as he dared not look at Ning Ran. Ran. Ning Ran watched as the blood continued to flow from Pei Shiyu's shoulder. His voice trembled with unease, and she heard him utter, "Ning Ran, do not fear me." The barely audible words resonated clearly in Ning Ran's ears. She momentarily lost herself in thought, realizing that Pei Shiyu seemed to genuinely care for her, a notion that struck her as incredible. If these three truly harbored malice towards her, would they have assisted her just moments ago? The answer was a resounding no. Ning Ran reached out to cover Pei Shiyu's bleeding shoulder. "We need to tend to your wound first." As she pulled him back to the villa, Duanzhe and Lin Yan had already prepared the medical supplies. Lin Yan handed Ning Ran a towel to dry her hands as Duanzhe expertly stitched up Pei Shiyu's wound while he sat on the sofa. By the time they finished, it was already past midnight. Pei Shiyu instructed Lin Yan to escort Ning Ran back to her small villa. Lin Yan lingered at the door, observing Ning Ran before hesitantly saying, "Our leader simply struggles to express his feelings. But both Duanzhe and I can see that he genuinely cares for you. If possible, please give him a chance." Ning Ran watched Lin Yan's departing figure, surprised that he, appearing so carefree and untroubled, would utter such words. The following morning, Ning Ran rose early to experiment with soup in the kitchen. Though she was not adept at cooking, she had contemplated throughout the night that Pei Shiyu had been injured because of her, and she felt compelled to show her appreciation. With the finished soup in hand, she knocked on the door of the neighboring villa. The door was answered by Duanzhe, who, upon seeing what Ning Ran was carrying, invited her inside while he went to fetch Pei Shiyu from the study. In the trash bin next to the sofa lay the blood-stained clothes from last night. After a brief wait, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Upon looking up, Ning Ran spotted Pei Shiyu descending in casual loungewear. "Thank you for last night," she said. Pei Shiyu appeared taken aback by her visit, his dark eyes glimmering with a gentle light. Ning Ran opened the thermos she had placed on the table. "This is what I made. It's my first attempt, so I'm unsure of the taste." Pei Shiyu stared at the soup in the thermos, momentarily lost in thought. He had anticipated that Ning Ran might fear him or avoid him, but he never expected her to prepare something for him to eat. As Lin Yan entered, he found Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran in the hall. Hearing the commotion, the two turned to look, and Lin Yan was dragging in the man in black from the previous night. "I ran back and saw him lurking around," Lin Yan stated. "No, I wasn't lurking." The man in black attempted to protest, but was silenced by Pei Shiyu's piercing gaze. Lin Yan unceremoniously kicked the man, tossing him to the ground. "What are you here for?" The man in black, trembling, looked towards Ning Ran. I came to ask this lady for the antidote. Didn't you say that as long as I returned what that woman Su Lian instructed me to do, doubled back at her, I would receive the antidote?" Ning Ran turned to regard the man in black. "How did that go?" The man, shaking, retrieved his phone and showed her the photos. In them, Su Lian was being beaten for no apparent reason, drenched in rice, looking utterly disheveled, while Zhou Xianyue stood 10 meters away, trying to avoid the scene. Chapter 9. Black Sesame Filling. Ning Ran nodded in satisfaction at the photos and handed the antidote to the man in black. "From now on, do not let me see you again. Otherwise, there will be no antidote next time." Watching the man in black flee in disarray, Ning Ran nearly laughed aloud. Lin Yan leaned in curiously. "What kind of poison did you give him last night?" "It was incredibly effective. Do you have more?" Seeing Lin Yan's eager demeanor, Ning Ran chuckled softly and explained that was not poison. She was surprised that anyone still believed such a claim in this day and age. It was merely a candy. "Then what about the antidote you just gave him?" Ning Ran glanced in the direction the man in black had fled, adopting an innocent demeanor, yet her words contradicted that. "Laxative." After giving Pei Shiyu a simple nod, Ning Ran returned home, leaving Lin Yan in a state of shock. Truly, one cannot escape one's family. Ning Ran appeared sweet and demure, exquisitely resembling a little angel, yet like Pei Shiyu, she too harbored a black sesame filling. Ning Ran stared blankly at her phone screen. She had not sought trouble with Su Lian, yet unexpectedly, Su Lian came knocking. With only 10 days until the apocalypse, since Su Lian was being restless, Ning Ran did not mind stirring up some trouble for her. Ning Ran removed Su Lian from her blacklist and dialed her number. Before she could speak, Su Lian's triumphant voice came through the line. "What's this? You decided to call me? Have you realized your mistakes and wish to apologize? Let me tell you, you must show sincerity, otherwise I will not forgive you for casting me out." Su Lian's tone was arrogant, lacking the demeanor of a true young lady, yet possessing the temperament of one. Ning Ran was nearly nauseated by her presumption. "Did you eat durian or get splashed with sewage? Why do you reek so badly?" Perhaps struck by the truth, Su Lian fell silent, unable to retort. Ning Ran feigned a boastful tone. "I am now residing in a luxurious villa. What can you compare to that? I wonder if your lover, Zhou Xianyue, would be willing to let you stay in a villa?" Xianyu, of course, is willing to indulge, as he declared that tomorrow he would take her to the most luxurious residential area in the city center, where the villas are second to none. By then, you might find yourself envious beyond measure. "Stop boasting. Who doesn't he know that Zhou Xianyu has relegated you to live in the most ordinary of neighborhoods? I refuse to believe it. Just wait and see." Unable to withstand the provocation, Su Lian furiously hung up the phone on Ning Ran. Observing Su Lian falling into her trap, Ning Ran's lips curled into a sardonic smile. As far as she was aware, Zhou Xianyu's fiancé resided in the luxurious residential area, next to Zhou Xianyu's villa, a location deliberately chosen by both families to foster their relationship. In her previous life, Su Lian had played the coquette and spent the night at Zhou Xianyu's place, only to encounter that fiancé, resulting in a mutual downfall where Su Lian emerged battered and bruised. It was Ning Ran who had come to her rescue then. Now, as Su Lian was spurred on, given her current favored status with Zhou Xianyu, a mere tearful plea would surely compel that scoundrel to permit her stay. That fiancé, however, was no pushover. One could anticipate chaos and disarray ensuing. Most importantly, in her past life, Ning Ran had overheard gossip that the luxurious residential area in the city center was among the first locations to fall to a marauding gang at the onset of the apocalypse, swiftly followed by a tide of corpses. Back then, Su Lian had felt fortunate that neither she nor Zhou Xianyu was there when the cataclysm struck. In this lifetime, Ning Ran was eager to witness how, without her, those two inept individuals would manage to escape Sea City, and how long the Zhou family's established safe base could endure amid the apocalypse. Lin Yan, having finished his workout and drenched in sweat, spotted the soup on the table in the hall and lifted it to drink. Before it could touch his lips, he expelled it all over again. He had never tasted anything so dreadful. No words in any language could possibly convey its horrid flavor. As Lin Yan pondered, who could have concocted such an abomination? Pei Shiyu returned and snatched the bowl from Lin Yan's hands, casting him a fierce glare before ascending the stairs. Lin Yan, thoroughly perplexed, was about to pursue him when he was intercepted by Duanze, who had just descended from the upper floor. "Did you wish to go upstairs for another beating?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan appeared to recall some painful memory, obediently following Duanze and refraining from climbing the stairs again. "Where did that soup come from? I have never encountered anything so unpalatable." The boss's culinary skills were initially lacking, but after some time, he had become quite proficient. Thus, it was clear that the soup could not have been solely his doing. Duanze glanced at Lin Yan, his tone indifferent. "Ning Ran. She made it?" It seems the boss's efforts in delivering meals were indeed effective. Duanze refrained from commenting further, turning his gaze towards the staircase, where Pei Shiyu had vanished. On that day, when Ning Ran was attacked by the men in black, given the boss's skills, he could not have sustained any injuries. This was more than delivering food. It was a strategy employing feigned vulnerability. Pei Shiyu, accompanied by Duanze and Lin Yan, arrived at the door, burdened with an assortment of goods. Ning Ran opened the heavy iron gate, staring at the mountain of supplies behind the three with a face full of questions. Pei Shiyu hesitated, unsure how to broach the subject. He wished to inform Ning Ran about the impending apocalypse, but without solid evidence, it would be challenging to convince her. After deliberation, he decided to approach it differently. "The weather is expected to change dramatically soon. You should stock up on some supplies at home and refrain from going out." Ning Ran was momentarily taken aback by this statement, which seemed to imply foreknowledge of the apocalypse. As she watched the trio move items into the small villa, she tentatively joked, "Do you know something? Are we on the brink of an apocalypse?" Pei Shiyu and the others lifted their heads, their gazes fixed on Ning Ran. The four of them, 8 eyes locked in mutual scrutiny, rendered the air almost palpable. "Where did you hear that?" Lin Yan's inquiry inadvertently exposed them. A moment later, Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and the other two found themselves seated on the sofa in the living room. Lin Yan, flustered, lowered his head, avoiding the eyes of Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Ning Ran. Duanze, suppressing a smile, contemplated for a moment before speaking first. "Though I am uncertain how you came by this information, it appears you indeed know of the apocalypse." Despite its somewhat remote location and sparse population, the peculiar decor of Ning Ran's villa seemed excessive for ordinary residents, who, regardless of their security consciousness, would not fortify their homes to such an extent. Ning Ran nodded, recognizing that since they were already aware, there was no longer a need for concealment. "I do know, however. How did you come by this knowledge? Could they also be reincarnated?" Ning Ran's mind was awash with questions. Fortunately, Pei Shiyu did not leave her in suspense for long, quickly providing answers. "We three were mercenaries, and during our last mission, we stumbled upon information regarding a renowned scientist who had detected a mysterious factor in the cosmos. This factor, upon descending to Earth, would herald humanity's destruction, the apocalypse. However, the news was suppressed." Pei Shiyu revealed the truth to Ning Ran with minimal concealment. Chapter 10, Aggrieved. Upon hearing this, Ning Ran was momentarily stunned, as Pei Shiyu's words reminded her of her past life. There had been whispers among many that the first base would withstand the apocalypse due to having received prior warnings and made preparations. Ning Ran had always dismissed these as mere rumors, for who could foresee an apocalypse? Yet it seemed there was truth to it. Pei Shiyu and his companions were not reincarnated. They had been forewarned. With their candor, Ning Ran let down her guard. "How did you come to know?" Lin Yan asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Ning Ran hesitated, unsure how to respond. Pei Shiyu, sensing her dilemma, spoke softly. "If you prefer not to share, you need not." Duanze and Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Seeing Ning Ran's discomfort, Lin Yan hurriedly added, Yes, you don't have to say anything. I merely asked out of curiosity, so don't mind it." "Thank you." Ning Ran was uncertain how much Pei Shiyu and the others knew about the apocalypse. "What do you know about it? Are you aware of when it will occur?" Pei Shiyu shook his head. "We are not sure. We only know it will be soon, but the precise timing is unpredictable." His brow slightly furrowed, and his tone grew somber. Duanze shared the same concern, as their ignorance of the specific timing meant they could only stockpile supplies and wait. Upon realizing their lack of knowledge, Ning Ran readily clarified, "After tonight, there are 7 days until the apocalypse arrives." Pei Shiyu and Duanze were taken aback by the specificity of her revelation, and even the light-hearted Lin Yan perked up, listening intently. "The apocalypse would commence at 12:33 in the morning, and it would be wise for you to prepare in advance, as a torrential downpour would follow a meteor shower." Ning Ran was puzzled. If they were aware of the apocalypse, why hadn't they reinforced their home? Recently, she had noticed several workers entering and exiting Pei Shiyu's villa, yet she had seen no alterations to the neighboring properties. Lin Yan, exuding confidence, replied, "Rest assured. Our house is already fortified." Sensing Ning Ran's confusion, Duanze elaborated, "Our villa is equipped with an energy defense system, though there are no visible changes on the outside. Once activated, it will form a sturdy, invisible protective barrier above the villa." Ning Ran was taken aback, her movements momentarily sluggish as she nodded. She never anticipated that their preparations would be so sophisticated, which stirred a sense of envy within her. The size of the protective shield was adjustable. Should you require it, feel free to inform us. However, at present, although Ning Ran's residence might lack aesthetic appeal, its defensive capabilities were by no means inferior to those of the light-based defense system. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. In the preceding days, Su Lian had called Ning Ran to boast about moving into the luxurious Yandere residential area, where she intended to reside for a considerable time, even sharing photographs with Ning Ran. Ning Ran found joy in her friend's delight, having previously feared that Su Lian might be overshadowed by Zhou Xianyu's fiancé. As a result, she playfully provoked Su Lian a bit more, reinforcing her determination to stay there. The pride Su Lian felt now would only amplify her distress once the apocalypse descended. A knock echoed from outside, and upon opening the door, Ning Ran was unsurprised to find Pei Xiu standing there. "You needn't bring me meals all the time," she remarked. At her words, Pei Xiu appeared momentarily disheartened. Ning Ran glanced at the pink lunchbox in his hands, recalling what Duan Zhe and Lin Yan had said about Pei Xiu pursuing her, and found herself reluctantly unable to refuse. Just days ago, he had wielded a knife, seemingly eager to slay that cloaked figure. His hands stained with blood, striking fear into everyone's hearts. Now, he resembled a pitiful little puppy. Ning Ran began to suspect that Pei Xiu might be suffering from a form of dissociative identity disorder. She accepted the lunchbox and stepped aside to let him enter.
"Come in."
Pei Xiu hesitated, shaking his head, and upon noticing the trash Ning Ran had left by the door, he picked it up with a look of dejection and walked away. Ning Ran observed his retreating figure, doubting whether he was merely feigning sorrow, but lacked any evidence to support her suspicion. Pei Xiu emerged from her small villa, standing indecisively before the trash bin. "Is this Ranran's garbage? Should I throw it away? Or perhaps preserve it?" Before he could reach a conclusion, a pair of hands suddenly appeared, helping him toss the garbage into the bin. Lin Yan, with an expression of innocence, looked on as Pei Xiu, emanating an aura of danger, was left utterly bemused. "What's wrong with him? I was just kindly assisting with the trash. Why does the boss look like he wants to punch me? Isn't garbage supposed to stay in the trash can? Should it be framed instead? Isn't that a bit perverse?" Lin Yan pondered for quite some time, unable to figure out how he had offended Pei Xiu. As night fell, the clear starry sky blanketed them. The television broadcasted news of a mountain teeming with stargazers. An astronomer had predicted that a global meteor shower would arrive at dawn. Many flocked to witness this visual spectacle, unaware that it might be a one-way journey. Ning Ran switched off the television and made her way to the rooftop terrace of the villa. In the corner of the balcony stood a high-end telescope. After setting it up, Ning Ran gazed towards the villa's entrance. The streetlights cast a warm yellow glow, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility. The utterly mundane night scene left Ning Ran in a daze, as if everything were merely a fleeting dream. Little did anyone know that in less than 2 hours, this planet would face the apocalypse. A familiar silhouette flickered beneath the streetlight. Ning Ran retrieved her flashlight, directing its beam towards the figure. Upon being discovered, Pei Xiu ceased to hide, stepping into the light of the flashlight. Ning Ran descended the stairs and opened the door, inviting him inside. "What brings you here?" Pei Xiu lowered his gaze, worry etched across his brow. "Just came to check on you," he replied, revealing his unease. Ning Ran met his gaze. His dark eyes seemed even blacker than the night itself. Those eyes evoked an inexplicable familiarity within her, as though she had encountered them countless times before. After locking the door, Ning Ran led Pei Xiu to the terrace. "Where are Lin Yan and the others?" "They are each isolated in their respective rooms." Ning Ran had previously shared all the precautionary measures she could think of regarding the impending apocalypse with the three of them. Once the apocalypse commenced, humanity worldwide would experience high fevers, with over 80% transforming into zombies, leaving less than 20% as survivors. Among this dwindling number, only a minuscule fraction would awaken supernatural abilities, becoming those endowed with powers. Given the uncertainty of whether they would mutate into zombies, Pei Xiu and the others had devised a plan of isolation. Chapter 11. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Ning Ran fiddled with a high-end telescope and pondered before asking. "You mentioned that a mysterious factor caused the apocalypse, discovered by a certain doctor?" "Yes, but that doctor is already deceased." Ning Ran nodded, realizing why she had never heard of the apocalypse's origin during her 7 years in the previous world. The one who had discovered it was no longer alive. As a result of the apocalypse, the surviving humans struggled to stay alive, with human technology stagnating and paralyzed, leaving no one capable of researching the cause of the apocalypse. As they conversed, vast swathes of blue and purple auroras began to emerge in the night sky. Meteors cascaded from the heavens, and upon closer inspection, one would notice an abundance of tiny blue dust-like particles floating in the air. In an instant, They filled the surroundings, pervading every visible space unhindered. In the previous world, when the apocalypse struck, there had been no time to prepare. By the time anyone reacted, it had already erupted, and these floating blue particles went largely unnoticed. Ning Ran guided Pei Xiu back indoors. Gazing at the blue particles suspended in the air, her breathing slowed to a gentle rhythm. Is this the mysterious factor? Pei Xiu's expression turned grave, and after a moment, he slowly nodded. On her left hand, the pale green storage ring began to emit a soft glow under the illumination of the auroras outside. Both were drawn to the radiance of the ring, which caused the pale green jade within to become increasingly translucent until all impurities vanished. The term storage echoed in Ning Ran's mind, and in an instant, the chairs beside them vanished. In contrast to Ning Ran's preparedness, Pei Xiu appeared considerably more shocked. What is this? Storage, Ning Ran replied, attempting to retrieve the chairs once more. Pei Xiu watched as they blinked out of existence and then reappeared. What kind of jade is this? I'm not sure. I stumbled upon it by chance. Pei Xiu nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Ning Ran regarded Pei Xiu. His gaze remained gentle, showing no signs of change. During her 7 years in the apocalypse, she had encountered countless individuals, and greed was their inherent nature. Yet, Pei Xiu and his companions bore no malice toward her, treating her with sincerity, making them trustworthy allies. As the meteor shower concluded, thick clouds obscured the starry sky, relentless winds howled, and torrential rain loomed on the horizon. Ning Ran escorted Pei Xiu to the door, imparting a warning. You all will likely experience fevers. Please prioritize your safety. Understood. And regarding your storage ring, do not disclose it casually to others. The more precious and rare the item, the more likely it will attract the covetous eyes of those with ill intent. Although Ning Ran intended to use the storage ring to conceal her own space, she had no plans to flaunt it before others. Having endured 7 years of the apocalypse, she naturally understood the significance of Pei Xiu's words, feeling a pang of emotion at his concern. Seeing Ning Ran nod, Pei Xiu felt reassured. He handed her a walkie-talkie. Take this. Contact me if you encounter any danger. All right. In their previous lives, Pei Xiu and his 2 companions were renowned supernatural beings, although they had never met. Their names were spoken of with reverence. It was certain that the 3 of them would successfully awaken their powers. After bidding farewell to their departing guest, Ning Ran secured all the doors and windows, retreating to her bedroom. Nestled in a lazy sofa by the window, she gazed out at the oppressive darkness, where layers of ominous clouds loomed overhead. A fierce wind howled, bending the vegetation outside in its wake. Lightning flickered within the clouds, and in an instant, torrential rain descended. The inclement weather caused power outages throughout the city, plunging everything into a state of dimness. The continuous rumble of thunder and the sound of rain gradually weighed down Ning Ran's eyelids, lulling her into slumber. This unprecedented deluge was forecasted to persist for 2 days and 3 nights, saturating the entire city. Meanwhile, humanity, stricken by high fevers and rendered unconscious, remained blissfully unaware of the impending apocalypse. Not long after Ning Ran drifted into sleep, she felt an intense heat enveloping her, her body drenched in sweat. Scenes from her previous life flashed through her mind like a rapid slideshow. When she finally regained consciousness, it was already the afternoon of the 3rd day. The torrential rain outside had diminished, and the city's power had briefly restored a few hours prior. Raindrops pelted the glass, trickling down in scattered rivulets. Amid the rain's melody, Ning Ran occasionally heard the jarring screams of humans, mingled with the distant growls of zombies. Danger lurked in the shadows of the night. The apocalypse had fully descended upon the world. Ning Ran extended her palm, observing a sphere of water coalescing within her hand. A faint smile gracing her lips, her water-based supernatural ability had awakened. Fixating on an apple on the table, she attempted to manipulate the water molecules within it. In the blink of an eye, the apple shriveled, devoid of moisture, a testament to the uniqueness of her power. While ordinary water manipulators could only conjure streams of water for attack, often with limited strength, Ning Ran's extraordinary ability allowed her not only to wield water offensively, but also to extract moisture from all living beings. Her clothes clung to her damply, uncomfortable against her skin. Emerging from the bathroom, she heard her name being called repeatedly from the intercom placed on her bed. Ning Ran? Ranran? The familiar voice, tinged with anxiety, reached her ears. I'm here. Upon hearing her response, the voice on the intercom paused for a moment before speaking again, now devoid of panic. I'm outside. The stronger the supernatural being, the longer their feverish awakening lasted. According to the legends surrounding Pei Shiyu, the mightiest of all, Ning Ran surmised that he would likely rush over the moment he regained consciousness. With an umbrella in hand, Ning Ran stepped outside her home and opened the heavy iron gate, revealing Pei Shiyu standing there, slightly disheveled, wearing only one slipper, evidently having rushed out in haste. Are you all right? She inquired. Yes, I'm fine, he replied, relief washing over him upon hearing her confirmation. She ushered him inside and handed him a clean towel. What's with the urgency? I was scared, he admitted softly, scared that the person I finally found might leave again, having not eaten for an extended period. Hunger gnawed at Ning Ran, her stomach pressed against her spine. She rummaged through the refrigerator for some instant food, heating it up before offering it to Pei Shiyu. What about Duanze and Lin Yan? She asked. They're fine, Pei Shiyu suddenly recalled, realizing that Duanze and Lin Yan had followed him out just moments before. Outside the iron gate, Duanze and Lin Yan, having lagged behind, stared mournfully at the now-closed door, their expressions still heavy with longing until it swung open once more. Chapter 12. As Ning Ran had proclaimed, so it was. An hour later, the downpour ceased entirely, and under the cloak of darkness, the roars of zombies grew more pronounced. The villa district in the northern suburbs of City C was sparsely populated. Combined with the fact that Ning Ran's rented villa was adjacent to the building where Pei Shiyu and his companions resided, the surrounding houses were devoid of life, resulting in a distinct lack of zombies. Peering through binoculars, Ning Ran surveyed the distance. Several thousand meters away, a group of mutated humans were engaged in a savage struggle. The zombies, with their ashen skin and lifeless black eyes, wandered aimlessly, their limbs stiff. One particularly decrepit zombie had its intestines trailing on the ground, while a human, unable to escape, was swiftly overpowered. After a few piercing shrieks, silence enveloped the scene. The scent of blood drew the other zombies, who converged upon the fallen figure. Following a gruesome feast, the body, now missing half its face and an arm, rose again, transformed into one of the ravenous horde. Lin Yan, witnessing this gruesome tableau through the binoculars, despite having encountered bloodshed before, found himself retching in disgust. In contrast, Ning Ran, seemingly unfazed, munched on potato chips, indifferent to the horror before her. Such was the reality of the apocalypse. Duanze remained entranced by the bloody spectacle he had just witnessed, not out of fear, but because it felt surreal. Pei Shiyu, however, said nothing, his gaze solely fixed on Ning Ran, leaving no room for anything else. After Lin Yan had sufficiently expelled his stomach's contents, he returned to the group. A small flame flickered to life in his palm as he inquired, I've become a fire child. What about you? Ning Ran conjured a stream of water from her palm, her tones somewhat hesitant. Water child? Duanze formed a tiny whirlwind in his hand, prompting Lin Yan to lean closer in curiosity. Wind child, he declared. Before Lin Yan could finish, the diminutive whirlwind surged towards his forehead, its force nearly causing him to lose his balance. After the three showcased their abilities, they turned their attention to Pei Shiyu. Boss, what is your power? I don't know. You don't know?
How can that be?
Before Lin Yan could voice his confusion, darkness enveloped him entirely. He remained oblivious to the fact that, as he spoke, the shadow beneath him, manipulated by Pei Shiyu, steadily elongated and widened. Help me, please. Pei Shiyu released Lin Yan from the shadows. As Lin Yan scrambled to his feet, he cast a resentful glance at the others. Why is it always me getting hurt? This isn't fair. Is this a shadow power? Duanze pondered aloud, intrigued by Pei Shiyu's abilities. Yet Pei Shiyu merely shook his head, revealing that it was not just shadows he could manipulate, but all forms of darkness. Ning Ran tilted her head, observing the shadow that cautiously enveloped her wrist. The shadow shifted between resembling a mere silhouette and a thick fog, at times morphing into an inky liquid. Despite having heard of Pei Shiyu's reputation as the mightiest supernatural being in her previous life, no one truly knew the extent of his powers. For, according to the legends of the past, Those who had witnessed his abilities rarely lived to tell the tale. Darkness? Upon hearing Ning Ran utter those words, Pei Shiyu contemplated, finding them rather fitting. Perhaps. If Ranran says so, then it must be. Thus, the designation of Pei Shiyu's ability as darkness was somewhat hastily concluded. The television news and mobile notifications from the previous day had brought forth some updates. However, as of this morning at 8 o'clock, not a single message had come through. Ning Ran felt no surprise as she noted the clock, which now read 7 in the evening. In just a few hours, an overwhelming horde of zombies will completely seize the hydraulic and electrical systems of City C. It is not just City C. All institutions supplying water and power across the entire star will be rendered utterly incapacitated within a week, never to be restored. Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan had finished their meal and were sent back by Ning Ran. It must be said that Pei Shiyu's culinary skills truly cater to Ning Ran's palate, and his prowess seemed to be improving with each passing day. Ning Ran sat on the sofa, indulging in snacks while watching a melodramatic television series she had previously downloaded. Suddenly, a familiar number called through. The voice on the other end of the line was intermittent and garbled. Due to the apocalypse's impact, although communication signals had not yet been entirely severed, they had sustained considerable damage. Once the zombies overran the city's power system, communication would be thoroughly disrupted. Ning Ran, save me. There are monsters trying to eat me. Hearing Su Lian's desperate cries, Ning Ran deliberately walked to the window, gazing outside with a tone of cold detachment. Sure, of course, no problem. Perhaps due to poor reception. It took a moment for the voice on the other end to respond. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Hurry. I can't get there. The voice on the other end hesitated momentarily, and Ning Ran removed the phone from her ear, hearing a furious shout in response. What did you say? Ning Ran had no time to entertain her nonsense. By this hour, the luxurious residential area in the city center had likely been overtaken by marauding gangs, and soon, the zombie horde would also appear there. Oh, dear, I simply cannot get there. Ning Ran spoke with a tone that suggested exasperation, then thought of something and tried to soften her demeanor. I can't help it. Here's the deal. If you and your worthless boyfriend can make it out of the city center, come to the large shopping supermarket in the northern suburbs of City C. I will be waiting there to ensure your safe exit from the city. After saying this, Ning Ran did not linger to see if the other party understood. She hung up and turned off her phone. If they were to be bitten by zombies in the luxurious residential area, so be it, but if they managed to escape, Ning Ran would certainly scatter their ashes, allowing them to drift peacefully out of City C on the winds. Ning Ran glanced out the window for a moment. The previously mild weather had begun to grow chillier amidst the relentless rain that had persisted for 2 days and nights. The leaves were battered off the trees, and the treetops stood bare, while the ground was strewn with fallen foliage. The rotting leaves mingled with decaying flesh and muck, transforming the entire world into a veritable purgatory. Unperturbed by the phone call, Ning Ran turned and walked into her cloakroom. Upon emerging, she had changed into a set of practical, streamlined attire, completing the look with a black windbreaker. She proceeded toward the entrance, donning a raincoat and rain boots, equipped with a flashlight and a machete, and slung a backpack over her shoulder, preparing to venture out. At this moment, humanity had only just begun to mutate, and most were still in a state of panic. Failing to comprehend the situation, Ning Ran intended to seize this relatively safe interval to gather supplies. The population in the northern suburbs of City C was scant, and the resources in the large shopping supermarket were too good to pass up, lest they go to waste. Although her space was already stocked with a plethora of supplies, Ning Ran would not mind acquiring more. The large supermarket in the northern suburbs of City C was not far from her villa. Ning Ran opted not to drive her modified off-road vehicle and decided to walk instead. However, just to be safe, she stored the vehicle in her space for easy access. Closing the heavy iron gate behind her, Ning Ran noticed a layer of blue light enveloping the villa next door, presumably the energy defense system installed by Pei Shiyu and his companions. Casting a glance, she stepped outside. Chapter 13. Gathering Supplies. The streetlights along the way had all shattered, plunging the area into darkness. Many trees had been uprooted by the fierce winds from the previous storm, lying strewn about haphazardly. With her flashlight and machete in hand, Ning Ran cautiously surveyed her surroundings. The further she ventured from the villa district, the clearer the sounds of the zombies' growls became. After walking for over 10 minutes, she spotted a few zombies loitering in front of a villa not far away. That location was an essential passage out of the residential area. And as Ning Ran contemplated her approach, a zombie missing an arm and a leg suddenly lunged from a nearby flower bed. Its grotesque visage and gaping maw were terrifying. Having only recently transformed, the zombie moved sluggishly. Ning Ran, maintaining her composure, deftly sidestepped and, without a moment's hesitation, swung her machete, severing the creature's head. Watching the decapitated head roll to her feet, she kicked it aside and advanced toward the zombies in front of the villa. The newly awakened low-level zombies had not yet developed a crystal core, so Ning Ran chose not to investigate further. In time, these zombies would evolve to possess crystal cores, becoming first-level zombies. Abilities users could absorb these cores to enhance their powers. During the 7 years of the apocalypse she had experienced in her previous life, abilities users were categorized from S to D ranks. Most users awakened at B or C levels, with a minority at D, while only a rare few achieved A levels. And the S rank was reserved for the elite. In her past life, Ning Ran had encountered only a handful of S-level abilities users. The higher the rank, the more challenging it was to upgrade, requiring an increasing number of crystal cores. Advancement in abilities was no easy feat. Those with lesser talents might struggle their entire lives without progressing even a single tier. Both Duan Zhe and Lin Yan had awakened at a level, while some might never reach their initial level. As for Pei Xiu, his abilities were unparalleled. Even in her reincarnation, Ning Ran, endowed with a unique S-level water ability, could not discern the extent of Pei Xiu's powers. At this moment, the city's water and power had not yet been entirely extinguished, and Ning Ran utilized the light emanating from the villa to strike at the zombies at the entrance. With a few deft movements, she swiftly decapitated them. She paused for a moment to ensure no more zombies lurked nearby before glancing inside the villa. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she observed a scene of bloodshed within. A hapless zombie dangled from a chandelier, and as it struggled, the light flickered ominously. Perhaps the zombie's thrashing was too vigorous, causing both it and the chandelier to crash to the ground. What had once been a stiff, struggling figure was now reduced to a gruesome mess. Indifferently, Ning Ran continued on her way, occasionally popping nuts into her mouth and crunching them. After exiting the villa district, she noted that a few scattered advertising lights and decorative lights on the greenery remained illuminated. Glancing at her wristwatch, she mentally counted the time, and in an instant, the entire city succumbed to darkness. Looking up at the pitch-black sky devoid of any light, Ning Ran realized that the zombie horde had likely overrun City C's water and power systems. She understood that this power outage would not be restored for a long time, casting the world into an abyss of darkness and ushering humanity into its darkest era. Stealthily navigating the night, Ning Ran paused as she passed a pharmacy. She retrieved specialized tools from her backpack and set about breaking the lock on the door, eliminating the sole zombie inside. Proceeding to the small storage room at the back, she collected all the medications within and stored them in her space. As for the scattered items on the shelves outside, she opted not to take them due to their limited quantity. Though the population in this area is sparse, should anyone dare to risk their life in search of medicine, they would not return empty-handed. Leaving a thread of hope is akin to accumulating virtues for oneself, expressing gratitude to the heavens for granting her a second chance at life. Half an hour later, Ning Ran's silhouette appeared at a large shopping supermarket on the outskirts of City C. As the apocalypse had commenced during the night, most shopping venues remained shuttered, and the interiors were devoid of human presence. Outside the supermarket, a few wandering zombies meandered along the roadside. After dispatching them, Ning Ran approached the entrance of the supermarket. She fumbled at the entrance for a while, and once the chain was severed, she repacked her tools into her bag and, wielding a large cleaver, ventured inside. The supermarket was eerily silent, devoid of life, the stillness so profound that even her breathing seemed to echo. With a flashlight in hand, Ning Ran remained vigilant, attuned to the slightest sounds around her. She meticulously scoured the entirety of the vast supermarket, confirming its safety before locating the entrance to the storage warehouse. The warehouse door proved somewhat resistant to her efforts, prompting Ning Ran to conjure a small stream of water that slithered into the keyhole. After a few tentative attempts, the lock clicked open. Upon entering, she found the warehouse stacked with numerous goods. Due to the recent power outage, the meat, fruits, and vegetables remained remarkably fresh. With a gentle wave of her hand, she effortlessly collected all the items into her spatial storage. Observing the now empty warehouse, she exited and secured the door once more. She decided against collecting the goods displayed in the supermarket, as she feared that if Su Lian and Zhou Xianyu, that wretched couple, managed to escape from the cloud-top mansion, they might grow suspicious upon discovering the emptiness here. The adage that calamity lingers for 1,000 years held some weight in her mind. Moreover, if Su Lian were alive, she would undoubtedly seek her out. Lacking any supernatural abilities, Su Lian would certainly return, knowing that Zhou Xianyu, despite awakening his earth-based powers and successfully ascending to B-grade, initially possessed only a C-grade level, rendering him rather weak. Aware of Ning Ran's martial arts background, they would not hesitate to approach this seemingly resource-rich supermarket. With these thoughts in mind, Ning Ran proceeded to select various items, pushing a shopping cart through the aisles. Snacks, food, drinks, pots, and pans, all that caught her eye went into the cart. Although her spatial storage was far from lacking, and indeed contained far more than these items, she felt uncomfortable returning empty-handed after coming this far. Upon exiting the supermarket, she calmly locked the entrance, her demeanor as relaxed as if she were overseeing her own estate. Steering the shopping cart back, a shadow that had followed her melted back into the darkness. As she neared her small villa, she spotted a dark figure standing at the entrance. Approaching, she recognized Pei Shiyu, his expression grave. The outside world was perilous, teeming with zombies. "I know," Ning Ran replied with a nonchalant nod. Pei Shiyu scrutinized her for a moment, then sighed, taking the shopping cart from her and pushing it back. "How long have you been waiting for me?" Ning Ran inquired. And Pei Shiyu, feeling a pang of guilt, averted his gaze. "Not long." Ning Ran opened the iron gate, chatting as she led Pei Shiyu inside. Completely unaware that a shadow, thick as ink, had vanished from the corner of the wall. Pei Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to catch up with her. Chapter 14. What help? The small villa was also without power, and Pei Shiyu assisted in starting the generator that had been installed long ago. To avoid drawing attention, Ning Ran drew the curtains and turned on the lights in the living room. "I brought back some supplies from the supermarket, including meat. Call Duanze and Lin Yan. Let us have a barbecue together." Ning Ran busied herself with the items she had retrieved. Pei Shiyu helped organize them, his mind elsewhere as he replied absently. When Lin Yan arrived, he bore an armful of spices and vegetables, while Duanze carried a case of beer. Observing Lin Yan's eagerness to grab as much as possible, Ning Ran remarked with exasperation, "There's plenty here. You don't need to bring so much." Pei Shiyu and Duanze set up the grill outside in the small garden, while Lin Yan crouched down to start the fire. Having just awakened his powers, Lin Yan's initial abilities were strong, yet his execution remained clumsy. He spent quite some time blowing on the kindling before finally igniting the flames. After the torrential rain, the nighttime temperature had dropped to 7 or 8 degrees and continued to fall. Wrapped in his coat, Lin Yan glanced at the meat he had inadvertently charred, looking distressed. Duanze was diligently mixing drinks at a nearby table. Sitting beside Ning Ran, Pei Shiyu held a piece of freshly grilled meat. "If you find yourself in need of anything, feel free to come over to our place. We have plenty of supplies," he assured. Though he knew Ning Ran likely had more than enough. "No need. The large quantity of food you all delivered a few days ago is still more than I can consume on my own. Besides, you bring meals almost every day, leaving me no chance to eat what's in the fridge." Duanze approached with 2 glasses of mixed drinks, offering one to Pei Shiyu and one to Ning Ran. "We were worried when you went out alone. Next time, remember to take us with you. It's safer in numbers." Ning Ran hesitated, sensing she might disappoint them. Just as the 4 of them were gathered around the campfire, enjoying their meal, faint, unusual sounds emanated from outside the villa. While ordinary individuals might not notice, those with awakened abilities, having enhanced physiques and heightened senses, would easily detect them. Pei Shiyu signaled for silence, and Lin Yan paused mid-chew. Ning Ran quietly stood up, with Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan following her to the large iron gate outside the villa. The villa's walls were fortified with electric fencing, and beyond them stood 2 figures leaning against each other. "Damn it, slow down. Don't bump into me," One of the men exclaimed, tall and imposing, with a centipede-like scar running from his eye to his jaw. Behind him was a bald man with an oily sheen to his skin. Hearing the scarred man's low, furious tone, the bald man hunched his back, brandishing an axe, and repeatedly nodded in apology. Big brother, are we really going to steal? And how do we get in? This house has no blind spots at all. Are you sure you saw a little girl pushing a shopping cart full of food heading this way? The scarred man pressed. I really saw her, big brother. I was on the rooftop with binoculars. I'm certain it's in this direction. The bald man assured, slightly bowing. If not, you'll be the one to suffer. The scarred man retorted, leading the bald man toward a nearby corner, searching for a way in. Having listened long enough, Ning Ran swung open the iron gate and stepped outside. Stop looking, aside from the door. There's no way in from anywhere else. The scarred man and the bald man jolted at the sound, turning to face her. Ning Ran stood backlit, the dim light from within obscuring her expression. Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan stood behind her. Without waiting for the scarred man and the bald man to respond, Ning Ran picked up a stick from the corner and launched an attack. Despite their robust physiques, the scarred man and the bald man stood no chance against the seemingly delicate Ning Ran. Ning Ran seized the weapons from the two men, casting a lofty gaze upon the scarred-faced man, and the bald man sprawled on the ground. In contrast to Pei Shiyu, whose eyes remained solely fixated on Ning Ran, seemingly unperturbed by the astonishing scene unfolding before him, Duanze and Lin Yan were left agape, their jaws nearly grazing the earth. Despite her petite stature, Ning Ran exhibited a fierceness in her blows that surpassed theirs. The scarred man and the bald man trembled in fear, their bodies quaking as they beheld the glinting axe in Ning Ran's grasp, nervously swallowing their anxiety. Attempting to thieve? Ning Ran's voice bore little warmth as she observed the vast patches of dried blood on their clothing, remnants from their past misdeeds. These two had likely robbed several families and taken numerous lives. The scarred man and the bald man hastily admitted their wrongdoings. We were wrong, esteemed lady. We shan't steal again. And then what? Although Ning Ran usually appeared as a charming little angel, her smile at this moment resembled that of a mischievous demon from the depths of hell. Their audacity to approach her today stemmed solely from their belief that she posed no threat. However, if she instilled fear in them, escalating the commotion, then everyone would come to fear her, and other ill-intentioned individuals in the Villa district would naturally refrain from approaching, thus averting much trouble. With a casual toss, Ning Ran flung the axe, its blade embedding itself beside the scarred man's hand. She proceeded to pick up a stone from the ground and swiftly knocked the two bruised men unconscious. Stop gawking, and come help. As Lin Yan and Duanze snapped back to reality and approached, Ning Ran had already hoisted one man with her left hand and led the other with her right, with a lovesick Pei Shiyu trailing behind. Lin Yan and Duanze exchanged glances at the drag marks left on the ground, then at the remarkably strong girl ahead of them, pondering what assistance they could provide. Ning Ran dragged the scarred man and the bald man to the small square at the center of the Villa district, where a few zombies were ambling about. The zombies, catching the scent of fresh prey, met their demise in mere moments as shadows swiftly severed their heads. Ning Ran tossed the bruised men onto the ground and scanned the area until she spotted the tallest tree. Duanze and Lin Yan hurried over to bind the two men, while Pei Shiyu's dark shadow lifted them, suspending the scarred man and the bald man from the tree. Yet, Ning Ran felt this was insufficient. After a brief contemplation, a stream of water in her palm morphed into sharp blades. Under her command, the water blades left a myriad of tiny wounds upon the scarred man and the bald man. Blood trickled down, awakening them from their stupor. Congratulations. You've just received the ultimate apocalyptic game package. If you manage to survive tonight, perhaps tomorrow if I'm in a good mood. Ning Ran paused. Observing the terrified screams of the two men, I might just let you live. The scarred man and the bald man howled in despair. What sort of demon are you? Why would you kill when you're unhappy, and even when you are? The cacophony of their cries grated on Pei Shiyu's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. Die. Let us head back. It's too noisy. Ning Ran momentarily froze at this. Die? Pei Shiyu's voice struck a familiar chord within her, reminiscent of a time long past when someone had called her by that name. Chapter 15, The Prey. After Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran departed, Duanze and Lin Yan lagged behind to follow. In the past, they had thought that Ning Ran might be frightened if she witnessed Pei Shiyu in a murderous frenzy. Despite his usual pitiful demeanor around her, his intrinsic bloodthirst was unchangeable. However, it now seemed that the pair was remarkably well matched. The next morning, Ning Ran stood on the balcony, surveying the situation in the villa district. The scarred man and the bald man had met a gruesome end in the square the previous night, courtesy of two girls. Their demise was particularly brutal, with arrows piercing their lower bodies, leaving a trail of blood, an agonizing death indeed. One of the girls appeared to be skilled in archery, striking nearly every shot with precision. Ning Ran gazed at the bodies hanging from the great tree, the stench of blood drawing the zombies from the villa district. Having seen enough, she stretched lazily and descended to the small garden to engage in some welding. She meticulously crafted a cage of moderate size. Calculating the time, if that pair of dog lovers were still alive, they should be nearing the large supermarket by now. Ning Ran contemplated visiting that evening to ascertain whether they had been fortunate enough to be devoured by zombies in the opulent Yandere district, or if they had narrowly escaped. Pei Shiyu arrived with a meal, and upon receiving the pink lunchbox, Ning Ran dismissed him without hesitation. On most days, she would have been inclined to let him stay, especially when he donned that pleading expression, but today she simply shooed him away. Watching the heavy iron gate close behind him, the pitiable Pei Shiyu quickly transformed his demeanor as if flipping through a book. His deep-set eyes and distant aura made him seem unapproachable. What has gone wrong? This shouldn't be. Typically, all it took was for him to display a timid desire to enter, and Ning Ran would welcome him inside. In the dead of night, Ning Ran armed herself and ventured out. The air had begun to reek of blood and decay, a stark contrast to before. Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan had previously cleared the surrounding zombies, and as Ning Ran stepped out of the villa district, she encountered only a few dismembered, decayed corpses, devoid of any living zombies. Once outside, she picked up a brick for self-defense. Following the path she had scouted 2 days prior, Ning Ran made her way to the large supermarket. Along the way, she encountered several zombies, dispatching them effortlessly with the brick and a few stones she had collected, the feeble creatures falling apart with ease. The lock at the supermarket entrance had already been broken. Observing the severed chain in her hands, Ning Ran noted that the apocalypse had only recently begun. The primary clientele for this large supermarket had been the residents of the villa district. Given that the supermarket was a 30-minute walk from the villa district, not too far, yet not too close, most survivors from the villa district, even when facing food shortages, would likely target the small stores just outside rather than risk venturing here for sustenance. If there were no residents from the villa district, the only remaining possibility was that of refugees from the city center, such as Su Lian and Zhou Xianyue. The interior of the supermarket was blocked by heavy objects, preventing her from pushing the door open. Thus, Ning Ran opted to enter through the back. Manipulating the water to slip into the lock, the back door clicked open. The vast supermarket lay in eerie silence as Ning Ran wandered through it, ultimately stopping in the home goods section. From within the home goods area, she heard several voices, a male and a female. "Be gentle, Xianyue." Zhou Xianyue remained silent for a moment before lowering his voice to inquire. "Is that girl named Ning Ran really trained in martial arts?" "Absolutely. She's not just trained. She's quite formidable. But didn't she have a conflict with you recently?" "No need for concern, brother. If I express my grievances, that foolish girl will surely heed my words. I'll have her serve as our free bodyguard, escorting us out of Sea City. Moreover, she didn't come to rescue me when I called. But look at this supermarket. So much food. That fool managed to inform us of a place with fewer zombies and ample supplies, which means she still trusts me. A few kind words from me, and she will definitely comply. It won't be an issue." Little temptress, Zhou Xianyue chuckled softly, while Su Lian shyly nestled into his embrace. Ning Ran lifted the brick in her hand, feeling it lacked sufficient weight. She turned away, seeking a more suitable weapon in the supermarket before returning. The home goods section was illuminated by a dim, yellow light as Su Lian lit the candles one by one with her lighter. Startled by the sudden appearance of a shadowy figure, she collapsed to the ground in shock. Ning Ran, wielding the iron rod she had just procured, looked down upon Su Lian with a disdainful gaze, as if she were nothing more than refuse. "Ning Ran, Su Lian's words were cut short as Ning Ran struck her unconscious with a single blow, uninterested in hearing anything further, fearing it would sully her ears. Zhou Xianyu, hearing the commotion, hurried over from the other side. Before he could utter the words, "Who are you?" he too found himself lying on the ground beside Su Lian. Ning Ran cleared a space and retrieved a cage that had been welded together long ago. Initially, she had intended to use these two worthless beings for a trap in the small villa if they proved unnecessary. However, it seemed that these two nuisances had indeed survived through the ages, and it appeared there would be no opportunity for a trap. Ning Ran bound Zhou Xianyu and Su Lian together, ensuring to gag them to prevent their incessant, useless chatter. Subsequently, she tossed the two of them, now wrapped like Zongzi, into the cage and locked it securely. Standing beside the cage, she gazed at her trapped prey. Perhaps due to the heavy blows from the iron rod, her quarry remained unconscious. A cold wind blew from an unknown source, extinguishing half of the lit candles. As she stepped away, she returned with a zombie, also bound like Zongzi. A rope measuring 5 or 6 meters was tied around the zombie's neck, and its mouth was stuffed with a wooden stick as thick as Ning Ran's arm. Its limbs were relatively intact, unlike other zombies, which were ragged and missing limbs. However, the signs of wear from Ning Ran's dragging were evident on its clothing. Ning Ran observed the still unconscious Su Lian and Zhou Xianyu, a flicker of displeasure crossing her bright eyes. She unlocked the cage and kicked the zombie inside, then doused both of them with a bucket of foul-smelling water she had fetched from the fresh produce section. Discarding the empty bucket carelessly on the ground, Zhou Xianyu and Su Lian slowly regained consciousness, dazed and confused. Su Lian attempted to speak but realized her mouth was gagged, rendering her voiceless. Chapter 16. Obedience Ensured. Ning Ran tugged on the rope leading the zombie, while conjuring a stream of water of moderate size, directing it toward the zombie's mouth. The stick that had been blocking the zombie's mouth fell to the ground, and it emitted strange, grating noises. Just as Su Lian and Zhou Xianyu had begun to awaken, they turned to the source of the noise behind them. A zombie, its mouth gaping with blood and filth, stood less than 2 meters away. Su Lian wanted to scream for help but could produce no sound, her eyes wide with terror, as if they might pop from their sockets. Zhou Xianyu, terrified, felt his legs weaken. Even if his mouth were free, he could not utter a word. Ning Ran loosened the rope slightly, causing the zombie in the cage to lurch closer to Zhou Xianyu and Su Lian. They huddled in a corner of the cage, frightened enough to wish for unconsciousness once more. Amused by their predicament, Ning Ran's laughter echoed with delight, as though she were playing with a fascinating toy.
Su Lian,
unable to speak, clutched the cage desperately, tears streaming down her face, her eyes pleading for mercy. Zhou Xianyu tried to make muffled threats. Yet as Ning Ran loosened the rope again, fear consumed him, and he instinctively shrank back behind Su Lian. After tiring of the game, Ning Ran pulled the zombie away from their faces. Utilizing her spatial abilities, she severed the ropes binding Su Lian and Zhou Xianyu. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, they felt the rope slacken. Su Lian spat out the gag in her mouth, kneeling in the cage and begging Ning Ran for mercy. A powerful voice within her warned that Ning Ran was not jesting. She truly intended to kill her. Ning Ran, I was wrong. Spare me, I beg you. We grew up in the same orphanage. You cannot treat me this way. Zhou Xianyu suddenly seized Su Lian from behind, slapping her hard, his tone a mix of panic and pleading. This woman wants to harm you. It has nothing to do with me. Let me go. I am the young master of the Zhou family. If you kill me, they will not spare you. Ning Ran crunched on potato chips, utterly unmoved. Zhou Xianyu, looking at the zombie looming close, swallowed hard. The Zhou family is preparing to establish a base. We will secure a place in this apocalypse. Just let me go, and I will give you anything you want. Ning Ran discarded the empty chip bag, seemingly bored, and spoke with disinterest. How about this? She paused as if contemplating. There are 2 living beings in this cage. It seems a bit cramped. What if only one remains? She did not finish her thought, but almost as soon as her words fell, Zhou Xianyu lunged at Su Lian, grappling with her. You die, and I can live. This is fate. Do not blame me. Su Lian gasped for breath, glaring at Zhou Xianyu, her feet kicking wildly as she aimed for his vital points. Zhou Xianyu, feeling the pain, turned pale, With only C-grade earth abilities, he managed to throw a small earth block that lightly struck Su Lian's face. Although it did not inflict serious harm, it was sufficient to momentarily daze her. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xianyu charged again, delivering merciless blows. Su Lian appeared to suffer internal injuries, spitting blood. The scent of blood invigorated the zombie in the cage. Ultimately, Zhou Xianyu, a strong man despite his weak abilities, overpowered Su Lian, pushing her toward the zombie. The zombie bit into Su Lian's neck, ending her breath, her eyes fixed on Zhou Xianyu in disbelief. As Zhou Xianyu witnessed Su Lian being devoured by the zombie, he turned to Ning Ran, kneeling and pleading.
She's dead.
Let me out quickly. Let you out? Ning Ran feigned innocence, her expression one of confusion. When did I ever say I would release you? It was you who mentioned there should be only one left. Zhou Xianyu's realization struck him hard. He froze. What will happen if there is only one left? Ning Ran's silence was deafening. How foolish. Ning Ran mocked the once mighty young master, without reservation. Zhou Xianyu glared at her, rage in his eyes, desperately shaking the cage, but it did not budge. An earth block, thrown with all his might, vanished before reaching Ning Ran, only to return and strike Zhou Xianyu's own face moments later. Ning Ran's spatial abilities, though not classified as powers, proved exceptionally useful. The corpse of Su Lian lay mangled from the zombie's gnawing, just as Zhou Xianyu wiped the mud from his face. The transformed Su Lian suddenly sprang to life, lunging at the only source of sustenance in the cage, Zhou Xianyu. After a series of panic screams, the cage fell silent,
leaving only the sound of the zombie feasting.
Ning Ran untied the rope from the zombie's neck and turned to the snack aisle of the supermarket in search of something to eat. She had rushed out earlier, untouched by the food Pei Shiyu had sent, and now hunger gnawed at her. Ning Ran wandered through the snack section, only to realize that her heart still longed for a steaming meal. She returned to the cage and swiftly dealt with the 3 zombies within. Just as she contemplated gathering the supplies scattered throughout the supermarket and leaving to return home, a mouse suddenly darted out from a corner. She halted abruptly, casting her gaze toward the darkened recess, her voice turning icy.
Come out.
Shadows swirled in the corner, akin to thick ink. Realizing he had been discovered, Pei Shiyu emerged from the shadows, striding toward Ning Ran with his long legs. Unlike his usual pitiful demeanor, he now exuded an air of seductive charm. Though his gaze remained gentle as it fell upon Ning Ran, Pei Shiyu stepped closer, carefully taking hold of Ning Ran's hand and leaning down to whisper in her ear. Ranran, you naughty girl, sneaking out all by yourself. His hand glided from her neck to her back, sending a shiver down her spine. Pei Shiyu's powers were unfathomable. Had it not been for the startled mouse earlier, Ning Ran would never have sensed that someone was trailing her. She pondered how long he had followed her before finally asking, "What did you see? How much did you wish for me to show you?" She scrutinized Pei Shiyu, contemplating whether she could overpower him. A smile graced Pei Shiyu's lips, as if he had penetrated her thoughts. "Don't hit me, Ranran. I promise to be obedient. Let go." Ning Ran had long known that Pei Shiyu's pitiable facade in front of her was a mere act, and she was indifferent to it. Seeing that Pei Shiyu still held her hand firmly, she bit down on the finger he was trailing toward her lips. Pei Shiyu chuckled, seemingly delighted by the bite. "Don't let go, okay? You promised to behave, didn't you? Is this something you can ignore?" Ning Ran remained silent, gazing at him for a moment before stating, "I'm hungry. Let's go back to eat." "All right, I'll cook for you," Pei Shiyu replied, pulling her hand as they exited the sprawling supermarket. As they passed the cage, stained with blood and dismembered limbs, he exhibited no emotion, treating it as casually as one would regard a pebble by the roadside, not even bothering to inquire. Ning Ran struggled against his grip. Realizing her efforts were futile, she resigned herself to the situation. Chapter 17. Out of control, Pei Shiyu brought Ning Ran back to his villa, where he prepared a meal for her in the kitchen. Watching him, clad in a pink apron and exuding an air of obedience, Ning Ran found herself increasingly suspicious that he might be a deranged split personality. It gradually dawned on her that she seemed to have entangled herself with this troublesome individual. "What are you doing?
Can you let go?"
she said, bemused, looking at the shadowy liquid flowing around her waist like black ink. Pei Shiyu lowered his head, stealing a glance at the substance encircling her waist. His ears tinged with red. I can't control it, Ranran. Ning Ran sighed, bemused by his earlier insistence on holding her tightly, now turning bashful. She discovered that beneath his perverse exterior, Pei Shiyu possessed an unexpected innocence, except during his episodes, of course. He set a feast before her, the dishes fragrant and visually appealing. Yet Ning Ran felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze. "You've been following me these past few days." Pei Shiyu averted his eyes, a hint of guilt evident.
Yes.
Seemingly fearful of inciting her anger, he quickly added, "Please don't be upset, Ranran." While she wasn't particularly angry, Ning Ran was uncertain whether he had seen her utilize her spatial abilities, though she concealed it with a storage ring. Its capacity was merely the size of a small soccer field. 7 years of experience in the apocalypse had instilled hesitation and worry within her. Yet a voice in her heart urged her to trust Pei Shiyu. Moreover, her interactions with him and the others had fostered a sense of trust. After finishing her meal, Pei Shiyu cleared the dishes. As he emerged from the kitchen, he approached Ning Ran, who was seated on the sofa, enjoying the fruit he had cut for her. A satisfied smile on his face. "The city center of C has completely fallen. Now it's overrun with zombies." "How do you know?" she inquired. Duanze took Lin Yan to see it, and there's a massive horde of zombies there. Survivors are starting to flee. Ning Ran nodded, calculating the time. In her previous life, she had escaped C City around this time. Currently, the northern suburbs had a sparse population and few zombies, but once the influx of refugees arrived, the zombies would inevitably follow. She wondered how long the villa in the northern suburbs could hold out. Lost in thought, she remained silent, while Pei Shiyu adopted a pitiful expression beside her. "Where do you want to go in the future? Can you take me along? And us too. We should be included." Lin Yan exclaimed, bouncing down the stairs, with Duanze leisurely following behind him. Noticing Ning Ran's hesitation, Lin Yan, fearing she might run off alone without their leader, quickly added, "Duanze and I are quite capable fighters, and our leader is even more so. We can protect you." Ning Ran remained unmoved, prompting Lin Yan to continue. "Our leader has plenty of supplies. Even if you eat a lot, you won't go hungry." Duanze nodded in agreement, affirming that the supplies stored underground belonged to Pei Shiyu, and as long as their leader trusted her, neither he nor Lin Yan would object. Moreover, during their time together, he and Lin Yan had come to trust Ning Ran, already considering her one of their own. Besides, our leader is hopelessly smitten. It would be a shame for him to remain single. Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan harbored no secrets from Ning Ran, including the vast stockpile of supplies stored beneath the villa. Ning Ran was momentarily taken aback by their overwhelming trust in her, their openness catching her off guard. The experiences of 7 years in the apocalypse had made it difficult for her to trust anyone. Yet, gazing into Pei Shiyu's eyes, which mirrored her own, she found a depth and familiarity that could not be deceived. After much contemplation, Ning Ran decided she could attempt to trust them this once. Besides, navigating the apocalypse alone was far lonelier than having a few trustworthy companions. Moreover, in her previous life, Pei Shiyu and the others were reputed to be formidable. This not only provided an additional layer of safety, but also allowed her the possibility of taking a step back and resting. "All right," she finally agreed. Recalling Lin Yan's earlier words, her tone unintentionally laced with a hint of threat. "But do I eat a lot?" "And no, not at all," Lin Yan stammered, a chill running down his spine. Not to mention Ning Ran, but even Pei Shiyu, standing behind her, shot him a warning glance. Did he dare to speak the truth? If he did, he would surely find himself digging a pit to bury zombies. Lin Yan observed the juxtaposition of Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran before him, sensing that the two were increasingly alike, even in the way they threatened others. The trio led Ning Ran down to the villa's basement. In the dimly lit corridor, the only sound was the echo of Pei Shiyu's voice. Beneath this villa, along with several surrounding ones, lay empty spaces filled with stockpiled supplies. To claim she wasn't astonished would be a lie. To have emptied the basements of several neighboring villas in such a short time and filled them with supplies without anyone, including her living next door, noticing was truly impressive. "Is the basement of my villa empty too?" she asked. "No, yours isn't empty. We didn't want to disturb your sleep." "Are you merely concerned about disturbing her slumber? Or is it that you fear being discovered by her?" The implications of Pei Shiyu's words left Ning Ran questioning her own hearing. Traversing through the dimly lit corridor, The four arrived at a subterranean chamber spanning several dozen square meters. The basement felt desolate, the air stagnant, carrying a lingering scent of blood that had yet to dissipate. Observing the decor, Ning Ran found herself doubting whether this place was intended for sinister purposes, though she possessed no evidence to substantiate her suspicions. Pei Xiu approached a wall, his fingers brushing against an undisclosed spot, causing the surface to slowly shift aside and reveal a highly secure vault door, the kind typically found in bank safes. After entering a password, Pei Xiu positioned himself before the door for a retinal scan, allowing the vault to finally unlock. Inside lay an underground storage facility, approximately the size of 50 large warehouses, meticulously organized with an array of supplies. To preserve freshness, the temperature within the storage was set around freezing. Duanze stepped forward and opened one of the boxes. This section contained food, while another area was designated for thermal weapons. So many items. Ning Ran thought as she glanced at Pei Xiu, Duanze, and Lin Yan, who had revealed their cards to her. She felt it was time to reciprocate with her own truth. Moreover, her space was exclusively for her use. Even if others desired it, they could not seize it, which meant that, in actuality, they were the ones at a disadvantage. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Ran, as if resolved, declared, "I possess a vast space." Fearing Pei Xiu might misconstrue her words as referring to a storage ring, she quickly added, "Not that storage ring. Rather, an expansive space that only I can control."
And it has no physical form.
She conjured several steaming cups of milk tea from her space and offered them to the three. Storage ring? Space? Lin Yan's face was a canvas of confusion, entirely bewildered by Ning Ran's statements. The world had shifted dramatically in a brief span. Apocalyptic scenarios, extraordinary abilities, and now, the addition of a space, leaving Lin Yan feeling as though reality had become increasingly surreal. Chapter 18. It hurts a bit. Ning Ran glanced at Pei Xiu and raised her left hand, showcasing the pale green jade ring adorning her finger. "This storage ring is what I wear. It has an area roughly the size of a small basketball court, with a height of about 8 meters, but it lacks preservation capabilities. Conversely, the space within me is infinitely tall, capable of holding substantial supplies, with time suspended, ensuring eternal freshness." Lin Yan was utterly astonished. He had believed Pei Xiu's stored supplies were ample enough, yet he had been oblivious to Ning Ran's possession. Although she was aware of the apocalypse, she had previously ventured alone to a supermarket beyond the villa area for sustenance, leading the trio to underestimate her preparations. Pei Xiu regarded Ning Ran, his deep gaze shimmering with a hint of moisture. He had always sensed that Ning Ran harbored numerous secrets, yet he remained unconcerned. Ning Ran wished to convey that he would be a willing listener, and if she chose not to speak, it mattered not. What was paramount was her presence beside him, in his sight. However, now that she had divulged these truths, it signified a considerable level of trust on her part. How could that not elate him? A dark, inky liquid slithered from Pei Xiu's feet, enveloping Ning Ran and cautiously clasping her hand. She noticed and turned to look at Pei Xiu, who averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes, his control slipping. Upon exiting the underground storage facility, Pei Xiu turned to Ning Ran. Ran. Regarding the storage ring and the space within you, do not disclose this to anyone else beyond the three of us, especially concerning that inner space." Ning Ran nodded. Pei Xiu had previously imparted similar sentiments, and she understood his intentions were for her safety. The reason she had chosen to reveal this today was due to her unwavering belief in their trustworthiness. Furthermore, apart from the four of them, she would not permit anyone else to learn of her inner space. Duanze also expressed his concerns. Indeed, given the current environment, it is possible that individuals with ulterior motives may take notice. We must exercise caution. Exactly. If they attempt to seize your belongings, they could very well harm you in the process. Ning Ran nodded. She understood their worries without needing to be reminded. In this life, she would have acted accordingly regardless. However, their words warmed her heart. After the arrival of the apocalypse, the weather, which had been gloomy for days, finally brightened. Recently, during the onset of the apocalypse, a torrential downpour had left everything drenched. Now, with the sun shining, conditions had improved significantly. As Ning Ran ventured next door in search of others, she chanced upon Lin Yan and Duanze returning from outside, their appearances dusty and disheveled. "Where have you two been?"
What happened to you?
Our leader took us outside to slay zombies, Lin Yan replied, wiping the blood from his face as his stomach emitted a loud growl. We left early in the morning and nearly starved. I didn't even get a meal. Ning Ran recalled the pink lunchbox Pei Shiyu had delivered early that morning, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Then I'll cook for you.
All right.
Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yan quickly changed his mind. Having tasted Ning Ran's soup before, he mused that only someone love-struck could possibly enjoy it. No, that's unnecessary. It's almost noon. I'll just grab something light to tide me over. Plus, Duanze can cook. You haven't had the pleasure of tasting his meals, have you? He cooks exceptionally well. Let him prepare lunch. Lin Yan shot a meaningful glance at Duanze, his eyes practically pleading. Duanze nodded nonchalantly, pulling out a knife from seemingly nowhere. I have a certification. The flavor is quite commendable. Pei Shiyu, having learned to cook, owed half of his culinary prowess to recipes, and the other half to Duanze. Where is Pei Shiyu? Ning Ran inquired, glancing behind the two, only to find no trace of him. Our leader told us to return first while he went to gather some items, Duanze explained as he opened the villa door, with Lin Yan and Ning Ran following suit. As mealtime approached, delightful aromas wafted from the open kitchen. Duanze's culinary skills were indeed impressive, as the mere scent tantalized the senses. Ning Ran and Lin Yan settled on the living room sofa, engrossed in a game while munching on snacks without pause. Ran. The sudden voice startled Ning Ran. Pei Shiyu had silently approached her, his ability to conceal his presence rendering him nearly undetectable. Ning Ran gazed at Pei Shiyu, the shadows swirling around him dissipating in an instant. His clothing bore remnants of blood, and he cradled a bounty of jewelry in his arms, diamond hairpins, bracelets, and gems, all glimmering brilliantly. Ran, these are for you. Duanze had mentioned that Pei Shiyu was out gathering items, but it turned out he had been procuring these treasures. Ning Ran reached out to accept the pile of dazzling items he offered. Where did you acquire these? I passed by a jewelry store and took them from inside. Do you like them? Pei Shiyu fidgeted with his fingers, seemingly anxious that she might not favor them as she had previously. They're beautiful. Thank you. Ning Ran admired the sparkling collection in her hands, contrasting it with Pei Shiyu, who bore signs of his grim endeavors. The jewelry store in City C was mostly situated in the city center, an area rife with zombies. Pei Shiyu, alone and newly awakened to her extraordinary abilities, despite their unfathomable depth, would undoubtedly require considerable effort to locate these things. This marked the first instance of someone daring to take such risks in order to win her favor. Are you injured? Seeing Ning Ran's concern for her, Pei Shiyu merely shook her head before pitifully extending her arm. She had accidentally bumped into a wall and it stung a bit. Observing the redness and swelling on Pei Shiyu's arm, Ning Ran was aware that this rascal was likely feigning injury, yet she still fell for it. Lin Yan, watching the two, hastily rushed to assist Duanze in serving the dishes, fearing that lingering too long would leave him overwhelmed by the romantic antics. Ning Ran fetched the first aid kit and began to clean the injured, swollen area of Pei Shiyu's arm. Had she delayed even a moment longer, the redness might have vanished entirely. After Pei Shiyu changed upstairs, she descended to hear Ning Ran praising Duanze's culinary skills. She took a seat next to Ning Ran, eyeing the sweet and sour ribs in her bowl. Ran, I can make this too. Pei Shiyu wore an expression pleading for admiration, as if any negative remark about her cooking would bring her to tears in front of Ning Ran. Yes, yours is delicious too. Ning Ran responded hurriedly, casting a glance at the shadow entwined around her wrist. Pei Shiyu had two faces. Despite her obedient demeanor before her, she was truly a black sesame filling. Chapter 19. The Convoy. Recently, numerous survivors escaping from the city center have flocked to the northern suburbs. Ning Ran, Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan stood upon the balcony of their villa, peering through binoculars at the entrance to the villa district. A convoy of survivors, having fled from the city center, gathered there. The convoy was neither too large nor too small, comprising approximately 50 to 60 individuals. Among them were a dozen robust men, armed and evidently well-trained, appearing to be responsible for the convoy's protection. They were the first to disembark, tasked with dispatching a few zombies at the entrance before the convoy proceeded into the villa district. The resident population in the villa area was sparse. Previously, The scarred man and the bald man had committed numerous acts of robbery and murder here, instilling fear among the survivors. Most remained hidden in their homes, hesitant to venture out recklessly. The zombies in the villa district had been intentionally cleared by Pei Shiyu and her companions, resulting in very few lingering undead. Upon entering the villa district, the convoy halted in the small square at its center. The armed men dispersed from the square, and once they had dealt with the nearby zombies and confirmed the area was secure, the protected survivors began to disembark from the vehicles. A man in his 30s, his skin deeply tanned and bearing the marks of hardship, stood in the center of the square. He appeared to be the leader of the armed men, directing the others with a wave of his hand. Within moments, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, each person orderly attending to their tasks. Ning Ran lowered her binoculars, a sense of unease washing over her. The convoy's occupants had witnessed the darkest facets of humanity in their flight from the city center. While the villa district was significantly safer compared to the city, the arrival of the convoy would inevitably disrupt the existing balance. Moreover, gatherings of people were particularly prone to attracting hordes of zombies. Duanze set down his binoculars and turned to Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran.
Boss.
It seems peace here won't last long. Pei Shiyu remained silent, seemingly calculating her next move. Lin Yan, resting his chin on his hand while seated on the balcony, wore a pensive expression. What will happen to the supplies in the underground storage if we decide to leave? Should we leave them here? Pei Shiyu had initially considered this. Given that the underground storage was the most secure location, aside from their group, no one could access it, allowing them to retrieve items as needed. However, she now felt there might be a better solution. Both Pei Shiyu and Duanze turned their gazes toward Ning Ran. Feeling their stares, Ning Ran swallowed a nut whole, nearly choking on it. Fortunately, the morsel was small enough to avoid causing her distress. Pei Shiyu handed her a glass of water, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? Once Ning Ran shook her head to indicate she was fine, Pei Shiyu continued. Ran, is your space quite vast? Can you store all the supplies from the underground storage within it? Duanze also looked at Ning Ran, his expression filled with inquiry. Ning Ran nodded, glancing between Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan. I can, but are you not concerned that I might abscond with all the supplies? We trust you. Duanze replied calmly, his expression unwavering, maintaining his composed demeanor. After all, their leader would not have chosen someone unworthy. Lin Yan, slow to grasp the realization, exclaimed, Right. How did I not think of that? This way, we can take all the supplies with us. It's incredibly convenient. Pei Shiyu tucked a stray lock of hair behind Ning Ran's ear, her deep gaze locking onto Ning Ran's, as if drawing her in. I'm not worried.
Just don't forget to take me along.
Shadows, dark as ink, uncontrollably began to unfurl, silently coiling around Ning Ran's ankle. Feeling scrutinized, Ning Ran, slightly embarrassed, coughed lightly and averted her gaze. As night fell, the convoy and all the residents of the villa district succumbed to slumber. Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, Duanze, and Lin Yan made another trip to the underground storage. Ning Ran successfully stored all the supplies within her space, leaving not a single item behind. After clearing the underground storage, Pei Shiyu led Ning Ran to the garage. The garage housed several reinforced vehicles, and after setting one aside as a spare, Pei Shiyu instructed Ning Ran to store the remaining vehicles in her space. Ning Ran surveyed the contents of her space. The right side was filled with the vast supplies she had gathered before the apocalypse, while the provisions prepared by Pei Shiyu occupied the left side. Though not as plentiful as her own stock, their quantity was still substantial. In the center of the space were several recently added vehicles, including the modified off-road vehicle she had previously worked on. Despite the considerable cargo, ample space remained. Moreover, with the added benefit of unlimited height, it felt as though it would never reach capacity. Ranran, Pei Shiyu called several times before Ning Ran snapped back to reality. Are you tired? Storing supplies must be quite draining. Ning Ran shook her head, having merely spaced out momentarily. I'm not tired. Storing supplies doesn't deplete my energy. Pei Shiyu felt relieved. Everything was prepared, and the four returned to the villa's main hall. Ran, I'll have Duanze expand the range of the energy defense system to encompass your villa as well. Is that all right? Previously, This hadn't been done because Ning Ran's villa boasted a defense level that was by no means inferior to the energy defense system. However, with an influx of refugees to the villa district, human malice often proved more treacherous than any zombie threat. Adding an extra layer of defense to Ning Ran's home would enhance its safety. Duan Zhe and Lin Yan readily concurred, acknowledging the wisdom in this course of action. Understanding their intentions, Ning Ran nodded in agreement. Then I shall go and arrange it now. After Duan Zhe finished speaking, he dragged Lin Yan to expand the security perimeter of the photonic energy defense system. Before long, a blue light barrier began to extend above Pei Xiu's villa, eventually enveloping Ning Ran's small villa before coming to a halt. This photonic energy defense system was a significant acquisition for Pei Xiu, having required much effort to obtain. Despite its expansive blue light barrier, the actual device was merely a white metal box the size of a shoebox, making it portable and adjustable in its modes. At present, the blue light defense system was activated in defense mode, aside from Pei Xiu, Ning Ran, Duan Zhe, and Lin Yan. All other beings would be repelled by the blue light barrier and unable to enter. In addition to defense mode, the blue light defense system could also unleash electric shocks, akin to an electric fence, which would incapacitate anyone who touched it, with the intensity of the shock being adjustable. In the villa's grand hall, Pei Xiu gazed dreamily at Ning Ran. Her long, dark hair cascaded like waves, adorned with a diamond hairpin atop her head. This hairpin, a gift from Pei Xiu, had charmed Ning Ran, prompting her to wear it. The dazzling reflections from the diamond captivated Pei Xiu, who reached out, intending to touch the hairpin, only to suddenly realize his actions, his ears flushing crimson as his hand froze in midair. Ning Ran, puzzled by the sight of Pei Xiu's suspended hand, nuzzled her head against his palm. This innocent gesture sent Pei Xiu's cheeks ablaze, as if ignited by a spark. Aware of the soft strands of hair beneath his hand and gazing at the petite figure of Ning Ran, who resembled a little angel, he awkwardly averted his gaze and hurriedly retreated to the restroom. Ning Ran's smile revealed her dimples. Pei Xiu, with his peculiar duality, sometimes clinging to her hand yet at other times exuding an air of pure innocence, struck her as somewhat endearing. The following morning, the temperature unexpectedly plummeted below freezing. While Ning Ran remained asleep, thick fog enveloped the outside world, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. Pei Xiu prepared breakfast to bring to Ning Ran. Knowing she was likely still asleep, he opened the large iron gate outside, as each of the four possessed keys to the villas for ease of entry. After placing the breakfast in the kitchen to keep warm and noticing no activity from upstairs, Pei Xiu contemplated leaving. Just as he opened the iron gate, he spotted a man and a woman approaching. The couple appeared to be of similar age, both under 30. Upon noticing someone emerging from the small villa, they called out to Pei Xiu. As they drew nearer and recognized his face, the woman paused, seemingly captivated by Pei Xiu, before lowering her head and inquiring, "Good day, sir. Might you be a resident of this villa?" Pei Xiu remained silent, scrutinizing the pair with a slight frown, sensing potential trouble. After a moment of silence, the woman, feeling compelled to introduce herself, continued, "I am Zhang Shi, and this is my companion, Chenyi. We are from a convoy and have come to discuss a matter with you." Zhang Shi spoke with a confident smile, yet upon seeing Pei Xiu's continued silence, she pressed on. "Our convoy has come from the city center, which has been overrun by a horde of zombies. We are fortunate to have escaped as survivors. Given the severe drop in temperature, we have no choice but to seek shelter in this villa area. However, most of the vacant houses here are still unfurnished, lacking doors and windows. We would like to know if you would be willing to allow some members of our convoy to stay here for a few days. In this environment, with zombies rampant, mutual assistance is essential. Furthermore, we have heard that B City is in the process of establishing the first survivor base for humanity. Although it is somewhat distant, we intend to head there, and if you are willing, you could join our convoy."
Leave.
Pei Xiu turned to exit towards the neighboring villa, but Zhang Shi, undeterred, pursued him. Chun-Yi followed closely, his tone turning aggressive. "Don't be so ungrateful." He was about to utter more when Zhang Shi interrupted him. With a strained smile, she positioned herself in front of Pei Xiu. "Sir, please reconsider. In these times of rampant zombies, it is safer to travel in numbers." Blocked in his path, Pei Xiu regarded Zhang Shi and Chun-Yi with an expression of cold detachment, tinged with an undercurrent of hostility. He subtly raised his hand, and a dark, viscous liquid coiled around their necks. This black substance seemed to resonate with its master's emotions, growing heavy and oppressive as it constricted around them. With a mere flick of his wrist, Zhang Shi and Chen Yi were flung 5 meters away. Pei Shiyu looked down at them with barely concealed malice. Struggling to rise, Zhang Shi and Chen Yi trembled, acutely aware of the man's terrifying power. With a clattering sound, the iron gate swung open once more. Ning Ran, yawning and standing at the threshold, observed Pei Shiyu and the disheveled pair on the ground. Pei Shiyu approached her and draped his coat over her shoulders. Zhang Shi and Chen Yi, spotting Ning Ran, regarded her as their salvation, their eyes pleading for assistance. "Help us," Chen Yi stammered, covering his mouth. Blood seeping from where a front tooth had been knocked out, rendering his speech slightly slurred. "This man wants to kill us." Ning Ran, casting a glance at the toothless man, immediately deduced that they were likely members of the convoy. After all, ever since she and Pei Shiyu had dealt with the scarred man and the bald man, who had met their end hanging from a tree in the square, the few remaining survivors in the villa area had been avoiding them like the plague. "Duan Ran, they blocked our path and frightened me," Pei Shiyu remarked with a tone that lacked the earlier menace. Zhang Shi and Chen Yi, witnessing Pei Shiyu's swift shift in demeanor, struggled to suppress their rising panic. Their throats constricted in fear. As the convoy members patrolling the villa area heard the commotion and approached, Ning Ran assessed them, recognizing the leader as a rugged man with sun-kissed skin, showing signs of weariness. 2 others followed closely behind him, both addressing him as Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao remained silent, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the fallen Zhang Shi and Chen Yi, appearing quite exasperated. Upon seeing the convoy members arrive, Zhang Shi, feeling bolstered, scrambled to her feet. "Captain Xiao, you arrived just in time. We were just what?" Captain Xiao interrupted, his gaze fixed on Zhang Shi and Chen Yi. Zhang Shi hesitated, unable to finish her thought, as Chen Yi, eager to interject, quickly chimed in, "We were simply inquiring if we could find shelter here, given the severe cold last night." But when they refused, they resorted to violence. As he finished speaking, he hastily wiped the bloody drool from his mouth. Behind Captain Xiao stood 2 men, one tall and one short, murmuring as they observed the delicate Zhang Shi and the theatrically obstinate Chen Yi sprawled on the ground. "Ha, if we still believe them, we'd be fools." Their disdainful attitude suggested that Zhang Shi and Chen Yi were no strangers to causing trouble, evoking considerable discontent. In Chapter 21, Hardware Store, Captain Xiao cleared his throat, gesturing for the tall and short men to assist Zhang Shi and Chen Yi to their feet. "We won't linger here for long. I've arranged for someone to repair the vacant house. You 2 may head back first." Realizing there was no benefit to be gained, Zhang Shi and Chen Yi rose, frequently glancing back as they departed. Once the pair had distanced themselves, Captain Xiao rubbed his aching temples and turned his gaze toward Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu. "I apologize for the interruption. Our convoy is merely passing through, and will not stay long." Ning Ran nodded, intending to escort Pei Shiyu back when Captain Xiao added, "We've come from the city center. Zombies are now surging outward, and there are many more in the northern suburbs." He paused momentarily, his eyes flickering as if deep in thought, before continuing, "City B is in the process of establishing the first human survivor base. Although no official announcement has been made, preparations for receiving survivors have already commenced." Upon hearing this, Ning Ran scrutinized the trio with unmasked curiosity and, after a prolonged silence, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Captain Xiao replied, turning to leave with his companions. Ning Ran watched their retreating figures before looking back at Pei Shiyu. "Let us head back." She affectionately ruffled Pei Shiyu's hair and ushered the large dog inside. Captain Xiao and his 2 team members melted into the heavy fog. The taller team member, noticing Captain Xiao's grave demeanor, inquired, "Captain, what's the matter?" Captain Xiao merely shook his head in silence, casting one last glance at the indistinct buildings enveloped in mist. That brooding man and the deceptively charming young girl are likely not ordinary. After finishing her meal, Ning Ran was joined by Duanze and Lin Yan at the small villa. Reflecting on the supplies collected from the underground storage facility the previous day, she recalled that during their resource gathering at the large supermarket, She had only taken the items from the warehouse to avoid arousing the suspicions of Su Lian and Zhou Xianyue.
Consequently,
Today the four intended to return and gather the remaining goods from the supermarket shelves. Having donned appropriate attire for their outing, the four set off in a military-grade off-road vehicle that had been reinforced and modified before the apocalypse by Pei Shiyu. This vehicle was sturdier than the modified off-road car Ning Ran had previously acquired and could comfortably seat 6. They drove towards the exit of the villa area. Upon reaching the exit, they were halted by several armed individuals, one of whom wielded a long machete. Duanze rolled down the window of the off-road vehicle, and one of the armed men approached. "Hello, are you looking to head out? It's quite dangerous outside. Our captain has already sent people out for supplies. Would you like to wait?" "Thank you, but we don't need to," Duanze replied, glancing at the armed group before rolling up the window and driving away from the villa area. "Boss, those armed individuals seem to have undergone professional training." "Yes. They must be military personnel," Pei Shiyu replied absently, observing the black shadow entwined around Ning Ran's wrist. Ning Ran, munching on snacks, pondered the implications of Captain Xiao's earlier warning, which had led her to surmise their identities. In this apocalypse, where survival was paramount, only such individuals could achieve this level of organization. Lin Yan set aside his handheld gaming device, exclaiming, "A dozen people protecting such a large group? It's no small feat, yet the protected individuals seem to take their safety for granted." From their vantage point through binoculars, they noted that the ordinary people in the convoy appeared to believe that their protection was a given. The road was strewn with fallen trees and obstacles. In just a few days, the number of zombies in the northern suburbs had multiplied exponentially. After nearly 20 minutes of driving, they finally arrived at the large supermarket. Upon disembarking, Duanze and Lin Yan took charge of dispatching the zombies surrounding the area while Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran entered the supermarket to gather the items stored within. After collecting the supplies, the four departed from the supermarket, attracting the attention of the zombies lining the roadside, who began to stagger toward the vehicle. The hood of the car quickly became splattered with blood and the remnants of the zombies they struck down. Had they not been utilizing their special abilities to fend off the advancing undead, the vehicle would have surely been overwhelmed. On their return journey, the four spotted a hardware store heavily surrounded by zombies from a distance. A dilapidated van, overrun with zombies, lay abandoned outside, while sounds of struggle emanated from within the store. Duanze halted the vehicle, observing the scene from several hundred meters away. "Boss, we can't proceed any further," he noted as a dark mist emanated from the vehicle, consuming the zombies outside, rendering them invisible. The four exited the vehicle, and Lin Yan peered through his binoculars at the hardware store's exterior. "Isn't that the convoy that came from the villa area? I've seen it before. Even the license plates match." Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and Duanze exchanged silent glances, all recognizing the situation. It was likely that the individuals trapped in the hardware store were the same ones the man who had stopped their vehicle had mentioned, searching for supplies outside the villa area. "Should we go take a look?" Duanze proposed, his expression serious and devoid of his usual mirth. Pei Shiyu contemplated the decision, weighing the pros and cons, and nodded in agreement after a few seconds. Ning Ran stored the off-road vehicle in her storage ring. "Let us proceed." As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Yan dashed forward, clearing a path. Sparks flew as his increasingly adept abilities executed precise attacks on the zombies. Every undead creature engulfed by his flames was reduced to ash. Duanze followed closely, occasionally using wind blades to decapitate any escaping zombies. Pei Shiyu stood beside Ning Ran, the thick liquid, dark as ink, coiling around her wrist. Ning Ran playfully poked at it, causing the liquid to yield and envelop her fingers affectionately. Unable to shake it off, she eventually dismissed it from her mind. The hardware store had 2 floors, and the overwhelming number of zombies outside made their task daunting. The four decided to enter the adjacent store to eliminate the zombies inside before climbing to the rooftop. The distance between the hardware store and the neighboring building was not significant, only about 10 meters apart. For an ordinary person, this leap might pose a challenge. But for those with abilities, it was a trivial feat in Chapter 22. Can't go back? Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and the others successfully made the jump. Standing atop the hardware store and gazing down at the densely packed zombies, a wave of trepidation washing over them. Through the second-floor windows, they could hear voices emanating from within. "Captain, are we going to die here?" The voice belonged to someone seemingly in their 20s. The man addressed as Captain sighed, his tone laced with self-reproach. "It is my fault. I have brought harm upon you all. Captain, this is not your fault. You were merely seeking medicine for Xiao Zhong." The voice that spoke next was steady, as if recalling something, and it continued, tinged with a hint of sorrow. "It is all due to that woman named Zhang Shi. If it were not for her misguided compassion, Xiao Zhong would not have been injured while trying to save others. Yet, that woman even incited the members of our convoy to drive Xiao Zhong away." The steadiness of the voice gradually turned choked, revealing a deep-seated fear and resentment towards death. The captain's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. He had led dozens of brothers to City C on a mission, only to encounter an apocalyptic nightmare. Throughout their journey, in order to protect the ordinary people within the convoy, only 18 of them remained. He had brought them out, yet could not ensure their safe return. "Captain, are we never going back? I want to go home." The young voice trembled with tears. The people in the room sat together in silence for a long time. The locked door seemed on the verge of collapsing under the relentless assaults of the zombies outside, creaking ominously, a cacophony that was both deafening and eerily quiet. Finally, with a resounding crash, the wooden door was completely shattered, and the zombies surged into the second floor of the building. Captain Xiao stood up with 7 or 8 team members, hastily grasping their weapons. They had gone a long time without a proper meal and had just fought off zombies. Their strength was nearly depleted. Just as they thought their end was at hand, a sound of shattering glass echoed from behind them, and the approaching zombies seemed to wither away, desiccated, as if their moisture had been drained. They turned in unison to see a beautiful girl with water-based abilities standing at the window, flanked by a somewhat gloomy and aloof man. Lin Yan swiftly climbed through the window, shaking his hands. "Where did you buy this window? The quality is remarkable." While he jested, black mist had already spread to the doorway, devouring every zombie it touched. Duanze lowered a rope from the roof, urging, "Secure it, hurry." Ning Ran tugged at the rope, confirming its sturdiness, and waved to Captain Xiao and the 7 or 8 team members inside. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Upon hearing this, Captain Xiao was the first to react, hastily directing his team to move. Pei Xiu, noticing Ning Ran's attention was elsewhere, pinched her slightly chubby cheek, redirecting her gaze towards himself. Ranran. Pei Xiu wore a look of feigned grievance. Hearing the zombies' growls, Ning Ran brushed his hand away. "Stop fooling around. There are too many zombies here. We need to leave." The water-based abilities transformed into water spikes, launching towards the zombies outside the door. After Captain Xiao and his few team members crawled out, Ning Ran, Pei Xiu, and Lin Yan also ascended to the rooftop. The dark mist within the house thickened suddenly, silently corroding all the zombies in every corner. Ning Ran gazed down at the zombies surrounding the hardware store. "We must leave this place. There are too many zombies. And the impact is too great. The building will collapse." The 7 or 8 team members following Captain Xiao glanced around before finally locking onto the neighboring shop. This hardware store had no other structures nearby except for the adjacent shop, suggesting that Pei Xiu and the others had likely come from that direction. "Captain, you should take Xiao, Nand and go. We can't make it. You two are ability users and will surely succeed." The voice belonged to the previously steady man. As he nudged the youngest teammate, the boy who had just wept and expressed his desire to go home, forward, head bowed, and hands clenched tightly. "Captain, take the remaining brothers from the villa area and return. I, Lu Tian, would rather die following you." Before he could finish, he felt someone grab the back of his collar, and before he regained consciousness, he found himself thrown several meters away, landing on the roof of the neighboring shop. The teammates surrounding Lu Tian nodded in agreement with his words, their sorrowful expressions frozen as they beheld Ning Ran, who had thrown him. They barely had time to say anything before they too were successively hurled out by Ning Ran, Duanze, and Lin Yan, just like Lu Tian. Captain Xiao and Xiaonan watched as their companions landed safely on the neighboring rooftop, stepping back a few paces, stammering, "We can make it over ourselves." The 2-story hardware store began to tremble ominously, and in the final moments before its collapse, everyone safely transferred to the upper level of the adjacent shop. Pei Xiu, Ning Ran, and the 4 others, along with the 7 or 8 team members led by Captain Xiao, immediately rushed downstairs after landing. With a resounding crash, the hardware store was crushed by a small horde of zombies. Seizing the opportunity, The group emerging from the shop hurriedly fled. The wind swept through, clearing a path as countless approaching zombies were reduced to ashes. Captain Xiao possessed B-level metal abilities, while the young man called Xiao Nan had awakened C-level earth abilities. Together with the remaining sturdy team members, they dealt with the occasional straggler. Ning Ran and Pei Xiu brought up the rear, with zombies surging from the hardware store like an unrelenting tide. A water wall formed from Ning Ran's abilities held the zombies at bay. Thick, ink-like black liquid flowed from the ground toward the zombies, rapidly corroding and engulfing a large area. Half an hour later, the group stopped at a safe fruit store. They pulled down the rolling shutter to block out the dangers outside. Lin Yan lit a torch to illuminate the surroundings, while Captain Xiao and Xiao Nan, along with the other 7 or 8 team members, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing Captain Xiao and his team on the verge of exhaustion, Ning Ran and Duanzhe retrieved several loaves of bread from their bags and offered them. Captain Xiao and the others received the bread, devouring it ravenously. Some even began to choke back tears. "Don't be so pathetic. Why are you crying?" Lu Tian remarked, though he too wiped his eyes, realizing they had truly escaped from the jaws of death. Chapter 23. A Life-Saving Grace. The fruit in the store had gone bad, and the stench of decay was unpleasant. Lu Tian and Xiao Nan took a few people to tidy up the area. Duanzhe and Lin Yan searched for usable wooden furniture, chopping it into firewood. "Thank you all very much for this," Captain Xiao said, sitting opposite Pei Xiu and Ning Ran, his voice tinged with exhaustion and deep gratitude. "My name is Qiao Xing. I originally led my brothers from City B to City C on a mission, but never anticipated encountering the apocalypse. Regardless, I am truly thankful to you." Pei Xiu remained silent, appearing exceedingly aloof, while Ning Ran shook her head at Qiao Xing. "It's nothing. Last time you informed us about the first survivor base for humanity. Consider it a repayment. That was merely a small favor, nothing compared to your life-saving grace. I will certainly repay you if the opportunity arises," Qiao Xing replied earnestly. And Ning Ran chose not to say more. Noticing Duanzhe and Lin Yan laboring diligently to chop wood, she got up to lend a hand. When Pei Xiu attempted to call out to her, Ning Ran had already dashed away, and he only managed to grasp a corner of her clothing. Qiao Xing observed the man across from him, who was visibly fuming due to his wife's departure, causing the surrounding temperature to drop, and he broke into a cold sweat. In silence, Qiao Xing hastily departed to assist his team in cleaning the fruit store. The unpleasant odor lingered in the air, and Ning Ran clearly disliked it. Pei Xiu gazed at the empty seat beside him in a daze before rising to walk over to the window. He secured the windows with wooden planks, ensuring safety while leaving a few moderate gaps to facilitate airflow. Subsequently, he shattered the thick glass panes outside, allowing the air to circulate within. As days turned into nights, the oppressive darkness enveloped the surroundings. A thick fog descended, further obscuring visibility in the already pitch-black night. The anguished groans of zombies around the fruit shop were more pronounced than those in the villa district, particularly as the number of undead in the northern suburbs increased day by day. Lin Yan retrieved a pile of compressed biscuits from his backpack and handed them to Captain Xiao, Lu Tian, and Xiao Nan. With outsiders present, it was inconvenient to conjure food from their storage space, leaving them with only these rations to quell their hunger. Captain Xiao initially hesitated to accept, but, upon observing his starving comrades, reluctantly took the offering. If it were anyone else, Pei Xiu, Ning Ran, or the others, they would likely have ignored the matter entirely. But given Captain Xiao's identity and his previous kind reminder, they ultimately decided to assist him once. Duanzhe tended to the fire pit, adding logs to stoke the flames. Is B City in the process of establishing the first survivor base for humanity? Indeed, after the apocalypse, all communication devices ceased to function, and this was the last message we received. Qiao Xing revealed no secrets to the four, including their identities. It seemed that zombies were attempting to breach the fruit shop's roll-up door, producing a disconcerting cracking sound. Ning Ran approached, allowing her water-based abilities to seep through the minute gaps of the door before infiltrating the bodies of several zombies outside. The water molecules expanded within the undead, followed by the sound of dismembered limbs falling to the ground. Ning Ran appeared unfazed, her expression unchanged as she returned to her previous task with a mild indifference. Pei Xiu's small shadow lingered silently among the dense strands of her hair. Ran. Ning Ran heard Pei Xiu call her name and turned her head to look. Pei Shiyu adjusted the slightly askew diamond hairpin atop her head, and seeing that she did not resist, his heart, which had recently felt a twinge of grievance, began to race once more. A small dimple appeared on Ning Ran's face as she smiled, her eyes sparkling as if they held a galaxy of stars. Pei Shiyu, feeling shy, averted his gaze, clearing his throat to maintain a facade of indifference, given the many onlookers present. During the night, apart from Ning Ran, the others took turns keeping watch. By 7 or 8 in the morning, as dawn broke, the fog had yet to dissipate. The fruit shop was about a 40 to 50-minute walk from the villa area. Pei Shiyu took Ning Ran outside, using the pretext of retrieving the car to have her summon it from her storage ring. Captain Xiao and Lu Tian, along with a few others, scoured the roadside and eventually located a relatively intact van. Once the fog began to lift, they set off on their return journey. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa area, a few armed members stationed at the gate hurried forward upon seeing their captain return.
Captain. Captain.
One member accidentally called out too loudly and was promptly silenced by a companion's sharp slap. Be careful, do you want to attract the zombies? The one who had spoken realized his mistake and lowered his head in embarrassment. The off-road vehicle and the van entered the villa area in succession. The members of the convoy, seeing Captain Xiao and his team return from gathering supplies, rushed forward with expressions of joy. Zhang Shi and Chen Yi, as the spokespersons, were the first to approach Captain Xiao as he descended from the vehicle. Captain Xiao, how much supplies did you bring back this time? Captain Xiao's and his companions' expressions were somewhat cold. After all, they had fought their way out of the city center with a convoy. And the first thing they were met with was a query about supplies, without any concern for their safety. None. Captain Xiao's tone was frosty. They hadn't even managed to procure the life-saving medicine they desperately needed. They had initially discovered a pharmacy, but who could have known they would encounter a horde of zombies, forcing them to take refuge in a hardware store instead. None? How could there be none? The supplies you brought back last time are nearly gone. If you don't bring back any supplies, what will we eat with so many people? Chen Yi's voice involuntarily rose several octaves. The gathered team members frowned in unison. Lu Tian stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Zhang Shi and Chen Yi. I don't care what you eat. Our companions are currently in peril. And we nearly didn't make it back while searching for food. His tone was fervent, fists clenched tightly. Upon hearing that there was no food, Zhang Shi began to rally the surrounding ordinary members. She gestured for those from the convoy who had come over upon hearing the commotion to join them. Captain Xiao, we don't wish to make things difficult for you, but without food, how will everyone survive? You are strong and well-armed. You should contribute more for the sake of everyone. Lu Tian shot a fierce glare at Zhang Shi and Chen Yi, but before the crowd could escalate, Captain Xiao intervened, instructing several team members to take Lu Tian away. Clearing his throat, Captain Xiao's cold demeanor sent a ripple of unease through Zhang Shi and Chen Yi. Miss Zhang and Mr. Chen are correct. We indeed need to discuss the issue of supplies. Before noon, let us gather in the small square to deliberate. Agreed? Zhang Shi and Chen Yi found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Captain Xiao's seriousness. Captain Xiao usually exuded a stern yet approachable air, but today, there was something about him that made them uneasy. All right, fine. As they observed the dozen or so team members surrounding Captain Xiao, Zhang Shi and Chen Yi unconsciously swallowed hard. Chapter 24, Early Preparations. The convoy had emerged from the city center, where zombies roamed freely, and they had witnessed their share of grotesque and inhumane acts. Zhang Shi and Chen Yi dared to incite the masses only because they had the backing of those they rallied. As long as they could gain a modicum of benefit, they would not hesitate to side with them. However, they forgot one crucial point. All these benefits rested on the willingness of Captain Xiao and his group. If there came a day when they were no longer willing, even reaching V City would become an insurmountable challenge for the convoy. Captain Xiao glanced back at Pei Shiyu and the others in the off-road vehicle, nodding at Duanze, who was partially leaning out of the window, prompting the vehicle to depart from the crowd. By the time they reached the small villa, it was already past 10 o'clock. Ning Ran had finished washing up and dressing and proceeded to the adjacent room for a meal. Upon entering, she spotted Pei Shiyu and Duanze discussing matters on the sofa, while Lin Yan rummaged through various items. Stop looking. The snacks are in the cabinet next to the television, Ning Ran advised Lin Yan, who was ravenous. Lin Yan dashed toward the cabinet without hesitation. The snacks were replenished just the day before, as all of Pei Shiyu's supplies were currently in her possession. Lin Yan opened the cabinet, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the abundant snacks, and she promptly grabbed a bag of chips to munch on. A knock echoed from the entrance, and since Lin Yan was closest, she instinctively rushed to open the door. Minutes later, Captain Xiao and Lu Tian entered, escorted by Lin Yan. Captain Xiao waved his hand, signaling Lu Tian to set down the shopping bag he was carrying. Apologies for the intrusion. This is some food. Thank you for the meal you provided us last night. Duanze stood up to accept the food from the shopping bag without hesitation. After exchanging pleasantries, Captain Xiao and Duanze prepared to leave. However, as they turned to exit, Captain Xiao and Lu Tian heard a cautionary voice. Captain Xiao, it is best to make preparations early. Pei Shiyu's tone was nonchalant, and although he did not elaborate, his demeanor suggested an air of casualness. However, both Qiao Xing and Lu Tian understood his implication. The two halted in their tracks, and after a brief moment, turned to express their gratitude to Pei Shiyu and the others before departing from the villa. Lu Tian glanced back at the closed door and the azure light defense systems hovering above the neighboring villas. Captain, who exactly are they? Their abilities are so formidable, and they seem rather enigmatic, he queried. Qiao Xing shook his head, lost in contemplation for a moment. I don't know in any case. They mean us no harm and have even saved us. He paused momentarily before continuing. How much supplies does the convoy have left? Fewer than 3 boxes. With 50 to 60 people in the convoy, even if we ration, it won't last more than 2 days, Lu Tian replied. Xiao Xing nodded, his brow furrowing deeper. What about Xiao Zhong? Still in a coma. As per your instructions, he has been moved from the villa, where the convoy was temporarily staying, to another vacant villa. As the two conversed, they gradually walked away. The persistent fog that had blanketed the area for days finally relented, allowing a sliver of sunlight to break through at midday. Ning Ran and Lin Yan, having finished their lunch while Pei Shiyu and Duanze discussed matters in the study, stealthily slipped out. The zombies in the villa area had already been cleared and were quite rare. With Qiao Xing's people patrolling the area, there were virtually no zombies wandering about. The two soon spotted some familiar figures and quietly crept closer. It was the young man named Xiao Nan, accompanied by 7 or 8 team members, just emerging from a vacant villa after moving some supplies. Inside the villa, a makeshift bed had been set up, upon which lay a pale, unconscious individual. Ning Ran and Lin Yan peered through the window, with Lin Yan curiously asking, is that the injured team member, Xiao Zhong, that Qiao Xing mentioned? Were they searching for medicine for him earlier? That seems likely. He looks as if he might die if they can't find any medicine soon. Ning Ran stood up, leaving the window to head outside. Lin Yan followed closely behind, chattering incessantly and a bit noisily. Where to now? Let us check out the small square. Aren't they supposed to hold a meeting? Let's join the excitement. Sure. Sounds good, I'm bored anyway. Upon reaching the small square, they found that everyone from the convoy had already gathered there. Ning Ran and Lin Yan crouched behind a large tree. Observing Lin Yan's sneaky demeanor, Ning Ran felt puzzled. Why are we hiding? Lin Yan, munching on sunflower seeds, looked at her in confusion. I don't know. Why did you bring me up in the tree? Ning Ran suspected Lin Yan might be akin to a monkey, climbing trees with an agility surpassing that of even the nimblest creatures. Xiao Nan, hearing the noise from the tree, looked up at the branches laden with withered yellow leaves. Mr. Lin, please be careful if you fall. Those sunflower seed shells will rain down on my head. Lin Yan, having been discovered, remained unfazed and offered his handful of sunflower seeds. Sorry. Want some?
No. Thank you.
Xiao Nan removed the shells from his head and stood straight. Ning Ran finally comprehended why Duanze often wore a look of exasperation when he glanced at Lin Yan. She gestured for Lin Yan to be quiet, signaling that the meeting was about to commence. Lin Yan nodded, stowing away his seeds and turning his attention to the podium in the center of the small square. There stood Qiao Xing, accompanied by Lu Tian and several team members. Captain Xiao, please proceed. Aren't you going to discuss the supplies? Before Qiao Xing could speak, Zhang Shi and Shen eagerly interjected. As the leader of the group, Qiao Xing exuded a commanding presence. He raised his hand, indicating Lu Tian to bring the supplies forward. These are the remaining supplies of our convoy, which we will distribute today. Everyone may collect their share and leave the convoy to seek their own path to survival. Xiaoxing paused, locking eyes with Zhang Shi and Chenyi. Alternatively, if anyone wishes to accompany us to City B, they may do so, but the supplies and vehicles along the way will be their own responsibility. We will no longer provide food. How can it be like this? If you don't seek supplies, how can we possibly make it to City B, which is so far away? Zhang Shi questioned in a panic, stirring the crowd into a cacophony of anxious murmurs. Xiaoxing remained unfazed by the commotion, understanding that, as Pei Shiyu had advised, he needed to plan ahead. Deep down, he recognized that continuing with the convoy in this manner would only lead to their demise. And the people within the convoy would never reach City B. Previously, he had underestimated the apocalypse, the depths of human nature, and failed to grasp the situation, thinking he could lead these individuals back to the base. Chapter 25. Waiting for Ranran. Xiaoxing lifted his head, his gaze growing resolute. My teammates and I initially came to City C on a mission, having led the people from the city center to escape, suffering heavy casualties. It is already a feat to be alive. With the apocalypse upon us, our last command is simply to survive and return home. Thinking of those sacrificed comrades, he could not continue. After a brief pause, he added, currently, various regions are beginning to establish bases of varying sizes. Rather than following us to City B, it would be wiser to wait, as this would significantly increase your chances of survival. Hearing Xiaoxing's words, the crowd fell silent. Zhang Shi's keen eyes darted back and forth. And you? Where are you going? Will you abandon us? We are heading back to City B. The journey is perilous. Your chances of survival may be greater if you remain behind. Well, Zhang Shi and Chenyi began to voice their objections, but suddenly, they both fainted. Lin Yan, seizing the moment when everyone's attention was diverted, exclaimed, "Oh no, they've fainted from hunger." Ning Ran casually tossed a small stone to the ground. Zhang Shi and Chenyi were merely instigators, stirring the pot. It was perhaps better if they remained silent. Xiaoxing's followers were earnest individuals, otherwise, they would not have been so easily led astray by the two troublemakers. Xiao Nan stood at the base of the tree, gazing down at the stone that had rolled to his feet, sweating profusely, while pretending not to notice. The crowd murmured among themselves, aware that although they were reluctant to lose their protectors, they also understood the necessity of safety. If they did not leave, they might not even secure the supplies for the next 2 days. Without the instigators to meddle, people ultimately weighed the pros and cons, collected their supplies, and departed from the small square. Ning Ran observed that most of the crowd had cleared out before tossing a box at Xiao Nan's head and leaving the tree with Lin Yan. In her previous life, Ning Ran had heard about the staggering death toll during the apocalypse as reported by the first base, where those at the front lines were nearly all lost. After 7 years of survival, she had long since lost any semblance of compassion, yet in her past life, she had also received help from these individuals, though it was trivial. She considered it a debt repaid. When Xiao Nan was struck on the head, he looked up only to find the tree empty. Glancing down, he saw a medicine box lying on the ground, filled with life-saving medicine. "Captain! Captain!" Xiao Nan exclaimed, picking up the box and gleefully rushing towards Xiaoxing. As Ning Ran pushed open the door, she saw Pei Shiyu standing at the entrance. For some inexplicable reason, even though she was returning home, she felt an acute sense of guilt, as if she had been caught skipping school. Her accomplice Lin Yan, who had been trailing behind her, vanished in an instant upon spotting Pei Shiyu. Ning Ran feigned calmness, yet felt a twinge of anxiety. At that moment, Pei Shiyu wore a smile, but his eyes betrayed no mirth as he inquired while changing his shoes. "How did you end up here?" Ning Ran inquired. "I am awaiting Ranran." Pei Shiyu approached, taking Ning Ran's hand and leading her towards the living room. Ning Ran offered no resistance, obediently following, for she understood that even though Pei Shiyu might appear fierce, he would never harm her. He gently seated Ning Ran on the sofa, drawing her close and burying his face in the crook of her neck, concealing the darkness that lingered in his eyes. "Ranran, please inform me of your whereabouts next time. When I cannot find you, I grow increasingly anxious." Pei Shiyu's arm trembled slightly, and Ning Ran sensed he was battling some inner turmoil. "All right," she replied, almost instinctively, sensing his unease. Recently, the zombies seemed more active than ever, The roars echoing through the night were louder and more unsettling. The undead meandering along the roadside no longer moved with the same stiffness. Their limbs appeared far more agile. Ning Ran believed that these zombies were on the verge of evolution, advancing to a new level. The northern suburbs had become significantly more perilous. After the convoy disbanded, Captain Xiao led several members to various unoccupied villas. Since the zombies in the villa area had been cleared, most of the team chose to remain. Zhang Shi and Chen Yi somehow rallied the crowd, declaring themselves rulers and extorting protection fees from those residing in the villa district, asserting that this territory now belonged to them. Initially, few from the convoy joined them, but as food supplies dwindled, many, swayed by Zhang Shi and Chen Yi's persuasion, eagerly enlisted. They even attempted to extort Captain Xiao and his group, but they were frightened away by Lu Tian's fearsome demeanor. Before Ning Ran had fully awakened, a loud knocking echoed at the door. The disturbance roused her, and she felt a surge of irritation. Contemplating a visit to Duanze to adjust the blue light defense system to electric mode. As she leisurely dressed and stepped outside, she found Pei Xiu, Duanze, and Lin Yan standing at the entrance of the villa. Lin Yan, in particular, appeared ready to pounce, practically vibrating with tension. Behind Zhang Shi and Chen Yi, a crowd of roughly 20 people loomed. No wonder they dared approach Pei Xiu despite being frightened. Strength in numbers emboldened them. Ning Ran grasped a metal rod resting against the door, knowing that in this post-apocalyptic world, one must rely on brute force to deal with unreasonable thugs. Zhang Shi was in the midst of spewing her nonsensical bravado when a thick steel rod whizzed past her face, scattering the crowd in fear. Zhang Shi stumbled to the ground, her momentum betraying her. Ning Ran approached, yanking the rod from where it had lodged beside her and pressing it against Zhang Shi's chest. Chen Yi attempted to intervene but was seized by a dark mist that constricted around his throat, lifting him off the ground. His face turning a shade of blue from asphyxiation. "Are you here to collect protection fees?" Ning Ran asked, her voice soft and soothing, yet chilling enough to freeze one's heart. Zhang Shi, flustered, could only nod and shake her head in confusion. Despite her bravado, she was reliant on her words, often feigning a delicate disposition to win the crowd's sympathy, while Chen Yi, the sycophant, played the role of the villain. "I can pay, but do you dare demand?" Ning Ran pressed the rod firmly against Zhang Shi's chest, her grip unyielding. Zhang Shi feared she might fracture under the pressure, paralyzed by terror. Ning Ran smiled, a gentle dimple appearing on her cheek. "Deliver the protection fee to Miss Zhang." Her gaze swept over Zhang Shi, instilling a sense of dread in her. Lin Yan, observing, felt that both Ning Ran and their leader were equally formidable, and that Zhang Shi and Chen Yi were destined for misfortune. Chapter 26. Protection Fees. Duanze turned and re-entered the small villa, emerging moments later with a substantial bag of items. Ning Ran accepted it, shoving the protection fee into Zhang Shi's lap. Zhang Shi sat on the ground, unsure whether to accept it, her instincts warning her of an unfavorable outcome. Ning Ran stood tall, a faint smile gracing her features as she looked down at Zhang Shi. Ahem. The dark mist tightened around Chen Yi's neck, and just before he lost consciousness, he was unceremoniously dropped to the ground. Pei Xiu approached Ning Ran, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to delicately wipe her hands, his movements careful and reverent. After the four returned, the door of the small villa closed behind them. Chen Yi, still dazed on the ground, crawled over to Zhang Shi, while the scattered crowd began to regroup. A dense, inky liquid entwined around Ning Ran's wrist, its touch intimate. Even after being caressed by Ning Ran, it shyly recoiled. Ran. Pei Xiu sat on the sofa, a faint blush coloring his cheeks as he gazed at Ning Ran. "What are you thinking about?" "I am contemplating how to toy with them," she replied. "Is there anything you would like me to do?" "I am quite obedient." Ning Ran regarded Pei Xiu, imagining that if he had a tail, it would be wagging with joy. "What can you do?" she inquired, playfully ruffling his hair. Pei Xiu leaned towards her, pondering for a moment. "If Ran finds them bothersome, shall we make them disappear?" That could be entertaining, but it would also be rather dull. "Then what does Ran wish to do? Perhaps create toys for the zombies? What do you think?" Ning Ran rested her chin on her hand, appearing to genuinely consider Pei Xiu's suggestion. Lin Yan, overhearing, felt his jaw nearly drop. Truly, they were a perfect pair. How could they speak such tender words with such gentle smiles? Duanze approached with a platter of freshly sliced fruit, placing it on the table. Leader, let us not resort to such gruesome methods. Hearing Duanze's voice, Lin Yan turned, relieved to find someone sharing his thoughts. Yet Duanze continued, why not strangle them? Other methods would splatter blood and ruin our clothes. Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu nodded in agreement with Duanze. Only Lin Yan felt as though he might turn to stone. Having followed Pei Shiyu through countless perilous encounters, he realized just how naive his perspective had been. In the dead of night, a thick fog enveloped the area, visibility reduced to mere inches, amplifying the terrifying sounds of zombies' roars. Pei Shiyu concealed the four of them with his dark powers as they stealthily approached the abandoned villa where Zhang Shi and Chun Yi had taken refuge. Inside the villa's hall, various supplies lay scattered, protection fees collected by Zhang Shi and Chun Yi from the original convoy members they had rallied. Around 12:30 a.m., everyone in the villa was fast asleep. Zhang Shi and Chun Yi, as the leaders of this bandit hideout, enjoyed a far superior living arrangement in the master bedroom on the second floor. In the pitch-black night, with Pei Shiyu's dark powers cloaking them, Ning Ran and the others boldly ascended the stairs. The door to the master bedroom creaked open, seemingly pushed by an unseen wind. Ning Ran, Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan stepped inside. Before they could take in their surroundings, a dense cloud of darkness obscured Ning Ran's vision. What are you doing? She whispered. Pei Shiyu took her hand, reassuringly. Be good, don't look, it's unseemly. Heeding his words, Ning Ran refrained from further inquiry. Zhang Shi and Chun Yi, oblivious to the unfolding events, were lost in a passionate kiss by the window. Chun Yi, breathless, released Zhang Shi, their eyes locked in an intimate gaze. Your methods are indeed superior. The group of fence-sitters downstairs will soon bow only to us, and we shall become the sovereigns of this villa district. Zhang Shi leaned against Chun Yi, her soft laughter filling the air. Lin Yan, in a fit of rage, slammed a chair to the ground, startling Zhang Shi and Chun Yi, causing them to tremble in fear. As the darkness dispersed, the silhouettes of Pei Shiyu and his companions emerged. The haze in Ning Ran's eyes dissipated as well. How did you get in? Zhang Shi's body stiffened, nearly losing her voice in terror. Ever since receiving the protection fee from Ning Ran, an unsettling feeling had lingered within her. Bring someone, Chun Yi attempted to call for assistance. But Lin Yan held a dagger to his throat, applying just enough pressure to draw blood, rendering Chun Yi paralyzed with fear. Duanze produced a length of rope and, alongside Lin Yan, expertly bound Zhang Shi and Chun Yi to their chairs. Ning Ran retrieved a sharp scalpel from Pei Shiyu and pressed it against Zhang Shi's chin. What do you intend to do? Zhang Shi's voice was barely a whisper, fearful of any movement that might bring the blade too close. Just the same as you. Ning Ran replied languidly, the scalpel gliding between Zhang Shi's neck and jaw. Come to collect the protection fee. I'll give it to you. Everything on the table is yours, just spare me. Ning Ran glanced towards a table, where a large box of supplies lay, presumably plundered from the original residents of the villa district. Not quite sufficient, she remarked. There's more downstairs. Then what do you plan to do with the money for my life that you've taken?
What are you talking about?
I didn't. The words barely left Zhang Shi's lips before she recalled the protection fee she had received from Ning Ran, her mind blanking in shock. The sound of a distant roar echoing in her ears. She realized her grave error in attempting to collect from these monsters, not foreseeing the steep price she would pay. Ning Ran slowly sliced into Zhang Shi's arm with a scalpel, blood oozing forth. Zhang Shi, pale and horrified, trembled at the sight of Ning Ran and her companions surrounding her and Chun Yi. In the oppressive silence, the sound of flesh being cut was starkly vivid, the warmth of blood trickling down her skin all too real. Zhang Shi fainted from fear, while Chun Yi's eyes widened, veins of red creeping through them. Ning Ran handed the scalpel to Duanze, who then mirrored the action, swiftly slicing Chun Yi's arm in the same spot. A smile devoid of warmth on his face. My apologies, I prefer symmetry, he remarked just before Chun Yi lost consciousness. Chapter 27. Hanging from a Tree. Duanze casually discarded the scalpel, while Lin Yan looked at the two bound and unconscious figures, wishing they would never awaken.
What now?
What shall we do next? Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran and Duanze exchanged glances before speaking in unison, hang them from a tree.
Consequently,
Zhang Shi and Chen Yi were hoisted to the highest tree in the small square. The scene was eerily reminiscent to Lin Yan, who felt a strange familiarity. What shall we do with these supplies? Ning Ran inquired, glancing at the 2 boxes of goods taken from the abandoned villa. With the population of the villa district diminished, and the apocalypse having persisted for some time, these supplies were likely all that Zhang Shi and her group had managed to scrounge. Ning Ran rummaged through a shopping bag, selecting a few snacks. "Let us go," she declared, taking only her belongings, deeming the rest too filthy. The following morning, Ning Ran and Lin Yan munched on nuts while observing the small square through binoculars. This square had become a stage for grand performances at regular intervals. The supplies that had been left on the ground had been seized by the starving original residents of the villa district. As for Zhang Shi and Chen Yi dangling from the tree, no one was inclined to intervene. Merely avoiding harm was considered fortunate, and no one would bother to set them free. In the freezing temperatures, both individuals' faces turned pale. When the inhabitants of the abandoned villa awoke after a night's rest, the first question they posed was, "Where are the supplies?" Zhang Shi trembled, her lips quivering as she hoarsely replied, "Please, just let us down first." "What about the supplies?" The crowd's voices were a cacophony, but the most distinct was the repeated inquiry regarding the supplies. "There's nothing left. Just let us down." Chani felt a haze enveloping his mind, licking his parched lips. "We can go collect more. Just let me down first." Yet no one moved. Fully aware that the villa district was devoid of resources, the gathered crowd began to murmur, many discussing, what supplies could there possibly be? Are they trying to deceive us? Indeed, do they really think they hold any value? Why should they have it better than us? I see the previous caravan disbanded, and it was all they're doing. This woman is quite the silver-tongued one. Let us leave quickly, don't be fooled by her. Once, these individuals had rallied behind Zhang Shi and Chen Yi for their own gain, but with no profit to be had, they dispersed in no time. With their feet dangling in the air and witnessing the crowd's departure, Chen Yi desperately kicked Zhang Shi's calf. The once delicate beauty, marred by the ravages of the apocalypse, had lost her former charm. "This is all your fault. Your wicked ideas have brought me to this destitution." Chen Yi spat, his face scruffy and his demeanor petulant. "You dare kick me? How dare you?" Zhang Shi retorted defiantly, shocked that her once adoring sycophant would treat her in such a manner. The two, panting and struggling, exchanged kicks until their strength was utterly spent. Ning Ran and Lin Yan, having observed enough, withdrew their gaze from the binoculars. Duanze ascended the stairs to call them for a meal. In the living room downstairs, Pei Shiu emerged from the kitchen with a plate of food. Ning Ran and Lin Yan rushed in to help, while Duanze set the table with utensils. Pei Shiu served Ning Ran a portion of his braised ribs. Relishing the meal, Ning Ran addressed Pei Shiu, "Duanze and Lin Yan, shall we consider relocating? It has become increasingly noisy here at night." Memories of her past life felt distant and muddled, though she could not recall specifics. She remembered the blood moon looming and the restless zombies. At this time in her previous life, she had already departed from City C, but she had heard rumors of a massive zombie tide sweeping through it. "Sounds good. I'm nearly suffocated here," Lin Yan responded eagerly, with Duanze expressing no objections. Pei Shiu's little shadow creature, nestled against Ning Ran's shoulder, dozed beneath her hair. Stretching out his slender fingers, Pei Shiu playfully poked the creature, causing it to dissipate into thin air. "Where does Rain want to go?" Ning Ran swallowed her food and pondered for a moment before asking, "Do any of you have a destination in mind?" Both Lin Yan and Duanze shook their heads. Seeing that none had suggestions, Pei Shiu contemplated. "How about heading north? The northern lands are vast and sparsely populated, and there would be fewer zombies than here. Why don't we head to the human first survivor base mentioned by Qiao Xing, located in City B? Though it is somewhat distant, it lies directly to the north," Ning Ran proposed. According to her knowledge, the human first survivor base had stood resilient throughout the apocalypse in her previous life, making it a secure haven worth exploring. Duanze nodded in agreement, reasoning that a base capable of responding swiftly to the apocalypse must possess commendable defenses. As the thick fog began to dissipate and the sun emerged, Ning Ran and her companions finished their meal and commenced packing the belongings within the villa. Pei Shiu, Duanze, and Lin Yan had few possessions, which Ning Ran neatly stored within her storage ring. Additionally, they packed essential furniture from the villa, such as sofas and beds, leaving behind only a few personal items needed for the night. While Ning Ran resided alone, the villa was not particularly cluttered. Yet she intended to take the electrified walls and specially crafted iron doors for future use. Duanze and Lin Yan ventured to the backyard to dismantle the doors, while Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu managed the front. Pei Shiyu, perched atop a ladder, employed tools to disassemble items, while Ning Ran sat on a chair, snacking and observing. When Xiaoxing, accompanied by Lu Tian and several team members, passed by, they witnessed the scene. "Miss Ning, Mr. Pei, what are you two up to?" Xiaoxing inquired. Upon hearing his voice, Ning Ran turned to see Xiaoxing and his group. "We're just tidying up. We plan to leave soon. Aren't you all departing?" she asked, knowing they intended to return to City B but curious as to why they had not yet set off. "We're about to leave as well. We were preparing for our departure," Xiaoxing responded, gesturing towards the supplies his team was carrying. Ning Ran scanned their belongings and urged, "You should set off promptly. The sooner, the better." After a brief pause, although unsure of Ning Ran's intentions, Xiaoxing replied, "We initially planned to leave the day after tomorrow, but we're nearly ready. Tomorrow will be just right." Ning Ran nodded, and Pei Shiyu descended from the ladder, extending his hand towards her. Ran. Observing Pei Shiyu's pitiful demeanor, Ning Ran handed him a disinfecting wipe to clean his hands. She suspected that this seemingly gentle soul had a penchant for cleanliness. He often insisted on wiping his own hands and, on occasion, hers as well. Now, she found herself cleaning his hands, and if she neglected to do so, he would feign indignation, leaving her perpetually ensnared. Xiaoxing and Lu Tian sensed the urgency and quickly led their team away. Chapter 28. Blood Moon by Sunset. The two villas had been entirely cleared. The large iron gate, electrified fence, and dismantled defensive measures of the small villa had been removed, and the group of four planned to embark on their journey the following day. To ensure safety, Ning Ran opted to spend the night at the villa with Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan. The blue light defense system remained active, and they intended to deactivate it before departing in the morning. After a final check to confirm nothing was amiss, they began their dinner. As the clouds in the night sky dispersed, the silvery moonlight illuminated the scarred earth below. Ning Ran gazed out the window, inadvertently noticing the moonlight transforming into a soft pink hue, casting a mesmerizing glow that rendered her momentarily dizzy. Although she could not recall the exact timing of the blood moon, she was taken aback by its swift arrival. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, turning to Pei Shiyu and the others still dining. "We need to leave now, immediately." Although Pei Shiyu and the others were bewildered by the urgency, they swiftly complied. Their bags were already secured in the military off-road vehicle, and Ning Ran swiftly gathered the remaining food from the table into her storage ring. Together with Pei Shiyu, she ascended the stairs to collect the last of their essentials, casting a glance at the now empty villa as they exited. Duanze and Lin Yan had already deactivated the blue light defense system and were transporting a box-sized iron container for Ning Ran to store in her space. Observing Pei Shiyu and the others, Ning Ran removed her light green jade storage ring and handed it to them. Inside the ring, she had placed an assortment of food supplies, outdoor equipment, and even retrieved a vehicle that Pei Shiyu had prepared earlier for emergencies. Even if nothing occurred, having the storage ring in their possession would not hinder her ability to shield her own space. "You all take this storage ring. I've packed essential items that could be of help in emergencies." The group exchanged glances, and Pei Shiyu grasped Ning Ran's hand, assuring her he would not stray from her side, while signaling Duanze to accept the ring first. They understood her intentions, and Duanze did not hesitate to comply. As the moonlight deepened in color, the distant sounds of zombies grew increasingly pronounced outside the villa. Just as the three were about to open the door, a knock echoed from the outside. Upon opening the door, they found Xiaoxing and Lu Tian waiting, with a van parked behind them, accompanied by a large cargo truck, likely just returned from a supply run. "We need to leave quickly. My team discovered unusual zombie activity in the vicinity of the villa," Xiaoxing urged, his tone urgent. Upon noticing the backpacks slung over the four shoulders, he visibly relaxed. "Thank you, we were just about to depart," Ning Ran replied, standing at the door and observing the 17 or 18 teammates accompanying Xiaoxing as they moved toward the open area. The blood moon would incite unrest among all zombies. In her past life, during a blood moon, every town across the realm had succumbed to chaos, making it best to escape to less populated, open areas to evade the zombies. Fewer people meant fewer zombies, and open spaces facilitated timely escapes in case of unforeseen circumstances. The van and cargo truck navigated toward the villa's exit, with the military off-road vehicle trailing closely behind. Notably, the zombies' roars tonight were unusually frantic, prompting the survivors within the villa to venture outside. Some astute individuals began fleeing, while others, paralyzed by fear, remained hidden within the villas. Was escaping a path to survival or doom? Was staying behind a sanctuary or a sentence? No one knew, not even Ning Ran, who had been reborn. The apocalypse was merciless. Some would perish on their escape routes, while others might find themselves fortunate enough to evade disaster while sheltered indoors. After Ning Ran and her companions, along with Xiao Xing's team, exited the villa area, several other vehicles began to emerge from behind. The streets were now teeming with zombies, whose agility and speed had markedly increased. Countless zombies, drawn by the sound of vehicles, surged toward the source. Xiao Xing and Xiao Nan, along with several teammates, crouched atop the cargo truck, relentlessly firing bullets that, under the influence of their metal abilities, accurately struck the zombies, while chunks of earth rained down upon their heads. Under the moonlight, the agitated horde of zombies continued to swell, encroaching upon them, and Xiao Xing's group soon found themselves overwhelmed. In a desperate bid, Duanze slammed on the accelerator, racing ahead. Should Xiao Xing's team be halted by the zombies, their own fate would be jeopardized as well. The military off-road vehicle forged a path, the van remained centrally positioned, and the cargo truck brought up the rear. As black mist began to seep into the air, it corroded the limbs of any zombies it touched. A fire barrier formed before the vehicles, capable of incinerating the undead while providing illumination. Ning Ran's water-based abilities flowed forth, eliminating swathes of zombies in their wake. With Ning Ran, Pei Xiu, Duanze, and Lin Yan leading the charge, their journey became significantly smoother, and Xiao Xing's team found it easier to follow. However, the other vehicles that had emerged from the villa area soon found themselves ensnared by the zombie throng, trapped amidst the ravenous horde. The vehicle traversed through the horde of corpses for nearly half an hour, finally reaching the outskirts of the northern suburbs. As the moon above turned a blood-red hue, Ning Ran and her companions, including Xiao Xing, halted amidst a vast expanse of farmland. The crops had long withered, leaving behind a desolate landscape devoid of life, and even the undead were absent. The biting cold caused shivers to ripple through them. As Ning Ran, Pei Xiu, Duanze, and Lin Yan disembarked from the vehicle, a thunderous sound erupted nearby. The noise resonated like the very collapse of the heavens, faintly mingled with mournful wails, carried on the howling wind to their ears. Gazing towards the source of the commotion, they beheld a swirling mass of dust above City Sea, starkly illuminated by the crimson moonlight. A tumultuous tide of zombies surged through City Sea, obliterating numerous towering structures in its path. The moonlight cast a haunting glow upon the distant ruins of the city, resembling pools of fresh blood. Ning Ran, Pei Xiu, and the others stood transfixed, captivated by the sight of the city before them, as the moon continued to redden, staining their vision with a sense of foreboding. "Let us dine." Ning Ran finally broke the spell, rummaging through the supplies in the back of the off-road vehicle to retrieve several self-heating hot pot packages. Having only partially consumed their dinner, and still feeling the residual hunger from their recent escape, she distributed the hot pots to Pei Xiu, Duanze, and Lin Yan. Climbing atop the vehicle, she began to eat, even treating herself to a chicken leg, her demeanor betraying none of the harrowing experience they had just endured. "Are you cold, Ranran?" Pei Xiu inquired, retrieving a blanket from within the vehicle and offering it to Ning Ran on the roof. She accepted it gratefully, wrapping it around herself. Lin Yan, typically light-hearted, leaned against the car door, his spirits somewhat dampened, yet he completed his hot pot with vigor, subsequently fixing himself a portion of self-heating rice. "Boss, I'm feeling a bit scared," he admitted. Pei Xiu approached him, tossing a bag of snacks from the trunk into his lap, as if soothing a child. Lin Yan eagerly tore open the bag and began to devour its contents. Duanze approached, patting Lin Yan on the shoulder as he watched him stuff himself with snacks. Chapter 29. The heist. Pei Xiu leaped onto the roof of the vehicle and settled beside Ning Ran, opening his palm to reveal a piece of candy. Ranran. She accepted the candy, unwrapping it and placing it in her mouth. Beneath the blood moon, the wind swept across the expansive fields, its presence palpable. In the distance, flames began to flicker in the city, their searing light seemingly intent on incinerating all wickedness. That night, most remained restless, unable to find solace until the sanguine moon gradually regained its normal hue, signaling the end of the night, at which point a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. However, this relief was short-lived, as a lingering anxiety took root. Would the blood moon return? Duanze held a steaming cup of tea, watching the sun timidly rise on the horizon. In the mere span of a night, the world appeared irrevocably transformed. Humanity's haven lay in ruins, a landscape marred by devastation, with the remnants of smoke still lingering over the distant city. Not in the near future, Ning Ran remarked, descending from the roof of the vehicle after spending the night with Pei Xiu. If her memories served her correctly, she recalled that in her past life, the blood moon had appeared twice over 7 years, once last night and another instance far in the future. Pei Xiu followed her down, and upon hearing her words, the others refrained from questioning her knowledge, though their curiosity was piqued. Duanze rummaged through the trunk for some noodles, while Lin Yan heated water and prepared a simple meat sauce. As they dined, Qiao Xing and Lu Tian approached from a distance. We plan to head back to City B now. Thank you for your assistance last night. It was nothing, Duanze replied, setting down his bowl with a polite smile. Pei Xiu remained silent against the vehicle, while Ning Ran and Lin Yan offered brief nods. Qiao Xing did not inquire about their destination, merely stating, should you find yourselves in City B, I will extend any help you may require. Duanze neither accepted nor declined, wishing them safe travels instead. Qiao Xing nodded, bowing slightly in gratitude before turning to leave with Lu Tian. Watching the distant silhouettes of the cargo truck and van fade away, a satiated Ning Ran set her bowl down. It's getting late. We should be on our way. Lin Yan wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth and let out a satisfied burp, showing no signs of the previous night's dismay. Pei Xiu folded down the back seat of the off-road vehicle, creating a makeshift bed for Ning Ran to catch up on sleep. Duanze and Lin Yan also closed their eyes in the second row, while Pei Xiu took the wheel. As they traveled along the highway, the road conditions seemed more treacherous than before. Luckily, traffic was sparse, and although they had to be wary of obstacles, the journey was far more manageable than navigating through the city. The distance from City C to City B was considerable, and Ning Ran squinted, observing the distant towns and fields in the rear-view mirror, devoid of any sentimentality. The vehicle bounced along the uneven road, and at midday, they pulled over beside a wheat field. The withered stalks were shrouded in a layer of dissipating mist. With few zombies in the vicinity, they dispatched the scattered few and donned gloves, retrieving a knife to sever the skulls of the undead. Although Pei Xiu was uncertain of the purpose, he complied obediently. Ning Ran sought to ascertain whether any of the zombies bore the first-level crystal core, as some of their sensitivity had already reached that of first-level zombies. However, after dispatching several, she found nothing. Pei Xiu assisted her while Lin Yan retched nearby, overcome by the sight. After removing her disposable gloves, Ning Ran used her water-based abilities to conjure streams of water to wash their hands. Once Lin Yan had finished, he approached Ning Ran and Pei Xiu. Confusion etched on his face. Why are we digging into the zombie skulls, little Ning Ran? These zombies can evolve, and once they do, their brains will develop crystal cores, which can enhance our abilities, Ning Ran explained, no longer concealing the truth. She understood that despite her prior attempts at secrecy, their daily interactions would have revealed her peculiarities. Though the three of them might wonder how she possessed such knowledge, they refrained from asking further. Moreover, while she had not intended to divulge her reincarnation, she felt no need for subterfuge now. Upon learning that the crystal cores could amplify their powers, Lin Yan's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. He drew a knife from his waist, fixating on the wandering zombies with fervor. Just as he was about to charge towards them, Ning Ran grasped him by the collar. The crystal cores haven't appeared in their brains yet. We must wait a while longer. Let's cook instead. Duanze had already retrieved cooking utensils from the trunk and produced some ingredients from his storage ring. Pei Xiu lent a hand. Lin Yan tended to the fire. Duanze took charge of the cooking, while Ning Ran sat by the fire, roasting sweet potatoes. Before long, The enticing aroma of their meal wafted through the air. Inhaling the mouth-watering scent, Ning Ran glanced at her charred sweet potato, lamenting that some skills required a natural talent. Just as she felt disheartened, several motorcycles roared to a halt in the distance. 3 young punks dismounted, weapons in hand, approaching Ning Ran and her companions. "Time to rob you." Ning Ran looked up at the trio, each no older than 17 or 18. The little troublemaker brandished several baseball bats, exuding an air of arrogance. She was in a foul mood due to burnt sweet potatoes, and now, a perfect opportunity for venting her frustrations had presented itself. Just as she contemplated attacking, a creeping black mist ensnared the necks of the 3 little troublemakers, effectively silencing them and preventing any noise from escaping their lips. Pei Shiyu brought the dishes to the table and approached Ning Ran, using a disinfecting wipe from the table to clean her hands. "Ranran, eat first. It will get cold soon." Ning Ran glanced at the sweet potato in her hand, then at the 3 furious, stifled, and terrified little troublemakers who could not utter a sound. Discarding the charred sweet potato, she followed Pei Shiyu to eat. One unfortunate little troublemaker was struck by the sweet potato and sustained a large bump on his head, losing consciousness immediately. Lin Yan and Duanze swallowed hard, realizing that not only was Ning Ran's cooking inedible, but it could also serve as a lethal weapon. After the meal, Lin Yan and Duanze dug a pit and buried the 3 little troublemakers, leaving only their heads above ground. "Let us go. We are from the peace base." Ning Ran, who had initially intended to return to the car, halted upon hearing the words peace base. "Peace base? Yes, indeed. We are from the peace base established by the Zhou family in Ping City. If you bury us, there will be dire consequences. I know the squad leader of the security team at the peace base." The young man with pink hair shouted, his tone dripping with arrogance. Chapter 30. The Peace Base. Pei Shiyu waved his hand gently, and the black mist began to thicken. The mist coiled tightly around the pink-haired youth's neck, and soon, he succumbed to oxygen deprivation and fainted. Ping City is not far from City C, and the Zhou family is a leading enterprise in the area. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect brought about by Ning Ran's rebirth, the establishment of the peace base seemed to have occurred slightly earlier than in her previous life. Having heard about it, Ning Ran decided to take a look. "We haven't been to the base yet. Shall we go take a look?" "All right," Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan replied in unison. Since they were not in a hurry, there was no harm in taking a look. Pei Shiyu walked over to the 3 little troublemakers buried in the pit, looking down at them with an air of arrogance and detachment, reminiscent of a sovereign. "Now, tell me about the situation at the peace base." Under the immense pressure and threatening gaze, the green-haired youth beside the pink-haired one dared not resist and divulged the details of the peace base. The peace base was established by the Zhou family in Ping City. Initially, the base was still under construction and would not be ready for a while, but recently it had announced the commencement of accepting survivors. I heard that this was done to quickly promote the name of the peace base to attract more abilities users to join and facilitate the search for individuals. Who are they searching for? The sole heir of the Zhou family, Zhou Xianyue. It is said that he was studying in City C and lost contact shortly after the apocalypse began. The Zhou family has offered multiple bounties to send people to search in neighboring City C, but now with zombies everywhere, no one dares to take the risk. Who is the current leader of the peace base? The patriarch, Zhou Shaod. However, he is quite elderly, and his only son died in an accident years ago. In reality, the management of the base's affairs falls to his daughter-in-law, Zhang Shuiyue. Pei Shiyu furrowed his brow in contemplation, scrutinizing the green-haired youth, and only released him when he sensed the boy was not lying. Having gathered their belongings, the 4 prepared to set off, aiming to reach the peace base before nightfall. Lin Yan, being the most skilled at digging, diligently unearthed the 3 little troublemakers once more, instructing them to lead the way on their motorcycle. Zombies lunging from the roadside were swiftly dispatched by various abilities. The little troublemakers felt inexplicably fortunate to have survived. The 4 on the off-road vehicle were extraordinarily powerful, almost monstrous in their prowess, truly terrifying. Their journey was not only several times faster than that of the little troublemakers, but also remarkably smooth. As they neared the peace base, Ning Ran instructed Duanze to stop the vehicle. She utilized her water-based abilities to restrain the 3 little troublemakers, intimidating and threatening them to ensure they would not reveal anything before releasing them. However, as they approached the peace base, The number of zombies surrounding the area showed no signs of diminishing. Logically, whether large or small, bases should have patrolling personnel, and the closer one got to the base, the fewer zombies there should be. Duan Zhe parked the vehicle outside the barrier, where a long queue of 50 or 60 people was forming, slowly moving as many awaited entry into the base. Ning Ran observed the building before her, compared to her memories from her previous life. The current peace base appeared significantly more rudimentary. The 9-meter-high lime walls seemed still damp, and the patrolling personnel outside were sparse. The crowd was noisy and chaotic, with staff members holding loudspeakers, their voices hoarse from shouting. Ning Ran stepped out of the vehicle and stood by the door, watching the clamorous crowd. Suddenly, a commotion erupted a few meters away as a human, bitten by a zombie, underwent mutation and bit the neck of the person behind him. By the time the patrolling personnel rushed to intervene, it was too late. 3 gunshots rang out, resulting in the deaths of 2 mutated humans and 1 innocent civilian. Pei Shiyu hastily shoved Ning Ran back into the vehicle, instructing Duan Zhe to lock the doors. With the potential for mutations lurking in the crowd, it was safer inside the vehicle. After nearly an hour of waiting in line, the 4 finally entered the barrier for inspection. A staff member in a white coat scanned the 4 of them, confirming they bore no external injuries before allowing them to pass. The peace base had only 1 city gate. Fortunately, there were not many people leaving the base, so it did not cause any significant delay. Under the guidance of the staff, Duan Zhe drove the vehicle to a window beside the city gate, where specialized personnel detailed the conditions for entering the base. To gain entry, one had to submit 3 kilograms of supplies, as accommodation within the base also required a trade of supplies. At Pei Shiyu's signal, Duan Zhe retrieved 3 kilograms of supplies from the trunk as an entrance fee and another 10 kilograms for renting a small independent house. The house was constructed by the base, and if they wished to stay long-term, they would need to pay 10 kilograms of food each month. Before the apocalypse, 10 kilograms of food may have seemed insignificant, but now, in an era where everyone struggled to find enough to eat, some found it challenging even to produce the entrance fee, let alone provide the monthly food for housing. Many lamented that the peace space was akin to highway robbery, yet they had no choice but to gather supplies in exchange for a relatively safe refuge. Upon witnessing Ning Ran and her companions offer food and secure the best accommodation in the base, the staff, visibly, became more attentive. A dedicated staff member was assigned to personally escort them to their new residence. After entering the city gate of the base, they encountered numerous dilapidated tents set up in the nearby open area, where many who could not afford to rent housing gathered, forced to sleep outdoors. In temperatures below -10 degrees, ragged individuals begged on the roadside. Ning Ran sat in the last row of the off-road vehicle, coldly observing the scene outside through the bulletproof glass window. In her previous life, she had single-handedly protected the entire peace base for 7 years, only to be met with harsh words in return, so she held no favorable impression of this place or its inhabitants. The apocalypse was a hell where everyone struggled to find sustenance. In an era where basic survival needs went unmet, humanity lost all sense of morality. Regardless of how pitiful these people appeared, Ning Ran would interpret their actions with the utmost malice. The location of the independent bungalow district lies deep within the confines of the peace space, representing the safest haven within its walls. As they ventured into the bungalow area, the distance between each modest dwelling stretched several meters apart, with the number of bungalows being quite limited. Upon arriving at the residence of Ning Ran and her 3 companions, the staff member who had guided them promptly departed. Lin Yan disembarked and opened the surrounding fence gate, allowing Duan Zhe to drive the vehicle inside. The modest abode, spanning approximately 70 to 80 square meters, was partitioned into 3 small bedrooms and a combined kitchen living area. The iron beds in the 3 bedrooms were starkly simplistic, lacking even a mattress. Pei Shiyu, Duan Zhe, and Lin Yan proceeded to unload their belongings from the vehicle. Ning Ran took the initiative to remove the iron beds from the bedrooms, replacing them with the beds from their previous living space. Having finished moving their items, and with daylight still lingering, the 4 decided to explore the peace base. Chapter 31. Acting Base Leader. The peace base was bustling with a significant number of inhabitants, likely the entirety of the survivors from the surrounding city. In the central square, a large task board was prominently displayed, serving as a platform for bounty postings, allowing individuals within the base to earn rewards. Upon reaching the central square, Ning Ran, Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan found a modest gathering of people clustered around the task board. Numerous papers were affixed to the board, and those interested in any given task could tear down the relevant notice and collect their reward upon completion. A series of resonant chimes echoed throughout the base, signaling the commencement of meals at the dining hall. As the crowd dispersed from the task board, Ning Ran and her companions seized the opportunity to approach the now sparsely populated board. The tasks listed were diverse. Some required venturing out to procure supplies, while others involved assisting with construction efforts within the base. Among the various notices, one particularly caught their attention, a missing person announcement. Upon gazing at the face depicted on the notice, Ning Ran reached out and tore it down. Pei Shiyu squinted, scrutinizing the photograph. He recognized the individual, noting a striking resemblance to a zombie he had encountered in a large shopping mall in the northern suburbs. A nearby staff member, observing Ning Ran's action of removing a notice that had long gone unnoticed, approached hesitantly. "Miss, are you certain you wish to accept this task?" Ning Ran nodded, crumpling the notice and tucking it into her pocket. Pei Shiyu positioned himself protectively in front of her, emanating an intimidating aura that caused the staff member to retreat in trepidation. "Is there a problem?" Ning Ran inquired. "And no," the staff member stammered, hastily retreating. Lin Yan shrugged, asserting that indeed, their leader was more fearsome than a ghost. As the base's inhabitants made their way toward the dining hall, the four followed the crowd out of curiosity. Passing by a trash bin, Ning Ran discarded the missing person notice, declaring that garbage should remain where it belonged. "Are we really going to help find this person? Where would we even look?" Duanze pondered aloud. Ning Ran simply shrugged, replying, "We won't be searching." "Not searching?" Lin Yan exclaimed, recalling overhearing a passerby mention that failing to complete tasks could result in penalties, the severity of which depended on the task's importance. The missing person notice had clearly been significant, as evidenced by the staff member's reaction. Suddenly, Lin Yan's demeanor shifted. He relaxed, reassuring Ning Ran, "It's fine. If we don't look, we don't look. It was just for fun, anyway. With our leader around, anyone who causes trouble will get dealt with." His bravado was abruptly quelled by a swift slap from Duanze. Ning Ran found herself both amused and exasperated. Lin Yan certainly knew how to wield his bravado. She explained to the duo, "It's not that we want to search, but rather that it's futile. The person is already deceased." "What? How do you know?" Lin Yan's expression was one of bewilderment. Ning Ran leaned closer, lowering her voice to confide in him and Duanze, "I killed them. It was a gruesome death. Torn apart by zombies." Her angelic smile sent an unsettling chill down their spines. The dining hall at the peace base was quite rudimentary, offering little more than potatoes and a thin rice porridge. The four left the dining hall with empty stomachs, deciding it best to return for a proper meal. The next morning, as the thick morning mist lingered, a staff member arrived at their door. Hearing the commotion, Ning Ran stepped outside, a custard bun in her mouth. Pei Shiyu and Duanze were in the small yard setting traps. The yard was bordered by a waist-high fence, making it safer to lay traps. The staff members stood outside the wooden fence, addressing Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and the figure standing by the door. "Excuse me, are you the ones who removed the missing person task from the board?" Ning Ran munched on her custard bun, realizing that since she had taken the notice the previous evening, the family of the missing person must have grown impatient. Pei Shiyu sized up the visitor. Duanze, wearing a polite smile, stepped forward. "And you are?" "I am a staff member working alongside the acting base leader, who wishes to invite you for tea." "The acting base leader?" "Yes, that would be Ms. Zhang Shuyue, the daughter-in-law of old Master Zhou." After arriving at the base, Pei Shiyu and his companions had gathered ample information about their surroundings. Upon hearing the staff member's confirmation, Duanze turned to Pei Shiyu, who nodded in agreement, and they proceeded to confirm the time with the staff member. After exchanging pleasantries, Duanze escorted the staff member away. Lin Yan, just awakened, stepped outside and drooled at the sight of Ning Ran's custard bun. "Boss, are we eating?" Seeing Pei Shiyu nod in affirmation, Lin Yan rushed back inside. After breakfast, Ning Ran intended to sneak out alone to meet the Zhou family, but Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan caught her just in time. "Where are you going alone?" Ranran? Pei Shiyu's voice reached her ears from behind, causing her to stiffly turn to face the three. In truth, the matter with the Zhou family had little to do with the trio. She had taken the initiative to remove the notice, and while she trusted them, She felt capable of handling it alone and did not wish to involve them. Pei Shiyu's shadow subtly entwined around Ning Ran's ankle, the black mist thickening like ink. Ran, I promise to be good. You must take me along. Ning Ran gazed at Pei Shiyu, who appeared like a drenched puppy, as if he would cry if she denied him.
And me.
You have to take me too. Lin Yan chimed in excitedly, while Duanze regarded Ning Ran with a serious expression. We are a team. We should face this together. Ning Ran looked at the three, ultimately conceding to bring them all along. The Zhou family's villa was in close proximity to the independent bungalows. The area was heavily patrolled by security personnel, and Ning Ran noted that the number of guards here surpassed those stationed outside the base, explaining the absence of zombies around the perimeter. As the large wrought iron gate swung open, a solitary figure emerged, a man with a scarred face, his demeanor dark and solitary. Ning Ran recognized him from her previous life. He was Zhou Qi, the adopted son and loyal lackey of the Zhou family, an A-class metal ability user. Pei Shiyu scrutinized Zhou Qi. Having previously formed an impression of Zhou Xiaod as an elderly man in poor health, accompanied by a wealthy matron devoid of abilities. Even if the Zhou family's influence before the apocalypse managed to establish the peace space, how did they maintain control over it without being usurped?
Now.
As Zhou Qi glanced up at Pei Shiyu and the other three, perhaps feeling the unabashed scrutiny from Pei Shiyu, he quickly lowered his head again. Please follow me. Pei Shiyu grasped Ning Ran's hand with a display of possessiveness. Coming to her senses, Ning Ran, along with Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan, followed Zhou Qi into the villa. Chapter 32. Taking advantage of the situation. Outside, the peace space lay in ruin, yet Zhou's villa remained as prosperous as in the past. Passing through the front yard, the four followed Zhou Qi into the main building, where they were led into a moderately sized conference room. The door to the conference room was ajar, and seated at a semicircular conference table was a lavishly dressed noblewoman. Zhou Qi inclined his body slightly in a gesture of departure, and at the staff's indication, Ning Ran and the others stepped inside. You are the ones who tore down the list? Ning Ran's face bore a hint of displeasure, stemming both from her aversion to women and her annoyance at the repetitive opening line. Why must every visitor from the Zhou family use this same introduction? Zhang Shue had initially intended to intimidate them but found herself taken aback by the lack of a response from behind her. Upon turning to face Ning Ran and her companions, she felt her imposing demeanor diminish in an inexplicable manner. Duanze pulled out a nearby chair, and Pei Shiyu effortlessly took a seat, as if in his own home. Although Zhang Shue felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, she refrained from retorting in the presence of this profoundly enigmatic and somber man. She opened her mouth to speak, yet, despite being on her own turf, no words emerged. Ranran, sit down. A black mist gently pulled out the chair beside Pei Shiyu. He gazed at Ning Ran, devoid of his earlier intimidating aura, appearing instead as if seeking her praise. Zhang Shue watched the four of them, who were already making themselves comfortable, and managed to suppress her irritation. After all, she needed them to find her son, and they seemed far from ordinary. If she was not mistaken, they possessed abilities. Perhaps there was genuine hope this time. Taking a breath, Zhang Shue turned her gaze to Pei Shiyu and the others. Can you truly help me find my son? Of course, Ning Ran replied without hesitation. Pei Shiyu cast a sidelong glance at Ning Ran, whose fox-like demeanor was now playful and inviting. Zhang Shue's spirits lifted at Ning Ran's affirmative response. Previously, the Zhou family had enlisted several ability users to search for Zhou Xianyue, yet none dared to take the risk. Zhou Qi, that little beggar, had awakened his powers. But the family needed him to safeguard the base and could not let him leave. Otherwise, why would the Zhou family be so constrained? What time frame do you require? Ning Ran rested her hands on the table, supporting her chin. Well, that depends on how sincere the base leader is. What do you mean? The task list states that if you can successfully locate the young Master Zhou, you are willing to compensate us with 30% of the base's warehouse supplies as a reward. At this, Zhang Shue paused for a moment, then arrogantly raised her chin. Once you truly find my son, I will certainly honor my promise. Feigning concern, Ning Ran shook her head, her tone laced with hesitation. But what if young Master Zhou returns and you decide to back out? We require a deposit, after all. It seems no one else will undertake this task aside from us. Otherwise, The task list wouldn't have been posted for so long without anyone taking it down. Zhang Shuya furrowed her finely arched brows, her expression displeased. Ning Ran had struck a nerve, yet she found herself powerless against the truth of her words. She could only reluctantly acquiesce. Very well. I will provide you with 5% of all the supplies in the base's warehouse as a deposit, provided you can locate my son. However, if you fail. Zhang Shuya left the threat hanging in the air. Having achieved her objective, Ning Ran did not push further on the supplies, for what she truly desired was the authority to access the peace base's warehouse to secure the deposit. With the agreement in place, Ning Ran continued to press for more. By the way, we will need at least half a month's preparation time.
No.
Why must it take so long? Zhang Shuya abruptly lifted her head to glare at the four, vehemently denying the request. Faced with Zhang Shuya's fierce demeanor, as if she would devour them whole, Ning Ran merely shrugged, adopting a nonchalant attitude. After all, it was not her urgency to find her son. This is all for the sake of locating young Master Zhou. Half a month's time is necessary. If you disagree, then we are at an impasse.
Fine.
Half a month it is, but you better truly bring my son back. Zhang Shuya was left gnashing her teeth in frustration, yet she had no choice but to accommodate the four. Upon exiting the conference room, Zhou Qi awaited them outside. Pei Xiu, Ning Ran, Duanze, and Lin Yan followed him out of the villa. Just before leaving, Ning Ran stood by the car door, observing Zhou Qi. Is your sister, Zhao Qingyue, unwell? Zhou Qi looked up in surprise, revealing his dark, expressive eyes. Ning Ran smiled at him, her dimples shallow. Ranran. Pei Xiu, standing behind her and holding the door open, called out with a hint of urgency. After Ning Ran got into the car, Pei Xiu cast an irritable glance at Zhou Qi. If looks could kill, Zhou Qi would have been pierced through by now. After lunch, the thick fog dispersed. Ning Ran stood by the window of the small bungalow, basking in the sunlight. Pei Xiu observed her. His Ranran seemed quite familiar with this place. Yet she chose not to speak of it, and he did not wish to pry. His only concern was whether she had faced any grievances. Hearing footsteps behind her, Ning Ran turned her head. The sunlight outside bathed her in a radiant glow, as if cloaking her in divine light. Pei Xiu stared at his angel, momentarily entranced. What's the matter? Her voice, more melodious than a mountain spring, reached Pei Xiu's ears. He wore a dark shirt, several buttons undone, exposing his strong, muscular chest as he slowly approached Ning Ran. Ning Ran gazed at Pei Xiu, her clear eyes resembling the dark night sky adorned with stars. She suspected that Pei Xiu was attempting to seduce her, yet lacked evidence to substantiate her claim. Blushing, she cleared her throat and redirected her gaze to the window. Ranran. Pei Xiu reached out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Ning Ran caught a glimpse of his well-defined abdominal muscles, causing her cheeks to redden further. Ranran, my hand is hurt. It stings. Pei Xiu, with a pitiful expression, revealed his injured finger. Ning Ran glanced over. It was merely a cut that could be easily tended to with a band-aid, yet Pei Xiu wore an expression as if he were about to perish from the pain. Ranran, it hurts. Pei Xiu lamented, nearly shedding a tear at Ning Ran's indifference. Under the spell of the charming man, Ning Ran retrieved a band-aid from her space and applied it to his finger. Pei Xiu rubbed the small, cute band-aid, feeling elated, when Lin Yan barged into the room, interrupting them. With a gaze as sharp as a knife, Lin Yan shrank back behind the door. Duanze stood to the side, disdainfully pushing the cowering figure of a certain dog behind him. Boss, someone is looking for you. Pei Xiu fastened the buttons on his clothing and adjusted his sleeves.
Who? It was Zhou Qi.
Ning Ran, upon hearing this, instinctively attempted to flee, only to be seized by the collar of her shirt by Pei Xiu. The weight of his resentful gaze bore down upon her, making her feel as if she were the villainess in a tale of betrayal. Chapter 33, Move Out. All move out. As Ning Ran and the three others exited, they found Zhou Qi pacing anxiously outside the wooden fence, his head bowed. What brings you here? Ning Ran asked, casually tossing a small, smooth pebble she had picked up. It was common knowledge that Zhou Qi was the most loyal hound of the Zhou family. However, few were aware that his allegiance was not voluntary. It stemmed from the leverage the Zhou family held over him, his sister, Zhao Qingyue, who had grown up with him in an orphanage. After being adopted by the Zhou family, Zhou Qi's obedience was ensured through the imprisonment of Zhao Qingyue, who had suffered from a heart condition since childhood, requiring medication for her survival. Following the apocalypse, Zhou Qi awoke his latent abilities. Yet he found himself utterly powerless to rescue Zhao Qingyue, for without her medication, her life would be tragically short. In a past life, Ning Ran had encountered Zhao Qingyue in her desperate bid to escape. She had intended to assist her, but time was not on her side. Zhao Qingyue suffered a heart attack, forcing Zhou Qi to return her to the Zhou family. Zhao Qingyue was a beacon of warmth, and in this life, Ning Ran was determined to lend her a hand. "How did you know my sister was unwell?" Zhou Qi inquired, still looking down. In the entire peace space, aside from the Zhou family, no one knew of Zhao Qingyue's existence. "That is of little consequence. I am aware that the Zhou family has been using your sister to threaten you. You wish to escape but find yourselves trapped. I can offer assistance." "How so?" Zhou Qi asked, eyeing Ning Ran and the formidable presence of Pei Shiyu and the others behind her. They did not appear to be the benevolent souls one might expect. Ning Ran repressed her smile, her starry-eyed gaze blinking innocently, her lashes resembling the delicate wings of a butterfly. "What do I desire? Well, let us see. I want all the supplies from the base's warehouse." She paused, feigning distress, before continuing, "And furthermore, I wish to see the Zhou family become a pariah, a target for everyone's disdain. After all, that would bring me joy." Her tone was nonchalant, yet even the scarred Zhou Qi felt the unsettling calmness of her madness. As Zhou Qi met her gaze, he sensed another, even more intense scrutiny. Turning slightly, he spotted Pei Shiyu standing behind Ning Ran, and his instincts warned him that this man was far more dangerous. Once Zhou Qi departed, Duanzhe and Lin Yan had already retreated to the house, leaving only Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu outside. Ning Ran idly tossed the pebble in her hand, glancing at Pei Shiyu, who was calling her Ranran in a pitiful tone. A dark mist began to coil around her wrist, and she felt an involuntary swallow. "What are you doing?" Pei Shiyu's gaze was deep, a mix of danger and tender affection. Ranran. His hand slowly brushed against her neck, the icy touch causing her to shiver slightly. Sensing her tremble, Pei Shiyu momentarily froze. Quickly retracting his hand, his expression adopting a mask of grievance once more. "Ranran, do not fear me." Ning Ran thought he might be losing his mind, halting her pebble tossing. Before he could act further, she tossed the pebble into his outstretched hand and swiftly retreated inside. Pei Shiyu stared at the smooth pebble in his palm, shaped irregularly like a triangle yet rounded enough to resemble a heart. The heart-shaped pebble was a token of affection from Ranran. Before 7 o'clock, the sky had darkened considerably. Under the cloak of night, danger loomed, and even within the seemingly tranquil confines of the peace space, an atmosphere thick with peril lingered. After dining in the base's canteen, the inhabitants returned to their respective quarters. The candlelight flickered out in the modest dwelling as Ning Ran, Pei Shiyu, Duanzhe, and Lin Yan emerged. The off-road vehicle navigated the base with ease, swiftly arriving at the warehouse. The number of patrolling personnel outside was notably higher than elsewhere, and Zhou Qi awaited them. Duanzhe parked the vehicle haphazardly, and Pei Shiyu exited to open the door for Ning Ran. The three of them had barely walked a few meters when the drowsy Lin Yan finally caught up. Zhou Qi nodded at Ning Ran and led the four of them into the warehouse. The guards on duty recognized Zhou Qi and allowed them passage without question. The Zhou family believed they had a firm grip on Zhao Qingyue, ensuring Zhou Qi would remain compliant. Moreover, with Zhou Xianyue missing and the elder Zhou Shaod, and Zhang Shu exhausted, it afforded Zhou Qi a rare freedom within the base. The warehouse was modest in size, roughly equivalent to 2 or 3 basketball courts. Ning Ran surveyed the neatly arranged goods and turned to Zhou Qi. "Is this all the supplies of the peace space?" Zhou Qi nodded, adding, "Zhang Shu has already granted you access to the warehouse, allowing you to take 5% of the supplies as a deposit. However, she likely has a few tricks up her sleeve and won't let you take them too easily." Ning Ran acknowledged his words without further comment, while Pei Shiyu stood protectively at her side, exuding an air of regal authority that compelled submission. Zhou Qi hesitated momentarily, sensing his earlier concerns might have been unfounded. He glanced outside the warehouse, noting the absence of passers-by, and lowered his voice. "For the next few days, I will oversee the transfer of your supplies here. I will not interfere with how much you take. Thank you, Duanze replied with a nod, offering a few polite words. Finally coming to his senses, Lin Yan gazed around at the warehouse brimming with a plethora of supplies. This peace base appears so impoverished. I had no idea it concealed such wealth. Are we really taking all of this? Ning Ran surveyed the surroundings. It felt less like a base warehouse and more akin to the Zhou family as private treasury. Take it all, every last bit. After all, I have labored for the peace base for 7 years. Shouldn't I receive some compensation? In all honesty, this meager amount hardly suffices for my wages. Chapter 34. Do you hate her? To avoid drawing attention, the supplies in the warehouse could not be directly stored in space. Duanze and Lin Yan procured 2 trucks from Zhou Qi, using them along with storage rings to transport the goods in successive trips. During this time, they also apprehended a few tailing spies attempting to uncover their hiding place. They found the tallest tree and hoisted the spies up until they had successfully moved all the supplies, after which they released the spies to inform Zhang Xuyue. In the present day, the base warehouse has become eerily desolate, its supplies having been stealthily relocated by Duanze and Lin Yan, who have surreptitiously transferred everything into Ning Ran's spatial realm. Even if Zhang Xuyue were aware of this, it would be far too late to act. During the time that Lin Yan and Duanze were transporting goods, Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran were not idle either. The duo assisted Zhou Qi in uncovering the location where the Zhou family stored their heart disease medication. Seizing the opportunity in the early hours, around 1 or 2 a.m., Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu stealthily infiltrated the Zhou residence. Thanks to their dark abilities providing cover, they strode boldly inside without arousing suspicion. The Zhou villa boasted 3 stories, with Zhao Qingyue's room situated in the attic of the annex. The pair made their way toward the annex, where they soon encountered Zhou Qi waiting for them. Wearing a hat, he cautiously scanned his surroundings, only noticing Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu when they stood directly behind him. This is the location where the medication is stored, in Zhou Xiaoda's hidden chamber. After we extract the person, we will detonate this place, drawing everyone here. Zhou Qi informed them. Nodding, he took the note from Ning Ran that detailed the precise location of the medication, but unease creased his brow as he inquired. What about my sister? Do not worry, we will ensure her safety and be responsible for her relocation from the base, Ning Ran assured him. With a resolute look, Zhou Qi handed over the pass for exiting the base's city gates before turning to leave. Ran, let us depart, Pei Shiyu suggested. All right, Ning Ran replied, glancing back at him and then at the patrolling security personnel near the annex entrance. Shadows crept silently in the night, inching closer to the guards stationed nearby. In an instant, before the guards could comprehend what was occurring, they were swiftly subdued by the encroaching shadows. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, illuminated only by a few flickering lights on the annex walls. Seizing the moment with no one in sight, Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu approached the annex. Their footsteps echoed softly in the corridor leading to the annex stairs. Following closely behind Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran ascended toward the attic. A window nearby creaked ominously in the wind, its sound reminiscent of a wailing specter. Moments later, they halted before a wooden door at the attic's entrance. The dark shadows coalesced like thick ink, gradually corroding the door lock. Ning Ran gently pushed the door open and peered inside, finding it completely vacant. Just as she was about to step in, a figure lunged from the doorway, only to be immediately restrained by the dark mist. The fog tightly covered the person's mouth, immobilizing their limbs. Recognizing Zhao Qingyue, Ning Ran stepped forward and produced a shell bracelet. The moment she did, Zhao Qingyue, who had been struggling fiercely, ceased all movement. This bracelet had been given to Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu by Zhou Qi, and Zhao Qingyue immediately recognized it. Once assured that Zhao Qingyue would not emit any sound to alert nearby security, Ning Ran signaled for Pei Shiyu to release her. Freed from restraint, Zhao Qingyue rushed forward and grasped the shell bracelet from Ning Ran's hand, eyeing her with a hint of wariness. Ning Ran wore a smile, her dimples giving her an innocent and kind-hearted appearance. Do not misunderstand. This is from Zhou Qi. He instructed us to take you away. Zhao Qingyue regarded Ning Ran, feeling a sense of reassurance emanating from the girl before her. She nodded in agreement to accompany them. The shadows swirled in the attic as Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu set the timed explosives. Under the cover of their dark abilities, They confidently exited the Zhou residence with Zhao Qingyue. Outside, Duanzhe and Lin Yan awaited to assist them. Shortly after getting into the vehicle, a tremendous explosion erupted, diverting all patrolling security personnel towards the direction of the annex. Meanwhile, Ning Ran and her companions drove towards the city gates of the Pingan base. After a brief period, Duanzhe halted the vehicle and handed the pass to the guard on duty at the gates. The guard received the pass and scanned the interior of the vehicle with a few cursory glances. "Bro, why are you heading out so late?" he inquired. "We have urgent matters to attend to," Duanzhe replied, producing several packets of compressed biscuits and a pack of cigarettes. "Please, we have no choice but to comply with the orders from above." While the Pingan base enforced a curfew, it did not prohibit all passage. The guard's eyes lit up at the sight of the offered goods, and he promptly waved the vehicle through. Not long after driving out, a horde of howling zombies began to charge at them one after another. Having been confined by the Zhou family since the latter half of the apocalypse, Zhao Qingyue had never witnessed such a scene. Despite her attempts to remain calm, her body trembled uncontrollably. Ning Ran utilized her water abilities to dispatch several zombies lunging at the vehicle and retrieved a handful of colorful candies from her pocket, offering them to Zhao Qingyue. Momentarily taken aback by the sight of the vibrant sweets in Ning Ran's palm, Zhao Qingyue reached out to accept them. Through the rearview mirror, she glanced back at the receding lights of the Pingan base's gates, feeling a torrent of emotions. She had finally escaped, breaking free from the clutches of the Zhou family from that stifling place. Ning Ran produced a tube of ointment, having noticed the numerous old scars adorning Zhao Qingyue's body. As Zhao Qingyue took the ointment, she inadvertently exposed a portion of her wrist and hastily tugged her clothing down. "It's nothing. Zhang Shua hits me when she is upset."
I'm used to it.
Ning Ran observed Zhao Qingyue, who spoke in a calm tone, as though recounting someone else's misfortunes. "Do you hate her?" Zhao Qingyue gazed at Ning Ran, who, despite her angelic beauty, seemed to harbor a beguiling little demon within. Before Ning Ran, all eyes appeared to crumble, leaving one entranced. "I do hate her, very much." "Oh, it's all right. Zhang Shue will likely lead a life of unbearable despair." Upon hearing Ning Ran's words, Zhao Qingyue looked at her, her eyes glimmering with a fragmented light. Though uncertain of Ning Ran's reasoning, she found her words to be compelling. Ning Ran was akin to a small sun amid a rainy day, radiating warmth even in the chill. Chapter 35. Tokens of Affection. Pei Shi's attention remained fixated on Ning Ran as he observed her sitting closely with Zhao Qingyue. Shadows silently crept onto Ning Ran's shoulders. When they had boarded the vehicle, Ning Ran had insisted he sit in the front, avoiding proximity with her and opting to be with others instead. His little Ranran was too adorable, always attracting attention. It seemed he would need to guard against not only men but women as well. The thick black mist outside the car window swirled, swiftly dispatching a cluster of zombies. Ning Ran rummaged through the snack box beside her, tearing open a bag of chips and munching away, occasionally taking time to eliminate a few zombies lunging at the vehicle. Hearing the crunch of snacks, Lin Yan turned to look back from the passenger seat. "I want some too. I want some." Ning Ran fished around in the snack box. "What flavor do you want? Honey or barbecue?" "I want both." Lin Yan extended his hand to catch the 2 bags of potato chips tossed his way, relishing them while gazing at the remnants of zombies scattered before the windshield. The off-road vehicle came to a halt in front of a modest 2-story residential building on the outskirts of the city. They had previously scouted the location, finding it relatively safe due to the fewer zombies in the area. After disembarking, Lin Yan unleashed his dark powers, a viscous black liquid that, seemingly defying gravity, floated in the air and corroded any approaching zombies. Duanzhe and Lin Yan opened the door and swiftly cleared the first and second floors of the building, eliminating all the undead within. With some time still left before dawn, Zhao Qingyue was resting in a room on the second floor. After discussing their plans, Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, Duanzhe, and Lin Yan each returned to their respective rooms. Just as Ning Ran attempted to close her door, a bony hand caught the doorframe. She looked up at Pei Shiyu, ready to inquire, but he had already squeezed through the gap. The candles in the room remained unlit, the curtains drawn, enveloping them in an impenetrable darkness. Noticing Ning Ran's lack of resistance, Pei Shiyu quietly embraced her, his voice a low, suppressed murmur.
Ranran.
Being a special ability user, Ning Ran's senses were heightened. She attempted to discern Pei Shiyu's expression but found herself firmly held in his embrace, unable to move. Ranran, you can only look at me. Only like me, alright? Ning Ran was perplexed by his words and patted his arm, urging him to release her. To her surprise, Pei Shiyu tightened his grip instead. You gave me a token of affection. You are mine now. You can only like me from now on, not anyone else. Ning Ran was left utterly baffled. What token of affection? When did she give him such a thing? Despite her confusion, she dared not question him, fully aware that if she did, he would surely suffocate her in his embrace. All right, just loosen your grip a bit. She tried to soothe the seemingly deranged wolf dog. Pei Shiyu finally relaxed his arms somewhat, yet still kept her confined in his hold. You said it yourself. If you dare betray me, I will die with you. Even if I become a ghost, you shall never escape me. He gazed at Ning Ran, his warm eyes concealing an unmistakable madness and intense possessiveness. Ning Ran felt as though she was thoroughly ensnared by this madman, yet she did not find it repulsive. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She looked up at Pei Shiyu and had to admit he was the most handsome person she had ever seen, and driven by an inexplicable impulse, she kissed him. Pei Shiyu was momentarily stunned, his mind blank as if fireworks had exploded within. The once frenzied wolf dog was instantly calmed by a mere kiss. As Ning Ran realized what she had done and attempted to flee, Pei Shiyu caught her again. He buried his face into the crook of her shoulder, his voice husky. Ranran, a kiss means you must take responsibility, or else. Or else what? Ning Ran did not catch his words, only feeling a sticky sensation on her neck followed by a faint, ticklish pain. When she came back to her senses, she found herself agreeing with Pei Shiyu. She was unsure what had compelled her to act that way, but instinctively, it felt advantageous. If Pei Shiyu was so formidable, she could afford to be a bit lazy. Moreover, despite his madness, Pei Shiyu was quite endearing. The next morning, Ning Ran lay in bed, lost in thought, reflecting on her actions from the previous day. Her cheeks flushed as if they were on fire. She forced herself to regain her composure, got up, and washed up, for they were to return to the safe base that day. Once ready, she opened the door to find a large dog waiting patiently outside. However, this large dog seemed a bit different. Previously, it would only hold her hand, yet now it had begun to nip at her. From the doorway of the second-floor room down to the ground floor, Ning Ran, who had been repeatedly stolen kisses on her cheeks by Pei Shiyu, could no longer endure it. But as soon as she glared at him, he feigned innocence, asking in a pitiful tone, "What's wrong, Ranran? You can't go back on your word after saying you'd take responsibility for yesterday." Pei Shiyu playfully pinched Ning Ran's puffed cheeks, teasing her with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Duanze emerged from the kitchen carrying breakfast and instantly grasped the situation upon seeing Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran, who were intimately entwined amidst a flurry of pink bubbles by the staircase. He realized that the leader had finally broken through that veil of misunderstanding. Lin Yan, munching on a drumstick and holding a bowl of porridge, emerged from the kitchen a moment later. His gaze flickered between Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu, and as comprehension dawned on him, he gave Pei Shiyu a thumbs up. Ning Ran felt a twinge of embarrassment and tried to push Pei Shiyu away, but he was too solidly built for her to succeed. After breakfast, Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran prepared to drive back to the safe base, while Duanze and Lin Yan were assigned to remain behind to ensure Zhao Qinghua's safety. Lin Yan leaned against the doorframe, watching Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran with an expression of reluctance. "Boss, don't forget to leave me at the base. And make sure to bring back those 3 bags of chips, 8 chicken legs, and 9 chocolates." Pei Shiyu felt a surge of irritation and almost kicked him, but managed to restrain himself. Just as he was about to act, Duanze swiftly pulled Lin Yan back. He handed Pei Shiyu a prepared backpack, cautioning, "Be careful on the road." Pei Shiyu nodded, turning to leave with Ning Ran. The daytime zombies were less active than at night, making their journey smoother. Ranran, Pei Shiyu began, only to be silenced by Ning Ran shoving candy into his mouth. It seemed this fellow had awakened some remarkable skill, as he had been uttering embarrassing things since that morning. Pei Shiyu smiled slightly, gently holding Ning Ran's fingers in his lips. Ning Ran quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks burning. Ranran, so sweet. Pei Shiyu tilted his head, looking at Ning Ran, leaving her uncertain whether he was referring to the candy or something else entirely. Chapter 36. The Tail Wagging to the Sky. The military off-road vehicle halted outside the safe base, where Zhou Qi was waiting by the city gate for the two. Upon spotting them, he hurried over. My sister. She's all right, Ning Ran replied, instantly alleviating the weight on Zhou Qi's heart. Observing their intertwined hands, Zhou Qi seemed to understand something. Pausing momentarily, but offering no further words, Pei Xiu stood beside Ning Ran, half embracing her like a large wolf dog claiming ownership, his tail nearly wagging to the heavens as if proclaiming, "This is my wife." Ning Ran subtly pinched Pei Xiu's lower back, warning him to tone it down a bit. Pei Xiu remained unfazed, wearing a faint smile as if he felt no pain. Today he appeared particularly cheerful, Ning Ran thought, and decided to let him be. I've retrieved the medications from the hidden compartment in Zhou Shaoda's room. But Zhang Shuyue is already aware of the missing supplies from the base warehouse and is now secretly sending people to find you. Just as Zhou Qi finished speaking, a group of patrolling personnel approached from a distance. How did that matter turn out? Ning Ran's voice was low, yet sufficient for the three to hear. Zhou Qi averted his gaze and hastily replied before the patrol reached them, "It's all taken care of, but is it truly effective?" Ning Ran had previously instructed him to disseminate the rumor that the Zhou family was embezzling supplies from the base's warehouse. Even though public opinion could be fearsome, the Zhou family, as the sovereign of this peace base, wielded the entirety of its armed forces. Should they resort to forceful suppression, the inhabitants of the base would likely not dare to raise a significant uproar. Zhou Qi was filled with confusion, yet before he could voice his inquiries, he was interrupted by the patrol personnel. A patrol team of more than a dozen individuals halted before Ning Ran and Pei Xiu, the captain of the patrol casting a scrutinizing gaze over them. What are you intending to do? Zhou Qi's voice carried a hint of inquiry, and his scarred visage rendered him particularly intimidating when he wore a stern expression. The patrol captain, well acquainted with Zhou Qi, understood that although Zhou's authority within the base was curtailed, he remained a crucial ally to the base leader and possessed extraordinary abilities. Hence, despite a tinge of resentment, the captain treated him with a measure of respect and refrained from offending him. Please do not take offense. It is the base leader's orders for us to locate individuals. Upon discovering their whereabouts, we are to bring them back immediately. The captain gestured behind him, prompting several patrol officers to step forward. Zhou Qi wished to articulate something further. Yet upon seeing Ning Ran shake her head in a gesture of reassurance, he swallowed his words. The patrol officers, armed with ropes, intended to bind Pei Xiu and Ning Ran. However, Pei Xiu shielded Ning Ran behind him, his deep-set eyes radiating an icy intensity, exuding an overwhelming aura that deterred anyone from approaching carelessly. Lead the way. The two words, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, prompted involuntary swallows among the onlookers. The patrol officer holding the ropes glanced back, and after receiving the captain's nod of consent, he stowed the ropes away. Ning Ran and Pei Xiu found themselves heavily surrounded by the patrol personnel, with the captain and Zhou Qi leading the way toward the Zhou family's villa. This was a consequence of the rumors Zhou Qi had spread under Ning Ran's guidance regarding the Zhou family's misappropriation of the base's supplies. Outside the Zhou family villa, a crowd of base inhabitants had gathered, demanding answers. Were it not for the security personnel stationed at the villa, they might have already stormed inside. The warehouse is empty. What do you expect us to eat? Return the supplies we submitted. Voices of discontent echoed through the throng. Under the protection of the patrol team, Ning Ran and Pei Xiu entered the Zhou family villa, being escorted to the main conference room. As the door swung open, a pungent scent of blood enveloped the air. Amidst the gruesome scene, Ning Ran discerned several vaguely familiar figures, those unfortunate individuals apprehended by Duanzhe and Lin Yan during the transfer of supplies from the warehouse. Following Pei Xiu, Duanzhe and Lin Yan, Ning Ran quietly observed the disheveled figures previously hung from trees. Upon spotting Ning Ran and Pei Xiu, Zhang Shue suddenly rose, her eyes wide with fury. Did you dare deceive me? A cup hurtled toward the conference room entrance, only to be engulfed by a swirling black mist. An elderly man seated beside Zhang Shue scoffed, "Cease this at once." His head crowned with white hair, his round face was punctuated by sharp, piercing eyes. Upon hearing Zhou Shaoda's voice, Zhang Shue immediately fell silent, her heart swelling with trepidation as she strained to maintain an air of authority. "It is you who have deceived us and stolen our base's supplies." Pei Xiu stepped forward alongside Ning Ran, pulling out a chair for them both to sit, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Zhou Shaoed, feeling ignored, simmered with rage, signaling the patrol captain to take action. The captain, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt an involuntary gulp rise in his throat. From the moment he laid eyes on Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu, he recognized their formidable presence. Even as an B-class ability user, he could not shake off the oppressive aura emanating from them, particularly the ominous black mist that seemed perilous, sending shivers down his spine. Under Zhou Shaoda's persistent glances, the patrol captain reluctantly led his team to act, but before they could close in, they found themselves immobilized by a dark power. The black mist coiled around them, rendering them powerless. Just as they thought suffocation was imminent, they were carelessly discarded to the ground, unconscious. As terror flickered in Zhou Shaoed and Zhang Shiyue's eyes, it was already too late. Before they could react, the shadow of Pei Shiyu encircled their necks. Zhang Shiyue, deprived of oxygen, rolled her eyes back, while Zhou Shaoed struggled to raise a finger toward Zhou Qi, incoherently muttering the name Zhao Qingyue. Zhou Qi, his expression impassive, moved to stand behind Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran. Zhou Shaoed and Zhang Shiyue had covertly concealed the disappearance of Zhao Qingyue, intending to leverage it to threaten Zhou Qi further, remaining the Zhou family's most loyal hound. However, upon noticing Zhou Qi standing behind Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran, he instantly grasped the reality of the situation. Ning Ran gently shook Pei Shiyu's hand, urging him to release them before someone truly met their demise. The dark shadow brought Zhou Shaoed and Zhang Shiyue crashing to the ground. What are you planning to do? This is my Zhou family's base. Ning Ran rested her chin on her hand, sitting beside Pei Shiyu with an innocent demeanor, though it seemed that would soon change. You shall not succeed, you petty individuals, daring to deceive me. I have not deceived you at all. You asked me to help you find your son, and I did. To avoid troubling you, I took the reward for myself, merely taking a bit more as compensation for my efforts. Ning Ran regarded Zhang Shiyue, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Her words laced with a venomous edge. By the way, I forgot to mention, your son Zhou Xianyue has already perished in a large shopping mall in City C, and the manner of his demise was quite gruesome. Ning Ran's words struck at the core, causing Zhang Shiyue to faint from the shock of hearing about Zhou Xianyue. Chapter 37. Punish them. Zhou Shaoed gasped for breath, shouting toward the door, straining to drag his body as he collided with a porcelain ornament on a nearby shelf. The shattering of the porcelain drew the attention of the security personnel patrolling outside, who promptly rushed toward the commotion. What do we do now? Zhou Qi drew the broken blade at his waist, staring at the influx of security personnel entering the conference room. The Zhou family villa was arguably the most fortified location in the entire base, surrounded by a multitude of patrolling guards, some even possessing special abilities. Should they become encircled by these individuals, the situation would prove dire. You all go first, I'll hold them off. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Qi turned to see Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran still comfortably seated, appearing utterly unfazed. The remainder of his words died on his lips. With so many security personnel launching an assault, they seemed not to care in the slightest, as if they had already calculated their next moves. Run? Let us take them down. After all, we want TF to pay for medical expenses. Ning Ran shrugged, pulling a lollipop from her pocket, rising to lift her chair, casually breaking off a leg from a nearby table. Zhou Qi had suspected the duo possessed remarkable strength. Yet he had not anticipated that they would remain so composed in the face of such overwhelming odds. Furthermore, Ning Ran, who appeared to be a sweet and demure fairy, was surprisingly a powerhouse, effortlessly snapping the table leg as though it were merely a page in a book. Ning Ran seized a nearby cup of water and hurled it in Zhou Qi's direction. As Zhou Qi's mind rebooted, he noticed a security guard lying unconscious at his feet, struck by a water cup. Ning Ran, be cautious, don't get hurt. He heard Pei Shiyu's voice, to which Ning Ran casually nodded. With her water-based abilities swirling around her, Ning Ran wielded a chair leg and swung it towards the nearest security personnel, cries of agony echoing throughout the Zhou family villa. The black mist hovering behind Pei Shiyu expanded widely, resembling the tentacles of a devil, seeping from his back and enveloping the surroundings. This mist exuded a chilling, sinister aura, instilling fear and trepidation in all, rendering them hesitant to approach even slightly. Upon regaining his composure, Zhou Qi swiftly incapacitated several individuals nearby. Sensing the terrifying presence of the black mist behind him, he involuntarily turned to look. Before him lay Ning Ran and Pei Xiu, surrounded by a heap of fallen bodies, all writhing in pain. The unfortunate souls who had been assaulted by the black mist suffered grievously, while those who were merely knocked out by Ning Ran fared somewhat better. Pei Xiu's dark abilities manifested like the most terrifying void in existence. Despite Zhou Qi's deliberate attempt to distance himself, he still felt an inexplicable, nameless dread. The only ones seemingly untouched by this chaos were Ning Ran and her companions, shielded by the black mist. As wave after wave of security personnel surged forth, they fell one by one. Ning Ran and Pei Xiu fought their way out of the conference room, with Zhou Qi trailing behind to catch any stragglers. Thousands of security guards crumpled to the ground, howling in despair, among whom were a few insignificant ability users. Once the fray concluded, Pei Xiu retrieved a handkerchief to wipe Ning Ran's hands. Ning Ran glanced at a few survivors, their injuries somewhat less severe. These trembling individuals attempted to rise, yet quaked with fear, too intimidated to approach further. Ning Ran approached them, looking down with an imposing demeanor, threatening them to bring out Zhou Xiao and Zhang Xuyue, who were still unconscious in the conference room. The peace space lacked significant elevation, forcing Ning Ran to settle for a dilapidated concrete power pole in the central square. Zhou Xiao and Zhang Xuyue were securely bound to the pole. Witnessing the sight of Zhou Xiao and Zhang Xuyue, the crowd that had gathered outside the Zhou family villa to demand accountability began to converge. Ning Ran seized a loudspeaker and addressed the throng. The Zhou family has embezzled supplies from the base. They are unworthy to remain in power. The moment her words fell, the crowd erupted with fervent denunciations, clamoring for the Zhou family to step down. Having experienced the potency of rumors in her past life, Ning Ran was acutely aware that Zhou Xian's incompetence was only sustained by the covert support of the Zhou family. The slander that once coaxed her into betraying the base had circulated widely, largely due to the instigation of Zhou Xiao and Zhang Xuyue. It was time for them to taste the bitterness of being maligned. As for the fickle opportunists within the base, without food or leadership, they would likely face a prolonged period of hardship. Ning Ran was also curious to see how long the peace base could survive in this apocalyptic world without her presence. Amidst the chaos, Ning Ran, Pei Xiu, and Zhou Qi slipped away from the crowd. The trio made their way out of the peace base, taking a leisurely detour to retrieve snacks left behind by Lin Yan in their former small abode. With the internal turmoil at the peace base, the guards stationed at the city gates rushed towards the central square, leaving the gates nearly unguarded. Ning Ran, Pei Xiu, and Zhou Qi located a military jeep parked not far from the city wall. Once inside, they drove straight towards the gates. The black mist transformed into a thick, inky substance, swirling and tossing aside anyone attempting to obstruct their path. The gates swung open under the impact of Ning Ran's water abilities. As they exited the peace base, the sun dipped low on the horizon. The zombies moved sluggishly, far less active than they would be at night. The modified military jeep barreled forward, crashing through a swarm of zombies. Limbs and the foul, dark red blood splattered across the windshield, and were it not for Ning Ran's constant vigilance with her water abilities, visibility would have been severely impaired. On the rooftop of a two-story residential building on the outskirts of the city, Lin Yan stood at the edge, gazing down the distant street. Why are they taking so long? If they don't return soon, they'll miss dinner. Duanze was behind him, assembling a table, casually tossing a vegetable leaf his way. They should be on their way. Hurry, and start the fire. Zhao Qingyue, who was helping wash vegetables, glanced at Duanze. A look of concern etched on her face. Are you sure your leader and Ning Ran will be all right? The Zhou family's security personnel are numerous. Furrowing her brow, Zhao Qingyue felt a surge of anxiety. Though Duanze and Lin Yan had not explicitly stated what Ning Ran and Pei Xiu were doing upon returning to the base, it was apparent from their fragmented conversation that they were likely going to confront someone. Their intent was to dethrone the Zhou family, delivering a decisive blow that would awaken the base's populace to the fact that the Zhou family's grip on power had diminished. This was undoubtedly a straightforward, yet remarkably effective approach, albeit one fraught with peril. Just considering the sheer number of security personnel outside the Zhou family villa was daunting. Duanze had no intention of concealing their plans. Otherwise, He and Lin Yan would not have spoken so candidly in front of Zhao Qingyue. It's fine. When it comes to a scuffle, I doubt anyone in the entire peace base would pose a significant threat. Without even mentioning Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran alone could handle this with ease. Chapter 38. Crystal Core. As Duanzhe chopped vegetables, he used his wind abilities to fan the flames, controlling the fire's intensity. Lin Yan, with a cucumber clenched between his teeth, chopped up wooden furniture for kindling. Just as the meal neared completion, the silhouette of the military jeep finally appeared below their two-story dwelling. Lin Yan eagerly dashed downstairs, tossing a few fireballs to dispatch a couple of wandering zombies outside. Duanzhe stood by the vehicle's door, assisting Pei Shiyu as he opened it. "Boss, how did it go?" "All good. It's all resolved," Pei Shiyu replied, assisting Ning Ran out of the vehicle. "My Ning Ran is truly clever, directly confronting the Zhou family. Though it may seem crude, survival of the fittest is all too common in this apocalypse." Then, leveraging the tumult stirred up by the rumors among the base's populace, she completely upended the situation, forcing the Zhou family to step down. While he was unaware of Ning Ran's motivations or her disdain for the peace base, he knew that as long as she desired it, nothing was insurmountable. He willingly offered himself as her most loyal companion, prepared to brave any peril for her sake. However, he insisted that she must, and could only have, him as her devoted ally. After dinner, Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, Zhou Qi, and Zhao Qingyue gathered around the campfire. The night was clear, with vast swathes of purple auroras illuminating the dark sky. Zhou Qi opened a box and handed it to Zhao Qingyue, revealing the medicine he had stealthily retrieved from Zhou Xiaoda's hidden compartment. "With these, we need not worry for a while." Zhao Qingyue's fingers trembled slightly as she rested them on the box, pressing down too hard. She exchanged a glance with Zhou Qi before looking towards Ning Ran and the others. "Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, Zhao Qi and I would not have so easily escaped the Zhou family and secured these supplies." Ning Ran waved her hand dismissively, indicating that gratitude was unnecessary, as she had her own agenda. Without Zhou Qi's internal cooperation, they would not have been able to retrieve the base's supplies so smoothly or incite such chaos within the base. Lin Yan had a roasted sweet potato clutched in his mouth, gnawing at it without a moment to spare for conversation. Pei Shiyu's gaze was solely fixed on Ning Ran, diligently assisting her in wiping the wood ash from her hands. Duanzhe casually extracted several freshly roasted sweet potatoes from the fire, his demeanor nonchalant, as he remarked, "Where do you plan to go next?" The peace base is currently leaderless, making it an opportune moment to seize power. Moreover, having control over the peace base would facilitate future endeavors in searching for medicine and the like. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi tossed a piece of firewood into the flames. His tone placid as he elaborated, "The establishment of the peace base was hasty. Zhou Xiaod and Zhang Shuyue are not virtuous individuals, and the internal strife is palpable. The morale there is low, with everyone solely preoccupied with their own interests, responding to rumors as if they were facts. Even if someone were to step forward to stabilize the situation, it would not last long. Rather than exhausting ourselves here," he paused briefly, glancing at Zhao Qingyue before continuing, "it would be more prudent to explore other options. Hence, we intend to leave this place." Zhao Qingyue nodded in agreement, exhaling a breath that seemed to release long-held tension as she gazed into the flickering flames. "Neither of us holds a favorable impression of that place. We wish to see other locales." "Venturing elsewhere sounds promising," Ning Ran remarked, her eyes fixed on Zhao Qingyue as if peering through her to someone from a past life. In her previous existence, Zhao Qingyue had been ensnared by the Zhou family, and in this life, she had finally attained the freedom she desired. Ning Ran gently squeezed Pei Shiyu's palm, which was met with his calm yet profound gaze, reflecting her image within. A sudden flush crept onto Ning Ran's cheeks, and she turned her head away to evade Pei Shiyu's eyes. Pei Shiyu delicately twirled a strand of Ning Ran's hair that had fallen onto her shoulder, handling it with great care. In the star-studded sky, dotted with purple galaxies, a meteor streaked by, brief yet dazzling. The following morning, as dawn broke, Ning Ran and the others discovered a small note left behind by Zhao Qingyue and Zhou Qi. The note contained a few lines of farewell and gratitude, revealing that the two had set off early. After having breakfast, Ning Ran and her companions decided to depart from Ping City while the fog had yet to lift. The four of them packed their belongings and drove away from the two-story residential area on the outskirts of the city. The journey to City B was long, and the group was in no rush, taking their time to stop and rest along the way. By noon, the sun shone brightly, and while the zombies usually became lethargic at this hour, they remained unusually active, showing no signs of slowing down. Duanze brought the car to a halt, and Pei Shiyu's dark abilities swirled around, swiftly engulfing a large number of zombies. Lin Yan, having grown weary of sitting in the car, was the first to leap out. Dark shadows danced around the vehicle, and despite the zombies lunging toward them, they were unable to approach. Pei Shiyu's dark mist consumed the zombies' corpses, presenting several irregularly shaped translucent crystal cores to Ning Ran. Ranran, he called. Ning Ran extended her hand to accept the cores. There were 3 in total, each with an irregular form. After examining them, she realized these were evolution cores from first-level zombies. The cores from second-level zombies were typically more geometrically regular. It seemed the zombies had begun to evolve, albeit their numbers were still few, with first-level zombies starting to appear. Ning Ran distributed the 3 cores to Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan, 1 for each. Try to use your abilities to guide the energy within the cores into your bodies, she instructed. Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan scrutinized the cores in their hands, then attempted to harness the energy as Ning Ran had suggested. Moments later, they opened their eyes, astonished. This tiny core could actually restore their abilities. Although they had heard Ning Ran mention the cores before, experiencing it firsthand was truly remarkable. Expressions of surprise adorned their faces as Ning Ran continued. Not only can these cores restore your abilities, but if there are enough of them and they are of high enough quality, they can also upgrade your powers. However, the first-level cores have only just emerged. Their low rank and scarcity render them insufficient for Duanze and Lin Yan, who both possess initial abilities at A level, and for Ning Ran, who is at S level, as well as the enigmatic Pei Shiyu. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he unsheathed his knife and charged into the horde of zombies, showing no trace of the hesitation he once displayed when witnessing Ning Ran's brutal acts against the undead. Seeing Lin Yan engage, Ning Ran also retrieved a baseball bat from the trunk and rushed forward, with Pei Shiyu closely following to protect her. Duanze lagged slightly behind, ensuring the car door was shut before catching up, picking off any zombies left behind by the other 3. Chapter 39. Double Standards. In just a matter of minutes, the area was transformed into a river of blood, with dismembered zombie limbs strewn about. Pei Shiyu helped wipe the blood splatters from Ning Ran's face. Ning Ran's water-based abilities swirled in her palm, cleansing the freshly acquired first-level zombie cores. They had just counted and realized they had dispatched approximately 300 to 400 zombies, netting a total of 19 cores. Taking advantage of their respite, Duanze laid out a map on the hood of the off-roader. Pei Shiyu approached, and after a brief discussion, they ultimately decided to head towards a nearby garment factory. They needed to find shelter before nightfall, as the zombies became increasingly rampant during the night, especially now that they were evolving. Lin Yan perched atop the vehicle, gazing into the distance, where few vans had passed by on the road. It was surprising to encounter any vehicles on this journey since the onset of the apocalypse, and he mused that they were likely fleeing from Ping City. Ning Ran followed his gaze, noting that the vans were indeed coming from the same direction they had. After a brief rest, Ning Ran and her group resumed their journey towards the abandoned garment factory. Due to traveling on the highway, they encountered far fewer zombies than in the city. After a bumpy afternoon, they finally reached the factory before nightfall. From several hundred meters away, they could see smoke rising from the direction of the factory, illuminated by the setting sun. Lin Yan, using binoculars, withdrew from the sunroof, exclaiming, "There are people at the garment factory. I can see smoke in the air." Pei Shiyu, upon hearing this, opened his eyes from a feigned slumber and peered through the windshield at the factory, which was now coming into view. "Let us go check it out," he suggested. Duanze nodded and continued driving towards the garment factory. Ning Ran, feeling rather bored, played with a small inky black orb in her palm. The orb, which seemed to exhibit shyness, would retreat to her hand whenever she poked it. After playing enough, Ning Ran placed the orb on her shoulder, where it nestled into the shadow beneath her hair, disappearing from sight. "Boss, we've arrived," Duanze announced as he parked the vehicle outside the factory. The nearby zombies had been deliberately cleared, and only a few stragglers remained. Pei Shiyu dealt with a couple of zombies that approached at the sound, leading Ning Ran down from the off-roader. Within the iron-barred gate of the garment factory, 3 vans, 2 black and 1 white, were parked. Duanze pointed to the license plates of the vans. "Boss, these are from Ping City," he remarked. Pei Shiyu glanced over and nodded slightly. The individuals lingering within the factory seemed to have sensed the approach of unfamiliar vehicles, emerging from a dilapidated building armed and prepared to assess the situation. "Who are you?" inquired a burly man with a full beard, his voice deep and resonant, flanked by 2 middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. Duanze looked at Pei Shiyu, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to step forward a few paces and address the trio who had come out to investigate. "We are merely passing through, and wish to rest here before nightfall." The bearded man murmured something to his companions before approaching the iron gate, brandishing a long machete. He drew near, only sheathing the weapon once he confirmed that Pei Shiyu and his companions bore no arms. The bearded man unfastened the iron lock securing the gate, casting a perceptive glance at Pei Shiyu, instinctively sensing that this man was the leader among the 4. Perhaps it was the oppressive aura that Pei Shiyu exuded, causing the bearded man to lower his gaze. After a moment, he turned to Duanze and said, "We are also resting here. When you drive in, please remember to close the gate." "Thank you," Duanze replied, gesturing for Lin Yan to drive the vehicle. Lin Yan sauntered over to the driver's seat with a carefree demeanor. After parking, the 4 gathered some essentials and food for the night from the trunk before heading towards the dilapidated building. Besides the previously encountered bearded man and the 2 middle-aged men, there were also 2 women in their 30s or 40s, along with a teenage boy and girl. Upon seeing Ning Ran and her companions enter, the bearded man welcomed them warmly, accompanied by one of the middle-aged men he had met outside. "Hello, I am Huyu." He gestured towards his companion, then pointed to a makeshift stove where 2 individuals were busily preparing food. "This is my partner, Zhang Ren, and over there cooking is his wife, Chen Wei, along with their daughter, Zhang Xiaoyan." After a brief pause, Huyu indicated a family of 3 setting up a tent beside the stove. "That is Zhao He, his wife Lu Man, and their son Zhao Qian." Duanze nodded, wearing a polite smile as he exchanged pleasantries with Huyu. After Huyu and Zhang Ren departed, Ning Ran and her companions moved to the vacant space on the left side of the dilapidated building. Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu busied themselves setting up the tent for the night, while Duanze chopped vegetables and prepared the meal, and Lin Yan tended to the fire. Unlike previous occasions when he would emerge covered in soot, Lin Yan appeared clean this time. Once the fire was lit, he stealthily approached Ning Ran. As Ning Ran noticed Lin Yan crawling towards her, they exchanged a knowing glance, just as Lin Yan was caught off guard. He turned rigidly to see Pei Shiyu standing behind him, a sardonic smile on his lips as he looked down at him. "What do you want?" Pei Shiyu's voice carried an ominous tone, one that Lin Yan recognized all too well. It was the same demeanor Pei Shiyu bore before misfortune struck. Duanze sighed, lamenting Lin Yan's fate. Being younger than both him and Pei Shiyu, they both regarded Lin Yan as a younger brother. Lin Yan, with his boisterous nature, had found a kindred spirit in Ning Ran, who appeared docile but was equally rebellious, often resorting to physical confrontations at the slightest disagreement. Just a few days prior, Ning Ran and Lin Yan had sneaked out to hunt zombies, only to be caught red-handed by Pei Shiyu. In Pei Shiyu's eyes, Ning Ran was akin to a talisman against death, while Lin Yan, the mischievous troublemaker, naturally sought to align himself with her. Earlier, as they drove past, they had spotted a candy store by the roadside. It was evident that the 2 had intentions of raiding it. "Get up," Pei Shiyu said, lightly kicking Lin Yan's calf. Lin Yan scrambled to his feet, having rolled on the ground and gotten himself dirty. Pei Shiyu stepped behind Ning Ran, gently pulling her back a few paces. "Behave. We'll play after dinner." He tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, his voice soft and indulgent. Lin Yan watched Pei Shiyu, muttering complaints about his double standards. Chapter 40. I'll go find you some candy. Duanze placed a plate of freshly cooked braised ribs on the table, calling to the 3. "Come, let us eat." Upon seeing the meat on the makeshift dining table, Lin Yan's attention was instantly diverted. His eyes sparkled as he hurried over. In stark contrast to the bountiful spread before them, Huyu's group of 7 had a far simpler meal consisting of plain noodles and pickles. The adults didn't voice any complaints, but Zhang Xiaoyan and Zhao Qian, both teenagers accustomed to pampering, appeared somewhat reluctant. Zhang Xiaoyan glanced at her bowl of insipid noodles, hesitating before setting down her chopsticks. "Daddy, Uncle Huyu, Uncle Zhao He," she called out to the three men, her expression a portrait of innocent grievance. She understood that her father, Zhang Ren, along with Huyu and Zhao He, constituted their group as primary combat strength. If she desired something, appealing to them was her best bet. Noticing Zhang Xiaoyan's gaze lingering on the dining table where Ning Ran and the others were eating, the enticing aroma wafting through the air caused Zhao Qian to unconsciously swallow hard. He proposed, "Since we were the ones who cleaned out the zombies here first, and they are the newcomers, isn't it fair for them to give us something in return for our efforts?" As soon as he finished speaking, he buried his face in his bowl, casting furtive glances at Zhao He, Huyu, and Zhang Ren. Lu Man, Zhao He's wife, nudged her husband, urging him with a hint of impatience. Parents naturally felt for their own child. Since the apocalypse began, they had not tasted any meat. Even the plain noodles and pickles before them were hard-won treasures. Unable to resist his family's pleas, Zhao He spoke up. "Well, what little Qian said isn't entirely unreasonable. Is it? Right, old Zhang?" Zhang Ren exchanged a glance with his wife, Qinwei, and daughter, Zhang Xiaoyan, and after a moment's silence, nodded. Huyu remained silent, continuing to eat his noodles. Zhao He and Zhang Ren shared a glance. Having lost their wives and daughters, Huyu had little at stake. But the two of them could not afford to act so callously. They both rose simultaneously, making their way towards Ning Ran and her companions. The makeshift dining table was set with 4 dishes and a soup. As they approached, Pei Shiyu and the others set down their utensils. Looking toward Zhao He and Zhang Ren, "What brings you two here?" Pei Shiyu inquired, methodically wiping his hands, though his words bore an icy undertone. Zhao He and Zhang Ren stood to the side, exchanging glances and silently communicating. Zhang Ren, who preferred to reap benefits quietly, took a step back after a subtle push from Zhao He. Reluctantly, Zhao He stepped forward to speak. We cleared out the zombies here previously, and since you're planning to stay, we thought." Though his words trailed off, the intent was clear as they both glanced at the simple dining table. Pei Shiyu's fingers drummed rhythmically on the table, the sound resonating like a foreboding drumbeat. The chair beneath him, though unadorned, did not diminish the aura of authority he exuded. "Duanze." Hearing Pei Shiyu call his name, Duanze nodded, rising to make his way towards the rugged vehicle parked outside the dilapidated factory. He retrieved the leftover pork from the trunk, weighing it in his hand, estimating it to be less than 2 pounds. After securing the trunk, he returned to the factory, approaching Zhao He and Zhang Ren. Zhao He remained silent, but it was evident that Zhang Ren was somewhat displeased. "What you've given us lacks the necessary ingredients for proper preparation, resulting in a rather meager flavor," Zhang Ren remarked, his gaze flickering towards the bowl of braised ribs on the makeshift dining table. Duanze feigned ignorance of his implication, holding up the meat. "If Mr. Zhao does not wish to have it, then let it be." Just as he finished speaking, Zhao He swiftly accepted the meat. Thank you. Duanze chose not to engage further, resuming his seat to eat. Logically, it was indeed Zhao He and Zhang Ren's group of 7 who had arrived first, which justified their sharing of the meat. However, any expectation of obtaining more was futile. Such a notion was simply out of reach. Pei Shiyu placed a piece of braised rib into Ning Ran's bowl. Ranran, eat quickly, or it will get cold. After the blood moon, the nighttime temperature had consistently hovered around -5 to 6 degrees, with slightly warmer conditions during the day. If the prepared dishes were not consumed promptly, they would cool down significantly. After returning, Zhao He placed the meat he had requested in front of several people. Upon seeing the meat, Lu Man, his wife, initially beamed with joy, but the thought of their lack of seasoning quickly extinguished her smile, her tone tinged with displeasure. "Why not use what's readily available? Where are we supposed to find seasonings to cook with?" To be frank, the enticing aroma wafting from the cooking across the way had stirred cravings not just in the children, but in her as well. "This is quite sufficient," Zhao He replied, his mood equally somber, reflecting on how Zhang Ren had been reluctant to approach, and had it not been for his own efforts, they might not have secured even this meager portion of meat. Noticing her husband's discontent, Lu Man softened her tone. "Could we perhaps borrow some of their cooking supplies?"
Stop it.
Zhao He interjected urgently, the frigid air seemingly thickening momentarily. The memory of the man who had scrutinized him earlier sent a shiver down his spine. After a short while, Zhao He sat beside Lu Man, explaining, in this kind of environment, those 4 individuals are able to thrive without worry. If they have meat to spare, what kind of simple-minded individuals would they be to flaunt it so boldly?
His voice was low.
Yet the others in the vicinity comprehended his implication. In this apocalyptic world, the mere act of displaying food so overtly signified their formidable strength and an absence of fear regarding potential covetousness. Zhao He, Zhang Ren, and their group of 7 lapsed into silence. Hu Yu finished the noodles in his bowl and set down his utensils. I'm full, you all eat. With that, he turned and departed. Chun Wei, sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, hurriedly attempted to lighten the mood. Oh, this is still good. At least we've got some meat. If we boil it with a bit of salt, it will be just fine. Yes, yes, Lu Man chimed in. Since Hu Yu is full, we shall eat. She promptly rose, lifting the meat, and walked with Chun Wei towards the makeshift stove. She glanced at Hu Yu's retreating figure, contemplating that since the meat had been acquired by her husband Zhang Ren and Chun Wei's spouse Zhao He, it was only fitting that the 2 families partake, leaving Hu Yu's absence inconsequential. After finishing her meal, Ning Ran was gently pulled by Pei Shiyu to rest on a soft chair. Hearing the steady rhythm of his breathing nearby, she glanced up at Pei Shiyu's eyes, and upon finding no response, she quietly rose. Seizing the moment while Duanze busied himself organizing items in the rugged vehicle outside, Ning Ran, accompanied by Lin Yan, ventured through the gates of the garment factory towards the candy store they had spotted earlier in the day. By the time Duanze returned, Ning Ran and Lin Yan had vanished from the factory's interior. Pei Shiyu, his eyes wide open, surveyed the empty space beside him. Boss, should we go check on them? Duanze approached, noticing a note on the small dining table that read, Pei Shiyu, I'm going to find some candy for you. The mist swirling at Pei Shiyu's fingertips. His voice was calm, devoid of irritation, instead imbued with a hint of resigned affection. No need. Let them enjoy themselves. He was confident that his Ranran was quite capable. Moreover, with Ning Ran possessing his shadow abilities, even should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she could protect herself, and he would be alerted immediately. Chapter 41. Don't Cause Trouble. Ning Ran and Lin Yan swiftly maneuvered through the throngs of zombies. A small, dark figure resembling ink emerged from the shadows beneath Ning Ran's hair and neck. She recognized this little creature as a manifestation of Pei Shiyu's shadow powers under his control. Gently, she pressed the little creature back, her tone soft and tender. Don't cause trouble. At Ning Ran's words, the little creature obediently settled down, retreating from view. We'll reach it in a few hundred meters. Lin Yan's voice was moderate as a blaze of fire shot past, incinerating the zombies drawn by the scent of living beings. Perhaps due to the candy store's somewhat secluded location, the number of zombies was sparse, with only a few scattered about. Water-based abilities coalesced into a bubble, encircling the duo amidst the zombies. Once the water sphere dissipated, the zombies crumbled into desiccated corpses, carried away by the wind. Lin Yan stood at the entrance of the candy store, the intense heat from his flames melting the iron lock into a puddle of molten metal. He pushed the door open just as a female zombie shop assistant lunged at him with a gaping maw. Lin Yan swiftly dodged, while Ning Ran, standing a few meters away, casually picked up a piece and tossed it. The zombie's head was smashed to the ground, rolling a few times at Lin Yan's feet. Just as Lin Yan was about to unsheath his knife to inspect it for a crystal core, Ning Ran halted him. Don't bother looking. If it died so easily, it certainly won't have a core. First-level evolved zombies possess enhanced bodies compared to ordinary zombies, and would not succumb so readily. Lin Yan, hearing her words, rose from the ground and followed Ning Ran into the candy store. Each of them wielded a flashlight, illuminating the interior filled with a dazzling array of candies and chocolates. Since the apocalypse had only recently commenced, coupled with the cold weather, the items in the candy store remained relatively well preserved. There's so much candy here. We won't need to worry about the boss confiscating it anymore. Lin Yan eagerly grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Ning Ran had always considered herself a foodie, but in comparison to Lin Yan, she felt like an amateur. Ning Ran, hurry and pack it up. Put it in the space.
All right.
Ning Ran nodded, gathering various candies and chocolates into her space. Despite having witnessed this several times before, Lin Yan was still awestruck each time he saw Ning Ran's capacity for resources. It seemed he would need to cling tightly to his little sister-in-law's coattails from now on if he wanted to enjoy some meat. Sister-in-law, from now on, I'll stick with you. Upon hearing his address, Ning Ran glanced at him, bemused, pondering what thoughts were swirling in his mind. The candy store had been thoroughly emptied of its intact sweets, and Lin Yan, gazing at the now barren room, couldn't he help but give Ning Ran a thumbs up. We should hurry back, otherwise, the boss will make me act as a lamp in the middle of the night again. Ning Ran nodded, finding the prospect of Lin Yan serving as a lamp rather fitting. The fiery powers he possessed radiated a brilliance that eclipsed even the brightest of light bulbs. The night was cloaked in darkness, with the moon obscured by ominous clouds. Before the thick fog descended, Ning Ran and Lin Yan hurried back to the garment factory. You're back? Pei Shiyu stood at the entrance of the workshop. Upon hearing Pei Shiyu's voice, Lin Yan exchanged a few knowing glances with Ning Ran and made to flee. Little sister-in-law, I leave her in your capable hands, he said. Pei Shiyu had intended to detain him, yet upon hearing Lin Yan's address to Ning Ran, he decided to let him go. Moreover, Ning Ran had not protested. Ran. Pei Shiyu adopted a pitiful expression, his tone laden with melancholy. Ning Ran retrieved a heart-shaped chocolate from her spatial pocket and placed it in the palm of Pei Shiyu's hand. Instantly, he was placated, subtly grasping her hand, his deep, dark eyes fixated upon her as if he wished to absorb her entirely. Ran. Upon hearing her response, Pei Shiyu inhaled deeply, as if restraining the beast within him from breaking free. He nestled into the crook of her neck, inhaling her distinctive scent. Ning Ran found Pei Shiyu's behavior both maddening and somewhat unsettling, yet she realized she did not truly mind it. Feeling a ticklish sensation between her collarbones, she pinched his lower back, signaling him to behave. Pei Shiyu evidently did not pinch hard enough, letting out a muffled groan. Yet he continued to nibble at her collarbone without relent. With a sigh, Ning Ran stood on her tiptoes to ruffle his soft, dark hair. Pei Shiyu kept watch for half the night, while Duanzhe and Lin Yan took the latter half. Ning Ran, still wide awake, sat with Pei Shiyu by the fire. Wrapped in a blanket, they leaned against one another. To her, Pei Shiyu felt like a great furnace, radiating warmth. Her hands were somewhat cold, so Pei Shiyu placed them beneath his clothing, offering her warmth. Across from them, Zhang Ren and Zhao He's group seemed to lack a night watch, as not a soul was visible outside their tents. Only Huyu, who had risen in the night, noticed the dwindling flames and added some firewood, then headed towards the factory's exterior, seemingly for a brief respite. As he passed by Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He did not speak, but his hurried demeanor suggested urgency. Approximately 20 minutes later, Huyu returned, his face awash with complex emotions, and sat down before Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran. Launching into conversation. I came from Ping City, originally intending to head to the Pingan base. I wonder if you've heard of it? Huyu paused momentarily, seemingly uninterested in receiving a reply, and continued. Before we left, we encountered someone who had escaped from the Pingan base. That person claimed it was in disarray, without leadership and on the verge of disbandment. They also warned us that it was not a good place, advising us against going there. They described it as a den of cannibals, where one must submit a great deal of supplies and yet still suffer from hunger and cold. Many who arrived at the Pingan base believed they could survive, only to perish there. Tell me, why did that person cross our path? If not for their words, perhaps Zhang Ren and Zhao He would have ventured there and met their demise. Huyu's gaze grew increasingly vacant. As Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu listened, their brows knitted tighter, exchanging glances that conveyed their concern over Huyu's evident distress. Why would you wish for them to die? Pei Shiyu ventured cautiously. Huyu seemed to recall something, and the calm facade he had just maintained shattered. He abruptly rose, his tone agitated. They're all dead. My wife, my daughter, gone. What do they have to do with this? Ning Ran's voice held a hint of inquiry, her heart beginning to grasp an unsettling truth. Chapter 42 Ranran. Do not fear. Huyu's gaze turned towards the tents of Zhang Ren and Zhao He, his eyes filled with malice, and tears streamed down his face. Their children caused my child's death, and my wife's. My daughter was so caring and understanding. My wife was so kind. It was Zhang Ren and Zhao He's children who insisted on returning for useless clothing and video games. My daughter, in her kindness, tried to intervene but was pushed toward the zombies, and my wife perished trying to save her. As he spoke, he suddenly lifted his head to behold Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran, devoid of any fear, his eyes brimming with a sense of liberation. Since this world offers no place for the righteous to survive, then I shall ensure their demise. The iron gate of the garment factory creaked ominously. Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran sprang to their feet. What have you done? Nothing much, just let the zombies in, Hu Yu replied.
Do not blame me.
I never wished to involve you, but I could no longer bear to witness the joy of those two families. So, let them all perish. He strode toward the tents of Zhang Ren and Zhao He, his previous words seeming like a final confession, perhaps a warning to Pei Shiyu and the others to flee. Duanzhe and the still drowsy Lin Yan were roused by the commotion outside and emerged from the tent. The four of them hastily gathered whatever they could carry and loaded it into the vehicle. Outside the factory's iron gate, a horde of zombies was drawn to the blood spilled on the ground. Among the nearby weeds lay discarded, blood-stained plastic water bottles. The extent of the bloodshed suggested it had accumulated over a considerable period. The zombies relentlessly battered the iron gate, which, having been tampered with, could no longer withstand the onslaught. Before the gate could be breached, Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, Duanzhe, and Lin Yan sequentially climbed into the vehicle. There were too many zombies outside. Escape was impossible. Pei Shiyu took the driver's seat, gazing at the wall to his left. As the zombies were captivated by the gate ahead, the surrounding area had become relatively clear. Dark energy swirled in the air, inky liquid seeping from the shadows at the corners, spreading across the entire wall. The corroded surface vanished in an instant. Before the off-road vehicle departed the garment factory, Ning Ran caught a glimpse of the flames consuming the factory through the rear-view mirror. Within that inferno lay pools of fresh blood. The cries of the zombies were intermingled with the desperate pleas of the living. Zhang Ren and Zhao He's families had not yet fully awakened from their slumber when Hu Yu, with his own hands, sealed their fates, engulfed by the zombie horde. She noticed that Hu Yu appeared to be smiling, even as he was devoured, his laughter resounding with a twisted sense of joy. The off-road vehicle, surrounded by swirling energy, dispatched the approaching zombies with ease. Pei Shiyu covered Ning Ran's eyes. Ran, do not be afraid. Afraid? Ning Ran pondered the notion, realizing she was indeed frightened.
Yet,
after 7 years of apocalyptic desensitization, she had grown accustomed to it. But now, with Pei Shiyu by her side, it seemed she had someone to face the darkness with. And even fear would no longer make her tremble. Her voice emerged muffled and fragile, a whisper barely audible. Pei Shiyu's heart trembled. His gaze fixated on the flames igniting behind them. He resolved then and there that he would never allow anyone to instill fear in his Ranran again. As dawn broke, the vehicle halted beside the highway. The surroundings were desolate, vast fields stretching endlessly in the distance. Due to the frigid weather, a delicate layer of frost clung to the withered weeds. A faint glimmer of dawn began to rise on the horizon, as the light of day intertwined with the remnants of the night. Ning Ran descended from the vehicle, her neck enveloped in a thick scarf, exhaling clouds of pale mist as she spoke. Upon seeing Ning Ran emerge, Pei Shiyu retrieved a warm blanket from the trunk and draped it over her shoulders. Ning Ran felt that she was not as cold as she appeared. After awakening her abilities, her body and senses had been significantly enhanced. Compared to ordinary individuals, those with special powers were far less affected by the biting cold or scorching heat. Yet, Pei Shiyu seemed perpetually concerned about her fragility, as if a mere gust of wind could render her ill. Lin Yan, sprawled across the car, yawned incessantly, lamenting his misfortune. How unlucky am I? Even while sleeping, I encounter vengeance and nearly face a zombie ambush. Duanzhe, irritated by Lin Yan's incessant chatter, shoved a freshly steamed bun into his mouth. Be quiet. With his mouth full, Lin Yan continued to fidget restlessly, descending from the vehicle and scurrying about like a monkey. Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and Duanzhe, accustomed to such antics, settled by the fire to enjoy their breakfast. After their meal, Duanzhe inspected the supplies in the trunk of their off-road vehicle, discovering that provisions were running low. He then produced some food from his storage ring. Although the ring lacked preservation capabilities, It was perfectly suited for storing items with long shelf lives. As for perishables, Ning Ran would discreetly retrieve them from her space when no one else was around. In a world fraught with uncertainty, even though they possessed the strength to protect themselves and the advantage of a storage ring, they still concealed the existence of Ning Ran's internal space to prevent envy from malicious individuals. Once they had packed their belongings, Duanze intended to call Lin Yan back from his frolicking in the fields while Pei Xiu checked the fuel tank. Suddenly, he noticed movement in the distant thicket, accompanied by a rustling sound. Ning Ran sensed the anomaly and stood atop the car. Pei Xiu also stood by the vehicle, gazing intently into the distance. As Lin Yan prepared to respond to Duanze's call, a shadow flitted past behind him. Ning Ran twisted her spatial abilities for a long-range attack, effortlessly severing the shadow's head in the blink of an eye. Lin Yan, gazing at the severed head at his feet, breathed heavily, shaken by the near brush with death. Pei Xiu, Ning Ran, and Duanze hurried over to Lin Yan, staring at the dismembered zombie. It was a level 1 evolved zombie, albeit with crippled legs, forced to crawl along the ground, camouflaged by the weeds, which allowed it to go unnoticed until now. Ning Ran wielded a knife, deftly extracting the brain and retrieving the crystal core within. Duanze pulled Lin Yan to his feet. That was close. I almost kicked the bucket. He looked at Ning Ran with tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Thank goodness you acted in time, but what kind of ability was that? I've never seen anything like it. Both Pei Xiu and Duanze regarded Ning Ran with curiosity. They knew she possessed water abilities. Yet what she had just demonstrated was undoubtedly not of that nature. Could it be that in her moment of urgency, she awakened a new power? However, they had never heard of anyone possessing dual abilities. Chapter 43. Snowfall. Ning Ran was puzzled by their expressions of intrigue, her brow furrowing with questions. Suddenly, it dawned upon her that she had forgotten to inform them that her space could also be used defensively. Clearing her throat, she addressed their curiosity. I utilized my space. Space? Just as Lin Yan was about to voice his confusion, he was abruptly silenced by a sharp slap from Duanze to the back of his head. Pei Xiu and Duanze only knew that Ning Ran's space could store items. She had mentioned that its essence was a jade bracelet. But they were astonished to learn it could also attack. Lin Yan cast an accusatory glance at Duanze, rubbing the back of his head as he quietly queried. Does that mean you have dual abilities? That's incredible. Ning Ran shook her head, contemplating her response. No, my space is not a special ability, although it can attack. It does not level up, nor does it consume energy when used. Isn't that even better? That means you can use it without limit. Lin Yan exclaimed, brimming with excitement, wishing he could leap in joy. If I just cling to my sister-in-law, I can go through life without a care. You just want to eat. Duanze bluntly pointed out. Ning Ran scratched her cheek, feeling a twinge of guilt, had it not been for the urgency of the situation. She might have forgotten to utilize her spatial attack. It was a momentarily overlooked detail. A cold breeze swept across the fields, causing Ning Ran's flowing, dark, wavy hair to become disheveled. Pei Xiu gently helped her tidy it, taking her hand as they proceeded toward the off-road vehicle by the roadside. Duanze and the exuberant Lin Yan followed closely behind. As the morning sun ascended, the vehicle sped along the highway. The four of them traveled, stopping intermittently, finally arriving at Rong City after half a month. Rong City is a neighboring city to B City, and considering the time and road conditions, they estimated they would reach the human survivor base in B City within 5 or 6 days. The closer they drew to B City, the more human traces they encountered. Previously, they might go days without seeing a living soul, but now they occasionally spotted a few convoys on the road. Rong City, being a satellite city of B City, had a relatively small resident population and fewer zombies. The four intended to pass through the city center. In the heart of Rong City, towering skyscrapers loomed. Around noon, however, the sun was obscured by a thick blanket of clouds, casting a gray pall over the sky. The weather in the post-apocalyptic world was capricious, although it started mildly. It would become increasingly erratic. Despite being reborn, Ning Ran had lived through 7 years, and the passage of time had dulled her recollection. Furthermore, in her previous life, she had fought tirelessly to protect the peace base, losing track of time and neglecting to pay attention to such changes in weather. Even in the face of significant disasters, she only retained a vague memory of the events. With the sky darkening, the four found a street-side shop selling clothes. Planning to rest there before continuing their journey the following day, Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran dealt with a few wandering zombies inside the store, while Duanze drove the vehicle in just as Lin Yan swiftly pulled down the rolling shutter. The shutter was flanked by 2 glass windows, which Pei Shiyu and Duanze fortified with wooden boards for safety. Perhaps due to the unusual weather, several vehicles approaching from the distance also halted to seek temporary refuge. Ning Ran gathered necessary supplies from the car, while Lin Yan stripped the store of its hanging garments, piling them aside to avoid clutter. All the clothing was stained with blood and could no longer be used. After tidying the shop, Ning Ran retrieved several dishes from her space. Leftovers from a restaurant prior to the apocalypse: sweet and sour pork, mapo tofu, braised meat, stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of spinach soup. The dishes, still steaming, emitted an appetizing aroma that made one salivate. Taking advantage of the inclement weather, they planned to enjoy a meal and rest. Pei Shiyu stayed outside to keep watch, while Ning Ran, Duanze, and Lin Yan made their way toward their respective tents, catching sight of snowflakes drifting outside through the gaps in the wooden boards. One by one, the four gathered at the window. The sky outside remained shrouded in a persistent gray mist, the clouds above seemingly thickening with each passing moment during lunch. Snowflakes danced in the air, their descent growing increasingly fervent. Within Ning Ran's heart, a flicker of concern emerged. Following this heavy snowfall, the temperature would likely plummet even further. Fortunately, they were all endowed with extraordinary abilities, rendering them less susceptible to the whims of the weather. Yet for the ordinary folk, the struggle would undoubtedly intensify. Duanze had depleted several pots of hot water, prompting Ning Ran to retrieve a few warm water bottles from her spatial storage. After Duanze and Lin Yan returned to their tent, Ning Ran approached Pei Shiyu, holding 2 warm water bottles in her hands. She nestled the soft, rosy bottles into his embrace, and upon looking up at him, her face radiated warmth, her dimples faintly visible. Pei Shiyu leaned down to envelop her in his arms. The warm water bottles snugly nestled between them. Ran, Pei Shiyu's voice was slightly hoarse as he buried his head in the crook of her neck, his lips brushing against her gently. Ning Ran felt as though Pei Shiyu was a furnace, radiating warmth from every inch. "Be good, go rest now," he whispered in her ear, his arms reluctant to release her. Ning Ran extended her fair hand, tenderly stroking Pei Shiyu's hair, as if soothing a petulant puppy. The snow continued to fall incessantly, showing no signs of abating. After Duanze had sufficient rest, he went to relieve Pei Shiyu from his watch. Pei Shiyu sat by the fire outside the tent, the warmth of the water bottle in his hands now diminished, yet he found it difficult to part with it. Duanze approached and settled into one of the soft chairs. "Boss, would you like a fresh one? There's hot water here," he suggested. Pei Shiyu, fixated on the pink water bottle, seemed lost in thought, before finally responding, "No need, I'll manage." He stood up, disposed of the cool water, refilled it with hot water, and made his way toward the tent. Duanze watched Pei Shiyu lean into the tent, a hint of confusion crossing his face, as he recalled that it might not have been Pei Shiyu's tent after all. Ning Ran, still in a drowsy state, felt a familiar aura and instinctively moved closer to the source of warmth. In her dreams, she sensed someone cradling her. However, upon awakening, she found only a warm water bottle nestled beside her, with no one else in sight. Ning Ran slept soundly until dawn, missing dinner entirely. Upon awakening, a gnawing hunger gripped her, prompting her to dress and step out of the tent. The temperature outside had evidently dropped significantly, plunging to a chilling -10 degrees. Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan were already awake. Lin Yan was peering through the window, poking at the wooden slats, muttering to himself as he observed the nearly meter-high snow piling outside. Wow, that poor soul across the street really had bad luck. While clearing the snow from his doorstep, he was bitten by a zombie that leaped out from the snow pile. But honestly, the snow is just too thick. Chapter 44. The Scream. Ning Ran accepted the steaming custard bun handed to her by Pei Shiyu. Hearing Lin Yan's words, she peered through the gaps in the wooden slats of the window. Gazing outside, the snowfall persisted, and not far from the opposite street, a patch of bright red blood stained the white snow. The thick blanket of snow had slightly sunk, revealing a severed limb at its center. Before she could discern further details, Pei Shiyu covered her eyes. "Let us eat first," he urged. Ning Ran nodded, following him toward the fire. Although such gruesome scenes had become commonplace in this apocalyptic world, witnessing them so early in the morning was indeed quite unsettling. "What's the plan now, boss?" Duanza inquired, gazing at the swirling snowflakes. It seemed travel was no longer feasible under such conditions. "We'll wait until the snow stops," Pei Shiyu replied, deftly picking food for Ning Ran, his demeanor indifferent, as if the world outside was merely a backdrop to his thoughts. Traveling in the snow was fraught with peril. Getting lost in the blizzard would spell greater trouble. Yet, as the snow continued to pile higher, the path would only grow more treacherous. Regardless, in the current circumstances, remaining here was undoubtedly the safest choice. The shop where the four of them took refuge was modest in size, merely a few dozen square meters. Ning Ran, Duanza, and Lin Yan idly engaged in a game of cards, while Pei Shiyu rested his head against Ning Ran's shoulder, feigning sleep. A swirling black mist slithered through the shadows, extending into the crevices of the room, exploring the surroundings meticulously. Moments later, the encircling black mist coiled around Pei Shiyu's fingertips, sensing something amiss. And he abruptly opened his eyes. Knock, knock, knock. The exterior roller door was unexpectedly rapped upon. Ning Ran, Duanza, and Lin Yan ceased their card game, exchanging glances. The knocking persisted for a while, and upon receiving no response, it fell silent. Duanza looked to Pei Shiyu, who nodded, prompting him to approach the window beside the roller door. Peering through the gaps between the wooden planks, Duanza discerned an elderly man with skin as wrinkled and gnarled as tree bark, accompanied by a plump little boy. Outside, the snowflakes fluttered down, and the accumulation on the ground was steadily increasing. Yet, this elderly man and child appeared to traverse the street unscathed. Notably, a clear path had been carved out ahead of them, despite the lack of any visible tools in their hands. Seeing that the elderly man and child showed no intention of leaving, Duanza called out, "Who goes there?" Upon hearing his voice, the old man glanced around, finally noticing Duanza inside. "Hello, young man," he greeted as he approached, his hand trembling as he held onto the little boy. Clad in 2 layers of cotton clothing against the biting cold, the elderly man appeared somewhat insulated. However, the boy wore only a slightly thicker coat, his little hands exposed and reddened from the chill. "Could you help us? We, grandfather and grandson, haven't eaten in a long time, and in this frigid weather, we're barely holding on," the old man pleaded. Duanza scrutinized him, perhaps his gaze too piercing, as the old man quickly lowered his head. Ning Ran and Lin Yan stepped forward, standing behind Duanza. Pei Shiyu shook his head at the three of them. A small patch of blood marred the hem of the old man's dark green military coat. "We have nothing here. You should leave quickly." Pei Shiyu's voice was frigid, causing the old man, who had intended to say more, to falter. Seeing that Ning Ran and the others remained unmoved, the old man had no choice but to turn away, leading the little boy back into the depths of the thick snow, now reaching the old man's waist. They headed toward another shop not far away. This establishment was a hot pot restaurant. Its sign, weathered and dusty, still bore the name XX Hot Pot Restaurant. A black car, hidden beneath a blanket of snow, was parked outside, with a makeshift chimney emitting wisps of smoke, evidence of someone seeking refuge inside. Confronted by the snow blocking their path, the old man glanced back at Ning Ran and the others. He hesitated for a moment before giving the boy a gentle push. The little boy stumbled back a few steps, struggling to regain his balance, and glared at the old man, yet dared not voice his discontent. Meeting the old man's fierce gaze, the boy, under duress, finally reached out to the towering snow pile beside him. With the flames of his fire-based powers igniting, the snow began to gradually recede. Following closely behind the boy, the old man turned back after a few meters, offering Ning Ran and her companions a stiff, eerie smile. The duo gradually faded into the distance. Lin Yan, suddenly enlightened, smacked his forehead. No wonder the path they took seemed cleared. It turns out that little boy possesses fire abilities. Duanze shook his head, observing Lin Yan, who was several beats slow to react, with a hint of exasperation.
Boss.
That elderly man and child are likely not ordinary. Pei Shiyu nodded, his gaze fixated on the old man and child being invited into the hot pot restaurant not far away, his eyes serene and profound, lost in contemplation. At noon, the snowflakes that had been drifting from the sky momentarily ceased their descent. Yet, before they could fully rejoice, the snow began to fall again, accompanied by a fierce wind. The gale whipped up the falling snow and the accumulation on the ground, howling relentlessly. The powerful wind seemed intent on uprooting the trees outside. The ominous clouds above thickened ominously, as if they yearned to press down upon the earth. Ning Ran lit a few candles within the small shop and retrieved several small electric lamps from her storage. Having stockpiled numerous batteries and power banks before the apocalypse, she had more than enough supplies. Even if the batteries were to run out, she still had an array of solar-powered devices. Should that fail, she had gasoline and diesel generators, with ample fuel stored away. Her preparations were exceedingly thorough. Wrapped in a blanket, Ning Ran found solace in Pei Shiyu's embrace. Duanze was meticulously cleaning a commonly used handgun, while Lin Yan roasted chestnuts by the fire. Ning Ran gazed anxiously at the accumulating snow outside. "We won't be trapped here, will we?" "Never," Pei Shiyu assured, his fingers entwining with Ning Ran's hair in a gentle caress. Those simple words instilled a sense of comfort. Lin Yan retrieved the roasted chestnuts from the fire, his tone optimistic. "It will stop eventually. Can it really keep falling forever?" Duanze nodded in agreement. The rolling shutter door creaked ominously against the wind, prompting Pei Shiyu and Duanze to find some sturdy furniture within the shop to brace against it. They also secured the sides of the door with wooden planks, reinforcing the beds on either side. Ning Ran and Lin Yan huddled by the fire for warmth. Amidst the howling winds outside, a sudden scream pierced the air, fleeting and almost indistinguishable amidst the cacophony. If not for their abilities as supernatural beings, they might not have noticed it at all. Boss, Duanze and Pei Shiyu exchanged a glance. Pei Shiyu paused in his task of securing the wooden planks, peeling one away to gaze toward the hot pot restaurant. Chapter 45. A Disturbing Taste. The glass window beside the hot pot restaurant's entrance was inexplicably shattered. The barriers that had once shielded the interior were now flung inside, crashing onto the snow and leaving a shallow crater, faint traces of blood visible within. However, the fierce wind and snow quickly obscured those meager stains. As Ning Ran and Lin Yan approached the window, the only sound that greeted them was the relentless roar of the storm outside. Pei Shiyu gently patted Ning Ran's head, encouraging her and Lin Yan to return to the fire for warmth before resuming his work on the window. Perhaps it was the echo of that nearly imperceptible scream or the unsettling noise of the wind that stirred unease within them. At dinner, Ning Ran had little appetite, consuming barely a morsel. As night fell once more, the once gray sky transformed into an impenetrable darkness. Clutching a warm water bag, Ning Ran lay in the tent. Pei Shiyu seemed to sense her unease and quietly slipped into the tent. Feeling the familiar presence, Ning Ran nestled closer into Pei Shiyu's embrace. He felt her affectionate movement, a moment of tension evident in his posture. Mimicking a somewhat clumsy gesture, he tenderly patted her back, soothing her to sleep. What little sleepiness she had soon faded, and she drifted into a peaceful slumber. As he gazed down at the unsuspecting figure in his arms, Pei Shiyu's callous fingertips brushed against Ning Ran's slightly chubby cheeks. In his once gentle gaze, a possessive, unhealthy obsession began to surface. She was his alone, his precious Ning Ran. At dawn, the howling blizzard that had raged throughout the night finally ceased. The overcast sky showed signs of clearing. Before Ning Ran had even opened her eyes, she encountered the warmth of a broad chest. Realizing what had transpired, her doe-like eyes widened as she turned to the person beside her. Pei Shiyu was already watching her, his dark eyes concealing deep, hidden desires. Ran, he rasped, capturing the hand she had placed on his chest. He buried his head into the crook of her neck, nuzzling and playfully biting her skin. Ning Ran let out a soft sound, suddenly aware of her involuntary reaction, and quickly covered her rosy lips with her hand, her eyes wide with disbelief. Akin to a clear spring, Pei Shiyu chuckled darkly, teasingly observing her flushed cheeks. Ran, are you shy? Your face is so red. He leaned over her, and Ning Ran could sense his delight, his voice laced with mischievousness. Not wishing to endure further embarrassment, she pressed her hand against his lips. Pei Shiyu found her pouting expression amusing, his smile growing wider as she continued to hide in his embrace. Their bodies were pressed closely together, allowing Ning Ran to feel the tremors of his chest. Fearful of truly inciting his ire, Pei Shiyu gently grasped her hand that covered his mouth. planting a delicate kiss in her palm. Ran, don't be angry, I was wrong. Ning Ran lay against his chest, her other hand sneakily pinching the flesh at his lower back in frustration. Pei Shiyu seemed impervious to the pain, his gaze soft as he looked at her. After breakfast, seizing the moment when the storm had calmed and the sky lightened, Ning Ran and her companions prepared to set out. Their current location was not far from City B. With some haste, they could reach it in a few days. Pei Shiyu and Lin Yan cleared the snow from the shop's entrance while Duan Zhe brought the vehicle around. Just as Ning Ran was about to climb into the car, she heard a childish voice calling out, "Sister." Turning to look, she saw the little boy from yesterday, pressed against the shattered window of the hot pot restaurant. His cheeks were frostbitten, and his tattered coat was stained with blood. "Sister, help me," he cried, his expression a mix of fear and desperation. Ning Ran's gaze shifted from the boy to the interior of the restaurant. Without the blizzard interfering, the scene within was laid bare before her. Blood splattered against the whitewashed walls, and several dismembered bodies lay across the dining tables. The elderly man from yesterday nowhere to be found. The boy's lips curled into a faint smile, yet his eyes brimmed with tears of panic. Ran. Pei Shiyu stepped in front of Ning Ran, attempting to shield her view. She did not resist, nodding at him before taking her seat in the car. Despite the boy's apparent plight, Ning Ran felt no surge of compassion. Those who had sought refuge in the hot pot restaurant had evidently met with disaster. Moreover, the makeshift chimney outside was emitting dark smoke, and a subtle yet nauseating scent of flesh wafted from the establishment. "Help me! Save me!" the boy pleaded, witnessing Ning Ran and her companions preparing to leave. He clumsily maneuvered his pudgy body, attempting to climb through the window, scrambling toward them. "Don't go!
Help me!"
He waved his hand urgently, his actions betraying a sense of panic, yet the sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth grew increasingly pronounced. Noticing that Ning Ran and her companions were still ignoring him and preparing to drive away, the young boy shouted towards the hot pot restaurant, calling for his grandfather. The elderly man, hearing the commotion, swiftly burst through the door, which swung open to reveal what had previously been concealed from view. Ning Ran and her companions beheld a small stove, atop which simmered a bubbling cauldron. "I am so pitiful. Why won't you save me? Sister, brothers, I am so cold." Cold? A fire elemental should fear the cold? Such a notion is laughable. After awakening their abilities, an individual's physical prowess increases manifold, rendering them less susceptible to the elements. Additionally, given the innate characteristics of fire wielders, even if the boy's clothing was not as substantial as the elder's, he would have no reason to fear the cold. The frostbitten hands and feet, combined with the grandfather's harsh demeanor towards the boy, likely served as mere bait to elicit sympathy. After all, a frail, shuffling old man accompanied by a parentless child appears hardly threatening. Pei Shiyu observed as Ning Ran settled into her seat and closed the rear door. Dark energy flowed like thick ink from his feet, swiftly ensnaring the boy and trapping him several meters away, preventing him from advancing any closer. Pei Shiyu inclined his head slightly towards Duan Zhe and Lin Yan, signaling for them to enter the vehicle. The approaching elder, upon witnessing his grandson ensnared by the terrifying black substance, faltered momentarily, standing several meters back in fear. Chapter 46, Road Collapse. The viscous black liquid bound the boy's limbs tightly, creeping over him and invading his mouth and nostrils. The elder watched helplessly as the child writhed in torment, his legs paralyzed by terror as he collapsed to the ground. A strange sound escaped the boy's mouth, his eyes turning pale, then within seconds, shifting to a grim shade of gray. Pei Shiyu, with a wicked sense of amusement, regarded the two, seemingly deeming the moment sufficient, and cast the boy at the elder's feet. The elder instinctively shielded his head with his arms, his expression one of sheer terror. After a brief pause, seeing the boy motionless, he cautiously reached out to touch him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, just as the elder feared that the boy had perished at the hands of the terrifying man by the roadside, the child suddenly stirred, opening his eyes which had returned to normal, yet devoid of any light. "Hungry, I want to eat meat." The boy drooled mindlessly, his senses dulled, and upon catching the familiar scent of meat, lunged towards the elder. The elder felt the boy's teeth sink into his arm, the pain eliciting a sharp scream. "My dear grandson, it's me. Don't bite, it's Grandpa." The elder attempted to push the boy away, but being his own flesh and blood, he could not bring himself to exert too much force. Pei Shiyu coldly observed the two rolling in the snow before taking a seat in the vehicle. Once all were aboard, Duanzhe ignited the engine of the SUV. The fire elemental melted the snow obstructing their path, allowing the vehicle to glide away smoothly. An A-class fire wielder possesses flames of unparalleled intensity. The zombies along the roadside, buried beneath the snow, were easily incinerated by the flames, clearing a path ahead. Without the hindrance of attacking zombies, the vehicle's speed remained unimpeded by the snow-covered roads. The group initially intended to take the ring road to City B, but after traveling a short distance, they were forced to halt. Not far ahead, the highway had been damaged by external forces, the entire surface caved in and fractured. With no other option, they had to exit the highway and navigate through rural backroads. In contrast to the speed of the highway, the rural roads were fraught with obstacles. The fire elemental melted the snow ahead, revealing a fallen log obstructing their way. "Boss, the road ahead has been cleared by someone." In the midst of the white snow, an unusually distinct stretch of lime road emerged. Lin Yan exited the vehicle and lifted a log as thick as his thigh aside. Pei Shiyu approached the front of the SUV, examining the cleared path, and crouched down. Several tire marks were visible on the lime surface. It appeared that someone had passed through and cleared the snow. The howling wind carried Ning Ran's voice away slightly. She stood behind Pei Shiyu, her gaze fixed on the endless expanse of snow ahead. The directions seemed to lead toward City B. Pei Shiyu rose, nodding in agreement. Once the three re-entered the vehicle, Duanzhe drove the SUV along the lime road cleared of snow. As they progressed further towards the outskirts of Rongqing, additional tire tracks appeared on the freshly cleared path. With no snow impeding their progress, the SUV's speed increased slightly. Approaching noon, the sun finally broke through the overhead clouds. Pei Shiyu examined the map in his hands. At their current speed, they estimated it would take until the day after tomorrow to reach the outskirts of City B. "Boss, it's almost noon." Upon hearing Duanzhe's reminder, Pei Shiyu glanced at the small alarm clock Ning Ran had placed beside her. "Let us find a place to stop and eat."
All right.
"Today at noon," Lin Yan eagerly responded, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by a chorus of encouraging shouts. In the midst of the vast, snowy expanse, a stationary convoy gradually came into view at the edge of their sight. Duanzhe brought the vehicle to a stop, surveying the scene before turning to Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran in the back seat. "Boss, it seems they're repairing the road." Looking through the SUV's windshield, several hundred meters ahead, 5 or 6 vehicles, including a truck, were halted. In the biting cold wind, a group of individuals clad in dark green military coats labored, carrying wooden planks. Ning Ran and her companions exited the vehicle and approached the gathering. Lin Yan intercepted a man carrying a plank. "Brother, are you repairing the road?" The man, bearded and with his cheeks flushed from the frigid temperatures, confirmed, "Yes. We are repairing the road. The snow is too heavy. The land ahead is a dirt road, and after clearing the snow, it's all mud underneath. If we proceed without caution, the wheels will get stuck. Thankfully, it's not far until we reach the lime road again, so there's no need to worry too much." The man pointed towards a few individuals nearby, each dressed differently, who were cutting wooden planks. "You're also heading to City B, right?" Though phrased as a question, his tone was nearly certain. He continued, "We are a team of survivors from the first human base in City B, out here searching for supplies. Those cutting wood are also people we encountered along the way. You 4 can join us. It's too challenging to traverse these snow-covered roads alone. Traveling in numbers makes it easier. Once we reach near the first base, the road will be manageable. When we left, they were organizing teams to clear the routes, and they should be close to finishing now. The highway to City B has been severed, and now we can only pass through this muddy road." Lin Yan turned to Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and Duanzhe, and upon seeing their nods, said, "All right, brother, do you need help?" "That would be fantastic. We were just worried that if we didn't finish before dark, we wouldn't find sheltered night." The man set the plank he was carrying down temporarily. He turned and scanned the crowd before waving to a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a green hat. "That is our captain. Do greet him."
All right.
"Sorry to trouble you, my brother." As the middle-aged man donned in a green hat approached, the man hoisted the wooden board back onto his shoulder and turned to resume his work. The middle-aged man held a blueprint in his hand, adorned with various circles and lines. He came to a halt before Pei Shiyu and the others, surveying them for a moment before extending his right hand in salutation. Standing beside Ning Ran, Pei Shiyu's profound gaze flickered with intent, and he exchanged a glance with Duanze. Duanze stepped forward, half grasping the man's hand, giving it a slight shake before releasing it as a gesture of politeness. "Hello. May I inquire your name?" The middle-aged man tucked the blueprint into his pocket, his chiseled features betraying a hint of seriousness. "My surname is Zheng Yan, the captain of this squad. Are you merely passing through?" Duanze nodded, a characteristic smile adorning his face. Zheng Yan gestured towards the muddy ground behind him, his stern expression softening slightly as he recognized the four were not ill-intentioned. "Then do us a favor and help fix the road, so we can be on our way sooner." He surveyed the attire of the group, noting their cleanliness and neatness, which led him to believe they possessed some capability. The man who had remained silent exuded an aura so intense that Zheng Yan found himself unable to meet his gaze for long. Chapter 47. The Pink Hairband. Among the crowd of workers not far away, a handsome young boy, following Zheng Yan's figure, hurriedly approached with quick, eager strides. He caught his breath and turned to Zheng Yan. "Captain, it's already noon." Zheng Yan nodded, glancing at his wristwatch, and instructed, "First, call everyone to stop and have something to eat. We need to pick up the pace this afternoon and catch up on our work." The boy quickly returned to the center of the crowd, relaying the message. After giving a slight nod of acknowledgement to Pei Shiyu and the others, Zheng Yan followed the boy away. Pei Shiyu observed the distant crowd, gently rubbing Ning Ran's hand in his. "Duanze, bring the vehicle over and find a place to park." Duanze nodded and walked towards the direction of the off-road vehicle. Lin Yan assessed the surroundings, his gaze settling on a less crowded spot. "Boss, which way should I go?" Seeing Pei Shiyu nod, Lin Yan exclaimed, "I'll go clear the snow," and dashed off. Ning Ran, nestled within her thick scarf, exhaled puffs of mist into the cold air. "Ranran, are you cold?" Pei Shiyu gently touched her earlobe, his other hand firmly clasping hers, feeling the warmth emanating from her palm. When Ning Ran shook her head to indicate she was not cold, he felt reassured. He encircled her with his arm and led her toward Lin Yan's direction. Duanze had already parked the vehicle and was unloading some tools. Pei Shiyu retrieved Ning Ran's warm yellow gloves from the trunk, helping her put them on before he began organizing his own gear. With a considerable number of people around, the four kept their lunch simple to avoid complications. Lin Yan eagerly indulged in the warmed meat can, savoring every bite. In the distance, a cluster of individuals congregated, the group clad in green military coats, standing apart from the passers-by who had joined them for a meal. Most of Zheng Yan's team munched on compressed biscuits, while the newcomers subsisted primarily on dry bread. Regardless, they all devoured their food ravenously, as if fearing it would be snatched away from them. After lunch, a sudden gust of wind swept through, prompting the crowd to spring into action once more. Ning Ran, her long curls tousled by the breeze, contemplated helping out. Pei Shiyu stepped behind her, blocking her path, and pulled a pink hairband from his pocket, clumsily assisting her in tying back her hair. As Ning Ran touched the familiar pink hairband entwined in her locks, an unsettling sense of recognition washed over her. Moreover, where had Pei Shiyu procured such a hairband? The color was somewhat faded, yet it had been cleaned thoroughly, clearly having been used by someone else, most likely a girl. Ning Ran regarded Pei Shiyu with suspicion. Pei Shiyu's lips curled into a gentle smile, his deep gaze reflecting her image. Irritated, Ning Ran shot him a glare and nibbled playfully at his wrist, which rested on her shoulder. Lin Yan, heading towards the crowd, called out to his boss, only to realize he had interrupted a moment between the boss and his sister-in-law. Receiving a sharp look from Pei Shiyu, Lin Yan immediately adopted a sheepish grin, making a gesture to zip his lips. Pei Shiyu gazed at Ning Ran, finding her akin to a little angel, utterly adorable. "Be good, it's too cold. Go rest in the car." He caressed her soft hair, reluctantly turning away to join Lin Yan and Duanze, who were preparing to work. Watching Pei Shiyu's retreating figure, Ning Ran huffed, yanking the pink hairband from her hair. Initially intending to discard it, she hesitated and, in a fit of annoyance, discreetly tossed it into her space when no one was watching. A few meters away, several individuals were chopping wood. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Ran picked up an axe from the ground and offered her assistance. She would not be obedient, nor would she follow orders. With effortless grace, she chopped the wood as if slicing vegetables, and in a matter of minutes, she had piled up a significant amount of timber, venting her frustrations. The individuals chopping wood nearby were drawn to her, their actions pausing involuntarily. A girl delivering water stopped in her tracks, unable to resist watching. When Ning Ran halted her movements, the girl approached with a water container in hand. "You're amazing." The girl appeared to be around Ning Ran's age, showering her with compliments and smiling warmly. Ning Ran regarded the girl for a moment, and, upon sensing no malice, accepted the water she offered. However, she merely held it without drinking. Ning Ran returned the girl's smile politely, and she then heard the girl continue. "I'm over by the shed helping to boil water, and doing what I can. If you get thirsty, feel free to go there for some." Following the direction indicated by the girl, Ning Ran glanced toward the makeshift shelter not far away, where a few women of varying ages and a child were gathering clean snow to provide water for the workers. Nodding in acknowledgement, the girl smiled and picked up her water jug, leaving to serve others. By nearly 4 in the afternoon, the dirt road was finally laid with wooden planks. Zheng Yan was directing people to board the vehicles to continue their journey. Duanzhe and Lin Yan had gone to drive. Pei Xiu approached Ning Ran. Unbeknownst to her, she had gotten dirt on her face, her soft cheeks dotted with mud, resembling a little kitten. Pei Xiu pulled out a handkerchief, intending to wipe her face. Ran, why aren't you resting in the car?" Ning Ran, recalling the pink hairband, turned away and, spotting Duanzhe and Lin Yan beckoning from the off-road vehicle, dashed past Pei Xiu. Pei Xiu, momentarily lost in thought as his hand fell away, only returned to reality when he heard Duanzhe calling out to him, prompting him to chase after Ning Ran. Ran. He followed her, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Ning Ran pretended not to hear, continuing onward. Once both were in the vehicle, Duanzhe drove off, following the line of vehicles that began to depart. The expanse of the dirt road was rather modest, and after approximately 20 minutes, the vehicles once again returned to the limestone pavement. Among Zheng Yan's team was a fire elemental ability user, albeit with an initial ability level of merely C grade, making the task of melting the accumulated snow quite arduous. Hence, Zheng Yan had arranged for several team members at the forefront to assist in the manual snow clearance. Ning Ran and her companions navigated their all-terrain vehicle in the lead position, observing that the convoy was not progressing swiftly. Lin Yan utilized his powers to aid in melting the snow. The moment the searing flames made contact with the obstructive layer of snow, it was instantaneously liquefied and evaporated. With Lin Yan's assistance, those engaged in manual snow clearance at the front found their task significantly eased. Curiosity piqued. People cast discreet glances towards the direction of the all-terrain vehicle, yet refrained from overtly prying. The military-grade all-terrain vehicle boasted ample space, accommodating 3 rows of seats. Duanzhe and Lin Yan, who was using his powers to assist in clearing the road, occupied the driver's and passenger's seats, respectively. Typically, Pei Xiu and Ning Ran would sit in the second row, yet Ning Ran had inexplicably retreated to the last row. Pei Xiu, observing Ning Ran through the rear-view mirror as she meticulously selected crystal cores, wore a sorrowful expression, perplexed by her sudden display of anger. Duanzhe was focused on driving, while the usually loquacious Lin Yan had fallen into a rare silence. Stealing a glance at Pei Xiu, Lin Yan felt as if he were on the verge of being frozen by the chilly aura emanating from him. "Boss, I have some nuts. Would you like some?" He began, but before he could finish, Pei Xiu shot him a frosty glare, silencing him immediately. Although Pei Xiu had been striving to suppress his inherent darkness since meeting Ning Ran and rarely resorted to violence, Lin Yan had witnessed the ruthless side of him and could not help but feel intimidated. Chapter 48, Jealousy. Ning Ran, hearing the crunching sound of Lin Yan stuffing his face with food, felt a pang of desire to eat as well. She reached out her hand towards Lin Yan. "I want some." Upon seeing Ning Ran's interest in a snack, Lin Yan eagerly extended the nuts towards her, but as he did, a chill ran down his spine. Turning to glance at Pei Xiu, he found him staring intently. Lin Yan couldn't help but lament internally. Why was he always the one to suffer?
It was so unfair.
Pei Xiu took the food from Lin Yan's hand and offered it to Ning Ran. Ning Ran's irritation flared upon seeing Pei Xiu approaching her with food. Convinced that he must be feeling guilty, That pink headband surely belonged to someone else. With a huff, she turned her head away defiantly, curling herself into the blanket. The rear seats were more spacious, and with the tables lowered, they could serve as a makeshift bed. Ning Ran turned her back, ignoring Pei Shiyu. Noticing that Ning Ran had lost her appetite, Lin Yan, drawn in by the fragrant aroma wafting from the snack bag, tentatively asked, "Then can I continue eating?" Pei Shiyu began to emanate an icy aura, the oppressive atmosphere almost palpable. He returned the nuts to Lin Yan, closed his eyes, and suppressed his inner turmoil. Duanze cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yan, who was enjoying his snacks, and sighed softly. This carefree fellow only knew how to eat, yet perhaps there was no harm in that. Since the apocalypse began, everyone lived in constant trepidation. Although Lin Yan was somewhat oblivious, being the youngest, both he and the boss treated him like a younger brother, and with the two of them watching over him, he would certainly be safe. Perhaps due to the increasingly frigid weather, the nights had been growing longer. Just past 5 o'clock, the remnants of the sun began to fade. Ning Ran and the convoy led by Zhang Yan gradually halted outside an abandoned cold storage facility. The cold storage, neither too large nor too small, had been neglected even before the apocalypse. Some iron decorations on the exterior had rusted, and numerous withered weeds surrounded the area. At the entrance of the cold storage were several zombies trapped beneath the thick layer of snow, unable to move due to the snow's weight. Zhang Yan led a few team members in clearing the snow, stepping forward to sever the zombies' heads with machetes. The others promptly disembarked from their vehicles, instinctively beginning to remove the snow. Lin Yan melted the lock on the cold storage door, swinging the heavy door open to reveal two ancient zombie guards wandering inside. A swirling black mist enveloped the zombies' necks, swiftly severing their heads from their bodies. After Ning Ran and her companions entered the warehouse, a few more individuals followed suit. Though the cold storage was old, it remained sturdy enough to withstand the weight of the snow, allowing them to stay overnight. Zhang Yan and his team began unloading supplies from their vehicles, and along the way, several other vehicles that had been following also entered the cold storage. Each group sought their own space to settle. Duanze parked his vehicle in the corner closest to the door for easy access while avoiding the biting cold. After Lin Yan and Ning Ran set up their tent, they returned to the newly kindled fire to eat. Pei Shiyu and Duanze had already prepared the evening meal. Given the large number of people, cooking was impractical, so the two had opted for semi-finished products to facilitate preparation and consumption. Outside the cold storage, it seemed the wind had picked up, swirling the snowflakes in the air as if it were snowing once again. The snowflakes, illuminated by the torches, cast fleeting, ethereal shadows on the ground. The night sky was devoid of clouds, allowing the stars and moon to shine brightly, accompanied by vast stretches of purple auroras. After dinner, Ning Ran quietly slipped outside to stargaze. Pei Shiyu approached her from behind, wrapped in a thick blanket, his voice muffled. Ran, do you dislike me? Do you not like me anymore? He paused momentarily, his tone tinged with a hint of sorrow. You are not even acknowledging me. Pei Shiyu buried his head in the crook of Ning Ran's neck, the warmth of his breath sending tingles across her skin. Ning Ran wished to block out his words, covering her ears, yet her cheeks grew damp. Are you crying? Pei Shiyu continued to nuzzle against her without responding, holding her tightly so she couldn't see him. But Ning Ran felt as if he had become even more aggrieved. After a while, Pei Shiyu seemed to have regained his composure, lifting his head while still resting his chin on her shoulder. Ran, even if you dislike me or no longer care for me, you cannot leave. I will not allow it. You are mine. His voice took on a more menacing tone, revealing an uncontainable possessiveness. His slender fingers glided from her collarbone to her chin, then gently encircled her neck. Ning Ran instinctively swallowed hard. Ever since she had kissed Pei Shiyu and promised to take responsibility for him, he had been relatively well-behaved for a while, almost allowing her to forget that he was a complex and unpredictable individual. Ran, are you afraid of me? The grip around her neck tightened subtly, and Pei Shiyu emanated a chilling aura, every movement exuding an implicit threat. Ning Ran, feeling a sense of grievance, began to shed tears. She forcefully pushed Pei Shiyu away, her ears flushed with anger. So what if I'm crying? Who doesn't he cry? Moreover, it was she who should feel wronged. After all, he had given her something used by someone else, that wicked and black-hearted flower radish. Ning Ran retrieved the pink headband from her space and threw it at Pei Shiyu. Who asked you to give me someone else's belongings? She exclaimed, her voice stuttering with indignation as she struck the man before her. Pei Shiyu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing her words, realizing that Ning Ran seemed to have misunderstood something. Witnessing Ning Ran in tears, he felt a surge of panic and confusion. He had no intention of frightening her, nor did he wish for his beloved Ranran to weep. However, her indifference towards him set his heart racing with anxiety. The mere thought of her fearing him or leaving him was enough to unleash the savage beast within him, driving him nearly to the brink of madness. Cursed be his fate. Please don't cry, he implored. Listening to Ning Ran's sobs felt like a mental blackout. He couldn't think clearly or determine what to do. Moreover, it seemed as dear Ranran was feeling jealous. The realization brought him a flicker of joy, for it indicated that she cared for him, not out of fear or a desire to depart. He tightly embraced Ning Ran, transforming from a wounded wolf dog showing its fierce teeth into a docile creature wagging its tail in a heartbeat. My dear Ranran, please don't cry. It's my fault for making you jealous. He delicately kissed her neck and ears, each kiss a gentle caress, imbued with utmost reverence. Upon hearing the word jealous, coupled with the affectionate yet teasing tone in Pei Shiyu's voice, her cheeks flushed crimson. Though reluctant to admit it, she knew he spoke the truth. Rising on her tiptoes, she bit down on Pei Shiyu's collarbone, applying just enough pressure until she tasted iron in her mouth before releasing him. Pei Shiyu felt no pain. He chuckled softly, firmly grasping her hands, ensnaring her in his embrace, and leaned close to her ear to explain. Ranran, please don't be angry. This isn't anyone else's. It belongs to my Ranran. He gently wrapped a pink hairband around her wrist, infused with a scent of tea, adding, this is yours, clearly something you forgot. Staring at the hairband on her wrist, Ning Ran hesitated. It did seem increasingly familiar, yet she couldn't quite place it. You're talking nonsense. I would never deceive you.
Ranran.
If I did, may I suffer eternally and meet a miserable end. Pei Shiyu gazed deeply into her eyes, his vow unwavering and imbued with tenderness. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and one cannot deceive another through their gaze. Moreover, although even Ning Ran herself could not articulate why, she inherently trusted that Pei Shiyu would never lie to her. Their eyes locked, his pupils reflected her image. Then tell me, when did it happen? That's something you must recall on your own. Seeing Pei Shiyu play coy, Ning Ran was unrelenting, tugging at his collar. Beneath her delicate, angelic exterior lurked a mischievous little demon. If you deceive me, I'll feed you to the zombies. All right, Pei Shiyu responded with a smile, his arms around her refusing to loosen their hold. Chapter 49. I'll help you beat him. The two exited in succession, hand in hand upon their return. Lin Yan sat by the fire, enjoying sunflower seeds, his eyes glistening with tears of excitement as he watched Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran come back from the cold storage together. He was finally free from the piercing glares of his moody leader. Zheng Yan approached, holding a map, weaving through a group of conversing team members. Duanze stood up, inquiring about his purpose. Zheng Yan scratched his buzz cut, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his otherwise stern visage. Thank you for your help with the snow today. Otherwise, we might not have found shelter before dark. As he expressed his gratitude, he unfolded the map in front of the four of them, pointing to a specific location. Look here, we plan to pass through this area tomorrow. Zheng Yan paused for a moment, glancing at Lin Yan. There's a large wholesale market not far from this area, which had a significant human population before the apocalypse. So there should be plenty of zombies buried under the snow. Among my teammates, only one possesses fire abilities, and his powers aren't as proficient as this young brother's, requiring manual assistance to clear the snow. However, given the number of zombies buried here, they could emerge from the loosened snow at any moment, making manual snow removal quite perilous. Therefore, could we request this fire-wielding young brother's continued assistance tomorrow? During the day, Zheng Yan had witnessed Lin Yan's fire abilities. The intensity of his powers could be considered exceptional even among the first base. The journey ahead would be treacherous with numerous zombies. However, with Lin Yan's help, the challenges would be manageable, potentially avoiding casualties. Hence, Zheng Yan had the audacity to ask for assistance. Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, Duanze, and Lin Yan scrutinized the map. To reach City B, traversing this route was indeed the optimal choice. Duanze turned to Lin Yan, who expressed no objections. They then looked at Pei Xiu, and upon seeing his agreement, nodded at Zheng Yan. After achieving his objective, Zheng Yan thanked them briefly before departing towards the tents set up by his team. The crackling fire made the air dizzying. As day turned to night, the howling cold winds finally ceased. The withered vegetation glistened with frost in the cold night, sparkling under the morning sun. Early the next morning, Zheng Yan's team, along with several travelers, rose to begin packing their gear. After breakfast, Ning Ran, Pei Xiu, and the others were preparing to load their supplies onto the vehicle when a burly man in a green military coat approached. The man was a member of Zheng Yan's team. After a polite nod, he addressed Ning Ran and the others. "Hello. Our Captain Zheng would like to request the fire-wielding young man who agreed yesterday to assist us to come to our vehicle." Pei Xiu exchanged glances with Duanze. Duanze cleared his throat, stepping forward to confront the burly man with a somewhat frosty demeanor. "To your vehicle?" His voice carried a hint of inquiry. The burly man met Duanze's gaze momentarily before lowering his eyes, hastily explaining, "Today, we will have a large truck leading the way. It will be more convenient for people to stand on top of the vehicle. Your captain didn't he mention that yesterday?" Duanze's tone dripped with discontent as he scrutinized the messenger. In the sub-zero temperatures, the burly man began to sweat nervously. Observing the tense atmosphere, Lin Yan stepped up behind Duanze and patted his shoulder. "It's all right, Brother Zhe, I'll go." After all, the heavy snow had blocked the road. Should they encounter further obstructions or muddy terrain, having more hands would expedite their progress, enabling them to reach the base sooner. They still needed to travel to City B alongside the convoy, and it would be unwise to create conflict. Lin Yan's thoughts were straightforward, and he readily agreed, having already committed to helping. Duanze glanced at Pei Xiu, who nodded, prompting him to refrain from further objections. Pei Xiu regarded the burly man and the nearby Zheng Yan's convoy, the dark mist swirling silently in the shadows of the cold storage, knowing they wouldn't dare pull any real tricks. After the burly man left, Duanze went to the off-road vehicle to help Lin Yan prepare some necessary items. Pei Xiu approached Lin Yan, patting his shoulder to remind him to be cautious. Ning Ran rummaged through a box nearby, pulling out a pile of snacks and stuffing them into Lin Yan's arms. "Eat if you're hungry. If anyone dares to snatch from you, I'll help you beat him." Lin Yan felt a surge of gratitude for his supportive sister-in-law. Duanze soon returned with a packed bag, handing it to Lin Yan. "Our vehicle will follow closely behind the truck. If there are any issues, just come down." Lin Yan nodded, inexplicably feeling somewhat akin to a mischievous child sent off to school by 3 parents. He slung his small backpack over his shoulder and strolled toward the gathering crowd not far away. Ning Ran, Pei Xiu, and Duanze also boarded the vehicle. After the leading truck departed from the cold storage, a military off-road vehicle closely followed in its wake. Lin Yan and the fire-type ability user from Zheng Yan's team were clearing snow from the roof of the vehicle. In addition to the 2 of them, 3 other ability users stood atop the vehicle, vigilantly observing their surroundings to prevent any unexpected zombie ambushes. With Lin Yan assisting on the truck, the personnel who had previously cleared the snow manually were promptly dismissed, saving both manpower and avoiding casualties, while also significantly increasing their travel speed. Ning Ran munched on snacks as Pei Xiu held her hand in his palm, playfully toying with it. A dark shadow stealthily crept through the gap in the off-road vehicle's window, silently merging into the shadows beneath the truck ahead. Duanze observed Lin Yan using his abilities to clear the snow atop the truck. "Boss, we are nearing the outskirts of B City." Pei Xiu nodded, studying the meticulously detailed map of B City's urban area in his hands. B City was quite expansive and had been one of the most developed cities in the entire star before the apocalypse. The first human survivor base was established in the northern suburbs of B City a fortnight ago. The base had been officially completed and had begun receiving and searching for human survivors. In her previous life, Ning Ran had never visited B City. Thus she felt a keen curiosity about its circumstances. She cracked open a small gap in the car window, gazing into the distance at the buildings, both tall and short, blanketed in a thick layer of white snow. The deeper they ventured into the city, the denser the buildings became. However, even though the snow might hinder the zombies, it was not a place one would wish to traverse. Therefore, the convoy would take a detour around the periphery of B City, heading toward the northern suburbs where the first human survivor base was located. As the sun gradually ascended to its zenith, the white snow had hardened into a solid mass, showing no signs of melting. The leading truck and accompanying vehicles began to come to a halt. Zheng Yan's team and fellow travelers gradually disembarked from their vehicles, commencing a well-deserved rest and replenishing their energy. Lin Yan leaped directly down from the roof of the vehicle. Pei Xiu and Duan Zhe went in search of combustible materials to prepare a fire, while Ning Ran lounged lazily atop the truck.
Hey.
Wait a moment. Just as Lin Yan was about to stride toward the military off-road vehicle, an unfriendly voice intercepted him. Turning to look, he saw the fire-type ability user he had been clearing snow with atop the truck. The boy, of similar age to Lin Yan, sported vibrant red hair and a face dotted with freckles, making him particularly conspicuous in the crowd. Lin Yan thought he resembled a dragon fruit. Hand it over. Gazing at the fiery-haired boy standing before him, Lin Yan's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Just as he was about to inquire about the boy's intentions, a hand reached out from behind and snatched his backpack. The bag contained only some snacks, warm clothing, and a water bottle, nothing of great importance. Lin Yan had not anticipated such a sudden theft and was momentarily caught off guard. By the time he reacted, the bag was already in the boy's possession. The fiery-haired youth unceremoniously opened the backpack, alongside 3 curious teammates who had gathered nearby, to inspect its contents. Though Lin Yan might lack common sense, he was brimming with personality, never one to be outdone. Normally, with Duan Zhe and Pei Xiu protecting him, he felt fearless. Furthermore, if he were to face any consequences, he was confident it would be the boss and Duan Zhe who would reprimand him. Just as Lin Yan was about to reclaim his backpack and teach the group a lesson, a shadow darted past him. The figure moved swiftly, and only when she stood beside Lin Yan could her appearance be discerned.
Little sister-in-law.
Lin Yan exclaimed upon recognizing Ning Ran, who had already positioned herself at his side. Ning Ran nodded calmly, her palm infused with flowing water abilities. The fiery-haired boy and the 3 eager onlookers were suddenly ensnared in 4 large bubbles of water, their mouths releasing bubbles as they rolled their eyes, nearly suffocating. Ning Ran assessed her makeshift weapons, a brick and a wooden stick. Ultimately, she handed the wooden stick to Lin Yan and advanced, wielding the brick. The bubbles burst, and before the fiery-haired boy and his 3 companions could catch their breath, they were met with a flurry of blows. Their cries for help attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, which had been dispersed during their rest. Lin Yan was taken aback by Ning Ran's sudden charge without uttering a single word. Gripping the stick tightly, he rushed toward the fray, determined to assist and ensure his sister-in-law did not suffer any injustice. By the time Zheng Yan arrived, Ning Ran and Lin Yan had already finished dealing with the attackers. Ning Ran nonchalantly discarded the half-broken brick and wiped her hands with a wet tissue. She cast a casual glance at the bruised and battered fiery-haired boy, who exuded an oppressive aura that made it difficult for others to breathe. Everyone realized that this girl, who appeared angelic in her beauty, was, in fact, a demon clad in sheep's clothing. Hand it over. Her voice carried a chilling tone, almost capable of freezing the air. The fiery-haired boy finally comprehended what Ning Ran demanded, groveling on the ground to retrieve the abandoned backpack and limping toward her with a twisted ankle, timidly extending the bag. Ning Ran did not accept it immediately, but glanced at Lin Yan. The fiery-haired boy quickly understood the implication, looking at Lin Yan with a submissive expression, holding the backpack aloft and daring not to make a single move.
Speak.
Upon hearing Ning Ran's command, the boy, momentarily befuddled, struggled to process her words. It was only when Ning Ran fixed him with a cold stare that he lowered his head, his mind racing to formulate a response. I was wrong. I apologize. This is your backpack, please take it. Ning Ran regarded the fiery-haired boy, who was bowing his head in apology, while holding out the backpack to Lin Yan, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, in the apocalypse, there was nothing that could not be resolved with a good beating. If there was, it was simply that the offender had not been punished severely enough. With a second chance at life, one must pursue happiness without restraint. In her previous life, Ning Ran had experienced the fickleness of human nature countless times. In the apocalypse, that meager kindness would only lead to one's demise. She had long since abandoned such notions. Lin Yan, protected by others, felt emboldened, and indeed, his sister-in-law was remarkably reliable. He cleared his throat, lifted his chin in a haughty manner, and with a dismissive snort, reclaimed his backpack. Zheng Yan, who had been standing aside in a state of shock, wiped the sweat from his forehead. This girl had not taken any action previously, appearing innocent and harmless, which did not raise anyone's guard. He had assumed she was merely an ordinary person, but now it seemed she too possessed abilities. Alongside the two men, who looked formidable, what had transpired? Why were Miss Ning and Mr. Lin behaving in such a manner? Although Zheng Yan had gleaned bits and pieces of the situation, he felt a duty to protect his team members. Otherwise, how could he maintain their trust and uphold his role as captain? However, he also acknowledged that he had been too lenient with his team, allowing them to act without restraint. Ning Ran delivered a sharp kick to the fiery-haired boy, who grimaced in pain, revealing his teeth as he explained under the threat of her gaze. "Captain, I just wanted to take a look at what was in Mr. Lin's bag."
Zheng Yan,
who had a stern countenance, appeared even more serious at that moment. It seems Miss Ning may have misunderstood. He paused for a moment, contemplating the need for Lin Yan to clear the snow to the base, his tone softening slightly. He did not act with malice. Perhaps we should simply let it go? Let it go? The tone was laced with displeasure, drawing the attention of the crowd with its deep, magnetic resonance. Pei Shiyu glanced at the unscathed Lin Yan before moving to stand beside Ning Ran. Is Captain Zheng's crew merely going to brush this aside? Zhang Yan was sweating profusely. Among the four accompanying Ning Ran, it was usually the one named Duanze who handled negotiations. Although he had never faced Pei Shiyu directly, he was well aware that Pei Shiyu was the most formidable and least approachable of the lot. While it may be true that my team was at fault initially, Miss Ning and Mr. Lin have already expressed their grievances. Pei Shiyu merely regarded Zheng Yan without uttering a word of inquiry, rendering Zheng Yan unable to continue his statement. Zheng Yan understood that even with the three individuals lacking awareness of their own strength, they could not possibly contend with that fire-affiliated ability user named Lin. He wiped the sweat from his brow and tentatively suggested, "Perhaps I should have him apologize once more?" Ning Ran and her three companions observed Zheng Yan and the four troublemakers who had been subdued. They had kindly cleared the way, yet Zheng Yan's men had arrogantly attempted to rob them. Now, a mere insipid apology would be far too lenient. Noticing the silence from those around him, Zheng Yan felt a moment of embarrassment. Pei Shiyu was gently tending to Ning Ran's hands, his movements exceedingly cautious and tender. Zheng Yan cast a glance at the sprawled fire dragon fruit boy on the ground, feeling somewhat exasperated. Although the boy's abilities were not particularly strong, he was still an ability user. I will have him formally apologize again. During this outing to gather supplies, we found quite a few items, and if possible, we are willing to offer compensation to Mr. Lin. Zheng Yan lightly kicked the fire dragon fruit boy, who hastily began apologizing to Lin Yan and Ning Ran. Once it seemed sufficient, Ning Ran let out a yawn and languidly declared, "Let us just head back. I'm hungry." "Very well." Pei Shiyu nodded, signaling to Duanze to stay behind and handle matters before leading Ning Ran away from the crowd. "You're not following?" Upon hearing Pei Shiyu's voice, Lin Yan, who had been momentarily dazed, hurriedly chased after them. Chapter 51. Humanity's First Survivor Base. The folding tables and benches from the off-road vehicle had been unloaded. Ning Ran sat on a bench watching Lin Yan tend to the fire while Pei Shiyu prepared lunch. When Duanze returned, he carried a large box filled with food. Passers-by couldn't resist stopping to stare, though none dared to approach. Duanze walked up to Lin Yan, thrusting the box of food into his arms before turning to assist Pei Shiyu. Lin Yan eagerly opened the box, only to feel a tinge of disappointment. He had expected something delectable, yet all he found were compressed biscuits and other filling provisions. While these might be considered precious items to ordinary folk, Ning Ran and her companions were not in need of sustenance. Lin Yan transported the box to the vehicle and returned to sit opposite Ning Ran, roasting chestnuts. Once they were cooked, he presented the fragrant chestnuts to Ning Ran with a look of gratitude. Ning Ran shot him a few disdainful glances and shifted to the side. However, unable to resist the enticing aroma of the roasted chestnuts, she reached out and took the ones he was holding. Nearby, Zheng Yan watched the fire dragon fruit boy and the other three ability users with a dark expression. Ability users were scarce and always in high demand. He observed the four of them, yet ultimately refrained from saying much, simply issuing a few warnings before letting them go. Around them, people gathered in small groups, preparing for lunch. Pei Shiyu and Duanze served the meal, the wafting aroma making mouths water. Yet, due to Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu's earlier departure, everyone knew better than to approach them. After eating and resting for only a brief while, people began to board their vehicles and continue their journey. They traveled along the outskirts of the city for 3 full days before finally nearing their destination by midday on the 4th day. The roads were noticeably cleared, making for smoother passage. With no snow obstructing their way, the vehicles moved freely. A half-hour later, the silhouette of humanity's first survivor base emerged in the distance. Numerous professionals armed with guns patrolled the entrance. Towering copper walls, dozens of meters high, isolated the survivors within, ensuring their safety in a secure environment. Not only were heavy weapons mounted on the walls, but there were also personnel stationed for guarding and patrolling. All those staff members donned identical dark green uniforms, moving with precision and organization. Outside the walls, there were 2 main gates for entry and exit, and near the right edge, a smaller gate allowed passage for high-ranking individuals with special credentials or those on urgent missions. There were few people at the exit gate, but a long queue of nearly several hundred meters formed at the entrance. Professional personnel were stationed to conduct inquiries at both gates, and medical staff were on hand to check for injuries, only allowing passage once safety had been confirmed. After parking, Zhang Yan disembarked and bid farewell to the few travelers who had accompanied them. "You can queue up here to enter the base. We still have to deliver supplies and will be on our way." Zhang Yan and his team intended to exit through the small gate on the right when a patrol team approached their direction. The leader of the patrol and his accompanying team members all wore matching dark green uniforms, albeit with slightly more elaborate designs. The insignia on their epaulets signified the leader's elevated status. Upon noticing the leader approaching, Zhang Yan hurried over. "Officer Shun, I didn't expect you to be personally leading the patrol." Zhang Yan's tone carried a hint of respect and flattery. Everyone at Base 1 was aware that Shun Yun, a B-level metal ability user, was also the only personal assistant directly under Base Chief Qin Zhengqiu. His conveyed messages often represented the chief himself, indicating his significant standing. Shun Yun glanced at Zhang Yan, not recognizing him, and gave a slight nod before walking toward Pei Shiyu. "Mr. Pei, greetings. I wonder if you remember me." Shun Yun slightly lowered his head, his tone and demeanor respectful. Understanding the man's proud nature, he did not concern himself with whether Pei Shiyu would respond, and instead, with great self-awareness, extended his hand toward the diplomat, Duan Zhe. "Mr. Duan." Duan Zhe reciprocated the gesture with a similarly polite and impeccably flawless smile. Shun Yun nodded and then acknowledged Lin Yan and Ning Ran with a nod before returning to Pei Shiyu. "Our base chief has been awaiting your arrival. Please, follow me." Shun Yun gestured invitingly, and the patrol personnel behind him stepped aside. "You may temporarily entrust your vehicle to us. I will arrange for someone to handle the parking." Duan Zhe glanced at Pei Shiyu, and upon receiving a nod from him, handed the off-road vehicle keys to an approaching patrol officer. "Let us go, Ranran." Pei Shiyu took Ning Ran's hand, guided by Shun Yun toward the small gate on the right. Zhang Yan stood in stunned silence, not anticipating that the 4 individuals were far more than they seemed. He mentally replayed the interactions, wondering if he had inadvertently offended them. The Fire Dragon Fruit Boy, equally perplexed, stepped closer to Zhang Yan. "Captain, who exactly are those 4? What could they possibly be?" Zhang Yan shot the boy a sidelong glance, his tone tinged with annoyance. Assistant Shen personally came to greet them, which naturally indicated the significance of the occasion. One must exercise caution if they wish to endure. The team he led was merely an ordinary squad within the base organization. It was a rare occurrence to even catch a glimpse of Shen Yun, let alone be personally received by him. Zhang Yan felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Fortunately, at that moment, his team members had been the ones to seize an item, and he did not shield them from accountability, even facilitating compensation. Upon entering the city gates, Shen Yun arranged for a cursory inspection for Pei Shiyu and the others. Once their safety was confirmed, they boarded a specially designated vehicle. The entire base was fortified, meticulously planned, and divided into outer and inner cities. The outer city primarily housed civilians, with facilities such as dining halls and task centers. The residents of the base relied on the task center to obtain various tasks, be they simple or complex, that matched their capabilities, in exchange for necessary supplies to survive. In contrast, The inner city housed the central office building of the base, where the upper echelons and professional staff operated, forming the heart of the entire base, with entry strictly prohibited to the general populace. Behind the central tower sprawled a vast villa area, predominantly inhabited by influential figures and high-ranking officials of the base. The special vehicle traversed the base unobstructed, with armed patrol personnel visible at every turn. Xunyun occupied the passenger seat, engaging in light conversation with Duanze in the back, while casually introducing some fundamental aspects of the base. At the boundary of the inner and outer cities, a quarantine zone was guarded by specialized personnel. Upon seeing the vehicle's license plate, the checkpoint staff did not halt it for inspection but allowed it to pass directly. Ning Ran had assumed that the outer city's patrols were sufficiently numerous, yet was taken aback to find that the inner city's patrols exceeded those of the outer city by a factor of 2. Chapter 52. Those enamored in love lack taste. The central office building stood as the tallest structure in Base 1. Even from a distance, one could catch a glimpse of its towering pinnacle. Lin Yan, filled with curiosity, cracked the window open slightly to survey the surroundings. After a brief journey, the special vehicle came to a halt before the central office building. Shun Yun guided Pei Shiyu and the others into the interior of the building. As they walked, every staff member greeted Shun Yun with utmost politeness, yielding the way for him. The office building was originally an unfinished structure in B City, comprising 30 floors, with the office of Base Chief Qin Zhengqiu situated at the very top. Shun Yun accompanied Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, Duanze, and Lin Yan in the private elevator straight to the top floor.
Ding.
As the elevator doors opened, Ning Ran beheld a man in his 30s waiting at the entrance. The man had a stern appearance, and despite his youth, strands of white hair adorned his head. Upon spotting Pei Shiyu, he displayed considerable excitement. Stepping forward to warmly greet him, Pei Shiyu seemed unsurprised by the man's presence, as if he had anticipated it. Ning Ran surmised the man's identity and turned her gaze toward Pei Shiyu. She knew that in her previous life, Pei Shiyu had been the most formidable ability user in Base 1, yet she had not expected him to be acquainted with Base Chief Qin Zhengqiu so early on. Pei Shiyu grasped Ning Ran's hand, gently caressing her palm, as if soothing a small kitten. Shiyu, thanks to your information, I was able to establish a base so swiftly in this apocalyptic world, Qin Zhengqiu remarked with a hint of amusement. Their acquaintance had begun under fortuitous circumstances, and though they had met only a few times, they had maintained correspondence and were reasonably familiar with each other. After learning of the apocalypse, Pei Shiyu had subtly informed Qin Zhengqiu of the situation. But it ultimately requires your own belief, Pei Shiyu replied, shaking his head lightly at Qin Zhengqiu's gratitude, feeling it was largely unrelated to him. After all, prior to the apocalypse, he had discreetly disseminated information about it to various high-ranking officials across nations, yet no one had heeded his warnings. Please come in and take a seat, Qin Zhengqiu gestured, leading Pei Shiyu and the others into his office. The top-floor office was sparsely furnished. Aside from bookshelves, a writing desk, and a few essential items, there were minimal decorations. Shun Yun brewed tea and brought it to Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and the others. Pei Shiyu regarded Qin Zhengqiu, casually inquiring, "Did you know we were coming here?" "I did not," Qin Zhengqiu denied. Before the apocalypse, he had collaborated with Pei Shiyu on several occasions and was somewhat familiar with him. Pei Shiyu was an exceptionally astute man, noble, enigmatic, and profoundly discerning. No one could fathom his thoughts, nor could anyone anticipate his whereabouts. Pei Shiyu scrutinized Qin Zhengqiu with suspicion. Although Shun Yun had encountered him along with Duanze and Lin Yan, their arrival at the city gate and Shun Yun's subsequent appearance felt far too coincidental. Even with his extensive experience in leadership, Qin Zhengqiu felt the pressure under Pei Shiyu's gaze. He explained, Shun Yun was assigned to inspect the patrol team at the city gate today, and it was indeed a fortunate coincidence. Fearing Pei Shiyu's skepticism, he earnestly reassured him, nearly swearing an oath. Pei Shiyu maintained his gaze on Qin Zhengqiu for a brief moment before averting his eyes. He neither affirmed nor denied his trust, merely lifting the teacup beside him to sip its contents. Qin Zhengqiu exhaled deeply, despite being a few years younger. Pei Shiyu was capable of devising schemes so intricate that even he might find himself ensnared. He admired Pei Shiyu, yet also recognized the formidable nature of the man before him, one not to be trifled with. By the way, I wonder if you remember Xiaoxing, he continued, noticing Pei Xiu nod. He is Shenyun's cousin and was a major under my command before the apocalypse. Now he leads the base's patrol team. When you assisted him in Sea City, he mentioned the situation upon returning to the base, which led me to deduce it was you. Qin Zhengqiu paused momentarily. Xiaoxing mentioned that you also escaped from Sea City, accompanied by a girl. His gaze shifted to Ning Ran, who sat beside Pei Xiu. Recalling Xiaoxing's description of the girl as someone who would resort to violence over trivial disagreements, he found the characterization rather incongruous. The girl before him appeared delicate and ethereal, resembling an angel. He had not anticipated that a figure as fearsome as Pei Xiu would associate with such a gentle soul. Ning Ran remained silent, merely offering a faint smile and nod to Qin Zhengqiu, solidifying his belief that Xiaoxing had miscommunicated. Pei Xiu subtly leaned to obscure Ning Ran from Qin Zhengqiu's view, observing Pei Xiu's protective demeanor akin to a wolf guarding its master. Qin Zhengqiu silently mused that it was indeed a matter of great trust. I have arranged for a villa within the base as a gift for you. After all, in these times, finding a suitable place to marry is quite the challenge. The terms gift and marriage resonated with Pei Xiu. Yet he suspected that Qin Zhengqiu's intentions were not merely as straightforward as they appeared. Pei Xiu remained silent, continuing to sip his tea. However, Qin Zhengqiu was acutely aware that his ulterior motives had been discerned. Xiaoxing had mentioned that all four of Pei Xiu's companions possessed extraordinary abilities, and their presence at Base 1 could indeed prove advantageous. Moreover, since the moment he laid eyes on Pei Xiu, Qin Zhengqiu had sensed an extraordinary strength emanating from him. Even as an A-grade lightning ability user, he could not help but feel the aura of pressure exuded by Pei Xiu. The base chief was certainly playing a shrewd game. Pei Xiu placed his teacup down, gently rubbing his thumb against his fingertip. Qin Zhengqiu, taking the teapot from the table, poured more tea for him, resuming their conversation. This endeavor poses no detriment to you. Simply consider it a favor to me, for I am aware that you will not be lacking in accommodations. He paused for a moment, realizing that his subtle intentions were laid bare, and thus opted for candor. Xiaoxing once remarked that your abilities are formidable. If you were to reside at the base, not only would it stabilize the morale of its inhabitants, but also those antiquated leaders would find solace in the knowledge that I have 4 potent psychics on my side. Consider it a favor to me, and should the day arise when you wish to depart, I shall not impede your departure. Pei Xiu discerned that Qin Zhengqiu spoke the truth. He understood the nature of the man before him, or else he would not have agreed to sit here today. Qin Zhengqiu beckoned, and Shenyun produced a key. This key belonged to one of the villas in the residential area behind the central office building. It offered a splendid view and ample privacy. Should it not meet your expectations, it can be exchanged at any time. Shenyun presented the key to Duanze. He glanced at Pei Xiu, and, upon receiving a nod of approval, accepted the key. Qin Zhengqiu beamed with delight as the 4 accepted the keys. Lin Yan, feeling a pang of hunger, casually took a piece from the assortment of snacks on the table and popped it into his mouth. He coughed, straining his neck. Had it not been for Duanze pouring him a glass of water, he feared he might choke. With a smile gracing his lips, Qin Zhengqiu enthusiastically praised. What do you think? These potato cakes were made by my wife. They are hearty and filling, perfect for when hunger strikes. Lin Yan found himself at a loss for words. They were indeed filling, but the taste was rather peculiar, not unpleasant. Yet the sensation of nearly choking left him with an odd feeling of near death. Did those enamored by love truly lack a sense of taste? Should one not sample the dish before extolling its virtues? The culinary skills here could rival those of his sister-in-law. Chapter 53. The Photograph. As mealtime approached, Shenyun stepped forward to remind Qin Zhengqiu. Base leader, I have arranged a welcome banquet in the dining hall. We may proceed there now. Qin Zhengqiu rose, nodding as he turned to Pei Xiu and the others. Let us go. Although our ingredients are currently limited, the chefs at the base dining hall are quite skilled. Pei Xiu, holding Ning Ran's hand, wore an enigmatic smile as they followed Qin Zhengqiu towards the elevator. Although the dining hall was situated in the outer city, it was not far from the inner city, nestled at its edge. Adjacent to the dining hall was a small trading market where various daily necessities were exchanged. As noon approached, many individuals from the base converged towards the dining hall. Qin Zhengqiu, Shenyun and their party, comprising Pei Xiu, Ning Ran, Duanze, and Lin Yan entered a private room on the second floor through a back entrance meant solely for the dining staff. The private rooms were few in number, requiring advance reservations at a steep price, accessible only to the elite. Most of the ingredients for the meals had to be brought in by the diners themselves. As soon as the group settled in, Shen Yun led the head chef into the room. The chef was of short stature and plump, adorned with a tall white hat. After a brief greeting with Qin Zhengqiu, he departed to prepare the meal. Qin Zhengqiu wiped his hands with a wet towel provided by a nearby staff member and remarked to Pei Xiu. This chef once prepared banquets for the nation before the apocalypse. I dare say he is second to none in culinary prowess. Pei Xiu nodded lightly, engaging in casual conversation with Qin Zhengqiu. Moments later, dining staff began bringing dishes into the room. Due to the scarcity of ingredients in the post-apocalyptic world, only simple home-style dishes could be prepared. However, the chef's skill rendered each dish visually appealing and fragrant. Qin Zhengqiu rotated the table, presenting a selection of the chef's specialties before Pei Xiu and his companions. Do take a taste. At this, Pei Xiu lifted his chopsticks, serving some to Ning Ran. She found the flavor delightful. Outside, a melodious and prolonged chime resonated, signaling the commencement of mealtime. The chatter around them increased in intensity. This was the sound announcing the opening of the base dining hall, and the soundproofing was far from adequate. Shen Yun adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles and explained. His appearance not particularly handsome but imbued with an intellectual charm that did not render him frail. Ning Ran regarded Shen Yun, feeling as if she had encountered him in a past life, though uncertain. Since her rebirth, memories from her previous life had begun to fade. She vaguely recalled searching for supplies while Shen Yun seemed to be seeking someone, his relative, who had perished. Ning Ran recalled Qin Zhengqiu mentioning that Shen Yun and Xiao Xing were cousins, and she found herself momentarily lost in thought as she gazed in Shen Yun's direction. Pei Xiu placed a piece of meat in Ning Ran's bowl. Ran. Hearing Pei Xiu's voice snapped her back to reality. Qin Zhengqiu, who had been drinking water, coughed, questioning whether he truly heard Pei Xiu speak. Observing the unperturbed reactions of Duanzhe and Lin Yan, he pondered if he had imagined it. After the meal, Qin Zhengqiu returned to the central office to resume his duties, instructing Shen Yun to escort Pei Xiu and the others back to the villa. The villa area lay directly behind the central office building, an expansive space filled with numerous villas. Each villa was suitably spaced apart, ensuring a high degree of privacy. The villa assigned to Pei Xiu, Ning Ran, Duanzhe, and Lin Yan was situated in a quiet corner of the area, surrounded by few residents. Shen Yun led the four into the villa. The structure was neither too large nor too small, comprising 3 floors, ample space for 4 occupants. Inside the wrought iron, intricately designed gate lay a modest front yard, leading to a classically decorated European-style villa. As they walked inside, Shen Yun remarked, "Although the base leader has personal motives in wanting you to stay and assist, the location of this villa was chosen by him long ago. At that time, he was uncertain whether you would arrive at the base, but he wished to express his gratitude for your informing him of the apocalypse. So, he reserved the spot for you. Henceforth, this villa will belong to you. Please extend our gratitude to the base leader for this arrangement." Duanzhe replied with a smile. Just then, a staff member from the base rushed in, bearing 4 identification documents, which he handed to Shen Yun before bowing and departing. Shen Yun passed the 4 documents to Duanzhe. "These are the resident permits for the inner city. The base leader has issued a directive allowing you 4 to freely enter and exit all areas of the base." Duanzhe accepted the documents. After Shen Yun outlined the basic layout of the villa and bid them farewell, he exited the premises. A military off-road vehicle was already parked in the front yard. Given the harsh external conditions and the strict regulations of the first base, along with its comprehensive security measures, it was deemed safe. Pei Xiu, Ning Ran, and their companions intended to make the first base their permanent residence. The villa felt somewhat empty inside, prompting Ning Ran to retrieve the furniture she had previously stored in her space, placing it in the living room, kitchen, and each of their respective rooms. Pei Xiu followed her lead, assisting in arranging the furnishings. Lin Yan carried the energy defense system up to the top floor, intending to activate the defense barrier. The base provided water and electricity only during limited hours, from 7 to 8:30 in the morning and 6 to 8 in the evening. The solar energy defense system operates on solar power, requiring merely a modest absorption of sunlight during the day to function continuously for 48 hours. However, their daily lives still rely on electricity and water. At this moment, Duanze is in the underground storage room of the villa, installing a generator. As for the water supply, there is no need for concern, given that Ning Ran possesses water-based abilities. The villa comprises 3 stories. Pei Xiu, Duanze, and Lin Yan reside on the 2nd floor, while Ning Ran occupies a room on the 3rd floor. The 1st floor is dedicated to the living room and a semi-open kitchen, which leads to a quaint backyard through the kitchen's glass door. After tidying up the villa, the 4 of them conducted a thorough inspection of the premises, confirming safety before returning indoors. Having traversed through layers of snow for several days, Ning Ran and her companions felt quite fatigued and retreated to their respective rooms to rest. After a refreshing shower, Ning Ran retrieved some clothing from her spatial storage, intending to organize it in the wardrobe. While sorting through her belongings, an old photo album tumbled out from among her discarded clothes. As she opened the ancient album, she was greeted by a collection of faded photographs. Staring intently at the images, she momentarily lost her train of thought. Just as she resolved to close the album and return it to its place, a picture slipped out from its compartment, an old group photo taken during her childhood at the orphanage. Having grown up in the orphanage, she was indifferent to the many faces captured in the photo. As she attempted to return the picture, something caught her eye, causing her hand to freeze in place. The image depicted a young Ning Ran, around 5 or 6 years old, with 2 playful pigtails. Adorning her pigtails was a beautiful pink headband embellished with delicate black lace trim. Recalling a memory, Ning Ran retrieved a similar pink headband from her spatial storage. The headband in her palm mirrored the one in the photograph, save for its slight wear. Every detail remained identical. Chapter 54. Is Brother shy? Unbeknownst to her, Ning Ran found herself seated on the floor, fixated on the old photograph and the pink headband. She began to compare the figures in the group photo with her memories, ultimately locking her gaze on a boy standing beside her, clad in a similar dress. It appeared that the orphanage was hosting some sort of evening gathering. She was joyfully holding a small cake, while the boy beside her exhibited a rosy-cheeked demeanor, with remnants of cake smeared on his face, his eyes directed toward her. Ning Ran endeavored to retrieve the boy's identity from her memory, but all she could recall was that he had seemingly appeared at the orphanage out of nowhere, only to vanish just as suddenly. He was quite the introverted child, and it took her considerable time to engage him in conversation.
The boy?
Pei Xiu? With the photograph in hand, Ning Ran rushed towards the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the sight of Pei Xiu, poised to knock. His face lit up with a smile upon seeing her. Ran, he said, as he gently wrapped his arms around her waist, ushering her into the room, and deftly closed the door behind them. He leaned down to plant a soft kiss near her ear. Ning Ran leaned back, one hand covering Pei Xiu's approaching lips, while the other held the photograph up for him to see. Pei Xiu, mindful of her balance, carefully supported her. Upon noticing the picture in her hand, which featured the boy in a dress, he inquired, "Did you remember, Ran?" Ning Ran nodded, her gaze flickering to Pei Xiu's slightly flushed earlobes. No wonder he had been so proud and reluctant to disclose this. He must have felt shy about wearing a dress. Ning Ran playfully wrapped her arms around Pei Xiu's neck and playfully nibbled at his reddening neck. "Brother, are you shy?" Pei Xiu's ears turned an even deeper shade of crimson. As he looked at Ning Ran, time seemed to collapse, merging the present with the memory of the little girl who had always chased after him, incessantly calling him brother. With a subtle movement, he tightened his embrace around Ning Ran's waist, lifting her effortlessly and guiding her towards the bed, gently laying her down. Ning Ran attempted to rise, but Pei Xiu held her firmly in place. "So heavy," she murmured, her voice soft and laced with a hint of playfulness. Pei Xiu's heart fluttered, as if struggling to contain the wild beast within. Lowering his head beside her, he exhaled a long breath, attempting to suppress his desires as he loosened his grip on her slightly. Ning Ran, now free from restraint, agilely crawled up and nestled against his chest, blissfully unaware of the turmoil he was enduring. "How did you end up in a girl's dress?" Ning Ran asked innocently. At her question, Pei Xiu's expression shifted to one of mild grievance, tinged with a hint of melancholy. "It was you, Ran, who insisted that I wear it. If I hadn't, you would have cried." "Cried?" The distant memory resurfaced in Ning Ran's mind, her cheeks flushing in unison with Pei Shiyu's. She finally recalled that day during the Mid-Autumn Festival at the orphanage, when the director had prepared outfits for all the children. She had indeed been crying and insisting that Pei Shiyu wear the same dress as hers. When he had refused, her tears had been so relentless that even the director could not console her. Eventually, to placate her, Pei Shiyu had reluctantly donned the dress.
So,
When you first saw me, you recognized me right away. Pei Shiyu nodded, his eyes brimming with warmth.
yes.
He paused for a moment, reminiscing about the day they had reunited. He had been somewhat incredulous, never expecting to see his Rand once more. He had long sought her, searching through the vast sea of people, yet finding nothing, until, at last, she reappeared before him. Unable to believe his eyes, he had sought verification, only to finally accept the truth upon seeing her details. Pei Shiyu caressed Ning Ran's cheek, continuing, Ran, I have been searching for you all this time. And, if you hadn't found me, then I would have kept searching. I would eventually find you. Ning Ran gazed into Pei Shiyu's eyes, which were as dark as an abyss, yet softened like water when directed towards her. She understood that, true to his nature, Pei Shiyu would never cease his search. A thought flickered through her mind. Had he been searching for her in their previous lives? Would the Pei Shiyu, who had not found her, have felt heartbroken? Her tone grew somber, her curiosity about Pei Shiyu's past bubbling to the surface. Why did you suddenly leave the orphanage? There was no warning. Where did you go? Why did you disappear? Ning Ran vaguely remembered that she had only recently entered the orphanage when Pei Shiyu, her first friend, vanished. She had searched for him in tears, but to no avail. Yet, Pei Shiyu seemed reluctant to broach the subject, diverting her attention instead. He pulled her into his embrace, peppering her with gentle kisses, his broad palms exploring her form tenderly, having done everything but what should not be done. Weary. Ning Ran found herself too lethargic even to lift her fingers, nestling in Pei Shiyu's embrace. With a face of contentment, Pei Shiyu, despite his efforts to restrain himself, could not help but feel like a beast. Yet there was nothing inherently wrong with being a beast. Pei Shiyu gazed down at Ning Ran, who, though visibly exhausted to the point of barely keeping her eyes open, persistently inquired, Where did you go, darling? Did you fare well? Was anyone unkind to you? After a prolonged moment of silence, Pei Shiyu gently pressed a kiss to her lips, devoid of any desire, yet imbued with profound tenderness and care. Do you truly wish to know, my dear? He responded. Ning Ran's voice, somewhat hoarse and laced with a playful tone, melted Pei Shiyu's heart. Even if Ning Ran demanded his very life at that moment, he would have willingly sacrificed it without a second thought. With a soft sigh, Pei Shiyu yielded to his little angel. He did not wish to withhold the truth from her, but rather to spare her the burden of those painful memories. Chapter 55. The mutated crow. Pei Shiyu covered Ning Ran's weary eyes with his hand, darkness slowly creeping into his gaze. Her long eyelashes fluttered, brushing against his palm, eliciting a gentle itch. He heard her whisper, I was taken away by my biological father. That old man seduced my mother in his youth, and thus I came to be. He shirked his responsibilities and abandoned her, later fleeing to a foreign land. After my mother fell ill and passed away, I was left without guardianship and entered an orphanage. The old man thrived abroad for several years, but after suffering injuries that rendered him unable to bear offspring.
He remembered me.
And then, Ning Ran's voice was barely above a whisper. She had not made a sound for a while, causing Pei Shiyu to think she had drifted off to sleep. After a brief pause, he continued. Eventually, that old man fell into a cycle of heavy drinking. His emotions spiraled out of control, and he died. Pei Shiyu succinctly recounted the memories, deliberately omitting the details of the old man's demise, not wishing to burden his precious one with such unpleasant truths. For him, those memories were not worth retaining. Only Ning Ran remained his sole treasure. Sleep now, my dear. It is quite late, he urged, suppressing the bitterness within him. As he withdrew his hand from her eyes, he discovered that she had already succumbed to slumber. Just moments ago, she had been conversing, and yet within minutes, she had fallen asleep. Pei Shiyu gazed at Ning Ran, his heart brimming with affection. His eyes filled with tenderness. His little angel was truly adorable. Though the first base had not been established for long, its operational regulations were well structured. and its organizational management was orderly. Having received information prior to the apocalypse, despite the brevity of preparation time, it had amassed a certain degree of armed strength. Compared to the myriad bases established during the apocalypse, it stood as a top-tier entity. The surrounding zombies had mostly been cleared by patrolling personnel, and the thick layer of snow had ensnared the undead within its depths. With the absence of the incessant growling of zombies, Ning Ran enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Awakening to the early hours of the next day at 6 o'clock. Outside, a dense fog enveloped the surroundings, shrouded in a grayish veil of night. Having skipped dinner the previous night, Ning Ran's stomach began to rumble. Pei Shiyu was already awake, the pillow still warm with the imprint of his presence. As she reached out, she felt that he must have risen only recently. Caw, caw. The sound of a bird cawing interrupted her thoughts. A small, entirely black crow perched on the balcony outside. After donning her clothes, Ning Ran opened the glass door to the balcony. Their Villa's energy defense system ensured that nothing could enter undetected. Thus, it could only be concluded that the little crow had been hiding in some corner of the villa, unnoticed by them. The crow was small, likely just hatched, and most notably, its eyes were crimson, with remnants of rotting flesh clinging to its beak. Ning Ran recalled that the first animals to mutate among flora and fauna were scavengers, rats, little crows, and vultures, to name a few. Upon noticing her presence, the little crow was startled and attempted to take flight. Ning Ran extended her hand, casually conjuring a water sphere that enveloped the entire crow. The crow struggled for a moment within the watery confines before falling still. Utilizing her water-based abilities, she cradled the water sphere containing the crow in her palm as she descended the stairs. Pei Shiyu and Duanze were in the kitchen preparing breakfast, while Lin Yan lay sprawled on the living room sofa, still asleep. Upon seeing Ning Ran descend with something in her hand, Pei Shiyu approached, and Duanze followed closely behind.
What is that?
Pei Shiyu inquired, still holding a stalk of green vegetable, unable to set it down in time. This is a mutated crow infected with the virus, Ning Ran replied as she joined them by the sofa. Pei Shiyu scrutinized the crow's red eyes. Duanze roused Lin Yan from his slumber and fetched a small round fishbowl for Ning Ran, instructing her to place the water sphere and the crow inside. Where did you find it? On the balcony. Ning Ran rotated the water sphere, allowing it to float into the air before it accurately landed in the small fishbowl. Lin Yan, curious about the deceased crow, reached out to touch it, only to be met with Ning Ran's swift intervention. Do not touch it. The virus it carries can be contagious. Though it lacks the 90 transmissibility of the zombies, it still poses a significant risk, Ning Ran cautioned. Startled, Lin Yan promptly withdrew his hand. Pei Shiyu observed the crow, submerged and suffocated in the water. Let us eat first. After breakfast, we shall conduct a thorough inspection of the entire villa, especially the corners. Although we surveyed the villa yesterday, it was merely a cursory check for potential hazards. It is clear now that we must meticulously search every nook and cranny. This little crow appeared to be freshly hatched, without any siblings or parents in sight. After their meal, the night receded and the dense fog dissipated by half. In the villa's front yard and back garden, there was little vegetation. The few patches of weeds still bore frost. Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran meticulously searched every corner of both the front and backyards, finding nothing amiss. Duanze and Lin Yan emerged from the house, with Lin Yan bouncing excitedly towards Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran.
Boss.
We searched every room on all 3 floors and even the basement. There are no anomalies. Just as he finished speaking, the energy defense system overhead emitted an alarm signal due to an external impact. The 4 of them looked up to see a large crow colliding with a defensive barrier, its beak clenching onto food, likely a meal for the little crow. Pei Shiyu and the others made their way to the entrance. Upon opening the ornate iron gate, black mist began to surge rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the large crow was swiftly dispatched and fell to the ground. Duanze, Pei Shiyu called, prompting him to step forward. Take these 2 crows to Qinzhengchu. If the mutated crow can transmit the virus, and a survivor within the base is unfortunately attacked and infected without timely detection, the entire base could be at risk of falling. Duanze nodded, carefully wrapping the 2 corpses of the mutated crows, one from the fish tank and the other just felled, before driving off in the off-road vehicle towards the central office building. After his departure, Ning Ran retrieved a collection of defensive materials such as wooden planks, iron sheets, and electric nets from her space. These items had been dismantled from her quaint villa when she left City C. Although the solar energy defense system was remarkably robust, capable of continuous operation for 48 hours on solar energy alone, the erratic weather of the apocalypse posed a significant threat should the sun fail to shine for several days. The system might cease to function, necessitating additional preparations. Chapter 56. The Pastry Shop. Lin Yan scurried about the villa's walls with the agility of a monkey. He nearly tumbled down, but was fortunately caught by Pei Shiyu's shadow just in time to avoid a nasty bump on his head. Below, Ning Ran was cutting wooden boards while Pei Shiyu was installing the electric nets on the other end. When Duanze returned, the trio had just completed their tasks. Having reinforced the villa's walls and installed the electric nets, Duanze gazed at the villa, transformed in such a short time. Had it not been for Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and Lin Yan standing at the entrance, he might have doubted whether he had found the right door. Lin Yan handed him a matcha-flavored ice cream. Duanze accepted it, observing Lin Yan as he eagerly devoured 2 strawberry-flavored popsicles. Truly, as a fire-type ability user, Lin Yan's appetite was far more voracious than that of ordinary folk.
How are things?
Pei Shiyu inquired, standing beside Ning Ran, holding 2 skewers of candied hawthorns that seemed incongruous with his demeanor. I've already delivered the crow's corpses to the research laboratory at the base after a brief discussion with Commander Qin. Additionally, I've ordered the construction of bird-repelling devices, which will be installed throughout the base. Duanze relayed in one breath, snatching a candied hawthorn from Lin Yan and savoring its sweet and tangy flavor. Pei Shiyu nodded, leading Ning Ran inside. Duanze followed closely, reminding Lin Yan, who was preoccupied with his snack, to close the door. Lin Yan was a whirlwind of activity, his mouth full as he struggled to manage his belongings, nearly tripping over himself before finally securing the door and rushing to catch up with the others. The base's efficiency proved commendable. Within a few days, the bird-repelling devices had been constructed. However, due to the haste, their numbers were limited, only sufficient to temporarily ward off the birds near the base. Nonetheless, Pei Shiyu's insights prompted Commander Qin Zhengqiu to recognize the gravity of the issue. He planned to assemble a team of specialists to construct 8 large ultrasonic bird-repelling devices atop the base's walls, ensuring they would no longer have to fear attacks from mutated avians. Commander Qin convened a meeting to discuss the proposal, with the expectation of completing the installation of all 8 devices within a fortnight. In light of the recent appearance of the mutated crows, the base's patrols had been diligently searching for any other avian anomalies lurking within. As the saying goes, no wall is impenetrable to whispers. Moreover, in places bustling with people, news travels swiftly. Despite efforts to prevent panic among the populace, the information inevitably leaked. For the past few days, unease had gripped the base. Even the sight of a single feathered creature sent individuals scurrying in fright. Ning Ran surveyed the situation through binoculars. The usually bustling crowds had dwindled to half their size. Clearly frightened by the news of the mutated crows, retreating into their homes in fear, Pei Shiyu and Duanze made their way to the central office building, where Shun Yun had sent word to Commander Qin about matters requiring discussion. At that moment, the villa housed only Ning Ran and Lin Yan. Lin Yan sprawled on the sofa of the rooftop balcony, watching Ning Ran intently tinkering with her observational equipment. With the boss and brother Duan gone, shall we venture out for some fun? Ning Ran was disinterested and was about to decline when Lin Yan continued. On the day we arrived at the base, I overheard Shen Yun mention a small pastry shop in the outer city market that sells traditional confections made by skilled artisans. As he spoke, Lin Yan's mouth watered, prompting Ning Ran to rise and walk to his side. Let us go. Lin Yan, noticing a shadow blocking the sunlight, opened his eyes to see Ning Ran descending the stairs and hurried to follow her. The off-road vehicle had been driven away by Pei Shiyu and Duanze, and conjuring a vehicle from thin air would raise suspicions, so the two opted to walk towards the outer city. Ning Ran contemplated finding an opportunity to retrieve a vehicle from her space on their next outing. The streets of the inner city were sparsely populated, save for the patrol teams making their rounds, with occasional vehicles entering and exiting. However, once they crossed the boundary into the outer city, the crowd density increased significantly. The small trading market was bustling yet chaotic. Despite the presence of patrol teams, theft and robbery were rampant. As Ning Ran led the second thief she caught, only to have him collide with a passerby, she tossed him to the patrol as she surveyed her surroundings and inquired of Lin Yan, "Are we there yet?" Lin Yan, only vaguely aware of the location from Shen Yun's description, shook his head and stopped a patrol officer. "Excuse me, do you know where the pastry shop selling traditional confections is located?" The patrol officer, well acquainted with the market, recognized the establishment from Lin Yan's description, especially since Ning Ran and Lin Yan had just assisted in apprehending a thief, earning them some goodwill. "Just walk another 70 or 80 meters ahead, and you'll find it. Would you like me to have someone guide you?" "No, no." Lin Yan waved his hands in refusal. "You carry on.
We can find it ourselves."
Though he lacked a sense of direction, he was confident in traversing 70 or 80 meters. After the patrol team departed with the thief, Ning Ran and Lin Yan headed in the direction indicated. As they turned, they could still hear the patrol officer lightly kicking the thief's calf, admonishing him, "You again? What do you have to say for yourself? This time, you'll clean the restrooms at the base. If you don't do it well, you'll find yourself inside. Next time you're caught, the consequences won't be so lenient." The officer's subtly threatening voice faded into the distance. Minutes later, Ning Ran and Lin Yan stood before the pastry shop. The establishment was modestly decorated, before the apocalypse. Lin Yan might have thought it merely an old wooden shack from a bygone era, yet in the current world, it seemed quite normal. The shop was not crowded, and the selection of pastries was limited to about 4 or 5 varieties. A sign nearby indicated 2 pounds of flour for half a pound of pastries, 1 pound of sugar for half a pound of pastries. Ning Ran understood why the shop had so few patrons. In the apocalypse, even securing basic sustenance was a challenge, let alone trading 2 pounds of flour for half a pound of pastries. Lin Yan stood before the glass display case, eyeing the assortment of pastries. Although their appearance was unremarkable, they emitted a delightful aroma. Ning Ran stepped behind him, addressing the elderly man with graying hair in his 50s behind the counter. "Could you please pack a bit of each?" She unzipped her backpack, retrieving several pounds of flour and 2 pounds of sugar. The limited capacity of her bag meant she could only produce these items. On their way back to the villa, they chose not to retrace their steps, but instead took a slightly different route that led them past the task center in the outer city. Chapter 57. The Jade for Storage. The task center was bustling with activity. The colossal display screen at the entrance showcases a myriad of task information. Those who accept and successfully complete a task may return to the task center to claim their corresponding rewards. Conversely, if a task remains uncompleted, it will be reposted on the display screen. All risks incurred during the execution of these tasks are solely borne by the task taker. The tasks vary in scale and difficulty, ranging from undertaking arduous missions amidst hordes of corpses at external bases to simpler endeavors such as retrieving a cat from a tree. Additionally, there are construction tasks designated by the base, which offer rewards that are neither too meager nor overly generous, and are considered significantly safer than missions outside the base, thus attracting considerable interest. Ning Ran and Lin Yan, intrigued, approached the task display screen, which was surrounded by numerous individuals selecting tasks that suited them. Ning Ran scanned the information on the screen, ultimately fixating on a star-rated task highlighted in red. All tasks on the display are categorized into 2 types: ordinary tasks and those designated as star-rated tasks, which are either issued by the base's authorities or are of exceptionally high difficulty. The number of star-rated tasks is limited, with only 7 or 8 listed, and the one Ning Ran noticed was positioned at the very top. Lin Yan clearly recognized this prominent star-rated task as well. He tugged at Ning Ran's sleeve and whispered, "That task pertains to a jade stone storage space." Ning Ran nodded silently, her expression turning somewhat grave. The task information explicitly noted its release date, 59 days prior. This indicated that no one had claimed the task during this time, or perhaps someone had accepted it but failed to complete it, resulting in its reposting. Lin Yan glanced around and, taking out a few large white rabbit candies, offered them to a nearby person to inquire, "Is that conspicuous red star-rated task genuine? Is a jade stone capable of storage truly so extraordinary?" The passerby, eyeing the candies that were a rare find in the apocalypse, responded warmly, "Of course it's real." If anyone dared to post false information on the task display, they would face severe penalties. Moreover, this task is officially sanctioned by the base, so there's no doubt about it. As for jade stones transforming into storage spaces, in this day and age, where even abilities exist, is that really so surprising? The passerby's voice rose slightly. Lin Yan nodded, conceding that the individual's last statement held some merit, if abilities could manifest. Then a jade stone storage space was hardly far-fetched. However, he pondered, why had no one accepted this task? Who said no one has taken it? Look at the task location, a research institute in the southern suburbs of V City. That institute fell into chaos at the onset of the apocalypse, and very few managed to escape. It is said that armed forces are stationed there, and the mutated zombies are far more formidable than the average ones. Previously, someone accepted the task but never returned. According to their companions, they were gruesomely devoured by zombies. The passerby sighed, feigning regret. Have you not heard of this? Lin Yan shook his head. The passerby displayed a knowing expression. You must be newcomers to the base. Lin Yan nodded, slightly dazed. Seeing that the conversation had reached its limit, the passerby hurriedly departed, eager to avoid any change of heart from Lin Yan regarding the candies. Ning Ran turned to Lin Yan, her expression unexpectedly serious. Let us accept this task. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded vigorously. The earlier conversation highlighted that the zombies at the Southern Suburb Research Institute were indeed more formidable, suggesting a greater potential for them to find more crystal cores. Observing the throng of people around them, Ning Ran stepped back, withdrawing with Lin Yan. Let us head back and inform Shiryu and Duanze. The two returned just before noon, encountering Pei Shiryu and Duanze, who had just disembarked from a vehicle. Ran. Pei Shiryu called as he approached Ning Ran with his long strides. Ning Ran retrieved some pastries from her bag and pressed them into Pei Shiryu's hands before he could adopt a pouting demeanor. Here for you. She wore a sweet and obedient expression. Pei Shiryu, captivated by her charm, was too enchanted to inquire further. Seizing the moment, Ning Ran recounted. Lin Yan and I spotted a star-rated task at the task center concerning storage jade stones. She elaborated on the details, gazing up at Pei Shiryu with eager eyes. Pei Shiryu gently caressed her cheek. Do you wish to undertake it? Ning Ran nodded, her gaze earnest. Lin Yan chimed in, standing beside Duanze. Yes. Let us go. I've heard the zombies there are fierce. We could gather crystal cores. No sooner had he spoken than Duanze tugged him by the collar, leading him back to the villa, fully aware of his role as an unwelcome third wheel. Pei Shiryu turned his attention back to Ning Ran after watching Duanze and Lin Yan retreat into the villa. Very well, we shall go. Ning Ran visibly brightened, taking Pei Shiryu's hand as they proceeded toward the villa. Given that the star-rated task regarding the storage jade stone was officially sanctioned by the base, Pei Shiryu instructed Duanze to gather further information from Qin Zhengqiu. Duanze initially ventured alone, but upon his return, he was accompanied by 3 others. Qin Zhengqiu was seated on the living room sofa, with Xin Yun and a doctor clad in a white lab coat standing behind him. Pei Shiryu was positioned opposite the 3. Boss, the base leader Qin wishes to speak with you personally. Duanze, surprised that his simple inquiry had resulted in Qin Zhengqiu following him back, settled onto a nearby sofa after Pei Shiryu nodded in acknowledgement. Do you truly intend to take on the jade stone storage task? Qin Zhengqiu inquired of Pei Shiryu, his expression serious. Pei Shiryu nonchalantly nodded, prompting Qin Zhengqiu to elaborate. To be candid, this official task is linked to the base's laboratory. Moreover, the jade stones required for the task are located in the highest security lab at the Southern Suburb Research Institute, a place teeming with zombies. An evaluation was conducted, and even if I were to go personally, I fear I would meet my demise before even entering. Otherwise, this task would not have lingered at the task center for so long without anyone claiming it. You know I don't engage in endeavors without certainty. Pei Shiryu's voice was calm, as if no matter the gravity of the situation, it warranted not a flicker of concern from him. Acknowledging Pei Shiryu's resolve, Qin Zhengqiu gestured for the doctor in the white lab coat to step forward. This is Dr. Feng from the base laboratory.
Doctor.
Feng bowed slightly to Pei Shiryu as a sign of respect. Though he was just past 40, he had already grayed significantly. His appearance was unremarkable, but he exuded an aura of a gentle and refined gentleman. Pei Shiryu nodded, inviting him to sit. Chapter 58. May you return safely. Ning Ran emerged from the open kitchen, carrying a plate of dried fruits, with Lin Yan trailing behind, his mouth stuffed full. As Pei Shiyu noticed Ning Ran's arrival, he rose to assist her in placing the fruit platter filled with dried fruits upon the table, gently taking her hand and guiding her to sit beside him.
Lin Yan,
Oblivious to the unfolding scene, found an unoccupied seat and was about to start preparing pancakes when Pei Shiyu cast him a pointed glance, prompting him to sit up straight. Pei Shiyu delicately held Ning Ran's fingers within his palm, signaling Dr. Feng to continue his discourse, which had been interrupted. Dr. Feng nodded, his voice tinged with a hint of weariness. Before the apocalypse, I served at the research institute in the southern suburbs, collaborating with my mentor on studies of meteorites. He paused momentarily, lost in reminiscence. By a stroke of fate, my mentor procured a meteorite that had plummeted to our planet a century prior. This meteorite was peculiar, its composition reminiscent of jade, and my mentor had kept it at the institute for further examination. Unfortunately, when the apocalypse erupted, he became trapped within the research facility. In his final moments, he sent me a last email, meticulously detailing the studies concerning the jade-like meteorite. My mentor discovered that, following the onset of the apocalypse, the previously murky jade began to clarify, forming a space for storage. Initially, I found this hard to believe, yet my mentor was a man of integrity and scholarly rigor. He had no reason to fabricate such a tale on the brink of death. Dr. Feng gazed earnestly at those surrounding him, seemingly seeking their belief in his words. After receiving the email, I intended to reach out to my mentor for confirmation. However, from that moment onward, all communications across the planet ceased. Not long after, news arrived that the entire Southern Suburb Research Institute had fallen, with no survivors. Fortunately, my mentor had entrusted me with a piece of jade-sized meteorite, instructing me to take it to an exhibition in a neighboring city. Dr. Feng looked towards Qin Zhengqiu, who nodded and continued, I had my people investigate. At the time of the apocalypse, the meteorite from the exhibition was taken by a staff member. Subsequently, that individual awakened their powers and, due to their ostentatious behavior, became known for possessing a stone capable of storage. The inquiry was conducted by my trusted confidant, so there is no error in this. Pei Shiyu exchanged a glance with Ning Ran, silently communicating. Upon seeing her nod in agreement, he turned towards Duanze, instructing him to present the storage ring with a casual demeanor. This ring was an accidental acquisition. It allows for storage. Duanze produced a hammer from within the storage ring. Dr. Feng adjusted his glasses, seemingly in disbelief, and rubbed his eyes. Though he had faith in his mentor, witnessing the process of storage with the jade meteorite was still astonishing. May I have a look? Dr. Feng implored, his gaze earnest as he looked at Duanze. Duanze glanced at Ning Ran, and upon receiving her nod, he handed over the storage ring. Dr. Feng cradled the ring carefully in his hands, scrutinizing the pale green jade with utmost caution, as if fearing it might shatter at the slightest misstep. Ning Ran, seated beside Pei Shiyu, appeared calm and obedient. The jade upon this ring was murky before the apocalypse, yet after, it became crystalline and formed a small storage space. Dr. Feng's expression was one of fervent excitement as he produced a magnifying glass from seemingly nowhere, fixated on the jade meteorite, eager to peer closer. Indeed, this is precisely the type of meteorite. After confirming, Dr. Feng cautiously returned the ring. Qin Zhengqiu regarded Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, Duanze, and Lin Yan. The jade storage meteorite from the Southern Suburb Research Institute is substantial, roughly the size of 3 footballs. If we could indeed retrieve that storage jade meteorite, it would be immensely beneficial for transporting supplies to the base. However, his expression faltered again. The Southern Suburb Research Institute is exceedingly perilous. Prior to the apocalypse, it was the most secretive research facility on the planet, thus fortified with the highest security. The mutated zombies there are exceptionally formidable. Moreover, the jade meteorite you seek is housed within the most secure laboratory of the Institute. Qin Zhengqiu could not resist confirming once more. Observing that Pei Shiyu and the others remained undeterred, he sighed softly. Very well, this task, which has lingered on the mission display board due to its prolonged lack of attention, I had almost decided to retract. If you truly intend to venture to the Southern Suburb Research Institute, it would indeed be a significant aid to the base. He gestured, and Shun Yun stepped forward, holding an information card. This is Dr. Feng's information card. It will grant you access to the laboratory entrance. Pei Shiyu exchanged a glance with Duanze, encouraging him to accept the information card. Qin Zhengqiu lifted a teacup from the table to moisten his throat and continued. As compensation for your efforts, a portion of the jade meteorite will be allocated to you, along with additional supplies as remuneration. I hope for your safe return. Thank you. Pei Shiyu nodded appreciatively. Qin Zhengqiu stood, preparing to escort Shen Yun and Dr. Feng away. He recognized that Pei Shiyu and his companions possessed formidable skills. Even if they remained at the base without taking action, their presence would instill a degree of caution in others regarding his position as the base leader. The Southern Suburb Research Institute is fraught with danger. The chance of survival in retrieving the jade meteorite is nearly non-existent. Thus, despite the considerable benefits to the base, Qin Zhengqiu was reluctant for Pei Shiyu and his team to embark. Yet, he had previously promised Pei Shiyu not to obstruct their comings and goings. With preparations complete, Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, Duanzhe, and Lin Yan set off to leave the base. The early morning sun had yet to fully ascend when Duanzhe drove the vehicle to the villa's entrance. Pei Shiyu carefully placed Ning Ran, wrapped in a thick blanket and still half asleep, into the back seat of the off-road vehicle, ensuring she could continue her slumber. Lin Yan secured the door and, resembling a spirit still not fully returned, drifted into the vehicle. The villa was equipped with a solar energy defense system. Apart from the four of them, no one could breach it, allowing them to rest easy. Duanzhe took the wheel while Pei Shiyu occupied the passenger seat. The four of them traversed the base with ease. Given the early hour, the number of individuals active within the base was minimal, and there were few people queuing at the city gates. Duanzhe maneuvered the vehicle towards a small side gate, and after the staff checked their residence permits, they were swiftly granted passage. The off-road vehicle exited the base's gates, heading towards the rising morning sun, vanishing into the vast horizon. Chapter 59. Why haven't they awoken yet? The staff closed the small gate, and a newcomer approached the worker. The newcomer eagerly offered a cigarette. The worker accepted it, not immediately lighting it but instead inhaling its scent before stowing it in his chest pocket. In the apocalypse, tobacco was an exceedingly rare commodity. A single pack could be exchanged for 10 kilograms of rice or flour in the trading market, sufficient to feed a family of 3 for a week if rationed wisely. Even though the newcomer produced only a generic brand of cigarette, it still signified considerable generosity in these trying times. What? Do you wish to inquire about something? The staff, pleased with the favor received, decided to impart some wisdom to the perceptive newcomer. The newcomer's expression brightened as he asked, "Brother, who were those four in the off-road vehicle? Why were they allowed to leave without any questioning?" The staff member, referred to as brother, slightly raised his chin, wearing an expression that suggested the newcomer was woefully uninformed.
Ha!
Unbeknownst to you, allow me to enlighten you. Those four individuals were personally sanctioned by the base commander to traverse freely throughout the facility, and personnel are instructed not to obstruct them. The newcomer, with an expression of dawning realization, nodded in understanding. The staff member huffed, adopting an admonitory tone. Dare you obstruct? Remember, next time, grant them passage without delay. Otherwise, you risk incurring displeasure, and no one will come to your aid. The newcomer, appearing somewhat bewildered, assented, claiming comprehension. Once they navigated the base and ventured into the wilderness along the route cleared by the first base's personnel, they proceeded through the thick blanket of snow. Due to limited capabilities, after half an hour, the cleared path reached its terminus, compelling Pei Shiyu and his group to forge their own way. The inky mist consumed the obstructing layers of snow. Upon awakening, Lin Yan opened his eyes to a haze enveloping the vehicle's front, feeling as though he had yet to fully rouse from slumber. Duanzhe had already exchanged places with Pei Shiyu, fearing that, aside from Pei Shiyu himself, no one could peer through his shrouded fog, even those endowed with extraordinary vision. "Boss, shall I take the wheel?"
he suggested.
Although his fire-based abilities could melt away a layer of snow, a residual covering would still hinder visibility, yet it would not obscure the daylight entirely. "It's nearly noon. Why is my sister-in-law still asleep?" Lin Yan nodded, convinced of his own reasoning, prompting Pei Shiyu to halt the vehicle for a change of positions. Pei Shiyu had been driving for nearly the entire morning and wished to check on Ning Ran's condition, as she had retired later than usual the previous night, causing him some concern. With an air of bravado, Lin Yan settled into the driver's seat. Duanzhe closed his eyes, lost in thought, while Pei Shiyu took a seat in the last row of the off-road vehicle, cradling Ning Ran in his arms. Noticing her peaceful slumber, he refrained from disturbing her. The Southern Research Institute was situated in the southern outskirts of City B, while the first base lay in the northern suburbs. Given the considerable expanse of City B and the distance between the north and south, the journey was far from short. Even with the snow hindering the undead, few would dare to traverse the city center. During their last visit to the base, for safety's sake, Ning Ran and her companions opted to follow Zheng Yan's convoy along the suburban route. However, this time, they intended to cut straight through the city center. Although the thawed snow would invite more trouble from lurking zombies, the journey would be significantly expedited. As the sun ascended higher into the sky, it gradually climbed to its zenith. At lunchtime, they parked near the urban area and discovered a barbecue restaurant to rest. Snow piled at the entrance, and Lin Yan melted the snow along with the door lock, prompting several zombies to surge forth from within. With a swift motion, he dispatched one, decapitating it, leaving it motionless. Approaching, Lin Yan pried open the zombie's skull, retrieving a first-level crystal core. First-level zombies were somewhat stronger than their ordinary counterparts, exhibiting slightly swifter movements. Yet, for Pei Shiyu and his companions, despite their evolution, they posed no significant difference from regular zombies. A dark liquid seeped from the shadows in the corner of the barbecue restaurant, spreading to every nook and cranny, eliminating the remaining zombies inside. Once assured of their safety, they entered the restaurant. Perhaps due to the prolonged vacancy, a fetid odor of decaying flesh lingered within, though the cold weather had mitigated its intensity. Duanze settled by the window, clearing a space for rest. Lin Yan retrieved a few cushions from the vehicle to lay upon the chairs. Pei Shiyu dismantled nearby tables and stools to kindle a fire. Ning Ran extracted steaming dishes, fresh fruits, and snacks from her storage space for their midday meal. As soon as the food was laid out, Ning Ran paused, her gaze drawn to a distant snow mound outside the window, where two white foxes were nestled. Their pristine white fur rendered them nearly indistinguishable from the snow, making them difficult to spot without close inspection. Ning Ran withdrew her gaze, stepping toward the entrance to alert the others. There are two white foxes outside. Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan halted their activities, following her outside. The foxes, startled by the humans' movements, raised their heads to observe the four before swiftly darting away. Pei Shiyu approached, watching the footprints of the foxes recede into the distance. The apocalypse had not begun long ago, yet it was surprising to see wild animals appearing in the city center. Let us return. The wind is quite fierce outside. Ning Ran grasped Pei Shiyu's hand, guiding him back. Duanze followed closely. Lin Yan raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, musing that the wind was particularly strong today. However, he was unprepared for the fact that after lunch, the winds intensified even further. Observing the howling gales outside, even the withered trees in the green belt were uprooted.
Boss.
It seems we won't be able to travel today, Duanze remarked with a hint of concern, his typically cheerful demeanor replaced by seriousness. Pei Shiyu nodded, surveying the barbecue restaurant. For aesthetic reasons, the establishment's facade was predominantly glass, and now the increasingly fierce winds caused the windows to tremble ominously. This is unsafe. We must seek a new refuge. Initially, they had only intended to stop for lunch, unaware they would encounter such extreme weather. Hearing these words, Duanze promptly unfolded a map on the table. Being close to the city center, the area was filled with shops, leaving little in the way of suitable shelter. Pei Shiyu pondered momentarily before indicating a particular Western restaurant on the map. Let us head there. The restaurant has a small underground parking lot. Ning Ran, Duanze, and Lin Yan turned their attention to the spot Pei Shiyu was pointing at. Although the location of the restaurant was somewhat out of the way, it was not far from their current position, indeed making it an ideal choice. The four friends wasted no time, seizing the moment before the winds grew stronger. They hurriedly gathered their belongings to depart. Pei Shiyu took the wheel, with Lin Yan in the passenger seat using his fire abilities to clear the snow. The withered vegetation along the roadside was whipped about, laying crookedly on the ground. Ning Ran gazed out the window, spotting the two fleeing foxes now crushed beneath a large tree, the snow beneath them stained with crimson blood, their lives extinguished. Chapter 60. The Howling Winds. Duanze studied the map in his hands, glancing at the watch on his wrist. Given the distance from the barbecue restaurant to the Western restaurant and their current driving speed, they would arrive in just a few minutes. The weather in the apocalypse was indeed bizarre and extreme. The morning had been calm, even sunny, yet by the afternoon, a fierce wind began to howl. As the off-road vehicle traversed the snow, the glass windows of a nearby shop shattered, the shards plunging into the snow below. Advertising signs and decorations were swept away by the wind, swirling chaotically. The wind howled, as if intent on manifesting into a tangible force. Pei Shiyu drove steadily and swiftly, guiding the vehicle into the entrance of the underground parking lot of the Western restaurant. The underground parking lot was sparsely populated, devoid of many vehicles or people. Only a few zombies wandered aimlessly. Ning Ran utilized her water abilities to form water needles, targeting the zombies' foreheads. Suddenly, the water needles burst within the zombie skulls, incapacitating them. Lin Yan approached, slicing open the zombie's head to inspect for a crystal core. Despite its unblemished exterior, the zombie's brain oozed a diluted, crimson liquid. No need to look further. There's no crystal core. Ning Ran approached Lin Yan from behind and elucidated. This zombie moves sluggishly, its motion somewhat stiff, indicating it has yet to evolve. Lin Yan nodded and rose to his feet. Pei Shiyu and Duanze approached from opposite directions. They had thoroughly inspected the premises, confirming that this underground parking lot was indeed secure. The four of them gathered various obstacles to barricade the entrance and exit of the parking area. Due to the dim lighting, Lin Yan ignited torches around them. Perhaps because of the confined space, the howling wind outside faded into silence. The unnaturally quiet environment began to instill a sense of panic within them. Ning Ran nestled in Pei Shiyu's embrace, savoring a small cake. The warmth of his hold provided a profound sense of safety. Outside, the relentless wind howled as if it sought to uproot the very ground beneath them. Duanze placed some sweet potatoes into the fire to roast. "Is anyone there? Please, is anyone there?" The voice from outside was muffled by the wind and the barricades. However, the four, being superhumans, could discern it fairly well. Pei Shiyu stood up, adjusted the blanket draped over Ning Ran, and made his way toward the entrance of the underground parking lot. Ning Ran gazed at Pei Shiyu's tall silhouette, hurried a few steps to catch up, and reached for his broad palm. "I want to go too." Pei Shiyu turned to Ning Ran, his gaze warm with gentle amusement. Duanze and Lin Yan, a beat slower to react, dropped what they were holding and quickly followed suit. The voices from outside the barricades grew increasingly urgent. Duanze removed a flood bag, and through the gaps in the other obstacles, he spotted two women standing outside. The fierce wind blew so strongly that it nearly knocked them off their feet. "Who are you?" Duanze's voice was cold. Anyone who could survive in the city center was undoubtedly formidable, regardless of gender. "We are here seeking refuge. The wind is so fierce that it has destroyed the place we were staying, and we had no choice but to run here." The woman speaking had her hair tied back in a neat ponytail. Despite her efforts to appear calm, a flicker of panic was evident in her demeanor. "My name is Xia Ran, and this is Du Ling.
Can you please let us in?"
Xia Ran glanced back at the peeling walls being battered by the wind, struggling to steady herself against the wall. Seeing Xia Ran's words met with silence from the four, Du Ling hurriedly added, "She is a superhuman. We will not be a burden to you. Just let us in to escape the storm." As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Ran appeared momentarily stunned, her brows furrowing slightly as she looked at Du Ling. Du Ling felt a pang of guilt under Xia Ran's gaze, turning her head away to avoid direct eye contact. "Please, let us in. We will perish out here in this wind." A plastic water bottle, tossed by the wind, rolled at their feet, making a clattering sound that further unsettled Du Ling. Pei Shiyu regarded the two women with cold indifference, seeming detached from their plight. The howling wind resembled a wild beast in pursuit. Seeing this, Xia Ran grew anxious. She peered through the narrow gap, looking into the garage. "Are you trying to reach the South Suburb Research Institute? I know the situation there, and might be able to assist you." The four exchanged glances, momentarily halting their movements, assessing Xia Ran. A dark shadow coalesced into a tangible form, spreading like thick ink from Pei Shiyu's feet, wrapping around the women's necks before they could react. Pei Shiyu's gaze turned skeptical, laced with annoyance and severity. "The South Suburb Research Institute?
How do you know about it?"
Xia Ran struggled to breathe, pointing towards the backpack behind Duanze. "That's where the information cards for the South Suburb Research Institute personnel were kept." Duanze glanced at his backpack, which had been left partially unzipped, and indeed, he could see a corner of an information card peeking through. Pei Shiyu remained silent, tightening the shadow's grip. Xia Ran gasped for air, her speech fragmented. My sister worked there before the apocalypse, so I recognized it. Ning Ran noticed that Xia Ran and Du Ling were on the verge of suffocation and tugged at Pei Shiyu's sleeve. Only then did Pei Shiyu release them onto the ground. Ning Ran stepped forward, observing the two women gasping for breath. Both were clad in thick winter coats. With only their hands exposed, their skin reddened by the frigid air that whipped around them. If they were ordinary people, the heavy barricades at the entrance would pose no threat. However, the one named Xia Ran was a superhuman, whose physical capabilities surpassed that of the average person. If they were denied entry, they might resort to breaking through the obstacles in desperation. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Ran seized the opportunity to negotiate. What do you know? She inquired, curiosity lacing her voice. Xia Ran did not hesitate, taking a few breaths before divulging everything she knew. My sister is a staff member at the South Suburb Research Institute. When the apocalypse erupted, she sent me a distress message. Later, after I awakened my powers, I attempted to go there while the snow blocked the zombies' movement, but it was already surrounded by them, and I couldn't get close. Her gaze fell slightly, revealing a hint of sorrow. Ning Ran glanced back at Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan, noticing their nods of understanding before addressing Xia Ran and Du Ling. We can let you in, but you must dispose of any weapons you possess. Furthermore, you can only remain at this entrance once dawn breaks and the wind abates. You must leave immediately. Xia Ran looked up at Ning Ran, gratitude illuminating her eyes as she nodded repeatedly. However, when she heard the stipulation about discarding their weapons, a flicker of hesitation crossed her face. In contrast, Du Ling, upon hearing they could enter, eagerly stood up, discarding her knife without delay and stepping forward. All right. I've thrown everything away. Please let us in quickly. Du Ling's eyes reflected an intense desperation for survival, as if she would do anything to remain alive. Chapter 61. Indeed. My little sister-in-law's teachings were spot on. Duanze and Lin Yan instructed Xia Ran and Du Ling to step back a few paces, clearing some of the obstacles to create a narrow gap wide enough for the two women to squeeze through. The howling wind surged through the opening as Pei Shiyu shielded Ning Ran in his embrace, smoothing her windswept curls and securing them with a hair tie. His initially clumsy gestures had grown increasingly adept. Du Ling stood frozen against the wall, her gaze fixated on Ning Ran. Pei Shiyu cast a glance at her, his eyes darkening with a hint of menace. Du Ling immediately lowered her head, too intimidated to continue her scrutiny. Duanze and Lin Yan completely sealed the entrance once more. Pei Shiyu exchanged a glance with Duanze before leading Ning Ran back into the depths of the parking lot. Duanze looked at Xia Ran and Du Ling, his expression devoid of the usual lightheartedness, now tinged with coldness. You two can take shelter here, but do not venture further inside. Xia Ran and Du Ling nodded in compliance. Duanze scrutinized them for a moment before following Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran's lead. Xia Ran watched their retreating figures for a while before finally averting her gaze. Du Ling was curled up alone in the corner, wrapping her clothes tightly around herself. Her hair, unkempt and greasy from neglect, hung loosely. Perhaps it was the biting cold that made her tremble all over. As her line of sight was obstructed, she looked up to see Xia Ran speaking to her. Xia Ran reached out, intending to retrieve the torch affixed to the wall behind Du Ling to kindle a fire for warmth. Du Ling seemed reluctant to move, slowly shifting her body aside. Xia Ran took down the torch and gathered some old wooden planks accumulated in the corner. Once the fire was lit, she hung the torch back on the wall. Observing Xia Ran tending to the flames, Du Ling felt the warmth and gradually moved closer to the fire. Ranran, I'm so cold. You're an ability user. You don't fear the cold. Could you lend me some of your clothes to wear for a while? Xia Ran's gaze turned icy as she regarded Du Ling, astonished that she would utter such a request. Noticing Xia Ran's silence, Du Ling's eyes flared with irritation. How have you changed? I'm your good friend. How can you lack any compassion? A sense of dissatisfaction brewed within Du Ling as she attempted to morally manipulate Xia Ran as she had done in the past. However, upon catching a glimpse of Xia Ran's frigid expression, her mind went blank, and she forgot what she intended to say.
Compassion?
How many lives have been lost due to your so-called compassion?
What?
Now I must pay the price as well? Is this what you call a good friend? Du Ling felt a twinge of guilt, snorting softly and falling silent. She was merely an ordinary person, reliant on Xia Ran for protection. She could not afford to truly offend her. Xia Ran averted her gaze and added more wood to the fire. A sardonic smile crept onto her lips. She had once perceived Du Ling as a kind-hearted girl, but now she realized that such kindness was merely a facade that sacrificed the interests and lives of others. Were it not for Du Ling's mother, her godmother's last wish, she would have severed ties with Du Ling long ago. Yet, her godmother had cared for her in her childhood, treating her with kindness. After ensuring Du Ling's safety into the base, she would feel as though she had repaid that debt and could thereafter remain uninvolved. Taking advantage of the lull, Duanze extracted some meat and fresh produce, intending to prepare a few dishes, with Pei Xiu assisting him. Lin Yan and Ning Ran sat by the fire, responsible for devouring the food. Brother Duan, your culinary skills have improved again. Splendid. Lin Yan swallowed the snack in his mouth. The aroma of the food wafting through the air ignited his appetite. Duanze glanced at Lin Yan, exasperated by his foolish demeanor. This guy must have been easily lured away by a lollipop in his childhood. All right, it's time to get ready for dinner. At this, Lin Yan was the first to dash to the makeshift dining table, leaving Ning Ran a step behind. At the entrance, Du Ling gazed at the dry bun roasting in her hands, feeling a surge of jealousy at the laughter and cheer emanating from the parking lot. Xia Ran, observing Du Ling, seemed to read her thoughts effortlessly, warning her, if you wish to survive, keep a low profile. There are no extra lives to spare for you this time. I want to save you. The memory of her godmother's tragic demise due to her own daughter flickered coldly in Xia Ran's eyes. Outside the underground parking lot, an unprecedented gale howled. Not to mention the uprooted vegetation, even the towering buildings seemed on the brink of collapse. In the dead of night, Ning Ran heard a sound of collapse from the ground. Just as she contemplated opening her eyes, Pei Xiu's gentle voice lulled her back to sleep. Ran. It's all right, go back to sleep. Pei Xiu gently patted Ning Ran's shoulder, his deep, luminous gaze reflecting her image. He continued this tender motion until her breathing returned to a steady rhythm. Black mist swirled, enveloping the tent entirely and muffling all external sounds. Duanze was on night watch, accustomed to Pei Xiu's dark abilities as he stoked the fire with a few more logs. It seemed the wind was quite fierce tonight. Even underground, they could hear such a cacophony. The Western restaurant above must have already been obliterated. He stood up and walked to the makeshift dining area, grinding coffee with his hands. The air, slowly swirling with the wind, suddenly solidified, sending a shadow approaching him crashing to the ground.
Get lost.
Du Ling sat on the ground, her eyes filled with terror. She had thought the man among the three was gentle, but she hadn't expected him to be so ruthless. Yet, recalling her predicament, Du Ling steeled herself and pulled down her clothing from her shoulders. Brother, please help me. I'm really quite cold. Can I warm myself here? Duanze poured coffee into a cup. The wind ability lifted a knife from nearby and thrust it down beside Du Ling's hand. If you don't leave, I can't guarantee it won't end up at your throat. The lighting in the underground parking lot was dim, and the flickering firelight cast an even colder expression on Duanze's face. Lin Yan was roused by the commotion outside and pulled back the tent flap. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the woman on the ground before turning to Duanze, his expression laced with a hint of mischief and schadenfreude. Duanze's displeasure swept over him, prompting Lin Yan to immediately mime zipping his lips. Checking the time, Lin Yan crawled out of the tent. Duanze left him with a command to keep watch before returning to his own tent. Lin Yan scratched his head, eyeing the three tents behind him before turning back to the grounded Du Ling. The mischievous boy feigned a fierce demeanor. Why don't you hurry up and scram? Wanna die? Du Ling, still reeling from Duanze's earlier threat, stood frozen, unable to move her trembling body. Observing her immobility, Lin Yan recalled how Ning Ran had taught him to intimidate. He picked up a bloodied baseball bat from beside the chair, one that Ning Ran had used earlier. Dragging the bat along the ground, he slowly approached Du Ling, his lips pressed into a grim line devoid of humor.
Ha!
Wanna die? I'll help you. Before he could finish, Du Ling, recovering from her shock, scrambled away in a panic. Lin Yan tossed the bat to the ground and pulled out a disinfecting wipe to clean his hands. Indeed, his sister-in-law's lessons were spot on. Chapter 62, South Suburb Research Institute. The howling wind that had raged through the night gradually fell silent. As the clouds dispersed and dawn broke, thick fog enveloped the area. When Ning Ran awoke, Xia Ran and Du Ling were just preparing to depart. Pei Shiyu and Duan Zhe had already prepared breakfast, while Lin Yan was enjoying his meal while it was still warm. Seeing Ning Ran emerge from the tent, Pei Shiyu approached her, holding a bowl of oatmeal milk. Ran, come eat. Otherwise it'll get cold. Ning Ran nodded, gazing at Pei Shiyu, who was tied with an apron. In that moment, Pei Shiyu was devoid of his usual darkness and severity, and the look he cast upon her brimmed with affection. Ning Ran followed him to the makeshift dining table. Just as she settled down, she noticed Xia Ran striding toward them. Xia Ran held some food and paused a few meters away from them. I apologize for the interruption. Her voice was soft, tinged with hesitation. I remember you all promised to stay only at the entrance and not come in. Ning Ran feigned innocence, her lips curving into a delicate dimple, yet her tone was frigid. Xia Ran trembled slightly, casting her gaze down at her feet. I'm truly sorry. I just wanted to thank you for allowing us to come in from the storm. She gazed at the meal laid out on the table of Ning Ran and her companions, hesitating for a moment before placing the 2 loaves of bread she held onto the ground. This is to express my gratitude, she said, pausing briefly before extracting 3 kilograms of rice from her bag and setting it down beside the loaves. And, if you happen to be heading to the South Suburban Research Institute, could you please check if my sister is still alive? Xia Ran looked up at Ning Ran and her group, her eyes filled with earnest pleading. When the 4 did not respond, she assumed her offerings were insufficient, and began rummaging through her backpack, hoping to find more edible items. However, after searching for quite some time, she discovered there was no additional food left. Ning Ran sighed, swallowing the oat milk in her mouth before speaking. The South Suburban Research Institute has fallen completely, with no survivors. Your sister is likely dead. This information had been relayed to her previously by Qin Zhengqiu and Dr. Feng, and sharing it with Xia Ran bore no repercussions. Take the bread and rice, and leave quickly. Upon hearing the words no survivors, Xia Ran appeared to be in a daze, her ears filled with a deafening buzz, rendering her unable to hear anything else. After a long pause, she stuffed the 2 loaves and the 3 kilograms of rice back into her backpack. I'm sorry for the intrusion, she murmured, her gaze now somewhat vacant as she departed, her silhouette tinged with loneliness. As she passed by Du Ling, who was still trying to engage her in conversation about whether to wait a bit longer, Xia Ran was already too lost in her own thoughts to pay attention. She headed toward the exit. Du Ling cast a glance at Pei Shiyu and the others, feeling a twinge of reluctance, yet ultimately followed Xia Ran out. With her mother gone, Xia Ran was her only support, and she had to cling to her tightly, refusing to let go easily. After Xia Ran and Du Ling had left, Ning Ran and her companions finished their breakfast and cleared the obstacles at the entrance. The raging winds outside had subsided, leaving a thick fog that reduced visibility to less than 10 meters. Yet for those with abilities, their senses were not greatly affected. Ning Ran surveyed the toppled buildings, the overturned rooftops and the uprooted trees. The already devastated human habitat had become even more dilapidated. Once the sun peeked out, Ning Ran and her group organized their belongings and set off once more. Along the way, they encountered numerous fallen trees obstructing their path. Lin Yan utilized his fire abilities to clear the snow accumulation, while Pei Shiyu intermittently employed his shadow powers to engulf several obstructive trees. Duan Zhe drove ahead. Occasionally, zombies would leap from the loosened snow, only to be drained of moisture and shattered in midair by Ning Ran, leaving behind a scattering of remnants on the ground. Taking advantage of the favorable weather, the 4 hastened their journey. After several stops, they finally arrived near the South Suburban Research Institute by the afternoon of the second day. The institute spanned an area equivalent to over 20 basketball courts, with numerous buildings within. Despite the damage inflicted by the storm 2 days prior, the walls remained standing, albeit marred. Standing atop the ruins of a hotel building outside the institute, the 4 peered through binoculars, spotting a dense mass of zombies within, their heads filling the view. The zombies, clad in standardized uniforms, exhibited a rigidity in their limbs that was significantly more robust than that of ordinary zombies. These creatures had once been security personnel at the institute, trained professionals whose evolutionary speed had accelerated after their mutation. Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, Duan Zhe, and Lin Yan scanned the interior of the institute. Observing the zombies' movements, they noted that most had evolved to at least level 1, with some potentially surpassing that, exhibiting swifter actions and reactions, possibly reaching level 2.
Boss, how do we get in?
Even Lin Yan, typically intrigued by the prospect of harvesting zombie brains for crystal cores, felt a shiver at the sight of the dense horde within the institute. Pei Xiu studied the floor plan of the institute in his hands. Duanze watched as a zombie, having fallen from the heights of one of the buildings due to shattered glass, splattered upon impact, then lowered his binoculars. Ning Ran approached Pei Xiu from behind, standing on her toes to glance into the distance and at the floor plan he held. There are too many zombies. If we charge in, we might end up fighting for days on end. Pei Xiu grasped Ning Ran's hand and handed the floor plan to Duanze. Indeed. What Ning Ran said is correct. A direct assault would be troublesome. Therefore, we should utilize the ventilation ducts instead. Upon hearing this, Duanze unfolded the floor plan handed to him. The Institute's defenses were tight, with zombies almost everywhere. The only exception was the solitary ventilation duct at the rear of the Institute, which had not been monitored by humans prior to the apocalypse, suggesting there would be fewer zombies there. With more than 3 hours until darkness fell, the four prepared and made their way toward the ventilation duct behind the Institute. The off-road vehicle had been stowed away by Ning Ran, ready for retrieval upon their departure from the Institute. A black mist enveloped the air, providing a protective shroud around Pei Xiu and his companions. Lin Yan's blazing flames forged a path ahead, occasionally dispelling zombies that lunged from the snow with wind blades and water needles. The group circled to the rear of the Institute, where there were no additional structures. Only some withered greenery, imparting a desolate aura. They located the ventilation duct and dismantled the iron mesh covering. Pei Xiu spread the black mist, allowing it to gently waft into the duct. Once assured of safety, he climbed into the ventilation system, followed by Ning Ran, Lin Yan, and Duanze bringing up the rear. Chapter 63. Mutated Rats. The space within the ventilation duct was cramped, and through the gaps in the exhaust vent, Ning Ran glimpsed countless zombies wandering aimlessly in the corridor below. The zombies were closely packed together, numbly drifting without purpose. Some wore white lab coats, presumably researchers, while the majority donned uniforms of security personnel. Logically, even with a significant number of security personnel who patrolled around the clock, it would be improbable to have so many gathered in one place. Ning Ran speculated that during the outbreak, the security team must have rushed in to contain the situation internally, only to find themselves caught up in the chaos, resulting in the congregation of so many zombies in this area. The four crawled through the ventilation duct for nearly half an hour before finally reaching the room where jade meteorites were stored. This room was the most secure and tightly guarded laboratory within the South Suburban Research Institute. A few zombies wandered in the corridor outside the laboratory. Black shadows extended from the corners, ensnaring the zombies and causing their heads to separate from their bodies. When the skulls hit the ground, they were gently lifted by scattered shadows, creating no sound whatsoever. Pei Xiu dismantled the exhaust vent and silently leaped into the corridor. Just as he intended to catch Ning Ran, she had already jumped down on her own. Lin Yan, crouched in the ventilation duct, chuckled and was about to call for Pei Xiu to catch him when Duanze kicked him down from behind. Pei Xiu, holding Dr. Feng's information card, opened the laboratory door. Duanze jumped down, grabbing the back of Lin Yan's collar and hauling him into the laboratory, perhaps due to an emergency backup power source. A few auxiliary lights within the laboratory were still illuminated. 2 zombies were restrained on nearby racks. Pei Xiu, along with Ning Ran, Duanze, and Lin Yan, approached cautiously. Lin Yan concealed himself behind Duanze, observing the 2 zombies before him. Although they had undergone some transformation, their former appearances were still faintly discernible. "Isn't that the teacher Dr. Feng mentioned?" Lin Yan exclaimed, pointing at the slightly older zombie, only to lower his voice as he realized the implications. He had seen photos from Dr. Feng earlier, and there was no mistaking it. Duanze nodded in silence. Ning Ran and Pei Xiu gazed at the 2 zombies, tightly bound by ropes. Each bore a bite mark on their necks, suggesting they had been bitten by other zombies. In a desperate attempt to avoid harming others, they had restrained themselves while still conscious. Pei Xiu swiftly drew a knife, his movements so rapid that they left no trace. In an instant, the heads of the 2 zombies fell, rendering them motionless. Duanze stepped forward to untie the ropes binding the zombie bodies and place the severed heads beside them. Ning Ran instructed Lin Yan to set a fire, ensuring a semblance of peace for the deceased. The laboratory was enveloped in an eerie silence, its stark white walls adorned with various experimental apparatuses. The quartet, Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, Duanze, and Lin Yan, searched the shelf where the meteorite was supposed to be, as well as every corner of the room, yet they found no sign of the jade storage meteorite, which was about the size of 3 footballs. What a mystery! How could it be missing? Lin Yan leaned against a table, holding a bottle of drink, shrugging in disbelief. They had searched everywhere, almost to the point of lifting the floorboards. Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and Duanze all contemplated the situation, resting their chins on their hands. Suddenly, a strange noise emanated from the corner, causing the 4 of them to turn sharply. A small lab mouse scurried out from the opposite wall and then vanished from sight. Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran exchanged glances and approached the wall, feeling around but finding nothing. Lin Yan tossed his empty drink bottle into the trash and leaned against the shelf beside him. Could there be something hidden here? He began, his mouth agape in disbelief as he pointed behind Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu, finishing his thought. There really is a mechanism. His voice was loud, prompting Duanze to cover his mouth to prevent him from causing a ruckus. Was this the luck of the foolish? While the others had searched tirelessly, this fellow merely leaning against a shelf had triggered the secret entrance. The wall slowly moved apart, revealing a small room of about a dozen square meters. The room was unlit, illuminated only by a few palm-sized glowing stones emitting a faint luminescence. Under the dim light, the room's contents came into view. Cabinets lined 3 walls, filled with stones of various colors, materials, and sizes. As the 4 entered, they spotted a light green meteorite in a glass cabinet at the center of the room. By its size, it was undoubtedly the jade storage meteorite they sought. Ning Ran, please store it, Pei Shiyu urged. Ning Ran nodded, waving her hand gently, and the meteorite was promptly absorbed into her spatial storage. Duanze and Lin Yan inspected the other stones in the cabinets, discovering nothing of value but ordinary jade stones, useless in the apocalypse, as they were no more than trinkets that could not sustain life. As they prepared to leave, strange noises began emanating from behind the cabinets, which started to tremble. What on earth is happening? Why do I feel like I'm moving? Lin Yan stared at the increasingly shaking cabinets, stumbling slightly. No, wait, it's not just the cabinets. I'm moving too.
Fool.
It's not you. It's the building. Duanze steadied Lin Yan, who was on the verge of falling, glancing at Pei Shiyu. Hearing the strange creaking sounds, Pei Shiyu recalled the mouse they had seen earlier and hurriedly said, "Run." He grasped Ning Ran's hand, pulling Duanze and Lin Yan along as they dashed outside. Using an access card, they opened the door, only to encounter several wandering zombies in the corridor. Ning Ran utilized her spatial distortion ability, swiftly severing the heads of the approaching zombies and those drawn by the noise. Shadows of black mist spread rapidly, engulfing all the zombies that came into contact with it, devouring them with her dark powers. Boss, something is coming from the room. Upon hearing Duanze's voice, Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and Lin Yan turned to look back at the chamber. It seemed something had fallen inside, making a clattering noise, and then a swarm of mice poured out from within. Chapter 64. We will all survive. Ning Ran, quick on her feet, conjured a wall of water at the laboratory entrance, sealing the mice inside. It's not just in the room. They're outside too, Lin Yan exclaimed, tossing a fireball that incinerated the mice crawling out from who knows where in the corridor. For a moment, it seemed that the rodents were spreading from every corner, their numbers immense, causing the entire building to tremble. It was clear they could not hold out for long. Pei Shiyu steadied himself amidst the shaking, conjuring a dark mist in his palm. The dark mist floated into the air, entering the ventilation ducts they had come through. Once they confirmed it was safe, Pei Shiyu urged Ning Ran, Duanze, and Lin Yan to climb into the ducts. Shiyu, brother. Upon hearing Ning Ran's voice, Pei Shiyu looked up to see her leaning into the vent, reaching out to him, her expression betraying her worry. Pei Shiyu smiled reassuringly. Don't be afraid, Ning Ran. He spread his dark powers throughout every corner of the floor to buy them time for escape. Hurry up. Hearing Ning Ran's urging, Pei Shiyu grasped her hand and leaped into the vent. The 4 of them crawled slowly through the ventilation duct. Through the gaps, they glimpsed the corridor outside shrouded in black mist. Wandering zombies and mice emerging from wall crevices were ensnared and enveloped by the mist, disappearing without a trace. Leaving no trace of blood behind. The mice's eyes glowed red. Lin Yan spoke softly, almost to himself. He had been too focused on running to notice earlier. No wonder there were so many of them. They were just like the mutated crows before, all transformed. He looked at a zombie whose head had been bitten off by the mice, then consumed by the dark powers, feeling a wave of nausea. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Duanze, noticing Lin Yan's realization about the mutated mice, reminded him with a hint of exasperation to keep moving. The ventilation system was intricate. Without the building blueprints and having already traversed it once, they might not escape before the structure collapsed. Pei Shiyu stood outside the back wall of the research institute, beside the ventilation duct they had entered, surveying the surroundings. Let us head towards the open area. The building shook increasingly violently behind them. Upon hearing Pei Shiyu's voice, the four of them sprinted toward the open space. What had been a desolate area with few signs of life when they entered was now teeming with mutated mice emerging from unknown sources. Lin Yan hurled fireballs one after another, while Duanze's wind blades sliced through the horde, decimating them. Pei Shiyu lingered at the rear, enveloped in swirling black mist. Tasked with severing the path behind them, Ning Ran retrieved the off-road vehicle from the spatial realm. After Duanze eliminated the mutated rat in front of him, he swiftly took the driver's seat. Once Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and Lin Yan boarded the vehicle, they hastily departed from the vicinity of the research institute. The building behind them collapsed with a resounding crash, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. The dust that hung in the atmosphere resembled an impenetrable fog, obscuring humanity's vision of the path ahead. Once they ensured their safety, the four descended from the vehicle. They sought a slightly elevated terrain to observe the direction of the Southern Suburb Research Institute through binoculars. Within the institute, high-rise buildings crumbled one after another. Amidst the rising dust, numerous zombies and mutated rats were crushed beneath the debris. The foul-smelling black blood seeped from the concrete wreckage, staining the air. A zombie, missing an arm, a leg, or some other body parts, crawled through the blood, surrounded by several mutated rats gnawing at its flesh. The unfeeling zombies, devoid of any sensation of pain, remained entirely unresponsive. The fortunate mutated rats that had escaped, after devouring the zombies, scattered away, concealing themselves in unknown corners.
Boss,
Do you think these rats will hide in some unknown places and continue to breed? Duanze's voice trembled with an overwhelming fear of the unknown, the thought sending chills through his very bones. This apocalypse truly felt like a purgatory on Earth. Pei Shiyu did not hesitate, directly affirming Duanze's speculation. For a fleeting moment, he tightened his grip on Ning Ran's hand, declaring, "We will all survive." "Yes, we will all survive. The four of us will," Ning Ran asserted. Gazing into Pei Shiyu's eyes, her voice resolute, conveying a message to herself and to the others. The remnants of the setting sun painted the horizon in fiery hues, as if intent on incinerating everything. Before darkness descended, the four of them boarded the vehicle and departed in search of a refuge for the night. In the southern suburbs of City B, the buildings were sparse, neither too many nor too few. The sun seemed to be in a hurry to set, plunging rapidly towards the horizon. As night approached, the four had yet to find a suitable place to stay. A glance around revealed a vast expanse of white. Beneath the snow, the remnants of buildings lay toppled by the wind. Ning Ran climbed out through the sunroof, binoculars in hand, peering into the distance. As she surveyed her surroundings, she spotted a small glimmer of light, uncertain at first, fearing it might be a trick of her eyes, until she noticed wisps of smoke rising. "There seems to be light ahead, along with the smoke," she announced, retracting her head from the sunroof and placing her somewhat chilly hands into Pei Shiyu's shirt for warmth. Pei Shiyu glanced at the darkening sky and the rising chill of the wind, hesitating for a moment before suggesting, "Let us go check it out." "All right," Duanze responded, flooring the accelerator. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was busy clearing the layer of snow while munching on some snacks. After a brief drive of several minutes, they halted before a private hospital. The hospital was modest in size, consisting of one tall and one short building. The surrounding courtyard was enclosed by iron bars and electric fencing, devoid of any wandering zombies. The smoke and light Ning Ran had observed emanated from the main hall of the hospital. As the four alighted from the vehicle and approached the iron gate, A man emerged from within.
Who are you?
He inquired, wielding a flashlight as he approached from the main hall, his tone a mix of caution and inquiry. As the man drew closer, Duanze discreetly sized him up for a moment before responding. We're just passing through, looking for a place to spend the night. Would it be possible for us to stay for one night? We can offer you appropriate compensation. With that, Duanze gestured for Lin Yan to retrieve a bag of rice from the vehicle. Upon seeing the bag in Lin Yan's hand, the man hesitated slightly. Sanbongzi.
Who are these people?
Hearing someone call his nickname from behind, the man turned to look, nodding appreciatively at the newcomer. Longa. These three are just passing through and wish to stay here for the night.
All right.
I understand, now go back. Longa waved his hand, dismissing Sanbongzi. He scrutinized Pei Shiyu and his companions. Pei Shiyu instinctively shielded Ning Ran behind him, and Longa, catching Pei Shiyu's menacing gaze, instinctively lowered his head. Duanze frowned slightly, exchanging a glance with Pei Shiyu. Their silent understanding conveyed that the locals might not be easily provoked. Pei Shiyu was evidently aware of this too. Yet aside from this location, there seemed to be no other refuge. He nodded, signaling Duanze to settle in for the night, planning to leave at dawn. Duanze grasped Pei Shiyu's intention and turned to the man called Longa, donning a somewhat disingenuous smile. We merely seek a place to rest for the night. Just a little convenience. He took the bag of rice from Lin Yan and handed it to Longa. Longa weighed the bag in his hands.
All right.
Wait here while I check. He headed towards the main hall, returning shortly to unlock the iron gate. Come in, our boss has agreed. Thank you, Duanze replied courteously, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. After securing the vehicle, the four followed Longa into the main hall. This place is neither too big nor too small. The main building has 5 floors, while the adjacent annex has 3, Longa explained as they walked. Suddenly pausing, he turned back to the group. Remember, don't wander around aimlessly, our boss dislikes that. Duanze smiled, wearing an expression of feigned understanding. So, is your boss the leader here? What is his name? Of course, our boss's surname is Xing. He financed the construction of this private hospital. Duanze pretended to grasp the situation and nodded, subsequently asking, does your boss truly possess such power? Are all the rooms occupied? How could they all be occupied? There's barely enough room for us. We only have about 30 to 40 people in total. Longa paused, eyeing Duanze with suspicion. Duanze remained unfazed, returning a standard smile. Longa scratched his head, spitting on the ground.
T-safe.
Why are you prying into things? Just remember not to roam around. Otherwise, our boss has quite the temper. I won't, Duanze replied, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion, his smile inscrutable. Longa led Pei Shiyu and the others into the main hall. Inside, a few lights illuminated the space, with a luxurious wooden chair positioned at the center. Personnel stood guard with guns scattered around the periphery. Pei Shiyu surveyed the group. Although it was the apocalypse, those who wielded firearms indicated that the owners of this place were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, the electric fencing surrounding the hospital and the few lit lamps within suggested that the proprietors possessed considerable resources. Longa beckoned over the man he had previously dispatched, known as Sanbongzi. Sanbongzi, show these 4 to their rooms. Sanbongzi nodded, glancing at Pei Shiyu and his companions. The dim light outside had made it difficult to notice earlier just how strikingly beautiful Ning Ran was. His gaze lingered on her involuntarily. Pei Shiyu instinctively shielded Ning Ran from view, his eyes narrowing ominously at Sanbongzi, as if prepared to extract his eyes at the slightest provocation. Brother. Ning Ran tugged at Pei Shiyu's sleeve, urging him to remain composed. Just moments ago, Pei Shiyu had harbored a sinister glare. But now his expression morphed into one of unexpected vulnerability. His gaze lingered on Ning Ran, as if his eyes could articulate a plea. Why won't you allow me to eliminate him? I possess greater prowess than they. They cannot contend with me. Do you not trust me, Ning Ran? I could vanquish them all. Ning Ran sighed softly, rising onto her toes to gently tousle Pei Shiyu's hair. Akin to soothing a petulant puppy. Please, lead the way. Upon hearing Duanze's reminder, Sanbongzi and Longa snapped back to reality. Pei Shiyu's ominous aura had been so overwhelming that they had instinctively succumbed to fear, nearly forgetting to respond. Longa cleared his throat and lightly kicked Sanbongzi. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and guide us. Recognizing that Pei Shiyu's group was formidable, Long Go abandoned the others to Sanbong Zi and made his escape. Sanbong Zi rubbed the back of his cool neck, a sense of relief washing over him, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. This way. He led Ning Ran and the others toward the second floor of the main building. In contrast to the heavily guarded hall below, the upper floor was relatively deserted. Sanbong Zi brought them to the door of a room, opened it, and gestured inside. You four can stay in here. As for beds, you should find some spare ones. He rubbed his chin, seemingly in thought, before adding, make sure not to wander aimlessly, especially on the third floor. The third floor? Is there someone up there? Duanze probed once more. Sanbong Zi, easier to deceive than the one called Long Go, answered without much consideration. Our boss resides there, and he has trouble sleeping. If you disturb him, it won't just be you in trouble. We might also face the consequences. We won't. We'll stay right here, and one tea go up, Duanze assured, nodding at the repeated warnings from Sanbong Zi, who he then dismissed. After Sanbong Zi departed, Lin Yan closed the door. The room designated for them had likely once been a hospital ward, albeit more lavishly decorated than a standard one. The space was not small, but it contained only a single bed. Duanze searched around and found a few simple folding beds in the corner. He refrained from opening them, instead placing them aside to feign signs of prior use. Ning Ran retrieved 4 sleeping cots from her space for each of them. The 4 beds filled the moderately sized room to capacity. Due to the inconvenience of preparing dinner, Ning Ran took out several self-heating rice meals and a small hot pot. Lin Yan savored his meal and, noticing Duanze lost in thought, inquired, Duango, why aren't you eating? You look like a glum melon. Duanze lightly kicked Lin Yan's calf, shooting him a warning glance. Who looks like a glum melon? He hesitated for a moment, setting down his utensils. I'm just a bit concerned. The owner of this place seems formidable, and I wonder if they will cause us trouble. What is there to fear? If it comes to that, we can always fight them, Lin Yan replied enthusiastically, brimming with eagerness. Ning Ran concurred. Indeed, we can hold our own. There's no need for excessive worry. Though they did not wish to seek trouble, it did not imply they lacked the strength to defend themselves. Pei Shiyu placed a piece of meat in Ning Ran's bowl, his thoughts drifting to the ugly man who dared to linger his gaze on Ning Ran. And he nodded in agreement. Duanze observed the seemingly carefree trio of Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and Lin Yan, who appeared as relaxed as if they were on a leisurely outing, and he successfully persuaded himself to adopt a majority rules mentality. If they could not overcome them, they would join them. In the dead of night, in the courtyard outside the main building, a few individuals occasionally patrolled with lanterns. Ning Ran and Lin Yan leaned against the window, while Pei Shiyu rested by the side. Duanze, who was just about to lie down and sleep, approached. What? Wasn't he said to relax, and just fight if necessary? Why aren't you sleeping? Just watching the show, Ning Ran pointed outside to the gathering individuals, signaling Duanze to look. The figures seemed to be transporting items, their bulging sacks appearing to twitch. What are they doing? Smuggling people. Lin Yan gestured toward a torn section of a sack, revealing a human hand. They're definitely supernaturals, Duanze remarked as he followed Lin Yan's direction, spotting the exposed hand and the sack's slight movements. Wait, Duanze was about to ask if they should leave when a commotion of footsteps erupted outside the door. The 4 exchanged glances, and Ning Ran quickly stored the beds and the remnants of their meal into her space. Duanze and Lin Yan quietly arranged the folding beds haphazardly. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing a knock at the door, Duanze glanced at Pei Shiyu and the others before opening it. Longa stood at the entrance with several underlings. Aren't you all asleep yet? He craned his neck to peek inside the room. Here is some food for you to have for dinner. Thank you, Duanze nodded, accepting the tray from Long Ji's underling, which contained some flatbreads. Is there anything else? He prompted, noticing Longa lingered. No, nothing else. Longa withdrew his gaze and departed with his companions. Duanze closed the door and presented the flatbreads to Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and Lin Yan. Lin Yan picked one up and sniffed it. It's drugged. He tossed the flatbread back onto the tray, complaining, no wonder they were so generous, giving us food. After about 10 minutes, the doorknob turned again. Longa returned, accompanied by 2 underlings carrying a sack. He opened the door, but the room was empty. Where is everyone? Long Ge shouted at his underlings, who widened their eyes and stiffly pointed behind him. Right here. Upon hearing the voice, Long Ge barely had time to turn around before a brick struck his head. Ning Ran stood there, clutching the bloodied brick, her face adorned with a playful dimple, resembling a charming little demon. Long Ge clutched his bleeding head, gasping for breath. Lin Yan covered his pocket, fearing he might try to snatch his spicy strips. Ning Ran looked at the blood on the brick, puzzled. Did I not use enough force? Why aren't you unconscious? If it weren't for Ning Ran still holding the bloodied brick, Long Ge might have thought her a simple-minded fairy, but now he feared she might strike him again. He took several steps back, realizing that the girl before him might indeed deliver another blow. Pei Xiu stepped behind Ning Ran, discarding the brick from her grasp and producing a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Ning Ran's strength was just right. It's merely that your head is too hard. That's your fault. Long Ge was about to shout for help, to summon reinforcements, when a mere glance from Pei Xiu silenced him instantly. Dark energy began to coil around Pei Xiu, instilling a primal fear in Long Ge and his two underlings, who stammered, Please don't kill us. It was our boss who ordered us to do this. It's not our doing. Why yes. Exactly. Revenge has its roots, and debts must be repaid. Thus, you must seek him out. They wished to flee, yet fear had rendered them so paralyzed that they could scarcely move. A dark shadow slithered from the corners of the room, ensnaring Long Ge and his two underlings. Take me to your boss, or face death. Pei Xiu's voice rang cold, devoid of warmth. Long Ge stared wide-eyed at the man before him. One could easily mistake him for a hellish Azura returned from the netherworld. Tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of his eyes, a manifestation of his dread of death. As his malfunctioning brain registered Pei Xiu's words, Long Ge nodded vigorously. Pei Xiu unceremoniously tossed the three of them to the ground. Duanzhe and Lin Yan swiftly bound Long Ge and his two subordinates with the ropes they had brought. Most of the hands in the building were either on night watch in the hall or asleep in their respective rooms, leaving the corridors devoid of life. The commotion they caused was minimal, thus it remained unnoticed. Long Ge and his two lackeys led the way, guiding Pei Xiu and his companions to the third floor. The third floor was eerily silent, starkly contrasting their expectations. There was not a single living soul in sight. They halted before a door, and with their mouths gagged. Long Ge and his companions could only gesture with their eyes, indicating that their boss resided within. Duanzhe knocked on the door, but no response came from within. Ning Ran procured an axe and smashed the door open. The wooden door crumbled, creaking as it swung wide. Inside a room that bore little resemblance to a hospital ward. The ceiling was lavishly adorned with white satin and sheer curtains. The wind from outside swept into the room, sending the curtains fluttering. The chill in the air prompting involuntary shivers. Through a long strip of white gauze, they beheld a man kneeling before a Buddhist statue. A string of prayer beads in his hand, his emaciated back slightly hunched. Seemingly disturbed by their intrusion, the man furrowed his brow and turned around. Long Ge and his two underlings, bound by ropes, flung themselves towards the man as if he were their savior. Boss Xing, save us. Get lost. Boss Xing kicked the kneeling Long Ge aside. He turned his displeased gaze towards Pei Xiu, Ning Ran, Duanzhe, and Lin Yan, his expression one of palpable annoyance. Boss Xing toyed with the prayer beads as he slowly approached the bedside. He gently covered the figure beneath the blankets with care, then tenderly patted it. Don't be afraid. It's all right. I'll take care of them right away. He rose and returned to confront the four. The extraordinary vision of Ning Ran and her companions, aided by the moonlight streaming through the window, revealed a horrifying truth. The figure on the bed was not human, but a mutated zombie. Its face was grotesque. A muzzle strapped over its mouth, its limbs bound. Long Ge and his two subordinates nearly dropped their jaws in shock upon recognizing the female zombie on the bed. She was Boss Xing's wife. But she was bitten when the apocalypse broke out. Long Ge's mind raced, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Chapter 67. He does not worship Buddha, but rather his own desires. No wonder Boss Xing forbade anyone from entering the third floor, especially his room. No wonder he always sent them out to abduct living people, who subsequently vanished without a trace upon entering his private hospital. Old Xing is such useless trash. Boss Xing loomed over Long Ge, casting a disdainful glance at him. Today you've only brought one living person. My wife is still hungry. I ordered you to bring me 4. Yet you're so inept that you end up bound yourselves. Without warning, Boss Xing drew a gun and shot through the heads of Long Da and his 2 underlings. They barely had time to react before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Ning Ran observed the Buddhist statue in the center of the room and then turned to Boss Xing. Feeling a sense of contradiction within him, curiously, she asked, "You've killed quite a few people, haven't to you? So, what if I have?" Boss Xing replied without a hint of hesitation, his tone devoid of guilt, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Ning Ran found this amusing. "You've taken so many lives, yet you still pray to Buddha?" Sensing the sarcasm in her voice, Boss Xing glanced at his wife, then at the statue. "What do you understand? Is this apocalypse not a purgatory? By killing these people, perhaps they would even thank me. I pray to my Buddha daily. He will understand me." Ning Ran chose to remain silent. Those who feign sleep can never be awakened. Perhaps Boss Xing worshipped not Buddha, but merely his own desires. A strange smile spread across Boss Xing's face, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. "I had intended to keep the 4 of you as reserves." He stood beside Long Da's corpse, the moonlight filtering through the window casting flickering shadows in his eyes. "But who would have thought you would be so unfortunate?" Before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow wrapped around him. Without warning, Boss Xing found himself gripped tightly by the neck. Pei Shiyu draped his arm around Ning Ran's shoulders, a slight, sinister smile playing on his lips, though his countenance remained devoid of mirth. "Such a loquacious fool," he murmured, covering Ning Ran's eyes with his hand, his words rendering emotions indistinguishable. "Those on the brink of death should silence themselves." Perhaps it was the sanguine scent emanating from the corpses of Long Da and his 2 subordinates that provoked the female zombie on the bed, for she began to thrash violently. Pei Shiyu turned to observe, an inscrutable amusement flickering in his deep gaze. The dark shadow crept over the female zombie's face, transforming into mist that corroded her muzzle. Boss Xing, realizing what the madman intended, struggled desperately. His palms crackled with electric energy as he aimed an attack at the 4. Yet, before the lightning could reach them, it was devoured by Pei Shiyu's shadowy powers. Boss Xing, witnessing his abilities being consumed by the dark shadow, regarded Pei Shiyu with a gaze akin to that of a creature witnessing a monster. Monster! Pei Shiyu paid no heed to his meaningless insults, merely binding Boss Xing with shadows and slowly guiding him towards the mouth of the female zombie. As the food approached, the female zombie's struggles intensified. "Madman! Madman!" Boss Xing bellowed, his composure shattered, his voice a raw shout. In her frantic thrashing, the bindings on her right hand snapped. Sensing the flesh before her, the female zombie lunged and sank her teeth into Boss Xing's neck. "Ah!" The resounding cry drew the attention of guards stationed below. Despite Boss Xing's orders forbidding anyone from ascending to the 3rd floor, upon hearing his cries for help, his subordinates hesitated for a moment before rushing into his room. Boss Xing, pinned beneath the female zombie on the bed, was already bloodied and mangled. Unable to bring himself to harm his wife with his powers, he could only futilely struggle to rise. He barely managed to prop himself up, kneeling on the bed with his hands clasped in prayer, enduring the excruciating pain as he bowed towards the statue. The rushing subordinates stood at the doorway, gazing in shock at the scene unfolding on the bed. Several individuals, overwhelmed by the gruesome spectacle, hastily retreated to the side to expel their stomach contents. The body of the formidable leader, Xing, began to convulse, his sensations fading gradually until he metamorphosed into a zombie. The female zombie, who had been feasting upon Xing's flesh, caught the scent of her kin, lost interest, and ceased her gnawing. She turned to another direction, sniffing for her next target. Detecting the overwhelming aroma of prey congregated at the door, the female zombie suddenly tightened the remnants of her bindings, opened her gaping maw, and emitted a series of eerie, creaking sounds. Pei Shiyu, having had his fill of the unfolding chaos, extended his hand, employing his dark abilities to eliminate 2 zombies. The resounding thuds of their heads hitting the ground echoed through the air. "Jinjin, let us depart," Pei Shiyu intoned, his voice low and gravelly, imbued with a sense of tenderness. He removed his hand from covering Ning Zhen's eyes and guided her toward the exit. Ning Zhen made no resistance. The overwhelming stench of blood instantly illuminated her understanding of the situation. The throng of underlings at the entrance, stunned by the scene before them, remained frozen in place, unable to comprehend the horror. Perhaps due to the lingering aura of menace surrounding Pei Shiyu, none dared to obstruct him. Duanzhe and Lin Yan followed closely behind as they descended the stairs. "Do not move," shouted one brave underling, mustering his courage as he rushed down from the upper floor, gun in hand, in pursuit of Pei Shiyu and his companions. Pei Shiyu turned slowly, a wicked smile curving his lips. Before the underling could utter a word, fear gripped him, causing him to stumble and fall on the staircase. A dark mist emanated from Pei Shiyu, enveloping the area. All present held their breath, paralyzed by fear, too intimidated to make a sound, let alone pursue him. The atmosphere around them felt as if it had solidified, steeped in chilling silence. Minutes later, as Pei Shiyu led Ning Ran, Duanzhe, and Lin Yan out of the main building, the others, having narrowly escaped, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Though dawn had yet to break, Pei Shiyu and his companions had no intention of lingering in the vicinity. Outside the main building, only scattered sources of light remained. Near the iron gate, beside a small wooden cabin stacked with firewood, a rustling figure emerged. Duanzhe swiftly drew a knife and hurled it, narrowly grazing the figure's ear before embedding it in the wall of the cabin. "Please don't kill me. I was taken against my will. I beg you to spare me." The voice, youthful and trembling, echoed in the night. Recalling the earlier sight of a burlap sack being carried inside, Pei Shiyu and his companions exchanged glances before entering their vehicle and driving away, disregarding the plea. Chapter 68. The meteorite of storage. The stars, obscured by dark clouds, flickered in an erratic dance. After leaving the private hospital, Pei Shiyu and his companions did not travel far. They soon found a secluded corner to park their vehicle. With nearly 3 hours remaining until dawn, sleep eluded all four. Ning Ran sat in the back row, counting the crystal cores in her possession. At her feet lay a basket, nearly overflowing. She counted over 300 cores, in addition to 5 second-tier cores discovered at the Southern Research Institute. Unless they encountered cores from 5th-tier zombies, it was improbable that their abilities would see substantial enhancement. However, 5th-tier zombies were akin to zombie kings, exceedingly rare, even more so than mutated flora and fauna. Given the current level of zombie evolution, such occurrences were nearly impossible. Nonetheless, mutated animals had begun to manifest. The cores from these creatures were pure, and their effects surpassed those of zombie cores. Particularly, cores from mutated plants could elevate an ability user from D tier to C tier, with just 5 third-tier cores. Yet, as one ascended in ability rank, the difficulty of advancement increased, necessitating a greater number of cores. Ning Ran stored the counted cores into her spatial pocket. The chilling wind outside the window gradually subsided as thick fog began to envelop the surroundings. She retrieved 2 cups of coffee and 2 hot chocolates from her storage, distributing them to Pei Shiyu and the others. Lin Yan, in his haste, burned his tongue, exhaling sharply. Beneath the rubble of nearby buildings, 2 zombies struggled, their limbs stiff as they emitted strange, guttural sounds. Finding the noise bothersome, Ning Ran distorted the space, severing the heads of the 2 zombies, rendering them immobile. As the morning sun pierced through the dense fog, Pei Shiyu and his group resumed their journey after breakfast, speeding through the vast expanse of snow. The road was littered with debris and corpses as they retraced their steps through the city center. Day transformed into night, and by the 3rd afternoon, they returned to the base. As their vehicle approached the first base, the sun dipped low on the horizon, igniting the sky with fiery hues, as if the heavens themselves were ablaze. Outside the base, a long queue of individuals awaited entry. Duanzhe maneuvered the vehicle to a small side gate, presenting their credentials to the guards. After completing the security checks, they entered the base without hindrance. The outer city bustled with activity, more vibrant than ever. 3 children, hand in hand, darted across the front of the vehicle. Duanzhe, driving cautiously, braked just in time to avoid them. Ning Ran and Lin Yan exited the car, offering a few candies to the children, ensuring their well-being before returning to the vehicle. Ning Ran observed a little girl in a yellow coat, clutching a large red bucket nearly as tall as she was, while the other 2 children held fishing nets. "Where are you off to with such a big bucket?" she inquired. "We're going to the riverbank. There are fish." The little girl beamed, revealing a missing front tooth, her excitement palpable. The other 2 children eagerly chimed in, "Yes. Yes. Yes. We can have fish for dinner tonight." "Fish. Fish. The trio skipped away, filled with joy. Ning Ran watched their retreating figures, then turned her gaze to the crowd around her. She had not noticed before, but now saw that many held fishing tools. Could it be that the river supplying the base had an overabundance of fish? Lost in thought, she was drawn back by Pei Xiu's voice. Zhenzhen, he called, patiently waiting by the car. Ning Ran, momentarily entranced, snapped back to attention and hurried to join him and Lin Yan back in the vehicle. The four did not head straight to the villa, but first made their way to the central office building. Qin Zhengqiu was in the midst of a meeting when he heard of their return and promptly concluded the session, rushing back. He had not anticipated Pei Xiu and his companions would return so swiftly and initially thought it might have been a miscommunication from Xinyun. However, he knew Xinyun's capabilities were exceptional, and such an error was unlikely. Upon opening the office door and seeing Pei Xiu and his companions relaxing on the sofa, he was assured of their return. A smile spread across Qin Zhengqiu's face as he approached them, fully aware of the extraordinary talents possessed by the four. Unbeknownst to them, the South Suburban Research Institute, a place so daunting, appeared almost childishly effortless to navigate. The paramount concern was their safe return. As Qin Zhengqiu spoke, he settled into a seat opposite Pei Xiu, simultaneously instructing Xinyun, who had lagged behind, to make a trip to the base's cafeteria to procure some meals. Pei Xiu nodded at Duanze, signaling him to retrieve the jade storage meteorite from his storage ring. This jade storage meteorite had been kept in Ning Ran's space until their return to the first base. Pei Xiu had requested Ning Ran to extract it and place it within the storage ring. Qin Zhengqiu summoned Dr. Feng, requesting him to bring along specialized equipment. Upon hearing that Pei Xiu and his companions had indeed returned with a jade storage meteorite, Dr. Feng sprinted faster than ever before, nearly gasping for breath by the time he reached the office door. Upon seeing the jade storage meteorite, roughly the size of 3 footballs, positioned centrally on the table, Dr. Feng immediately recognized its authenticity. He had encountered this stone numerous times before, its shape and characteristics ingrained in his memory. It was undeniably the very stone. Removing his white gloves and setting down his magnifying glass, Dr. Feng could hardly contain his excitement, his face alight with joy, nearly grinning from ear to ear. "Have you brought the necessary tools?" he inquired eagerly. "Indeed, we have," Dr. Feng responded hurriedly. Qin Zhengqiu turned to Pei Xiu, clearing his throat to regain a semblance of seriousness. "You all agreed before departing that this stone bears your share, and additionally, we will compensate you with corresponding supplies." Pei Xiu nodded, sitting upright, his fingers gently caressing the rim of his teacup. "We have observed this stone. Although its size is considerable, the storage space it encompasses is roughly equivalent to that of 5 large warehouses. The hues vary throughout the stone. If cut, the dimensions of the storage spaces might differ as well." Dr. Feng contemplated the jade storage meteorite for a brief moment, confirming Pei Xiu's assertion. After all, prior to the apocalypse, he had interacted with this stone several times, familiar with the varying shades and contours. Chapter 69, Compensation. Qin Zhengqiu paused, his expression earnest. "Since this stone was brought back by you, the decision lies in your hands. Had it not been for you, this meteorite would have languished in the South Suburban Research Institute, gathering dust." He hesitated momentarily, as if pondering something, before continuing. "Furthermore, 1/5 of the supplies in the base warehouse will be allocated to you as compensation." Hearing this, Dr. Feng was momentarily taken aback, his astonishment palpable. The first base's warehouse occupies nearly half of the inner city's land area, and 1/5 of its supplies would represent an enormous quantity. Dr. Feng was vaguely aware that to retrieve this meteorite, Qin Zhengqiu had previously offered a substantial bounty. He was astonished to discover that the reward for such a high bounty was indeed so generous. Moreover, as he understood, despite the considerable temptation, no one had dared to undertake the task of venturing to the South Suburban Research Institute. Reflecting on this, Dr. Feng realized that the perilous nature of the South Suburban Research Institute justified the generous compensation for the jade storage meteorite. Pei Xiu rubbed his thumb thoughtfully, hesitating for a moment before stating, "We would like the darkest portion of the jade storage meteorite." Qin Zhengqiu, with hardly a moment's pause, promptly replied, "Of course." Although the jade storage meteorite was as large as 3 footballs, the darker section only amounted to the size of 2 ping-pong balls. While the spaces formed upon cutting may differ, they nonetheless felt they had secured a favorable deal. After all, without Pei Shiyu and his companions, they might not have even touched the meteorite's edge. Not to mention claiming the darkest portion, he believed it would be reasonable to simply divide it evenly. Pei Shiyu leisurely set down his teacup, his tone imbued with an authority that commanded respect. Given the current harsh weather and the base's supply shortage, we shall forego the 1/5 of the supplies. The moment he finished speaking, Qin Zhengqiu was taken aback, initially thinking he had misheard. He looked up at Pei Shiyu, who continued, "The head chef at the base cafeteria is quite skilled. If possible, have him deliver meals a few times each week. Ning Ran enjoys eating." Pei Shiyu had no intention of accepting the 1/5 of the base supplies promised by Qin Zhengqiu, and his reasoning was not rooted in any misguided benevolence. Rather, the sheer visibility of 1/5 of the base's supplies could provoke envy among the personnel, which would not bode well for them. It was preferable to extend a favor to Qin Zhengqiu instead. Moreover, the primary motivation behind Ning Ran accepting this task was to bring the jade storage meteorite into the public eye. This way, they could freely extract resources from their storage rings without arousing suspicion regarding Ning Ran's space. Their successful retrieval of the jade storage meteorite from the South Suburban Research Institute had already fulfilled their objective. Qin Zhengqiu stared blankly at Pei Shiyu, astonished that someone could genuinely refuse such a vast temptation as 1/5 of the base supplies. "You are certain about foregoing 1/5 of the supplies?" Pei Shiyu nodded nonchalantly, as if dismissing a mere piece of paper. Qin Zhengqiu fell silent, pondering for a moment before stating, "On behalf of everyone at the base, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." He gazed earnestly at Pei Shiyu, his demeanor resolute. "In the future, should you require anything, I will do my utmost to assist." 1/5 of the base supplies would be sufficient for the personnel to endure for a while, though he felt a twinge of reluctance. In comparison to the jade storage meteorite's value, the supplies were not particularly substantial. Now that Pei Shiyu had declined them entirely, Qin Zhengqiu felt a profound sense of gratitude. Soon, Shen Yun returned with the takeout meals from the base cafeteria. Seizing the opportunity while they dined, Dr. Feng, accompanied by Xin Yun and equipped with stone-cutting tools, proceeded to the adjacent table to commence the cutting of the jade meteorite. Pei Shiyu, his companions, and Qin Zhengqiu exchanged occasional remarks. Qin Zhengqiu, discussing the recent circumstances at the base, became somewhat loquacious. "You wouldn't believe it. The river supplying water to the base has suddenly become teeming with fish. Many have not tasted meat in ages, and a considerable number of people have flocked there lately." Ning Ran recalled encountering 3 children with fishing gear not long ago, realizing that the river had indeed become overrun with fish. As Qin Zhengqiu spoke, his expression shifted to one of concern. Recently, the upper echelons of the base have been covertly recruiting powerful ability users, likely aiming to cultivate their own personnel in secret. Most of the base's ability users tend to join the official patrol teams, which, while not insubstantial in number, lack formidable abilities. He sighed as he spoke. Ning Ran exchanged a glance with Pei Shiyu, both instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. They had resolved to disclose the matter of the crystal cores to Qin Zhengqiu. The potential for crystal cores to restore and enhance abilities would eventually come to light. It was merely a question of time. Rather than allowing it to be discovered independently, they preferred to present it themselves, ensuring its complete utilization. If the personnel at the base learned that it was the 4 of them who had discovered the crystal cores and subsequently publicized the information, to them, there existed only advantages and no drawbacks. Ning Ran swallowed the food in her mouth and remarked, "In fact, we have discovered a type of crystal, formed from the brains of zombies, which can restore and enhance the abilities of supernatural beings." As she spoke, she retrieved several first-level crystal cores from her pocket and handed them to Qin Zhengqiu. Being a supernatural being himself, Qin Zhengqiu received the crystals in his palm and, following Ning Ran's instructions, absorbed the energy contained within them. Though the effects were not markedly pronounced, he indeed felt a slight restoration of his depleted powers. His eyes sparkled with excitement as Pei Shiyu and the others continued to bring him surprises, alleviating his troubles. He found himself at a loss as to how to express his gratitude to them. Ning Ran conveyed everything she could about the zombie crystal cores. Qin Zhengqiu, exhilarated, cradled a crystal core in his hands, nearly speechless, his entire focus drawn to the small core resting in his palm. At that moment, Shen Yun and Dr. Feng approached, carrying the freshly cut jade storage meteorite. Dr. Feng placed the deepest, most substantial section of the meteorite before Pei Shiyu and the others. This piece, darker in hue, was roughly the size of 2 ping-pong balls. In contrast to the predominantly light green of the entire jade storage meteorite, this small fragment exhibited a more profound coloration. Chapter 70. If only Qin Zhengqiu raised his hand, signaling Pei Shiyu and the others to collect the meteorite. Pei Shiyu glanced at Duanzhe, instructing him to secure the small piece of jade storage meteorite. Dr. Feng approached the group, bowing slightly to express his gratitude. Thank you for allowing this stone to see the light of day again. On behalf of the base and my mentor, I am truly grateful. Ning Ran observed Dr. Feng, recalling that, although there had been whispers of jade storage items in her previous life, their occurrence had been exceedingly sparse. It seemed that in her former life, this jade storage meteorite at the South Suburb Research Institute had not been successfully extracted. She contemplated the mutated rat swarm that had appeared at the South Suburb Research Institute, fearing it might be intricately linked to those aberrant rodents. In this life, the jade storage meteorite had been successfully retrieved from the South Suburb Research Institute, once again gracing the world with its presence. Given its substantial size, if cut into pieces and fashioned into ornaments, the quantity produced would likely be considerable. Adorning personnel sent out by the base to gather supplies would undoubtedly ease the process and eliminate numerous inconveniences. Dr. Feng lifted his gaze to Pei Shiyu and the others, stating, based on my research and that of my mentor, this meteorite likely fell to the planet several centuries ago. The light green storage ring that you previously presented must be of similar origin. Perhaps the apocalypse had its signs a century prior. Humanity simply failed to perceive them. His tone bore a hint of regret, and his expression was tinged with melancholy. If humanity could have foreseen the impending apocalypse sooner and made adequate preparations, might they have been spared from suffering, or at least endured less hardship? But if only... Qin Zhengqiu pointed to the crystal cores on the table, instructing Shen Yun to gather some from outside the base to deliver to Dr. Feng for research in the laboratory. Although Dr. Feng and Shen Yun had been preoccupied with cutting the crystal cores, they had overheard the conversation. After receiving their orders, they departed the office to commence their tasks. Having traversed the day outside, Pei Shiyu and his group bid farewell and left the central office building, returning to the villa. The villa appeared unchanged since their departure. Duanzhe drove the car into the villa's courtyard, which remained stark and barren, perhaps due to the lack of human presence in recent days. The air had grown somewhat chilly. Duanzhe and Lin Yan retreated to their rooms to rest, while Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran ascended to the third floor. Whether it was due to the fatigue of their journey or simply having had a satisfying lunch, Ning Ran leaned against Pei Shiyu's shoulder, drifting into a gentle slumber. Listening to her breathing gradually stabilize, Pei Shiyu tenderly placed Ning Ran on the bed and tucked her in. He then retrieved the piece of jade storage meteorite, roughly the size of 2 ping-pong balls, its hue darker than the light green variety. A liquid as dark as ink flowed through his palm, gradually enveloping the jade meteorite. As the liquid dispersed, the meteorite divided into 3 sections. One portion formed a storage space, nearly the size of 3 basketball courts, while the other 2 sections combined to create a storage space equivalent to 1.5 basketball courts. Pei Shiyu held the finest portion in his palm, meticulously carving it with his tools. He did not cease his work until the daylight outside began to fade. Upon completing his task, he had crafted an exquisite warm-colored hairband, adorned at its tail with a jade storage meteorite shaped like a lily of the valley. He admired the hairband for a moment before standing and approaching the bedside. Ning Ran remained asleep, and Pei Shiyu moved with utmost gentleness as he carefully wrapped the hairband around her wrist. The remnants of daylight outside had waned, indicating it was time to prepare dinner. Pei Shiyu shut the door behind him, descended the stairs, and using his dark powers, melted down the silver he had procured, fashioning 2 silver chains. He then affixed the remaining 2 jade storage meteorites onto the chains. Upon reaching the second floor, he suspended the 2 jade storage meteorite necklaces from the doorknobs of Duanzhe and Lin Yan's rooms. Just as Pei Shiyu intended to turn and leave, Duanzhe opened the door and emerged. Noticing the storage necklace hanging from the doorknob, he removed it and followed Pei Shiyu downstairs. Although neither spoke, they understood each other well enough that words were unnecessary. Duanze touched the jade storage meteorite on the necklace before putting it around his neck.
Pei Shiyu.
Known for his unpredictable temperament, dark, fierce, and ruthless, was for Duanze and Lin Yan, a figure for whom they would risk their lives. Duanze recalled the light green storage ring that Ning Ran had entrusted to him and took it out, handing it to Pei Shiyu. After briefly examining the storage ring, Pei Shiyu slipped it onto his ring finger. When Ning Ran awoke, a soft yellow nightlight illuminated the room, blinking her eyes in a daze. She felt something wrapped around her wrist. Raising her hand, she beheld a warm-colored hairband adorned with a lily of the valley-shaped jade storage meteorite. She recalled the hairband Pei Shiyu had removed from her hair before returning to the base. No wonder he had refused her request for it. A smile graced her lips as she gazed at the jade storage meteorite on the hairband for a long while, lost in thought. Descending the stairs, she was greeted by Lin Yan's lamentations echoing from below. Pei Shiyu's dark powers had him suspended midair. His voice was thunderous, threatening to shatter the glass door of the kitchen.
Boss.
I was wrong. I will never again call your food ugly. Even if it truly is, I shall keep silent. As Pei Shiyu set the dishes on the table, he used his shadow to cover Lin Yan's mouth. Upon seeing Ning Ran making her way downstairs, Pei Shiyu approached her, taking her hand and guiding her to the dining table. Ran, it's time to eat. Noticing the warm-colored hairband at the ends of Ning Ran's hair, Pei Shiyu's smile widened. Duanze brought the rib soup to the table, at which point Pei Shiyu finally lowered Lin Yan back to the ground. Clutching the green meteorite necklace in his palm, Lin Yan hesitantly made his way to his seat, feeling neglected as Pei Shiyu busied himself with serving Ning Ran. Lin Yan hurriedly took several pieces of meat and stuffed them into his mouth. As he swallowed the meat, he observed Pei Shiyu, whose mood visibly brightened in the presence of Ning Ran, and cautiously remarked, "Honestly, it's rather good-looking. I was just speaking whimsically." After finishing his sentence, he cast a sidelong glance at Pei Shiyu. Pei Shiyu, watching Lin Yan's cheeks bulging with food, sighed in resignation. "Hurry and eat." He sighed again, realizing why Duanze often remarked that Lin Yan was a bit dim-witted. Recently, the river supplying water to the base had experienced an overabundance of fish, drawing many visitors to its banks each day. Ning Ran, intrigued by the information Lin Yan had gathered, listened attentively. At dawn, the four of them set off in an off-road vehicle towards the riverbank. The river, which traversed through the base, supplied drinking water to the entire population. Except for the upstream section, where purification equipment was installed and access was restricted, the middle and lower sections were open to the public. Chapter 71. Fishing. Ning Ran, Pei Shiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan parked their vehicle by the riverbank. In the frigid temperatures, a thick layer of ice covered the river surface. The riverbank and even the icy surface were bustling with people, all armed with fishing tools, busy attempting to catch fish. Shouts of encouragement and cheers resounded from those fishing on the ice, creating a lively atmosphere. After the four descended from the vehicle, they made their way towards the riverbank, where withered, dry weeds lay scattered, their leaves encased in frost. A few children, their cheeks flushed from the cold, were beaming with smiles that seemed to stretch to their ears. They collectively lifted a stone and brought it down forcefully onto the ice, creating a sizable hole. Then, armed with their fishing nets, they began to scoop for fish. Despite the nearly 5 to 6 centimeters thick layer of ice, the fish beneath the surface were quite lively. One child tugged vigorously on the fishing net, pulling it out of the water.
Caught it. We got it.
The other children, hearing the commotion, rushed over to the child who had caught the fish. They pulled apart the net, revealing several dark greenish fish lying in the center. These fish, adorned with long whiskers and tough, thick scales, were unlike any species seen before the apocalypse. Previously, Qin Zhengqiu had mentioned that the base's laboratory had tested these fish and found no traces of the zombie virus in their flesh, indicating that they were not mutated species. They were likely a new species that evolved to adapt to the harsh conditions of the apocalypse. Given their appearance during the cold season of the apocalypse, a time of scarcity and suffering for the base, the people named them winter fortune fish. The name carries dual meanings. One, being a species that survives and thrives in the cold season, and the other, a fish that brings fortune when consumed during winter. Perhaps due to the pleasant weather, there were more anglers by the river than usual. Duanze and Lin Yan returned to the vehicle to fetch equipment. Once they returned, The four of them set up fishing gear and makeshift tables and chairs. Duanze sat on a small stool, intently fishing, while Pei Shiyu reclined on a beach chair, donning sunglasses and resting his eyes. Ning Ran, accompanied by Lin Yan, had already dashed onto the river surface, listening to the laughter around her. Pei Shiyu bore a subtle smile. Noticing a small black creature peeking out from the shadows of her hair, Ning Ran gently poked it, indicating it should return. The little black creature, appearing quite pitiful despite its expression being obscured, seemed to convey its desire for fish. "Sister, are you here to fish too?" A little girl grasped Ning Ran's fingertips, beaming with a radiant smile. "Sister, you're so pretty." Ning Ran, kneeling to meet the girl's gaze, spoke in a gentle tone. "Are you here to fish as well?" The girl nodded enthusiastically, pointing to a group of children gathered nearby. "I came with them. We're going to catch lots and lots of fish to take back." "Pretty sister, you should join us. We will share the fish with you." "All right," Ning Ran replied, nodding as she followed the girl. Seeing Ning Ran being led away by the child, Lin Yan trailed behind them at a slower pace. Not far off, a cluster of children encircled a large ice hole, nearly 2 meters in diameter. Each child carried a small bamboo basket, each containing a few fish. "Go for it. You can do it." A boy was tugging at the fishing net submerged in the water, straining to pull it out. The surrounding children cheered him on, fists clenched in encouragement. The fish in the net were substantial, nearly matching the boy's height. The struggle continued, neither side yielding. The winter fortune fish thrashed vigorously in the water, and at a moment of distraction, the boy lost his grip and stumbled toward the ice hole. Ning Ran swiftly caught the boy by the back of his collar, preventing him from falling into the water. Thank you, sister." After placing him back on solid ground, Ning Ran grasped the fishing net and effortlessly pulled a sizable fish from the water. The boy, having splashed himself while grappling with the fish, was now soaked. Lin Yan approached the boy, assisting him in drying his sleeves. The boy's eyes sparkled as he touched his now dry and warm sleeves. "Brother, are you an ability user?" Lin Yan stood up, nodding proudly, resembling a leader among children. "You're amazing." "Of course," Lin Yan replied with a boastful tone, drying the damp clothes of the children around him one by one. The little girl clasped Ning Ran's hand and pressed a small red bucket into her palm. "Pretty sister, let us catch fish together." "I'll share the fish I catch with you." Ning Ran nodded, gently caressing the girl's cheek. "All right, I will share the fish I catch with you too." The little girl beamed, her chubby cheeks flushed from the cold. The little black creature peered out from the shadows of Ning Ran's hair, rubbing against her as if expressing its discontent about not getting any fish. "Miss Ning, is Mr. Lin here to fish as well?" Upon hearing a familiar voice, Ning Ran and Lin Yan turned to see Dr. Feng, clad in a white lab coat, carrying a white box, followed by a younger colleague. "Are you here to catch fish too?" "We're here to catch some winter fortune fish for experimental purposes." Ning Ran nodded, feeling the flow of her water abilities. "Would you like some assistance?" "It's no trouble at all." Before the words were fully out of her mouth, fish began to tumble out one after another at Dr. Feng's feet. "It's no trouble. You can keep these." "Thank you, Miss Ning." Dr. Feng stammered as he observed the swirling water around him. The 2-meter diameter ice hole continually brimmed with water, floating in midair. The fish followed the flowing water onto the ice surface, while the water, controlled by Ning Ran's abilities, seamlessly returned to the river. The surrounding children gaped in awe, taking a moment to regain their senses. "Pretty sister, you're so amazing." The little girl gazed transfixed at the floating winter fortune fish. In no time, dozens of dark green winter fortune fish had accumulated on the ice. Lin Yan, unable to remain idle, declared he would help and rushed forward. Ning Ran had no time to intervene. In a moment of distraction, Lin Yan plunged entirely into the water. Water and fire are natural adversaries. Due to the attributes of his abilities, Lin Yan would face certain restrictions. However, his initial ability level was sufficiently high to withstand them. An A-grade ability user possesses superior physicality, perception, and strength compared to those below A-grade. Before the apocalypse, Lin Yan had undergone professional training, making underwater combat a trivial matter for him, let alone catching a few fish. Furthermore, with his fire-based powers, he was completely unfazed by the cold. Chapter 72, A Desire to Discipline the Mischievous Child. One fish after another was tossed onto the surface by Lin Yan. although he occasionally surfaced for air. Ning Ran had no opportunity to converse with him. The commotion attracted a number of adults and children nearby, all drawn to the spectacle.
Doctor.
Foam handed the white box he was holding to a colleague behind him, wanting to assist but uncertain how to proceed. After all, Mr. Lin's abilities were such that he might be burned before Dr. Feng even approached. Miss Ning. It's all right. Ning Ran calmly waved her hand, summoning a flow of water that enveloped Lin Yan in bubbles, lifting him from beneath the surface to the shore.
Guliulu.
Lin Yan saw Ning Ran and attempted to speak. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the air he had been holding escaped, releasing a torrent of bubbles. He pointed to the bubbles outside, then to his own mouth, signaling Ning Ran to set him down. With a wave of her hand, the large bubble burst, allowing Lin Yan to finally inhale fresh air. Little sister-in-law, how did I do? Did I catch many fish? Ning Ran surveyed the ice surface around them, which was densely dotted with fish. So numerous that she could hardly count them. There are indeed quite a few, perhaps a bit too many, she replied. Although many people had gathered, they respected the fact that Ning Ran and Lin Yan were ability users, and none dared to interfere. Your clothes. Ning Ran observed Lin Yan's drenched attire and, utilizing her water-based powers, extracted the moisture, rendering his clothes immediately dry. She crouched down to address a little girl amidst a group of children. Sister promised. The fish you catch will be shared with you. Unable to resist, she pinched the chubby cheeks of the little girl. You may choose any of these fish. They're a gift from sister. The little girl hesitated, her smile faltering as she recalled what her parents had told her. Food was precious. And even a grain of rice should not be wasted. Is it really all right, sister? My parents said food is valuable and we shouldn't take from others. Ning Ran grasped the little girl's hand, which felt slightly cold. Really, you can take as much as you like. Hurry now, sister doesn't need the food. And remember, we agreed. You share the fish you catch with me, and I'll share mine with you. But sister, you caught so many fish. Won't I be at a disadvantage? Despite being only 7 or 8 years old, the little girl was clearly burdened by worries that belied her age. Ning Ran looked down at her and gently retrieved 3 fish from the little girl's small basket. Then how about this? I'll take your fish. And you can choose from the ones that brother and I caught, all right? The little girl pondered for a moment, her thoughts momentarily clouded. Ning Ran gently nudged her forward, addressing the surrounding children. Go on now, see who can find the biggest fish. Upon hearing Ning Ran's encouragement, the nearby children were spurred into action, rushing to find the largest fish. Even the little girl, initially lost in thought, was drawn into the excitement of the search. Little sister-in-law, it seems we have caught quite an abundance of fish. What should we do? Lin Yan, caught up in the thrill of fishing, suddenly felt a twinge of guilt as he surveyed the multitude of fish surrounding them. Ning Ran too experienced a moment of vexation. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Dr. Feng. Dr. Feng, under Ning Ran's gaze, felt an inexplicable urge to flee. Well, Miss Ning, while we are here to find experimental fish species, we probably don't need this many. Ning Ran regarded Lin Yan, feeling an overwhelming desire to scold the mischievous child. Dr. Feng, sensing the discomfort between them, hesitated before suggesting, if Miss Ning and Mr. Lin believe there are too many fish to handle, perhaps we could send some to the base canteen. As soon as the words left his mouth, Dr. Feng felt a pang of regret, wishing to retract his suggestion. Although both Miss Ning and Mr. Lin possessed abilities that made fishing effortless, he could not allow them to freely give away what was essentially a precious resource in the apocalypse. Ning Ran's eyes brightened at Dr. Feng's proposal, considering it far better than returning the fish to the water. Let us proceed with that. She thrust the 3 fish she had taken from the little girl's basket into Dr. Feng's hands. Here, a token of gratitude. Feel free to select any experimental fish species you desire. Then I will leave these in your capable hands. Thank you. Ning Ran patted Dr. Feng on the shoulder and, with Lin Yan, swiftly departed, leaving him to manage the remaining catch. Fearing that Dr. Feng might reconsider, she disappeared before he could utter another word. Dr. Feng, now entrusted with a significant responsibility, felt a surge of determination. He turned to his colleagues with a serious demeanor. I will select a few experimental fish. You go find the head chef and have him come for the fish. His colleague, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded vigorously and rushed off. The gathering crowd, aware that the fish would be sent to the base canteen, buzzed with excitement, speculating about the identities of Ning Ran and Lin Yan. The children who had gathered fish returned to the shore, their baskets brimming with their catches, some even tying strings to carry their bounty home. "I think I remember who those two are," a young man in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, prompting curious glances from those around him. Feeling the weight of their attention, he hesitated for a moment before proudly declaring, "I work at the city gate of the base and have seen them once. I heard they were personally received by the base commander and allowed to roam freely throughout the base." Pausing for effect, he glanced at the intrigued crowd before continuing, and, he drew out the suspense, leaving the next part hanging in the air. The crowd, unable to contain their curiosity, pressed him for more. "And what?" they clamored.
Come on.
"Don't keep us hanging. Surely you're not just boasting without knowing the truth?"
Who said that?
"Of course I know." The young man raised his voice slightly to quell the surrounding chatter. "And it's them who brought back the much-discussed jade storage meteorite recently. Not only that, but they were also the ones who discovered the crystal cores," came a voice from within the crowd, filled with awe. "Then they must be quite remarkable." The crowd buzzed with excitement as the young man stroked his nose, engaging in further discussions. The head chef, accompanied by a team of kitchen helpers, arrived with tools to collect the fish. Initially skeptical of the messages he had received, he was convinced upon seeing the laboratory staff uniforms and hearing Dr. Feng's name. Chapter 73. If you wish to watch, then watch closely. Dr. Feng, who was fishing on the ice, spotted his colleague approaching with the head chef and waved enthusiastically to the group. "Over here." The head chef, hearing the call, guided his companions over. Observing the multitude of fish scattered across the ice, he inquired, "How come there are so many fish?" "These were caught by Mr. Lin and Miss Ning to enhance the cafeteria's meals," exclaimed Dr. Feng. "That's splendid." The head chef beamed as he watched the kitchen helpers begin to gather the fish into boxes. "Later, I shall prepare some exquisite dishes and fine wines to send to their villa as a token of gratitude." The two engaged in a delightful exchange, their conversation filled with joy, while a lively crowd of onlookers gathered nearby. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ning Ran and Lin Yan made their way back, only to find Pei Shiyu and Duan Zhe preparing to tidy up. Pei Shiyu handed Ning Ran a handkerchief to wipe her hands. He briefly glanced at Lin Yan before averting his gaze. Lin Yan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, akin to the anxiety of being caught in a misdeed. Although the leader was not present, Lin Yan sensed that his actions and troubles were somehow known to Pei Shiyu. Shortly after Ning Ran, Lin Yan, Duan Zhe, and Pei Shiyu returned to the villa, the head chef from the cafeteria personally delivered a selection of meals. Duan Zhe and Lin Yan answered the door. With a broad smile, the head chef presented a food box nearly half his height. "I sincerely thank Miss Ning and Mr. Lin for the fish. We can certainly add more meat to the cafeteria's offerings these next few days." As he spoke, he handed over the box. "Thank you," Duan Zhe said, casting a glance at the carefree Lin Yan as he accepted the box. After the chef departed, Duan Zhe closed the ornate iron gate of the villa behind them. Lin Yan, whistling and rubbing his nose, hurriedly turned to slip away before Duan Zhe could ask him anything. Following the incident with the mutated crows, the laboratory at the base commenced research on mutated animals. The previously planned construction of 8 large ultrasonic bird deterrents had now been completed. During their recent outing, Pei Shiyu and his group encountered mutated rats at the Southern Suburb Research Institute. Upon learning this, Qin Zhengqiu promptly organized a thorough inspection of the base and instructed that all corners be reinforced to prevent these mutated rats from infiltrating and breeding within the base. The rapid reproduction rate of the rat population could lead to dire consequences should any mutated rats enter the base and thrive. Moreover, the first base was located in the northern suburbs of B City, which, despite being some distance from the Southern Suburb Research Institute, still fell within the B City jurisdiction. Recently, the small trading market adjacent to the cafeteria was undergoing expansion. The variety of traded goods had significantly increased, and the flow of people had multiplied several times. To ensure security, the official patrol team at the trading market had been substantially augmented, with patrols becoming more frequent and intensive. Early in the morning, Ning Ran finished her morning routine and emerged from her room to have breakfast. As she approached the staircase, she overheard a conversation at the entrance. Pei Shiyu was in the study on the second floor with Duan Zhe, while Lin Yan was chatting with Xin Yun, who had arrived early. Ning Ran strolled toward the entrance, yawning and appearing quite languid, her voice still carrying the remnants of sleep. "Why don't you come in?" Hearing her voice, Lin Yan and Shen Yun turned to look. Shen Yun politely nodded and explained, "I can't. I have business to attend to. I'll leave as soon as I finish." Ning Ran stood beside Lin Yan as Shen Yun continued, "The expansion of the trading market is nearing completion, and there are many new items available. This evening, there will be a fireworks display at the market, and the base director would like to invite the four of you to attend." The director's wife heard that Miss Ning enjoys the head chef's cooking, and she has reserved a private room on the second floor of the cafeteria for dinner. "All right, we understand," Ning Ran replied, thinking that since they had nothing else to do, they might as well accept the invitation. Lin Yan, though appearing aloof, was secretly thrilled at the prospect of a complimentary dinner. After delivering the message, Shen Yun departed from the villa. Just as Ning Ran and Lin Yan closed the door, Pei Shiyu and Duan Zhe descended the stairs. Breakfast had already been prepared in advance and kept warm in the pot. When it was served, the temperature was just right. Ning Ran and Lin Yan informed Pei Shiyu and Duan Zhe about Shen Yun's visit. Pei Shiyu nodded nonchalantly, wiping a drop of milk that had accidentally splashed onto Ning Ran's lips. After finishing his meal, Duan Zhe set down his bowl and chopsticks. "I'll go prepare some things." "Okay," Pei Shiyu nodded, though his gaze remained fixed on Ning Ran. Feeling a bit shy under his scrutiny, she placed her cup of milk down. "Stop staring at me." Pei Shiyu, with his eyes covered, maintained a subtle smile at the corners of his lips. Duan Zhe stood up, dragging the still burping Lin Yan away.
"Why?"
Pei Shiyu gently took Ning Ran's hand and pressed a soft kiss against it, his eyes reflecting innocence and a hint of grievance. "Why can't I look at you, Ranran?" Ning Ran, captivated by Pei Shiyu's innocent expression, felt her cheeks flush as she averted her gaze, weakly responding, "Well, it's not that you can't," internally berating herself for being so susceptible to his charm. She hesitated before adopting a feigned fierce demeanor. "But you can't keep staring." "All right then," Pei Shiyu replied, his deep voice tinged with reluctance. "If you don't allow me to look, though it will sadden me, I will abide by your wishes." Ning Ran, struck by his playful yet earnest words, ultimately chose to give in.
"Fine. Just look as much as you want.
It's not like I'll lose anything over it." As evening approached, the vehicle arranged by Qin Zhengqiu arrived punctually at the villa. Once inside, the driver headed straight for the cafeteria adjacent to the trading market. Upon their arrival, Qin Zhengqiu was outside waiting with a woman who appeared to be of similar age. She had an elegant figure and striking features, her long, straight hair neatly tied back, exuding a gentle demeanor. As Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and the others alighted from the vehicle, the woman approached them alongside Qin Zhengqiu. Qin Zhengqiu introduced them. "You may not have met yet. This is my wife, Jiwan." Jiwan nodded at Pei Shiyu and the others. "Hello. I hope you don't mind this sudden invitation. I heard about the assistance you provided to Zhengqiu, and I wanted to express my gratitude." She took hold of Ning Ran's wrist affectionately, guiding her toward the second floor of the cafeteria. "I've asked the head chef to prepare a variety of dishes. Let us see what you like. I even brought some cured meats for the chef to cook, though I hope they suit your palate." Ning Ran nodded, following Jiwan upstairs. Pei Shiyu rubbed his empty palms together, his expression growing colder. Qin Zhengqiu, noticing this, laughed heartily as he led the slightly jealous Pei Shiyu, along with Duan Zhe and Lin Yan, up the stairs behind Ji Wan and Ning Ran. Chapter 74. Kidnapping. After being seated, the head chef personally introduced the menu, inquiring if they desired anything additional. Whether it was the brightness of the private room or the chef's evident joy today, he appeared particularly cheerful. His naturally rounded physique made him seem even more approachable. After a few casual exchanges, it was revealed that Ning Ran and her companions had no particular opinions on the menu, prompting the chef to take his leave once more. During the meal, sounds of lively chatter occasionally drifted in from outside. The trading market was bustling with people, drawing quite a crowd. Even around the cafeteria, shadows of numerous figures could be discerned. After finishing her meal, Ning Ran set her chopsticks down and, hearing a series of loud bangs from outside, made her way to the window. Through the glass, she witnessed a dazzling display of fireworks erupting before her eyes, their vibrant colors dazzling to the point of disorientation. Pei Shiyu and Qin Zhengqiu were engrossed in conversation. Ji-won approached Ning Ran from behind, noticing her delight, and a gentle smile graced her features. Shall we step outside to take a look? Ji-won suggested, taking Ning Ran's hand. After receiving a nod of agreement, she guided her towards the exit. Pei Xiu's gaze remained fixed on Ning Ran. Although he did not attempt to stop her departure, his heart seemed to follow her as she left. Qin Zhengqiu, noticing Pei Xiu's distracted demeanor, glanced at the empty space beside him and instantly understood. Shall we sit by the window? He proposed. Pei Xiu's expression remained unchanged, merely nodding slightly before rising and walking towards the window. Qin Zhengqiu acknowledged Duanze and Lin Yan, who were enjoying their food, before following. From the window, they could see Ning Ran and Ji-won standing together, watching the fireworks. Ning Ran stood beside Ji-won, gazing up at the sky, where fireworks burst in rapid succession against the darkening night. The vibrant atmosphere was a stark contrast to the desolation she had experienced since the apocalypse, leaving her momentarily disoriented, unable to distinguish between past and present. Seeing her captivated, Ji-won smiled and pointed to a nearby stall selling roasted chestnuts. Dandan, I'm going to buy some chestnuts. Please wait for me here. Ning Ran glanced in the direction Ji-won indicated. Behind the modest stall stood an elderly man, his weathered hands expertly stirring the chestnuts in the pan. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, yet few patrons lingered to purchase. Ning Ran nodded, and Ji-won released their linked arms, heading towards the stall. A boisterous crowd approached from a distance, seemingly intent on reaching the trading market nearby. The chaotic throng obscured Ning Ran's view. Suddenly, a van appeared without warning, passing right in front of her. In the blink of an eye, Ji-won vanished from sight. Ning Ran's heart raced with unease as she squeezed through the crowd, making her way towards the van, which had a door ajar on the opposite side. Peering through the gap, she was horrified to see Ji-won with her mouth taped shut and a knife pressed against her throat. "Which one are we taking, Big Brother?" stammered the portly man holding the knife. The man addressed as Big Brother wore a black eye patch over his left eye, his right eye glinting with menace as he assessed Ning Ran through the van's window. "Don't scream, or I'll kill her."
Get in.
When Ning Ran remained unmoved, the man with the eye patch nudged the stammering man. His arm slipped, and the knife grazed Ji-won's neck, drawing blood. Fear surged in Ji-won's eyes, and a tear escaped from the corner of her eye. Seeing this, Ning Ran had no choice but to step forward and enter the van. A small black creature, obscured by her hair, desperately tried to escape, but was pressed back by Ning Ran. As Pei Xiu and Qin Zhengqiu, sensing something amiss, rushed out, the van had already vanished from sight. In the frigid air, Qin Zhengqiu's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and his hands trembled at his sides. "Don't panic. Don't panic," he said, his voice betraying a hint of panic. The words meant as much for Pei Xiu as for himself. "I've called for a lockdown of the base. Nothing will go wrong. It cannot." Pei Xiu's expression darkened visibly, a fierce, bloodthirsty aura surrounding him that deterred anyone from approaching. "Boss," Duanze observed, concern etched on his face. Pei Xiu was not one to wear his emotions on his sleeve. His thoughts were inscrutable, his mood capricious. Although he appeared outwardly calm, Duanze knew he was teetering on the brink of fury. Pei Xiu remained silent, yet an inexplicable chill permeated the air. A dark, viscous fluid began to spread from beneath him, suffocating in its weight. The nearby jubilant crowd scattered, unwilling to draw near. "Xiu," Qin Zhengqiu called. But Pei Xiu paid no heed, a shroud of darkness enveloping him, leaving only a single word behind before he vanished without a trace. Qin Zhengqiu was left in shock, unable to comprehend how the figure he had just seen could disappear so abruptly. Duanze stepped forward, placing a hand on Qin Zhengqiu's shoulder to bring him back to reality. "Our boss has likely already gone after them. We must order the base to be sealed and have patrols search for suspicious individuals." Nodding dumbly at Duanze's words, Qin Zhengqiu remained in a daze. Lin Yan crouched down, studying the tire tracks before him. His usual jovial demeanor had transformed into one of seriousness. Upon receiving Qin Zhengqiu's orders, Shun Yun joined Lin Yan, leading the patrol teams to scour the base. Meanwhile, Duanze and Qin Zhengqiu headed towards the city gate to investigate. The entrance to the base was tightly secured, the wind whispering a menacing undertone. Standing atop the city wall, Duanze and Qin Zhengqiu observed a trembling gatekeeper kneeling before them. The gatekeeper, visibly frightened, stammered incomprehensibly. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. He fell to the ground, wringing his hands in desperation. I shouldn't have been greedy. That man offered me 2 packs of cigarettes to let a van through. I truly didn't mean to. I swear I won't do it again. The gatekeeper's pleas were accompanied by tears and snot streaming down his face. Chapter 75. I swear, I will confess everything. Duanze stepped forward, pinning the man's hand to the ground, exuding an aura of menace. The gatekeeper dared to raise his eyes for a fleeting moment before hastily lowering his head, afraid to look any longer. Duanze pressed down with relentless force, eliciting cries of pain from the gatekeeper. I truly have nothing else. I was just momentarily tempted by the cigarettes, he reiterated, his face paling from the pain. Duanze's gaze flickered, as if he could see right through the man's soul. I will give you one more chance. The cold wind in the air seemed to solidify, wrapping around the gatekeeper and lifting him off the ground. With his feet dangling, he flailed desperately, realizing that should he fall from this height, he would meet a gruesome end. I swear, I will confess everything. His voice trembled, rising in pitch with fear. He unconsciously swallowed hard, speaking in one breath. The man approached me 2 days ago, promising that if I released the van, he would arrange a villa for me in the inner city. Unable to resist the temptation, I acquiesced. What did he look like? I have no idea. Duanze gently waved his finger, causing the guard to momentarily falter in midair. The guard, startled, took a while to regain his composure. I am truly speaking the truth this time. The man wore a cloak and appeared rather short. The guard suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, Right. It seems he has an unsightly scar on the back of his hand, resembling a centipede. Duanze scrutinized the flustered guard for a moment before waving his hand, manipulating the wind to return him to the city wall. As soon as the guard landed, he fainted. Qin Zhengqiu ordered the guard to be taken away and detained. Upon hearing the guard's words, Qin Zhengqiu had an inkling of what was afoot. He furrowed his brow and beckoned a staff member from a distance to approach. Go notify Xinyun, instruct him to gather people and head to Jiang Dongji's residence, the mayor's household. Qin Zhengqiu's voice carried a hint of indignation. The staff member dispatched to relay the message quickly nodded and hurried away. Duanze personally drove, and the 2 men departed the city gate. Arriving at a villa in the inner city district, the villa was lavishly decorated, surrounded by scattered private bodyguards. Just as Duanze and Qin Zhengqiu were about to enter, Xinyun and Lin Yan arrived with military security personnel and a patrol team. The group burst into the villa with great urgency and momentum. The bodyguards of the villa appeared to be professionally trained, most of them being ability users. Xinyun and Lin Yan's security team and patrol quickly found themselves at a disadvantage.
Ha 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 ha.
What brings Commander Qin to my humble abode today? A middle-aged man, amiable and refined, stood at the entrance of the villa, accompanied by a tall, imposing bodyguard clad in black. His tone was friendly, yet the shifty glint in his eyes hinted at a cunning nature. What's all this commotion? Hurry and cease. He strolled over leisurely, a faint smile plastered on his face. Qin Zhengqiu regarded this wolf in sheep's clothing with disdain.
Ha!
Mayor Jiang has truly been busy lately. His reach seems to extend ever further. He deliberately emphasized mayor with a mocking tone. Jiang Dongji was indeed the mayor of City B before the apocalypse. But after it began, he had long since become a figurehead. Although the first base lies within the boundaries of City B, it was established solely by Qin Zhengqiu, who remains the true power holder. A flicker of displeasure crossed Jiang Dongji's face, quickly masked. Commander Qin, are you jesting? There's no such thing as a mayor now. He forced a strained smile, subtly reminding Qin Zhengqiu of his pre-apocalyptic title, implying that he did not recognize Qin Zhengqiu's authority as the base leader. Not to be outdone, Qin Zhengqiu replied with a hint of disdain. If Mr. Jiang insists there is no mayor, then naturally, there is no general either. At the first base, there is only the base leader. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Dongji detected the underlying thread in his words. The smile on his face vanished in an instant. He understood that Qin Zhengqiu was reminding him that the leader of the first base was indeed Qin Zhengqiu, while he himself was merely an ordinary person without power. Qin Zhengqiu could command all armed forces of the base, whether military security personnel or official patrol teams, all would heed his orders. In contrast, Jiang Dongji possessed nothing beyond the few private bodyguards in the villa. Enraged and embarrassed, Jiang Dongji's previously amiable tone turned sharp. What does Commander Qin mean by this? Is he here with such a multitude to threaten my life? Qin Jingchu's eyes narrowed as they fell upon the centipede-like scar on Jiang Dongji's left hand. He had long harbored disdain for the cadre of pre-apocalyptic officials led by Jiang Dongji, who continuously stirred trouble. To his shock, Jiang Dongji had audaciously extended his influence to the point of openly abducting his wife. Lightning crackled in the palm of Qin Jingchu's hand, striking the ground beside Jiang Dongji's feet. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Jiang Dongji's towering bodyguard, he would likely have been injured. Hand her over. Qin Jingchu no longer wasted words, directly threatening him to return the captive. Jiang Dongji's eyes darted around, realizing the situation was exposed, and he ceased to pretend. So what if I did it? He pushed away the bodyguard supporting him, standing tall and straightening his clothes. The person has long since left the base. What can you do? Will you kill me? Don't forget, there are still my people stationed at various points in the base. Are you not afraid of a base-wide upheaval? Qin Jingchu clenched his fists, filled with a desire to pummel Jiang Dongji into submission. Jiang Dongji waved his hand, and the surrounding private bodyguards encircled him for protection, his tone laced with mockery. Commander Qin should focus on training his troops. Only after defeating me should he come seeking retribution. The moment he finished speaking, the air around them turned frigid. Beneath the cold night sky, the wind howled like a swarm of icy blades. Duanze stepped forward alongside Lin Yan, his eyes flickering with intensity. The private bodyguards encircling Jiang Dongji couldn't help but take a few steps back. Jiang Dongji's face grew grim, his brow furrowed. He had long heard that Qin Jingchu maintained close ties with four exceptionally powerful ability users, personally arranging accommodations for them. Moreover, these four ability users had assisted Qin Jingchu in retrieving the jade storage meteorite from the Nanjiao Research Institute, even uncovering the news of the crystal cores. Chapter 76. The Furniture Factory. Jiang Dongji observed Duanze and Lin Yan, suspecting they might be two of the four. What are you afraid of? Jiang Dongji feigned calm, though the strong aura emanating from Duanze and Lin Yan made even him, a seasoned power holder, feel a twinge of trepidation. Why aren't you rushing to stop them? Do you wish to die? His voice rose in anger as he shouted at the bodyguards beside him. The bodyguards exchanged glances, ultimately having no choice but to charge forward. They had experienced Jiang Dongji's torturous methods and had no desire to relive that nightmare. Duanze regarded the hesitant bodyguards with disdain, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Yan surged ahead, flames swirling with ease, as he conjured fireballs that rained down upon the enemies. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched all the bodyguards surrounding Jiang Dongji. Jiang Dongji stood in disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in a fierce battle with military security and patrol personnel, holding the upper hand, and now it had been so effortlessly resolved. Jiang Dongji glared at Lin Yan, nearly bulging his eyes in disbelief. Is this truly still a human being? The private bodyguards lay scattered on the ground, wailing in agony, their clothing charred and in tatters. Duanze stepped forward a few paces, and the wind blade unexpectedly grazed past his ear, leaving behind several trails of blood. Where are they? Speak or face death. His tone was grave, and his expression earnest, instilling no doubt in the credibility of his words. Jiang Dongji crawled back a few steps, attempting to distance himself from Duanze, only to be obstructed by Lin Yan. Lin Yan conjured a sphere of searing flames in his palm, pressing it against Jiang Dongji's cheek. Jiang Dongji stared, unblinking, at the fire before him, his vision swirling from the glare. I'll tell you. It's at the furniture factory, right at the furniture factory. Upon hearing this, Shunyan stepped forward and inquired, is it the furniture factory closest to the northern suburbs of the base? Yes. Stay away from me. Don't burn me. Duanze assessed Jiang Dongji, who trembled slightly but dared not move. After confirming he spoke the truth, he called to Lin Yan and turned to leave. Lin Yan extinguished the flames in his palm and kicked Jiang Dongji back to the ground as he attempted to crawl away. Coward! He followed Duanze, the two making their way toward the villa's exit. As they passed by Qin Zhengqiu, Duanzhe gave a slight nod. Qin Zhengqiu regarded the two, extending his hand to block their path, his tone laced with urgency. I cannot leave the base. He glanced at the unconscious Jiang Dongji on the ground, fearing that if he were absent, it would play right into Jiang Dongji's hands, and that group led by him would undoubtedly cause havoc at the base. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, tinged with guilt. I entrust my wife to you all, he faltered, unsure of what else to say. Duanzhe patted Qin Zhengqiu's shoulder, understanding the weight of his words regarding his wife, Ji Wan, who was essentially his only kin. The fact that Qin Zhengqiu could make such a request demonstrated the immense resolve he had mustered, indicating that he held Duanzhe and his companions in the highest regard. Rest assured, Duanzhe replied, hastening his departure with Lin Yan. Qin Zhengqiu, hearing this, seemed to exhale a breath of relief, staggeringly retreating a few steps and beckoning Shen Yun forward. Shen Yun supported Qin Zhengqiu and listened as he instructed, send someone to follow them. You must ensure the safe return of my wife and Miss Ning. Shen Yun nodded, offering reassurance. You need not worry, Mr. Pei and the others are formidable. They will surely succeed. He gestured for the nearby military personnel and patrols to follow, then swiftly pursued the direction in which Duanzhe and Lin Yan had departed. Pei Shiyu tracked Ning Ran, chasing her to the exterior of a furniture factory. The black mist surrounding him dissipated, revealing his form. The factory was not particularly large. Encircled by a low wall about 1.5 meters high, piled with numerous discarded wooden planks. A viscous liquid swirled around his palm, and Pei Shiyu knew that his Ranran was within. Shadows flowed around his feet, corroding the iron gate of the factory slowly. He advanced into the factory, exuding an aura of dread, akin to a hellish reaper emerging from a blood-soaked battlefield. Inside the factory, the zombies appeared to have been deliberately cleared away. In the corners of the factory, amidst withered weeds, lay the remains of the undead. The expansive, silent interior of the factory appeared even more eerie under the cover of night. Pei Shiyu headed toward a factory room not far to the left, from which a faint ghostly light emanated through the window. In the darkness, a shadow flitted past, leaving only an afterimage. Pei Shiyu halted, a bloodthirsty smile curling at his lips.
Come out.
His voice unconsciously carried an authoritative edge. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, yet no one appeared to respond. Left with no choice, Pei Shiyu began to take matters into his own hands, dark mist swirling around him. The black fog seemed to sense its master's mood, enveloping the atmosphere with an inexplicable oppression. A rustling sound arose from the grass. The black mist coiled around an earth-based ability user, presenting them before Pei Shiyu. He stepped closer, not wishing to engage in prolonged conflict. Before the earth ability user could utter a word, Pei Shiyu's blade struck, swiftly ending their life. Blood sprayed from their neck as they struggled, but the black mist tightly bound their limbs. Pei Shiyu carelessly discarded the incapacitated earth ability user onto the ground. The individual could only experience the painful loss of their life force, helplessly feeling their blood drain away. The wind howled past his ears, and within the illuminated factory, anguish screams echoed, only to abruptly cease. Pei Shiyu frowned and hastened toward the factory. Inside, only a few old kerosene lamps emitted a dim yellow light. Standing at the entrance, Pei Shiyu gazed at the discarded furniture within, where 2 men were bound with rope. One wore an eye patch, while the other appeared portly. With their mouths gagged, they could only emit muffled sounds of distress. Upon seeing a figure appear at the entrance, they mistakenly believed it to be the earth ability user who had been waiting for them, and they struggled even harder. Little did they know, the true harbinger of death stood before them. Pei Shiyu advanced slowly into the factory, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously, causing hearts to race. The stuttering man and the man with the eye patch sensed the shift in the atmosphere, their throats tightening involuntarily. Chapter 77. We're going back home. Pei Shiyu scanned the factory, finding no sign of Ning Ran. The stuttering man and the man with the eye patch held their breath, not daring to make a sound, fearing they would attract attention. Pei Shiyu rubbed his fingertips together, about to disperse the black mist when, from the shadows obscured by a log, a figure rushed out. The figure sprinted toward him and squeezed into his embrace. Pei Shiyu, feeling the familiar scent and warmth, froze, afraid this was merely a figment of his imagination. His heart began to race, just as it did when he held his Ranran. Ranran. Pei Shiyu gazed down at Ning Ran in his arms, pulling her tightly against him. Ranran. Hearing her reply, Pei Shiyu felt a weight lift from his heart. Ranran, don't disappear. Don't leave me again. His voice bore a hint of grievance as he buried his face into her shoulder, inhaling her essence. Ning Ran gently patted his head, as if soothing a forlorn puppy.
All right.
She reached up to wipe away the bloodstains on his face, which he had unknowingly acquired. Pei Shiyu lifted his head, staring intently at Ning Ran, his deep gaze seemingly attempting to absorb her essence and etch it into his heart. Ran, shall we go back? Yes, let us go home. Upon hearing the word home from Ning Ran, Pei Shiyu momentarily lost his senses, an involuntary smile gracing his face before he finally replied, all right. Ning Ran turned to Jiwan, who was hiding behind the log. Sister Jiwan, let us go. Jiwan stepped forward, moving toward Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu. She followed closely behind Ning Ran, feeling a profound sense of security. Ning Ran appeared beautiful, yet one would not expect her to be so fierce in battle. Jiwan's eyes sparkled with admiration and envy as she walked alongside Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu toward the exit. Behind the trio, the stuttering man and the man with the eye patch, still bound, emitted terrified whimpers. They were enveloped by a dense, suffocating black mist. Jiwan could not resist the urge to glance back. That swirling mass of darkness momentarily entranced her. She hastily turned her head back, hastening to catch up with Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu. Although Jiwan could not discern what transpired within that ominous fog, an inner voice warned her of impending danger. The sky outside the factory was pitch black, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Jiwan looked towards Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran. How do we return? Ning Ran pondered for a moment, then pointed to the hairband atop her head. This is a storage jade stone. It contains a vehicle, and we can drive back. Upon hearing this, Jiwan curiously gazed at the green, lily-of-the-valley-shaped jade storage stone adorning Ning Ran's hair. Although she had heard of such stones, she had never seen one in person, and thus could not help but steal a few more glances. Under the cover of the jade storage stone, Ning Ran retrieved a sleek black modified off-road vehicle from her space. Jiwan had never witnessed such a miraculous sight, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on Ning Ran. It was not until she heard Ning Ran calling her name that she regained her senses. Just as the three intended to board the vehicle and depart, a cacophony of approaching vehicles echoed from outside the furniture factory. One after another, cars emerged from the distance. The leading vehicle came to a halt, and Lin Yan leapt out, rushing toward Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu.
Boss.
Little sister-in-law. His voice was filled with excitement, and had he possessed a tail, it would surely be wagging furiously. If not for Duanze, who swiftly grasped his collar from behind, he might have crashed into them. Thank goodness, you're all right. Lin Yan circled around Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and Jiwan, his relief palpable. Finally, Pei Shiyu could no longer tolerate it and ensnared him with a shadow, tossing him back into the vehicle. Let us head back. Pei Shiyu turned to Duanze, who nodded and walked over to Shen Yun, who had just disembarked from the car. After a brief exchange, Shen Yun waved to the approaching convoy, which then began to maneuver back in an orderly fashion towards their original direction. Once the vehicles were arranged, Shen Yun approached Jiwan. Madam, this way, please. He offered a simple bow, guiding her to a nearby vehicle that awaited their arrival. Jiwan glanced at Ning Ran, nodded in gratitude, and followed Shen Yun into the car as they departed. Duanze and Lin Yan returned to the military off-road vehicle they had driven earlier. Meanwhile, Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu planned to drive back in the recently retrieved black modified off-road vehicle. The kidnapping had been premeditated, so the snow on the roads from the base to the furniture factory had already been cleared. Since the base and the factory were not far apart, the convoy swiftly made its way back through the night. Qin Zhengqiu anxiously awaited at the city gates. Upon spotting the distant lights drawing near, he hurriedly emerged to greet them. The vehicles in the convoy came to a halt one after another, and Shen Yun opened the door, inviting Jiwan to disembark. Upon seeing Qin Zhengqiu, she ran towards him, and they embraced tightly until he noticed Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and Jiwan approaching, at which point he released her. The dignified and righteous man shed tears for the first time, overwhelmed with emotion, unable to articulate his gratitude towards Pei Shiyu and the others. Pei Shiyu placed a comforting hand on Qin Jingchu's shoulder, saying nothing. As time was of the essence, after bidding farewell, Pei Shiyu led Ning Ran, Duanzhe, and Lin Yan back to the villa. Duanzhe quickly heated some instant meals, and after the group satisfied their hunger, they retreated to their respective rooms for rest. Pei Shiyu quietly followed Ning Ran up to the third floor. Just before she closed the door, he wedged his hand to prevent it from shutting completely and slipped inside. Ranran. Pei Shiyu embraced Ning Ran, pressing gentle kisses against her cheek and ear, his deep voice imbued with affection and tenderness. Ning Ran blushed, feeling a tingling sensation where he kissed her. She struggled to escape, yet Pei Shiyu would invariably pursue her. He let out a soft sigh, gazing at her with unmasked desire in his eyes. With ease, he lifted her into his arms, cradling her with utmost care as if she were a fragile treasure. His hands roamed across her form, and as she whimpered softly, he guided her toward the bed. Outside the glass window, the moon and stars were sparse, and the brittle branches swayed gently in the cold wind, leaves trembling precariously. Ning Ran attempted to crawl out from beneath the covers, only to be pulled back by a larger, more robust hand. Dark shadows emerged from the corner, gently drawing the sheer curtain closed. Chapter 78. A Night of Tragedy. The moon stealthily hid behind the clouds, obscuring its face. Pei Shiyu gazed down at Ning Ran nestled in his arms, a look of contentment etched across his face. The rhythmic ticking of the wall clock signaled that dawn was approaching, yet the outside world showed no signs of light. Pei Shiyu tucked the covers around Ning Ran, gently withdrawing his hand. His broad, muscular back bore the marks of scratches left by the playful little wildcat, a blend of pain and lingering intimacy that satisfied him immensely. After dressing, he exited the room, closing the door slowly and quietly, careful not to disturb his beloved. Pei Shiyu drove away from the villa, the tenderness in his gaze replaced by a shadowy intensity. The off-road vehicle glided smoothly along the main artery of the inner city. One luxurious villa after another receded in the rear-view mirror. Pei Shiyu's fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel, lost in thought. The military vehicle came to a gradual stop before an opulent mansion. He stepped out, closed the door behind him, and approached the iron gate of the villa. The surrounding black mist gradually morphed into a viscous, dark liquid, akin to flowing ink. The inky substance spread, eroding the entire iron gate. The guards stationed at the entrance, sensing something monstrous, instinctively recoiled in fear. As they stumbled backward, attempting to flee, the flowing black liquid ensnared their bodies. Its touch was icy and sticky, reminiscent of a venomous serpent slithering across their skin. The guards, paralyzed by terror, attempted to scream, but before they could utter a sound, they succumbed to unconsciousness. Other guards, alerted by the commotion, witnessed the scene and scattered in fright. Pei Shiyu strode unimpeded into the main building of the villa. The candles flickering along the walls extinguished one by one. In the darkened corridor, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously, like a devil's countdown to doom. Pei Shiyu's palm cradled the thick ink swirling within. His hands, with prominent knuckles and slight calluses, played with the dark liquid, leaving no trace of impurity behind. The sound of footsteps abruptly ceased. Pei Shiyu halted before the master bedroom door on the second floor. The black liquid corroded the lock, allowing him to gently push the door open. Just moments before, Jiang Dongji, who had been frightened by Duanzhe and Lin Yan, lay on the bed, muttering incoherently. A maid knelt on the floor beside the bed, her presence marked by a bowl of shattered medicinal soup. Jiang Dongji cursed under his breath, devoid of the amiable demeanor he displayed in public. Upon hearing someone disregarding the summons, he forcefully pushed the door open. Jiang Dongji, with a damp towel pressed against his forehead, did not even bother to open his eyes before unleashing a torrent of curses. That blind fool! Does he not realize that I am resting? How dare he intrude? He abruptly sat up, hurling the wet towel at the feet of the maid, his gaze fixed fiercely on the intruder, Pei Shiyu. In that fleeting moment of seeing Pei Shiyu, an inexplicable wave of guilt washed over Jiang Dongji. He lowered his head, avoiding Pei Shiyu's intense stare, too intimidated to meet his eyes. Pei Shiyu approached, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Dongji as if he were examining some inconsequential refuse. Exuding an air of regal arrogance. How do you wish to meet your demise? The corners of Pei Shiyu's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Yet his eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. Jiang Dongji's Adam's apple bobbed nervously as he shrank back, calling out a few times towards the door, but no one responded. The maid, sensing the impending danger, attempted to flee but found her legs paralyzed by fear, struggling to even rise. "Let me go." Before the words could fully escape her lips, a dark liquid ensnared her, and by the time it dissipated, she had already fainted. Pei Shiyu nonchalantly seated himself in the chair opposite the bed, observing the terrified Jiang Dongji, whose expression mirrored that of someone confronted by a monstrous apparition. For reasons unknown, Jiang Dongji trembled uncontrollably, instinctively clutching the blanket in a futile attempt to shield himself. From somewhere, Pei Shiyu produced a gleaming scalpel. Manipulating it with a casual grace in his palm, he gently caressed the handle, the blade glinting menacingly under the candlelight. Rising to his feet, he looked down upon Jiang Dongji with an air of superiority. A viscous black substance pinned Jiang Dongji's limbs to the bed, rendering him utterly immobile. Jiang Dongji's eyes widened in horror, bloodshot and frantic, as he watched Pei Shiyu inch closer with a sharp knife, powerless to intervene. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed ominously in his ears. Blood flowed, the sensation of it gliding over his skin achingly vivid. When Pei Shiyu departed the room, Jiang Dongji had succumbed to his agony. The bed beneath him was soaked in crimson, the blood dripping from the saturated sheets onto the floor with a soft thud. One drop after another fell, pooling on the opulent floor and leaving a vivid scarlet stain. Outside, dawn began to break gently, the thick fog shrouded in a veil of gray dust. Pei Shiyu emerged from the main building, leaving behind a trail of blood-red footprints. He restarted the military jeep and drove away from the lavish villa. Duanzhe, having awakened in the night, heard the sound of Pei Shiyu's departure. He surmised what Pei Shiyu was likely to do and refrained from following, opting instead to wait in the living room below. Upon hearing the engine of a vehicle shut off outside, Duanzhe approached the entrance. As he opened the door, he was met with the sight of Pei Shiyu. Drenched in blood, the malevolent aura surrounding Pei Shiyu had yet to dissipate, causing Duanzhe to momentarily freeze in shock. "Clean up the blood. Leave no trace." Pei Shiyu raised his bloodied hand, pointing towards the military jeep parked in the courtyard. Bloodstains marred the doorframe and the steering wheel. Duanzhe nodded in understanding. Only then did Pei Shiyu ascend the staircase. Standing in the corridor on the second floor, he gazed up at the stairs leading to the third floor. After a moment of hesitation, he turned and returned to his room. Pei Shiyu stripped off his blood-soaked clothes, washed himself in the bathroom, and then proceeded to the master bedroom on the third floor. Ning Ran was still asleep on the bed, clutching the pillow that Pei Shiyu had placed there before leaving. Perhaps imbued with his scent, she nestled her cheek against it, seeking comfort. Pei Shiyu sat at the bedside, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Ning Ran, gently rubbing her delicate cheek with his thumb. Lost in his reverie, he instinctively leaned down, bestowing a soft kiss upon her cherry lips. That kiss bore no trace of desire, only an endless yearning. Ning Ran, groggily squinting her eyes open, reached out to tug at the hem of Pei Shiyu's shirt. Sensing that she was about to awaken, Pei Shiyu leaned down, softly patting her back, coaxing her back to sleep with a gentle voice. Hearing her soft breaths return, Pei Shiyu lay down beside her. Ning Ran, as if sensing something, nestled closer into his embrace like a small kitten. The two drifted into a peaceful slumber, while chaos reigned in the neighboring luxury villa. The bodyguards, having regained consciousness, rushed upstairs to check on their master. As they opened the door, the stench of blood assaulted their senses. The gruesome scene on the bed elicited retches from those accustomed to bloodshed. The maid, in particular, was the most unfortunate. Upon waking, she fainted again in terror. Jiang Dongji had met a gruesome and tragic end. The once opulent villa was now in utter disarray. Chapter 79. The Inexperienced and the Addicted. When Ning Ran awoke, the fog outside had cleared, and the sun had risen high in the sky. Observing the still sleeping Pei Shiyu beside her, she found it peculiar. He usually awoke before her, yet today he remained in a deep slumber. Gently shifting her body, she attempted to rise from the bed, but Pei Shiyu held her tightly, rendering her immobile. Noticing her struggle, Pei Shiyu tightened his embrace around her arms. "Ranran, don't go." His voice was still laced with sleepiness, hoarse and drowsy. As he buried his face against her, Ning Ran reached out to stroke Pei Shiyu's hair, as if soothing a pet that was seeking affection. Ranran. Yes, I'm here. They remained entwined for a while before Pei Shiyu finally relented and released her. After they washed up together, they went downstairs to have breakfast. Lin Yan was sprawled over the open kitchen bar, sipping a drink while engrossed in a video game. Through the glass door leading to the backyard, they could see Duan Zhe busily sawing wooden planks and working on some projects. Pei Shiyu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of heated vegetable porridge for Ning Ran. Ranran, eat something. Okay. Ning Ran took a seat next to Lin Yan. Pei Shiyu placed the porridge in front of her. She picked up a small porcelain spoon and brought the white porridge to her lips. Lin Yan was completely absorbed in the game, wishing he could jump into the screen and fight himself. However, the game ultimately announced his failure. Frustrated, Lin Yan threw down the game console, releasing a wail of despair.
Why?
This is impossible. How could I lose again? He leaned back in his chair, exasperated. Pei Shiyu, meanwhile, was slicing fruit, not even lifting his head as he subtly used his powers to steady Lin Yan's chair. Lin Yan, oblivious to the near catastrophe, jumped off his chair in a fit of righteous indignation, vowing for the 1009th time that he would succeed next time. You're amazing, Ning Ran exclaimed randomly, giving Lin Yan a thumbs up. Lin Yan, upon hearing the affirmative voice, immediately turned to gaze at Ning Ran, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Sister-in-law, you believe that I will undoubtedly win next time, don't you? Ning Ran shook her head, leisurely finishing the last spoonful of porridge before responding. I think you are rather inept, yet your cravings are substantial. Each word struck Lin Yan like a dagger to his forehead. After a brief pause, Ning Ran continued, however. Despite your numerous defeats, your perseverance is truly commendable. Lin Yan, listening to her words, felt as if Ning Ran was praising him, albeit not entirely. Observing her giving him a thumbs up with a look of admiration, he tentatively inquired, Sister-in-law, is that a compliment? Well, perhaps, she mused, resting her chin on her hand. Not wishing to dampen his spirits further, she patted Lin Yan's shoulder reassuringly and made her way to the sofa in the living room. Pei Shiyu diligently collected the bowl that Ning Ran had used, washing it at the sink with a sense of joy. As if personally caring for his beloved Ranran was a privilege and a stroke of fortune. Just as Ning Ran was about to settle onto the sofa, the doorbell rang. I'll get the door, she exclaimed, bouncing towards it like a lively sprite. The security system, equipped with facial recognition, allowed her to press a blue button beside the entrance, projecting the scene outside. Shan Yun stood there, accompanied by an unfamiliar face, waiting at the ornate iron gate. Recognizing him, Ning Ran let them in. Pei Shiyu adjusted the cuffs of his silk shirt, approaching Ning Ran from behind. She turned to him, a gentle dimple gracing her smile. It's Shan Yun. Indeed, Pei Shiyu nodded, observing his little angel as he tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Upon entering the villa, Shan Yun led the stranger toward the door. Ning Ran waved, greeting Shan Yun. As he approached her, he nodded respectfully, Miss Ning, Mr. Pei. Ning Ran nodded slightly in acknowledgement, discreetly appraising the unfamiliar man beside Shan Yun. He was of similar height to Shan Yun, but with a scruffy beard that made him appear considerably older. As Shan Yun served as the sole aide to Qin Jingqiu, he was naturally well-mannered. It was unusual for him to bring an unknown individual along. Who is this? Ning Ran inquired, her tone imbued with curiosity. Shan Yun glanced back at the man accompanying him. My apologies, Miss Ning. This is Mr. Jiang Dongji's nephew, Jiang Kong. Jiang Kong surveyed the villa's interior with disdain. Snorting dismissively, Shan Yun paused for a moment, his expression deepening with regret as he continued. This morning, Mr. Jiang Dongji passed away in his own villa. Ning Ran froze for a moment, piecing together the implications as she looked at Pei Shiyu, whose dark eyes reflected her own image. She felt Pei Shiyu's grip on her hand tighten slightly. He was anxious, though not out of fear of being discovered for a crime, but rather concerned that his beloved Ranran might withdraw her hand. The atmosphere around them felt as if it were about to solidify. After a moment, Ning Ran reciprocated his grip, prompting Pei Shiyu to exhale in relief. They observed Shan Yun's lips moving, trying to decipher his words. As Mr. Jiang Kang's nephew, he has brought a throng of people to blockade the director's office. Jiang Kang's attitude was audacious, and Shan Yun showed him no leniency. Now, Mr. Jiang Kong suspects that Mr. Pei is responsible for the murder and demands an explanation from the director. Our director believes that Mr. Jiang Dongji merely overindulged and tragically passed away. Mr. Pei was with the director all night discussing matters. How could he possibly have had the time? Is this not a miscarriage of justice? Upon hearing this, Jiang Kong erupted in fury, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spewing?" His agitation resembled that of a pufferfish ready to burst. Pei Xiu cast a cold glance at him, causing Jiang Kong to immediately fall silent, intimidated. Shen Yun surveyed Jiang Kong with an unhurried demeanor. "Mr. Jiang Kong, I am merely stating the facts." His expression remained calm, as if he were simply relaying information. In stark contrast to Jiang Kang's frantic demeanor, Shen Yun appeared unperturbed, as though the likes of Jiang Kong were hardly worth his concern. Ignoring Jiang Kong, he addressed Ning Ran and Pei Xiu directly. "The noise caused by Mr. Jiang Kang's raucous accusations has spread throughout the base, claiming that Mr. Pei murdered Mr. Jiang Dongji in a brutal manner. Consequently, the director wishes to summon a few of you to clarify matters, lest you be wrongfully accused." His gaze shifted to Jiang Kong, akin to observing a mere jester. Chapter 80. Isn't it obvious? Of course, it's to teach you a lesson. Ning Ran exchanged glances with Pei Xiu. Though they had garnered considerable goodwill within the base for previously retrieving the jade storage meteorite and discovering the crystal core, the late Jiang Dongji had always presented himself as a benevolent, gentle figure. To the public, he was perceived as a selfless benefactor. With the news of his tragic demise now circulating, the narrative would likely be rife with speculation and gossip. Given the multitude of people in the base, a single whisper could drown a person in slander. It was clear that Qin Zhengqiu had summoned Shen Yun to help clear their names, preventing rampant rumors from tarnishing their reputation. Pei Xiu nodded, signaling for Shen Yun to proceed, indicating they would follow shortly. Jiang Kong, determined to cling stubbornly to them, sought to prevent any covert plotting. However, as Shen Yun prepared to depart, he felt compelled to follow, too fearful to remain behind. Jiang Kong cast a furtive glance at Pei Xiu before hastily trailing after Shen Yun, his demeanor betraying a palpable anxiety, as if the place were a den of ravenous beasts. When Pei Xiu, Ning Ran, Duanzhe, and Lin Yan arrived at the central office building, the top-floor office was in disarray, with a throng of people milling about. As the elevator doors opened, the cacophony of voices reached their ears. "That man is a lunatic." Mayor Jiang met a horrific end. "Indeed, we cannot shield him. He must face the consequences." Mayor Jiang was devoted to the base, yet he suffered such a tragic fate. "We demand an explanation. That madman, that devil, that monster.
He deserves to die."
Pei Xiu listened impassively to the vitriol being hurled, yet before he could take action, Ning Ran had already dashed inside, swift as lightning, unrestrainable. From her warm-toned storage belt, she produced a brick and hurled it directly at the feet of the loudest woman present. This woman, Jiang Dongji's mistress, possessed a D-grade water ability and had been placed in the base's water supply department by Jiang Dongji himself. Her abilities were mediocre, and her arrogant disposition often led her to err, rendering her an unwelcome but forcefully positioned employee. Suddenly, Jiang Dongji has met his demise, and Qin Zhengqiu, with unwavering resolve, swiftly takes control of the situation. Following this, he promptly dismisses those who had previously served under Jiang Dongji. The instigators, lacking any alternative, have come forth, hoping to seize an opportunity to gain some benefits or perhaps to reclaim their former positions. A woman, terrified, retreats several paces. She gazes at the half-brick that lies at her feet and at Ning Ran, who clutches the remaining half. "What do you think you're doing? How dare you brazenly wield a weapon in the office of the base leader?" Ning Ran, with a playful smile and charming dimples, appears utterly adorable, her voice soft and gentle. Yet, the words she utters are laden with veiled threats. "Isn't it obvious? I intend to give you a good beating." Enraged, the woman trembles as she points at Ning Ran, but before she can utter another word, Ning Ran strikes her unconscious with the other half of the brick. Qin Zhengqiu observes Ning Ran with the brick in her hand and the woman lying unconscious on the floor, momentarily lost in thought, surprised by the ferocity with which Ning Ran fights. Regaining his composure, he rises and gestures for Pei Xiu and the others to take their seats. Ning Ran discards the bloodied brick at the feet of the crowd gathered outside the office. She takes a seat beside Qin Zhengqiu on the sofa, holding Pei Shiyu's hand. Pei Shiyu produces a handkerchief and begins to wipe Ning Ran's hands. Be good, don't be angry, he soothes. Ning Ran glares furiously at the crowd. Her cheeks puffed up like a hamster, clearly upset. Pei Shiyu clasps her hand tightly, feeling a sense of fulfillment as he gazes at her in anger. The office is filled with a crowd demanding answers. They have been expounding grand philosophies for quite some time without even having a chance to sit down, their mouths dry. Qin Zhengqiu has not even thought to offer them water, which seems excessively arrogant. Meanwhile, Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, Duanzhe, and Lin Yan, who just entered, are blatantly ignoring them, taking their seats instead. The disgruntled crowd eyes Qin Zhengqiu and Pei Shiyu, their expressions rife with dissatisfaction. However, the bloodied brick at their feet keeps them from voicing anything more extreme. With the woman still sprawled on the ground, they fear that they too might share her fate if they speak out of turn. Jiang Kong, the nephew of Jiang Dongji, who had returned with Shen Yun ahead of Pei Shiyu and the others, steps forward first. You must give us an explanation. My uncle, Jiang Dongji, was the mayor of B City before the apocalypse, and he met such a brutal end. Shouldn't you provide some justification? Jiang Kong pauses momentarily, peering over the crowd, calculating his next words. Moreover, on what grounds were we dismissed? We demand to be reinstated. Qin Zhengqiu calmly sips his tea. He knows that during Jiang Dongji's lifetime, these instigators had caused considerable trouble within the base. Previously, they held various positions within the base-S institutions and were a source of significant annoyance. However, at that time, the base was still in its infancy and unstable, which prevented Qin Zhengqiu from taking decisive action. But now, since the moment the kidnapping incident occurred, he has been orchestrating the dismantling of Jiang Dongji's power and seeking to replace his subordinates within the base. Had it not been for these arrangements, he would not have been unable to rescue his own wife during the crisis. Qin Zhengqiu reflects on his diligence since assuming office. He and Ji-1 share a deep love, yet he recognizes that he is not merely a good husband. His gaze darkens. Just this morning, Pei Shiyu had killed, and he was informed to prepare for what was to come. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Qin Zhengqiu swiftly arranged for the dismissal of all those associated with Jiang Dongji within the base. These individuals had just received their termination notices and rushed to confront him, likely still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Chapter 81: The Clowns. With Jiang Dongji's death, they are now a headless mob, mere clowns in the grand scheme of things. Moreover, these instigators are no longer employed by the base, rendering them devoid of any real threat. Were it not for the rampant rumors circulating that Pei Shiyu had murdered Jiang Dongji in a brutal manner, Qin Zhengqiu would not have remained to endure their incessant prattle. Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran have assisted him on numerous occasions. Regardless of Pei Shiyu's actions against Jiang Dongji, the latter had it coming. The mastermind behind the kidnapping of his wife, Qin Zhengqiu, can hardly contain his desire to have him torn apart. To shield Pei Shiyu and the others from the influence of these rumors, Qin Zhengqiu silently deliberates on how best to deal with this unruly crowd. Pei Shiyu, appearing unperturbed, seems unconcerned about the potential repercussions of gossip. Having taken the life of Jiang Dongji, he must have anticipated the consequences. Pei Shiyu is not one to be overly concerned with his reputation. However, now that Ning Ran is by his side, he wishes for her to live in a happy, free and safe environment. Pei Shiyu gestures for Duanzhe to approach and whispers a few words to him. He then exchanges a meaningful glance with Qin Zhengqiu. Although Qin Zhengqiu is unsure of Pei Shiyu's intentions, he recognizes that Pei Shiyu is always calculating, thinking several steps ahead. Therefore, he signals for Shen Yun, who stands nearby, to assist Duanzhe. The ruckus caused by Jiang Kong and his companions does not last long before they resume their noisy protests. Shen Yun and Duanzhe move silently, unnoticed by Jiang Kong and the others. Jiang Kong, his face flushed with fervor, mistakenly believes he has gained the upper hand when Qin Zhengqiu and Pei Shiyu do not respond to him, prompting him to speak even more passionately. Our demands are not excessive. All we ask is for you to restore our positions and provide us with some compensation. We won't make it difficult for you. As Jiang Kong babbles incessantly, Pei Shiyu seems to find the noise bothersome, his brow furrowing momentarily. He lifts his teacup, taking a delicate sip, his leisurely movements exuding an air of nobility and restraint. Ning Ran, clutching Pei Xiu's silk shirt, appears slightly bored and stifles a small yawn. Are you tired, Ranran? Pei Xiu is ever attentive to Ning Ran's every movement. Noticing her shake her head, he gently brushes her hair, as if soothing his adorable little wildcat. A black mist, seemingly emerging from nowhere, begins to envelop Jiang Kong and his companions, who are still clamoring around them. Silence. The simple command, spoken by Pei Xiu, carries an unintentional air of authority. Jiang Kong and his companions find themselves ensnared by the black mist, their mouths sealed, rendering them unable to produce even a whisper. Their struggles futile. Qin Zhengqiu observes the scene without interference, finding solace in the sudden absence of the clamor that had filled the air. With Jiang Dongji dead, these individuals pose no threat and are not worth fearing. However, should any misfortune befall them, the prevailing rumors would surely intensify, inviting further scrutiny. Pei Xiu gently manipulates the dark mist in his palm as Jiang Kong and his companions widen their eyes, struggling even more desperately. Before long, Duanzhe and Shun Yun return, witnessing the unfortunate fate of Jiang Kong and his cohorts within the office, but their reaction is one of indifference. Although Shan Yun has not interacted much with Pei Xiu, he has had the rare privilege of witnessing Pei Xiu's unique abilities. Every time I behold him, the admiration and respect in my eyes intensify. Within the entirety of Base 1, it is unlikely that anyone could rival Mr. Pei. His extraordinary abilities evoke an inexplicable sense of oppression and danger merely by being near him. Shunyan approached Qin Jingqiu's side and whispered, Mr. Pei has instructed Mr. Duan to disseminate information throughout the base, claiming that Jiang Dongji was killed by Jiang Kong. Jiang Kong, in his pursuit of a higher position within the base, had a dispute with Jiang Dongji and inadvertently caused his death. Moreover, due to previous conflicts with Mr. Pei and others, Jiang Kong framed Mr. Pei for the crime. Jiang Kang's reputation within the base has long been tarnished. Once this news broke, it swiftly spread among the ranks.
Now,
the residents of the base are saying that Jiang Kong is inhumane, not only bullying others, but also having murdered his own uncle. The ruckus caused by Jiang Kong and his accomplices has led many to speculate that their misdeeds were the reason for their dismissal by the base leader. The half-truths circulating have only escalated, becoming increasingly outrageous. Jiang Kong, already closely associated with those causing the disturbances, finds himself unable to clarify his position, turning into a villain in the eyes of the populace. Pei Xiu gently moved his fingers, causing Jiang Kong to be thrown to the ground. Struggling to rise, he warily eyed Pei Xiu and the others. What do you intend to do? Pei Xiu's lips curled into a slight smile. Yet the depths of his eyes were dark and fathomless, akin to a bottomless abyss. According to the regulations of the base, how should one handle a murderer and their accomplices? Shunyan stepped forward in response. By the base's laws, the murderer shall face flogging and be exiled from the base, forever barred from re-entry. As for the accomplices, they shall be sent to the outer city to toil as laborers, losing their personal freedom for life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kong crawled backward on the ground, crying out, I didn't kill anyone. You're framing me. I can't endure flogging. It could be fatal. No, absolutely not. He had heard that few who had undergone flogging survived, and he did not wish to perish. Facing Pei Xiu, darkness enveloped him, and the fear of death seeped into his very being. Pei Xiu calmly played with a strand of Ning Ran's hair, appearing utterly unconcerned. Shan Yun exchanged a glance with Qin Zhengqiu, who nodded, and they promptly had Jiang Kong and his accomplices taken away. Pei Xiu's method of quelling rumors had proven effective. The four of them remained unscathed, while Jiang Kong and his cohorts faced punishment and would likely endure a lifetime of scorn from others, their pleas for justice falling on deaf ears. Once the matter was resolved, Pei Xiu discussed various topics with Qin Zhengqiu before returning to the villa with Ning Ran, Duanzhe, and Lin Yan. Upon their return, Qin Zhengqiu gifted them some cured meat prepared by Jiwan, remarking that Jiwan had noticed Ning Ran's fondness for it during their last encounter. The meat, smoked with fruitwood, possessed a unique aroma and delightful flavor. As Ning Ran contemplated the various ways to enjoy the cured meat, she leaned against Pei Xiu's shoulder and drifted into slumber. When they arrived at the destination, Pei Xiu carefully carried Ning Ran out of the vehicle. Duanzhe and Lin Yan, holding the cured meat, went to prepare the meal. Pei Shiyu brought Ning Ran back to the master bedroom on the third floor and laid her gently on the bed. As Ning Ran's collar slipped open, it revealed lingering traces of their previous night's intimacy on her collarbone. Pei Shiyu cleared his throat, his ears flushing, forcibly averting his gaze and hastily making his way to the bathroom. Chapter 82. The Melting Snow. Recently, the sun has made an unusually frequent appearance. The thick layer of snow has begun to melt. The energy defense system enveloping the villa forms a barrier that effectively protects against enemy attacks, preventing even a fly from entering unnoticed. However, the weather phenomena inside and outside the defense barrier are nearly identical. Natural occurrences such as sunlight, snowflakes, and rainwater are not obstructed and appear equally within the barrier. In the case of destructive natural disasters like hurricanes or hailstorms, the energy defense barrier can be set to disaster mode to ward off calamities. Since the previous snowfall was not severe enough to cause damage, Pei Shiyu and his companions did not activate the disaster mode of the energy defense barrier. As the snow melted, the villa's front yard and backyard began to turn muddy. Fortunately, Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, Duanzhe, and Lin Yan, often bored during their leisure time, had taken the initiative to keep the area tidy, preventing it from becoming as waterlogged as the outside. Lin Yan held a wooden plank, laying it down on the muddy ground of the villa's backyard. This snow melted far too suddenly. The roads in the base are impassable. After just a few steps, one risks sinking into the mud, he remarked, placing a plank down. Duanzhe followed behind him, using tools to secure the plank in place. Ning Ran stood beneath the villa's wall, handing tools to Pei Shiyu, who was perched on the wall, inspecting the electric fence. The ground was manageable, but it had been reported that the river supplying water to the base had risen, nearly sweeping away several fishermen. It was advisable to limit outings, as the base had recently experienced unrest due to the disasters. Duanzhe stood up, one hand holding a hammer while the other wiped sweat from his brow, summarizing the situation. Pei Shiyu gazed down at Ning Ran, his eyes shimmering with moisture, resembling a forlorn puppy. Ning Ran found herself unable to resist Pei Shiyu's expression, which conveyed such a sense of helplessness. She admitted to being a superficial admirer of beauty, often swayed by Pei Shiyu's charm. "I won't sneak out anytime soon," she assured, raising her hands in an okay gesture. "You're so obedient." Pei Shiyu's expression brightened, a smile gracing his lips as he cautioned, "If you wish to go out, you must take me with you." Ning Ran nodded gently at Pei Shiyu, who then leaped down from the wall and half-embraced her. "Let us go eat. The soup in the kitchen should be ready." Ning Ran nodded, allowing Pei Shiyu to take her hand as she followed behind him. Duanzhe and Lin Yan also set down their tools and headed toward the kitchen glass door. Recently, Pei Shiyu's culinary skills had improved significantly, nearing Duanzhe's level. They enjoyed sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried meat with chili, oil-braised prawns, stewed eggplant, and a light spinach tofu soup. Pei Shiyu peeled shrimp for Ning Ran while she savored the fragrant sweet and sour ribs. Lin Yan, with little regard for decorum, stuffed meat into his mouth. Duanzhe, unable to bear the sight any longer, lightly tapped Lin Yan on the back of his head, prompting Lin Yan to restrain himself somewhat. After their meal and sufficient rest, the four of them planned to continue organizing the path in the villa's front yard. Duanzhe and Lin Yan went to the backyard to retrieve tools. Ning Ran found herself entranced by a small wild grass sprouting from a crack in the stones at the corner of the wall. Pei Shiyu approached her from behind, noticing her unusual demeanor, and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Ning Ran?" Hearing Pei Shiyu's voice brought her back to her senses. She looked at him, a flicker of worry crossing her eyes. Though it quickly faded, Pei Shiyu, attuned to her emotions, detected her unease. Ning Ran lowered her head and pointed to the small wild grass in the corner of the wall. "The blood moon is approaching again." Pei Shiyu, upon hearing the words, displayed no trace of doubt or hesitation. He drew Ning Ran into his embrace, gently patting her back to soothe her. "Don't worry, Ranran. Everything will be all right. I will protect you." His voice flowed like a melodious cello, swiftly calming Ning Ran's restless heart. By the time Duanzhe and Lin Yan arrived with their tools, Pei Shiyu had already managed to reassure his beloved. Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu exchanged glances with Duanzhe and Lin Yan, signaling them to set down their instruments. Observing the expressions of Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran, Duanzhe sensed that something significant was about to unfold. The previously carefree Lin Yan, realizing the gravity of the situation, adopted a more serious demeanor. The four ascended to the study on the second floor. Ning Ran sat beside Pei Shiyu, gazing at Duanzhe and Lin Yan across the room before turning to Pei Shiyu. Upon receiving a nod from him, she spoke. The blood moon is approaching again. She paused briefly, allowing Duanzhe and Lin Yan a moment to process her words. Lin Yan, regaining his composure, nearly forgot to breathe until Duanzhe slapped him on the arm, prompting his uncertain query. The blood moon? Is it like the last one? Yes, but not entirely. Ning Ran pondered for a moment, carefully structuring her thoughts before continuing. This time, the blood moon will not only incite zombie unrest, but will also cause mutations in flora and fauna. Plants? Duanzhe inquired, resting his chin on his hand, brows furrowed. They had encountered mutated animals before, but the notion of plants undergoing mutations was unexpected. Ning Ran nodded, feeling the warmth of Pei Shiyu's hand intertwined with hers, and proceeded. Yes, plants. During this blood moon, most zombies will advance to level 1, and level 2 and 3 zombies will also begin to emerge. The variety and number of mutated animals will increase, and mutated plants will appear as well. The offensive capabilities of these mutated plants will surpass even those of mutated zombies and animals, making them exceedingly difficult to combat. Furthermore, this blood moon will be accompanied by a surge in temperature. Duanzhe listened intently, recalling the drastic drop in temperature that followed the last blood moon, and posed a question. High temperatures? Will it be very hot during this blood moon? Ning Ran nodded, then shook her head, explaining, after the blood moon, temperatures will likely stabilize around a comfortable range of 10 degrees. It was the most suitable temperature I experienced during the apocalypse in my past life. However, during the occurrence of this blood moon, temperatures will soar to an abnormal heat. Even without sunlight, temperatures could reach nearly 40 or even 50 degrees. The trio of Pei Shiyu, Duanzhe, and Lin Yan frowned at her words. Currently, temperatures were below zero, and the impending blood moon would create a drastic temperature disparity, potentially costing many lives. Pei Shiyu regarded Ning Ran thoughtfully and inquired, approximately, when will this occur? Ning Ran recalled that during the second blood moon in her past life, it coincided with the melting of snow and the budding of vegetation. Moreover, the night before the blood moon, a hailstorm would descend. It's soon. If I'm not mistaken, there will be a hailstorm shortly, and after it ends, the blood moon will follow. After her revelation, an extended silence enveloped the four. Eventually, Pei Shiyu turned to Duanzhe and Lin Yan, issuing commands. Lin Yan, please conduct a patrol around the villa to check for any safety hazards. Additionally, Duanzhe, you must visit the central office building and inform Qin Zhengqiu. Just give him a gentle reminder without going into too much detail. Duanzhe nodded, rising to leave with Lin Yan heading out of the study. Chapter 83. I will protect Ranran, I promise. Pei Shiyu gazed at Ning Ran, an inexplicable ache blossoming in his heart. Ranran, their eyes locked, each reflecting the other's essence. Ranran, no matter what happens, you can always tell me. Please don't keep everything bottled up inside. After a brief pause, he continued, if you don't wish to speak, just remember that I will always be by your side, protecting you. Ning Ran nodded, burying her face in Pei Shiyu's embrace. He held his precious one close, offering no pressure to speak. After a moment, he heard her voice, muffled and tinged with a hint of grievance, which deepened his own sorrow. In truth, you must have already realized how well-versed I am in the apocalypse. Pei Shiyu nodded as Ning Ran, nestled in his arms, recounted tales from her past life. I have endured an apocalypse once. During that time, I lived alone for a long while, but eventually I was betrayed, and I chose to take down those who harmed me. With a few simple sentences, she revealed the essence of her rebirth. Once the words escaped her lips, Ning Ran found it surprisingly easy to articulate her experiences. A sense of relief washed over her. Who harmed my Ranran? Pei Shiyu's voice trembled as he held her tightly. Ning Ran felt the dampness on her shoulder from his tears. She wished to lift her head and see his face, but he held her too firmly for her to move. Those who wronged me are already dead. I have avenged myself against them all. She gently patted Pei Shiyu's back, offering comfort. It's all right, Brother Shiyu, don't worry. It's been so long that I can hardly remember. To me now, it feels like a nightmare. And the nightmare has passed. Please don't be sad. Pei Shiyu's arms tightened around Ning Ran, holding her close. Ranran's voice quivered, carrying a husky tone. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I'm sorry, Ranran. Why apologize? A look of confusion crossed Ning Ran's face. She could not fathom why he felt the need to apologize. Pei Shiyu buried his face in her shoulder, speaking softly. The thought of her enduring such solitude causing his heart to ache. In my past life, I failed to find you. I could not protect you. I am sorry. Ning Ran, hearing his words, felt as though she had found a lifeline in turbulent waters. She struggled free from his embrace, gazing into his deep eyes, and declared, "That's not true." Cradling his face in her hands, she looked at him with unwavering determination. My brother Shiyu, who couldn't he find me in the past, must have been heartbroken. So it's all right. I know you'll protect me well from now on. Pei Shiyu gazed deeply at Ning Ran, tenderly tucking a stray hair behind her ear, his expression filled with affection. He remained silent for a moment before finally regaining his composure, looking at her and affirming, I will protect you, Ranran. I promise. Duanze crafted a plausible explanation for the impending blood moon, carefully selecting words to subtly inform Qin Zhengqiu. Trusting Pei Shiyu and his companions implicitly, Qin Zhengqiu did not inquire further and promptly mobilized the base for preparations. Due to the anticipated rise in temperature and the impending hailstorm preceding the blood moon, Pei Shiyu and the others began making arrangements throughout the villa. Duanze and Lin Yan stored the vehicle parked in the front yard within their storage necklaces. To prevent any impact from mutated plants, Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran decided to uproot all vegetation within the villa entirely. The villa's vegetation was already sparse, and now it appeared even more desolate, devoid of even a single withered weed. Ning Ran once again retrieved a generator from the spatial realm, placing it alongside another in the basement. This way, when the blood moon emerged and the temperatures fluctuated dramatically, they could activate the air conditioning within the villa, thus mitigating the adverse effects. Moreover, as they were endowed with supernatural abilities, their bodies were largely impervious to such temperature variations, leaving them with little cause for concern. Preparations were also underway throughout the base under the directive of Qin Zhengqiu. The patrol teams within the base had been conducting their rounds with greater frequency than usual in recent days. Meanwhile, the flow of people within the first base began to dwindle, as most chose to remain indoors, reluctant to venture outside. 3 days of mounting anxiety passed. Suddenly, the midday sun was obscured by ominous clouds, and the wind began to howl. On the main thoroughfare of the outer city, within the first base, a few children, having sneaked out to play, were splashing in puddles while wearing their rain boots. A gust of fierce wind swept through, toppling a small boy who had lost his balance. The surrounding children hurried to assist him, helping to brush the mud off his clothes. Their laughter rang out, only to be abruptly interrupted by the sudden blaring of a 3-long 1-short alarm. Subsequently, loudspeakers installed at intervals throughout the base began broadcasting an urgent announcement. Attention! Attention! A natural disaster is imminent. All residents of the base are to remain indoors and refrain from going outside. Refrain from going outside. Refrain from going outside. Attention! Attention! The voice emanating from the speaker echoed throughout the base, repeating this urgent notification incessantly within mere minutes. The children playing on the street quickly dashed back to their homes. Ning Ran stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows in the villa's living room, gazing out at the brooding sky. The solar energy defense system had activated its disaster prevention mode. Having absorbed ample sunlight, the energy reserves were sufficient to maintain the protective barrier until the calamity subsided. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Pei Shiyu and the others meticulously inspected both the interior and exterior of the villa, ensuring that everything was secured. Even in the event of an unforeseen incident, the reinforcements previously made within the villa would hold firm. The wind howled with increasing urgency. In midair, several dead branches were caught up in the hurricane, swirling chaotically. Duanze and Lin Yan sat on the living room sofa, their gazes similarly fixed on the outside world through the expansive windows. Pei Shiyu approached Ning Ran from behind, gently enveloping her in his embrace. The warmth of his hold provided a sense of security for her. Lin Yan, observing the branches flying in the air, suddenly asked, "What might mutated plants become? Would they grow into bizarre forms?" Duanze, intrigued, turned his attention to Ning Ran. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Ran replied, Some plants may exhibit peculiar characteristics, however, more often than not, they grow to enormous sizes and possess formidable offensive capabilities.
Pei Shiyu pondered this.
Lowering his gaze to Ning Ran as he inquired, then, are their crystal cores purer than those of zombies? Ning Ran nodded, recalling that she had yet to explain the distinctions between the crystal cores of mutated flora and fauna and those of zombies to the trio. Clearing her throat, she began elucidating the differences under their curious gazes. However, the crystal cores of mutated plants would not begin to appear until after this blood moon, necessitating a wait for some time yet. Chapter 84. Just a little longer. The wind continued to howl for nearly 3 hours. As night fell and the base's power supply was activated, the streetlights that typically illuminated the main roads flickered momentarily before extinguishing completely. It seemed that the base's power system had encountered a malfunction, resulting in a temporary cessation of electricity. All the lights in the surrounding villas were extinguished, casting a blanket of darkness over the landscape. To avoid drawing attention, Ning Ran and her companions drew the curtains of the villa tightly shut. Duanze extinguished the main light in the living room and lit several candles for illumination. Ning Ran created a small gap in the curtains, allowing her to monitor the external conditions. The rain, mixed with tiny shards of ice, was held at bay by the solar energy defense system. The first human survivor base was shrouded in oppressive darkness, resembling a solitary fortress. After the snow melted, some zombies that had just begun to regain mobility were unfortunate enough to be swept up by the hurricane, crashing to the ground and becoming nothing more than a puddle of muck. The ice rain intensified, the initial pea-sized hailstones growing larger. Zombies struck by the ice wandered aimlessly, dragging dislocated limbs, while others met their demise when struck on the head, rendering them immobile. Ning Ran leaned against Pei Shiyu's embrace, the sound of ice crashing against the solar energy defense barrier becoming increasingly bothersome. Sensing her discomfort, Pei Shiyu extended his shadowy powers throughout the villa, enveloping the noise and darkness, restoring tranquility within. Lin Yan stood a short distance behind them, lost in thought, contemplating how he would fare if struck by an ice block larger than an apple, likely bleeding profusely. Duanze emerged from the kitchen with dinner, and Pei Shiyu led Ning Ran and Lin Yan over. They had little appetite, so their meal was quite simple. Halfway through dinner, the solar energy defense system suddenly emitted an alarm. The four exchanged glances, and Duanze moved towards the entrance. He pressed the blue button beside the door, projecting the scene beyond the protective barrier. Outside the iron door lay a dark expanse, where a woman clad in a raincoat, with a wooden board shielding her from the hail, stood exposed to the elements. Her face was drenched from the rain, exuding an aura of fragility that tugged at one's heartstrings. Duanze glanced back, and Pei Shiyu approached with Ning Ran and Duanze in tow. The base, currently affected by the hail, had rendered all mechanisms and systems temporarily inoperative. Even the patrol personnel had ceased their rounds. In the strictly regulated first base, it could be said that they were now in a moment of vulnerability. Pei Shiyu shook his head, and Duanze immediately understood his unspoken intent. Choosing to ignore the woman outside, the woman stood at the hollow iron gate for a while, and upon receiving no response, her patience began to wane. Duang, duang, duang. She reached out to knock on the iron door, but her hand struck the barrier of the solar energy defense system instead. What is this? She mused, tentatively probing the defensive barrier with her hand, biting her lip in contemplation. Though perplexed, she did not dwell on it excessively and called out towards the hollow iron door. Hello? Is anyone there? Please help me. My villa's windows are at risk of being damaged. Could you let me in to take shelter? After shouting, the woman waited for a response, but when none came, her delicate expression shifted to one of irritation, her brows knitting together. She beckoned towards a direction behind her, and a tall, muscular man emerged from the shadows, his formidable physique suggesting he could easily dispatch a small zombie with a single blow. What should we do if no one responds? The woman's demeanor soured, her prolonged hold on the wooden board causing her arms to ache. The man hesitated for a moment, deep in thought. As they proceeded to the next destination, a sense of resignation washed over the woman as she cast a lingering glance at the villa. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded to the man and followed him, embarking on the quest for their next target. Duanze shut down the projected image outside the intricately wrought iron gate. Lin Yan shook his head, grabbing a bag of snacks from the side and indulging himself. Pei Shiyu draped an arm around Ning Ran's shoulders, his expression inscrutable as he suggested, Ranran, shall we return for dinner? Otherwise it will get cold. There was a hint of concern etched on his face. He felt that his Ranran had not eaten enough that evening. Ning Ran nodded and accompanied Pei Shiyu back to the dining table. Lin Yan, eyeing his snacks, muttered, sigh. I'm feeling a bit peckish tonight as well. That's because you've overindulged in snacks, leaving no room for a proper meal, Duanze remarked mercilessly, snatching the snacks from Lin Yan's hands. From now on, snacks will be rationed. Lin Yan gazed at his empty palms, quickly scurrying over to plead with Duanze. Outside, the hail continued to fall relentlessly. Ning Ran, who had just begun to drift into slumber in the bedroom, was abruptly jolted awake by a nightmare. Pei Shiyu held her tightly, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. Ranran, be good, don't be afraid. I'm here. Everything is all right. Nestled in Pei Shiyu's embrace. It took her a moment to regain her composure. Struggling to extricate herself from his hold, she was met with a look of deep concern on his face. Ning Ran wrapped her arms around Pei Shiyu's neck, planting a soft kiss on his ear. Such gestures were rare for her, causing Pei Shiyu to blush deeply. Warmth flooding from his ears to the base of his neck, as if he were about to ignite. Ranran. Pei Shiyu's voice grew husky, his eyes betraying an insatiable desire. He leaned in, pressing her down, burying his face against her bosom, lavishing delicate bites upon her collarbone. Ning Ran could not help but release a series of breathy moans. He was like an insatiable beast, tireless in his pursuits. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, Ning Ran cried out, leaving crimson marks on Pei Shiyu's back. Yet he seemed oblivious to her distress, his excitement only heightened by her cries, refusing to let her go. Just a little longer, Ranran, just a little longer. Ning Ran pushed against him futilely. Who would believe his words? He had uttered the same things several times before. Chapter 85. The Blood Moon Returns. In the early hours, the hailstorm that had raged throughout the night showed no signs of abating, continuing to pelt down with a relentless patter. Ning Ran remained asleep in bed. Sated, Pei Shiyu emerged from the bathroom and stood before the glass door of the balcony. He gently parted the curtains, squinting slightly. His extraordinary vision allowed him to pierce through the darkness, revealing a flicker of flames in the distance. Amongst the flames, streaks of crimson blood flowed. Pei Shiyu paused momentarily before drawing the curtains closed, shutting out the gruesome scene beyond. He turned and softly made his way to the bedside, lying down next to Ning Ran and pulling her into his embrace. The two clung tightly to one another, finding solace in their closeness. After breakfast, Shen Yun arrived with a patrol team. Duanze and Lin Yan stood by the ornate iron gate. Outside, Shen Yun, clad in protective gear, approached with a group of 10 or so patrolling officers. Stepping forward, he inquired of Duanze and Lin Yan, Mr. Duan, Mr. Lin. Did a man and a woman come to your door last night? Upon receiving a nod from Duanze, Shen Yun continued, did you encounter any issues? None. All is safe, Duanze replied after a brief pause, sensing something amiss. Is there a problem? Yes, the hail was too heavy, causing a section of the inner city's protective barrier to collapse. Additionally, due to the weather, the patrol team did not detect it in time. Shen Yun regarded Duanze and Lin Yan, revealing the truth without reservation. The man and woman infiltrated from the outer city, knocking on doors. And all those who answered were murdered. There are over 10 victims, and one family was burned alive in their villa. Duanze fell silent for a moment, his expression contemplative, while Lin Yan bore a trace of sorrow. Shen Yun and the patrol officers were thoroughly drenched, resembling drowned rats. Duanze retrieved a pack of bottled water from his storage necklace and handed it to Lin Yan, instructing him to heat it and distribute it to Shen Yun and his team outside the gate. The patrol officers stood amidst the icy rain, with fist-sized hail occasionally plummeting to the ground. Had they not been wearing protective gear, they would likely have sustained injuries. A few of the officers with abilities fared better, but the ordinary patrol personnel, having been outside for too long, found their limbs frozen. Thank you, voices of gratitude rang out in chorus. Shen Yun accepted the bottled water from Duanze, wiping the rainwater from his face as he said, thank you, it's a relief. We'll take our leave now and continue to the next location to investigate further. Duanze nodded, watching as Shen Yun led the patrol team towards the next villa. Ning Ran, feeling utterly drained, finally rose from bed in the afternoon. Pei Shiyu helped her dress and groom herself, then carried her downstairs as if she were a child. A faint smile playing on his lips, radiating joy like a vibrant peacock eager to showcase his precious Ranran to the world. Ning Ran sat securely in his embrace. Upon reaching downstairs, she tapped Pei Shiyu's arm, signaling him to set her down. Pei Shiyu regarded her with a look that seemed to say if he didn't put her down, she would never be allowed back in bed. Reluctantly, he slowly lowered her to the ground. Duanze spotted their figures and beckoned them over for a meal. Ning Ran made her way to the kitchen bar, closely followed by Pei Shiyu. Lin Yan stood before the glass door leading to the backyard. The aftermath of the night's hailstorm had left the first base in shambles. A thick layer of ice coated the ground, while shattered glass adorned the buildings, and walls bore numerous dents and scars. In the outer city, several flimsy structures had collapsed, leaving people displaced, their cries of despair echoing in the air. Qin Zhengqiu urgently ordered the establishment of emergency shelters to provide temporary refuge for those with nowhere to go within the base. Not only the base, but everything had lost its former visage in the face of this natural disaster. Beyond the confines of the base, limping zombies dragged their dismembered limbs along the streets. Despite their mutilated forms, the zombies moved with a swiftness that surpassed their previous capabilities. In the green belt along the street, the newly sprouted plants had been reduced to mere remnants by the hail. Yet, after the cleansing rains, the damaged leaves appeared even more delicate and vibrant. A gentle breeze rustled the fragile branches, causing the remnants to quiver as if infused with remarkable vitality. The gloomy clouds obscured the sun, as if they would never dissipate. Pei Shiyu fed Ning Ran a bowl of seafood porridge, and after she finished, he tenderly wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue. Lin Yan returned from the window, taking a seat at the kitchen bar. Duanze had just prepared a drink, but before he could set it down, Lin Yan snatched it away. Lin Yan rested his head upon the table, appearing rather agitated. The day was overcast, an oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily upon him. Grasping the high-stemmed glass in his hand, he downed its contents without a glance, only to regurgitate it almost immediately. The sharp taste left his entire face flushed. He cast a resentful glance at Duanze, utterly perplexed by the concoction's unpalatable nature. Duanze, exasperated, reclaimed the glass from Lin Yan's grasp, suppressing the urge to strike him, and resumed his endeavors of mixing beverages. Ning Ran stole a glance at the wall clock, the ticking sound intensifying the sense of unease. The time of the blood moon's arrival loomed ever closer. Outside, the incessant hail began to diminish, eventually ceasing altogether. As the dark clouds dissipated, the temperature seemed to rise. Duanze and Lin Yan adjusted the villa's air conditioning to a stable mode. Pei Shiyu, accompanied by Ning Ran, conducted a thorough inspection of the villa's perimeter and the energy defense system to ensure no unexpected incidents would occur. At 7 o'clock in the evening, true night descended. The moon gradually revealed itself, casting its luminous glow upon every corner of the earth, as if draping the world in a shroud of sanctity. The temperature escalated alarmingly. The ice on the ground had melted away. Standing atop the villa, Lin Yan peered through the telescope at the skies above. Beyond the energy defense barrier, the hailstones, now the size of apples, had begun to dissolve, leaving the muddy ground damp. Not long ago, the temperature had hovered below zero, but it was now soaring into the teens. The blood moon was imminent. Hearing Pei Shiyu's words, Ning Ran, Duanze, and Lin Yan all turned their gazes skyward. The moon, resembling a radiant disk, began to emit a faint pink hue. Chapter 86. The Mutated Pear Tree. Ning Ran tugged at Pei Shiyu's sleeve, signaling him to withdraw the dark-type ability-absorbing sound from within the villa. Pei Shiyu nodded in acknowledgement, a gentle smile gracing his features. With a subtle wave of his finger, the dark shadows and mists clinging to the villa's walls began to recede. As the color of the blood moon intensified, the roars of zombies from a kilometer away grew increasingly fervent and excited. The four of them heard, amidst the piercing cries, the occasional long howl of an animal. "Look over there." Duanze pointed towards the central office building, handing the telescope to Pei Shiyu. Ning Ran and Lin Yan swiftly took up their own telescopes to gaze in that direction. The central office building was the tallest structure within the base. From their vantage point, they could clearly see the back of the building. Beneath the wall at the rear, a small, unassuming, lowly pear tree had been planted. Although Duanze had previously hinted at the mutation of plants during his visit to Qingjingchu, and despite Qingjingchu having dispatched personnel to clear the base's vegetation, the withered and dead pear tree had been overlooked, mistaken for a mere decorative fixture. "That pear tree seems to be growing," Lin Yan exclaimed, a hint of incredulity in his voice. The pear tree was visibly thriving, its growth rate astonishing. Ning Ran observed the once dead tree, now adorned with a solitary green leaf. Yet, the tender leaf had only just emerged before it was scorched and curled by the rising temperatures. The heat was intensifying. Pei Shiu nodded, noting how the previously waterlogged muddy ground was now cracking under the relentless heat. The temperature outside the energy defense barrier must have soared to 40 or 50 degrees Celsius. The light cast by the blood moon turned the ground crimson. The incessant cries of the zombies and the roars of animals echoed in their ears. Even the plants were undergoing silent transformations. Lin Yan set down the telescope and whimsically requested a popsicle from Ning Ran, popping it into his mouth. With the leaves of the pear tree charred, there should be no cause for concern. Despite his attempts to steady himself, he stumbled, unintentionally dropping the popsicle to the ground. The entire villa, or rather, the entire inner city of the base, began to tremble uncontrollably, as if an earthquake had struck, and the ground started to crack. Pei Shiu swiftly caught Lin Yan, who had stumbled towards him, using shadows to pull him back by the collar and depositing him onto a nearby bean bag. Duanze steadied himself against the wall. Ning Ran grasped Pei Shiu's arm, finding stability in his support. "This is bad. It's the pear tree." Pei Shiu looked up, surveying the surroundings. Looking out from the villa, the ground across the entire inner city was rapidly fracturing. At the center of the fissures, pear trees sprouted like mushrooms after rain. The branches of these pear trees twisted and turned under the blood moon, blooming with white flowers. The pristine white blossoms, illuminated by the blood moon, appeared strikingly red, both enchanting and eerie. "Let us head down to the front yard." As Pei Shiu's words fell, he swept Ning Ran into his arms, leaping from the top balcony. Duanze and Lin Yan followed closely behind. Though the villa was shielded by the energy defense system, it could not impede the encroaching growth of the plants from beneath the earth. The four of them proceeded with utmost caution, prior to the arrival of the blood moon. They had already surveyed the villa's surroundings and uprooted all nearby vegetation. Yet, none could have anticipated that the seemingly insignificant, withered pear tree would develop such extensive roots upon mutation. "Boss, little sister-in-law, what should we do?" Lin Yan anxiously inquired of Pei Shiu and Ning Ran, watching the villa tremble due to the cracking ground. Ning Ran observed the vines of the pear trees emerging from the crevices. "Let us not move yet. We'll wait until the quaking subsides and the ground stabilizes." The mutated pear tree was growing at an alarming rate. With the ground shaking, standing was a challenge, rendering any response futile. Pei Shiu expanded his dark type ability, enveloping the four of them in shadows for protection. Moments later, the mutation of the pear trees concluded. Pei Shiu, Duanze, and Lin Yan remained vigilant, watching as new pear trees emerged from the ground. Ning Ran channeled her water-type ability, gently dropping a single droplet of water onto one of the pear tree's petals. The branches and leaves of the pear tree appeared to come alive, flexibly extending and curling their leaves to absorb the droplet, before returning to their quiet stillness. Most mutated plants do not attack unless provoked, but if disturbed, they will immediately ensnare their target. Conversely, some mutated plants have an affinity for the scent of blood and will indiscriminately assault living beings, even without provocation. This particular mutated pear tree was evidently of the former type. Pei Shi speculated, to eliminate the surrounding pear trees, must we destroy the main body? Ning Ran nodded. For most mutated plants, only by completely annihilating the core could the branches that spread from it cease to exist. Merely attacking the branches would not suffice. As the main body would continue to thrive, producing new plants, we must proceed to the central office building and locate the core entity. It must be eradicated, lest this villa also suffer dire consequences. Duanze and Lin Yan turned to gaze at the villa behind the four of them. Due to the fractured ground, the pear trees had taken root, causing the floors within the villa to be uplifted. If left to progress unchecked, the villa would surely face destruction. Pei Shiu gently ruffled Ning Ran's hair and said, "We shall head to the central office building." Ning Ran nodded and followed Pei Shiu out of the villa. The four opened the ornate iron gate, and without the protective barrier of light energy, the calamity outside appeared even more pronounced. The entire inner city was engulfed by the encroaching mutated pear trees. The roads were cracked, and debris littered the surface, rendering passage by vehicle nearly impossible. Thus, Peishiyu, Ning Ran, and the others were compelled to walk to the central office building. Along the way, numerous individuals fled their homes to escape the tremors. Some inadvertently disturbed the emergent pear trees, tragically meeting their demise as branches pierced their bodies. People gazed in horror at these monstrous entities, their faces awash with fear. One woman clung desperately to her husband, who had been impaled by a branch, weeping inconsolably. Blood poured from the gaping wound in her husband's chest, staining her dress a deep crimson. With the oppressive heat, people sat haphazardly at their doorsteps, too frightened to make a sound, lest they provoke the eerie pear trees. The frantic sensation of having narrowly escaped death lingered heavily in the air. Etched upon each face was an expression of profound despair. Chapter 87. We can attempt to enter. Ning Ran suggested as she, Peishiyu, Duanze, and Lin Yan walked along the roadside towards the central office building. Peishiyu held Ning Ran's hand tightly. Do not fear, Ranran. His voice, though soft, resonated with significance in her heart. Ning Ran looked up at Peishiyu, a gentle dimple appearing on her cheek. Brother Shiyu, do not fear either. I will protect you. Peishiyu stared in a daze at Ning Ran until she tugged him forward again, bringing him back to reality. It was the first time someone had expressed a desire to protect him. Peishiyu's ears turned slightly red as he followed closely behind Ning Ran. Help! Save my child! A man's anguished scream pierced the air. The four turned towards the source of the cry, only to witness a startled mutated pear tree ensnaring a little girl, tossing her helplessly in the air. Branches adorned with white pear blossoms swiftly reached out, aiming directly at the bound child. Water-based abilities surged past the desperate father, transforming into a blade that severed the attacking branches. Duanze reacted swiftly, catching the falling girl in his arms. The father rushed forward upon seeing his daughter saved. Duanze handed the little girl back to her father, who anxiously examined her for injuries, only relaxing once he confirmed she was unharmed.
Thank you. Thank you.
The man repeatedly expressed his gratitude, visibly overwhelmed. No need, Ning Ran shook her head, urging him to find a safe place for his daughter. The man hesitated for a moment, then paused to scrutinize Ning Ran and her companions, as if to memorize their faces, before hastily departing with his daughter. Peishiyu took Ning Ran's hand once more, their fingers intertwined. Ran. He gazed into her eyes, his tone imbued with affection. Let us hurry along.
All right.
Ning Ran replied, pulling Peishiyu in the direction of the central office building. The route was fraught with obstacles, and on foot, they took twice as long to reach their destination. Outside the central office building, Qin Zhengqiu stood with Xin Yun, positioned several dozen meters from the structure. Numerous ability users were scattered around, prepared to fend off the attacks of the mutated pear trees. What is the situation? Peishiyu, accompanied by Ning Ran, Duanze, and Lin Yan, approached Qin Zhengqiu and Xin Yun. Upon hearing the question, Qin Zhengqiu turned to Peishiyu, his brow furrowed, his expression grim. The situation is dire. The entire building has come under siege. Ning Ran, hand in hand with Peishiyu, turned her attention to the central mutated pear tree. Its branches, influenced by the blood moon, had grown extraordinarily vigorous. The entire office building was enveloped in the grasp of the tree's branches. The blood moon cast an eerie red hue upon the pear tree's once white blossoms, and a heated gust swept through, causing the blood-red petals to cascade down in a breathtaking display. Yet beneath this magnificent sight lay the buried remnants of lost lives. Many staff members remained trapped inside. The tree's branches had ensnared the entire building, and any disturbance might provoke a violent response. If the tree retaliated with excessive force, the entire structure could collapse. We dare not act recklessly. We must first rescue those trapped inside, Qin Zhengqiu stated.
What do you propose?
Peishiyu gently twirled the light green storage ring on his ring finger as he inquired. Qin Zhengqiu glanced at Xin Yun, who stepped forward, presenting the office building's blueprint to Peishiyu for inspection. As Peishiyu unfolded the blueprint, Qin Zhengqiu continued, I have had someone examine it. The right side entrance has the least dense distribution of branches. I plan to send in a team of ability users to rescue the trapped staff members, but But what? Is it a matter of insufficient manpower? Pei Xiu speculated, noting Qin Jingchu's hesitation. Along their journey from the villa to the central office building, they had observed numerous patrols hastily passing by, presumably maintaining order within the inner city and rescuing the afflicted. Yes, Qin Jingchu nodded, his expression conflicted. It is not merely a matter of personnel. While I possess the building's blueprint, the branches also infiltrate and occupy the interior, making the situation uncertain. Those who enter may. Pei Xiu perused the blueprint silently, lost in thought. Ning Ran fixated on the mutated pear tree for a moment before tugging at Pei Xiu's sleeve. Pei Xiu shifted his gaze from the blueprint to Ning Ran and inquired about her concern. She stood on her tiptoes, whispering something in his ear. After hearing her, a fond smile graced Pei Xiu's face as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Very well. He returned the blueprint to Xin Yun and turned to Qin Jingchu, stating, "We can attempt to enter. You four?" Qin Jingchu's eyes brightened momentarily as he looked at Pei Xiu and his companions. "You are willing to go in?" Pei Xiu nodded, intertwining his fingers with Ning Ran's while subtly caressing her palm. With no better alternatives at hand, Qin Jingchu reluctantly accepted Pei Xiu's proposal. "I will have someone prepare the necessary equipment. Please exercise caution, and if it becomes too perilous, withdraw immediately." He patted Pei Xiu's shoulder, feeling a mix of gratitude and guilt, as though he were perpetually placing the four in jeopardy. Qin Jingchu gestured for several staff members to prepare the tools they would need. The full moon hung high above, casting a blood-red glow. The occasional mournful cries of humanity echoed in the air. Pei Xiu, Ning Ran, Duanzhe, and Lin Yan received backpacks handed to them by the staff. With the backpacks secured, they entered the building through the right side entrance, under the watchful gaze of Qin Jingchu and Xin Yun. The internal power lines had been damaged, and the emergency backup power had ceased functioning, enveloping the space in darkness. Armed with flashlights, the four navigated the long, desolate corridor, moving with utmost care to avoid disturbing the mutated pear tree's branches that had intruded into the building. Duanzhe, flashlight in hand, scrutinized the building's blueprints.
Boss.
What exactly are we here to do? He doubted that Pei Xiu's sole intention was to rescue the trapped individuals. Pei Xiu appeared to be an aloof figure. Yet his true nature was far colder than his exterior suggested. Ning Ran, while not overtly cruel, certainly was no do-gooder. Lin Yan, upon hearing Duanzhe's question, pondered foolishly in his heart, "Aren't we here to rescue the trapped staff?" However, despite his curiosity, he resolved not to voice his thoughts, lest Duanzhe deem him foolish once more. Chapter 88. The Rescue. Ning Ran glanced at Pei Xiu before explaining to Duanzhe and Lin Yan. "This mutated plant has evolved a crystal core. We've come to assess the situation and eliminate it, thus acquiring the core for ourselves." She paused for a moment, a faint dimple gracing her cheek. Given the sheer size of this pear tree and its extensive spread throughout the inner city, its level of mutation must be significant. The crystal core should be of considerable grade. If we can absorb it, our abilities may advance. Duanzhe nodded, comprehension dawning on his face, while Lin Yan feigned an air of profundity, oblivious to the clarity in his eyes that betrayed his innocence. After contemplating for a moment, he could no longer restrain himself and asked, "What about the trapped staff?" "Well, rescuing them would be our reward for obtaining the mutated pear tree's crystal core." Ning Ran replied thoughtfully. Lin Yan nodded and followed closely behind Pei Xiu, Ning Ran, and Duanzhe. The corridor was eerily empty, their footsteps echoing off the floor. Nearby, a glass window shattered under the weight of the pear tree's branches intruding into the building. Pei Xiu halted abruptly, causing Ning Ran to inadvertently bump into him. He looked at her, as if considering picking her up and carrying her forward. Ning Ran, observing his pitiful expression, turned away and closed her eyes, reminding herself not to succumb to temptation. "I can walk on my own," she insisted. Pei Xiu's eyes glimmered with a luminous sheen, seeing Ning Ran's resolve. He conceded with a hint of reluctance, "Very well, if you prefer it that way." He then produced a handkerchief to dab at non-existent tears at the corners of his eyes. Ning Ran regarded Pei Xiu, realizing she had previously underestimated his penchant for theatrics. The four continued along the route indicated on the blueprints, heading deeper into the building. Qin Jingchu had informed them that the most likely refuge for the trapped individuals was the data room located on the 10th floor of the central office building. This area was enclosed and, comparatively, would provide greater safety. To avoid alarming the mutated pear tree before finding the trapped personnel, they moved at a measured pace. As they climbed the emergency staircase to the 8th floor, a branch as thick as a calf obstructed their path. The four crouched low, skillfully maneuvering beneath the not-so-wide branch. Before Lin Yan could exhale in relief, marveling at his agility, a branch suddenly lunged toward him. Duanze yanked him back by the collar, pulling him a few steps away. With a thud, the branch struck and sent a paper cup rolling off the windowsill onto the floor. Lin Yan stood frozen for a moment, and only when the pear tree-esque branches ceased their movement did he pat his chest, exhaling softly. Who on earth is littering? Tossing away a disposable cup after drinking? He fumed. If I find out who did it, I'll throw a mountain of paper cups at their head. Once the commotion settled, Pei Shiyu waved his hand, guiding Ning Ran onward, signaling Duanze and Lin Yan to follow. They deftly navigated the myriad of twisted, interwoven branches of the mutated pear tree. After more than half an hour, they finally reached the 10th floor. The data room was located on the left side of the office building, whereas they stood on the right, requiring them to traverse a lengthy corridor to reach the door. Pei Shiyu illuminated the hallway with his flashlight, searching for the data room. At the end of the beam, obscured by a dense tangle of branches, lay the door to the data room. It was evident that the occupants had attempted to escape multiple times, but each effort had inadvertently roused the mutated pear tree, resulting in their failure. This explained the multitude of intersecting leaves and branches at the entrance, more so than in other areas. What should we do now? Duanze inquired. Concern etched on his face as he glanced at Pei Shiyu. The data room was tightly sealed, devoid of any extraneous doors, and certainly without windows. Pei Shiyu exchanged glances with Ning Ran and pointed toward the wall near the side of the data room door. We break through, he declared. Duanze pondered for a moment, hesitating, but if we break it, the noise could be considerable. Ning Ran nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Duanze's concerns. She then gave Pei Shiyu a gentle pat on the shoulder. In an instant, Duanze grasped that Ning Ran was implying Pei Shiyu possessed the dark abilities to silently consume the wall. Having spent too much time with Lin Yan, his mind had become dull, and he hadn't considered this possibility. The four moved cautiously, avoiding the branches that sprawled across the corridor, successfully passing through. Pei Shiyu activated his dark abilities, black liquid swirling in his palm. This liquid began to flow from his body, inching toward his feet, and then coursing up the wall. Upon contact, the wall was gradually corroded, revealing a gaping hole. Just as Duanze approached, a staff member emerged, brandishing a knife. Before the staff member could make a sound, Pei Shiyu swiftly used his abilities to restrain the individual, covering their mouth. The staff member struggled momentarily, but upon recognizing familiar faces, fell silent. Seeing that the staff member seemed to recognize them, Duanze gestured for silence. The staff member nodded in understanding, and Pei Shiyu released them. Are you here to rescue us? The staff member's expression was one of excitement. Though he had never been close to Pei Shiyu and his companions, he had seen them from a distance. Their reputation had spread among him and his fellow colleagues. Upon seeing Duanze nod, the staff member hurriedly beckoned Pei Shiyu and the others into the data room. The data room was spacious, with several groups of staff scattered around the walls and beside the file cabinets. Altogether, there appeared to be over 50 individuals, all of whom had been trapped while on duty in the central office building that night. They have come to rescue us, the staff murmured. The staff addressed the vigilant crowd peering at the wall's opening, his voice lowered, as if fearing to disturb the mutated pear trees outside. The trapped personnel glanced at Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran for a moment. Bathed in the dim yellow light emitted by the torches on the wall, they recognized the four figures after a few fleeting moments and began to approach them. Hope glimmered in the eyes of the trapped workers as they gazed at Pei Shiyu and Ning Ran. Ning Ran and Duanze waved reassuringly, urging them to remain quiet and avoid alarming the mutated pear trees outside. Chapter 89. The water slide with over 50 individuals. It was neither an excessive nor a trivial number. Extricating them was a task that was not exceedingly simple, yet not insurmountably difficult either. As long as they moved cautiously and did not disturb the branches of the mutated pear trees, they would be fine. Pei Shiyu studied the floor plan in his hands, deep in thought. The objective was too grand. Retracing their steps was not an option. utilizing the safe passage and descending the staircase from the 10th to the first floor with so many people posed a challenge in ensuring that everyone remained silent.
Additionally,
The mutated pear tree branches scattered throughout the staircase further compromised safety. Pei Shiyu handed the blueprints to Duan-Zhe, who unfurled the map as Ning Ran and Lin Yan leaned in closer. Pei Shiyu, with his knuckles prominently defined, pointed to the floor plan. Next to this data room is a vacant conference room, which features a large floor-to-ceiling window. Before we entered, I observed that the window was intact, undamaged by the mutated pear trees, and not overly covered by vines. Ning Ran's mind lit up instantaneously. She lifted her gaze to Pei Shiyu, and they exchanged a knowing glance. Lin Yan remained momentarily dazed, failing to grasp the situation. Duan-Zhe pondered something, yet found it unlikely. Ning Ran surveyed the periphery of the data room, ultimately pointing towards the wall between the data room and the idle conference room. Pei Shiyu followed her lead, advancing towards the wall and, employing his dark powers, silently consumed the entire wall. The adjacent vacant conference room abruptly came into view. Inside the conference room, apart from a large round table and several rows of chairs, there was little else. A thick layer of dust covered the table, indicating it had been untouched for a considerable time. Ning Ran led Pei Shiyu over, with Duan-Zhe and Lin Yan closely following. The 50-odd trapped individuals curiously followed the four with their gazes. Outside the conference room's floor-to-ceiling window, the left side was obscured by several branches and leaves of the mutated pear trees, while the right side was nearly free of any foliage. After selecting a suitable position, Pei Shiyu once again employed his dark powers to consume the glass from the right side of the floor-to-ceiling window. Prepared, Ning Ran turned to the 50-odd individuals behind her. They remained relatively quiet, refraining from uttering any sounds that might alarm the mutated pear tree. "Miss Ning, is there something you need us to do?" asked one of the staff members, who had just rushed out of the data room with a knife, lowering his voice as he spoke. Upon receiving a nod from Ning Ran, he made his way towards the four. "My surname is Jia. You can call me Xiao Jia." Jia barely finished his sentence before Ning Ran seized him by the collar. She retrieved a clean towel from her storage band and stuffed it into Xiao Jia's mouth. Subsequently, she grasped Xiao Jia, who, while not particularly tall, was of average height, and led him towards the floor-to-ceiling window. "Prepare yourself. There's nothing to fear." As soon as the words left her lips, Ning Ran glanced outside the office building and executed an unexpected maneuver by tossing Xiao Jia down, muffled by the towel. Xiao Jia was unable to scream. As her water abilities flowed, they formed a long slide, allowing Xiao Jia to glide down smoothly. Just before he reached the ground, the water at the slide's end swirled, cradling Xiao Jia gently and placing him safely on the ground. Outside the office building, Qin Zhengqiu and his group, upon seeing someone descend, hurriedly approached to investigate. Xiao Jia stood dazed, as if just coming to his senses. The water slide had not only kept his clothes dry but also provided a thrilling experience akin to river rafting. Aware of the heightened senses of abilities users, Xiao Jia turned to face the conference room's floor-to-ceiling window and gave a thumbs up. Seeing Xiao Jia land safely, Ning Ran nodded in satisfaction. She had previously observed that the trapped individuals were predominantly in their 30s and 40s, and opting for the slide would not pose significant issues. Xiao Jia's physical condition was robust, without any heart ailments, making his descent perfectly safe. Moreover, with Pei Shiyu watching closely, there was no chance of an accident. Once Xiao Jia exited the office building safely, the remaining trapped individuals during the moment Ning Ran threw him down, and they instinctively wanted to scream, found their mouths silenced by Pei Shiyu's dark powers. Duan-Zhe experienced a brief moment of astonishment. Ning Ran and Pei Shiyu truly intended to handle the situation with such straightforwardness. Fortunately, his adaptability was swift, and once he regained his composure, he approached the crowd. "Stay calm and do not panic," he advised. The recovering crowd nodded in unison. Pei Shiyu waved his hand, and the dark shadows released their grip on the individuals' mouths. Duan-Zhe lowered his voice, instructing the trapped personnel to begin moving. They formed an orderly line, each person sliding down the water slide one by one. "Do not be afraid. We will ensure your safe landing." The trapped individuals lined up in an orderly fashion. While some may have felt the height intimidating, it paled in comparison to the fear of death. One by one, the 50-odd individuals slid down the water slide. Lin Yan, finding it amusing, conjured a fire slide using his fire abilities. He controlled the flame's temperature so that the slide was warm and would not injure anyone. However, the external temperature had already soared to nearly 50 degrees Celsius. While Lin Yan's slide was not scalding and posed no danger, its fiery hue made it appear sweat-inducing. Noticing that few were opting for a slide, Lin Yan squatted down in boredom, feeling that the crowd lacked appreciation. Although Ning Ran's water slide was indeed beautiful, he believed his fire slide should also hold merit. He resolved that when the weather turned colder, many would surely choose to slide down his creation. This was undoubtedly a matter of weather, not a reflection of the aesthetic of a slide. After approximately 20 minutes, all the trapped individuals had landed safely. Ning Ran retracted the water slide and turned to Pei Shiyu, just as Lin Yan, crouched in the corner, was suddenly ensnared by a branch of the mutated pear tree that had emerged from an unknown source. The branch bound Lin Yan, its tendrils growing and extending, shattering the floor and dragging Lin Yan down. "Oh no! Help!" Lin Yan's voice quivered, his tone increasingly unstable due to the swift action of the branch. He had not anticipated that merely leaning against the wall for a moment's rest would lead to such misfortune. Inadvertently grasping a small tendril of the mutated pear tree that had protruded through the floor. Moreover, this tendril did not seem to have invaded from outside. Rather, it appeared to have grown within the office building, breaking through layer after layer of flooring to reach the 10th floor. Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and Duanzhe reacted swiftly, rushing towards the gaping hole in the floor caused by Lin Yan being dragged by the branch. Gazing down from the great pit, the branches dragged Lin Yan downwards, shattering layer upon layer of flooring until he plummeted to the ground floor. The dark powers began to spread, enveloping Pei Shiyu, Ning Ran, and Duanzhe in a shroud of black mist. Ning Ran and Duanzhe found themselves engulfed in darkness before following Pei Shiyu directly to the first floor.